Gu Yan saw Gu Jiao's eyes and knew she still remembered him. His usually gloomy face showed a hint of a happy smile. Gu Jiao saw his smile and felt happier. She was about to go over and say hello when she saw him put his delicate finger on his lips. Gu Jiao immediately understood and looked down, pretending she saw nothing. These guards were also from the hot spring villa, but they had never seen Gu Jiao before and didn't recognize her. Seeing she was fine, they continued to look for someone else. After the people walked away, Gu Jiao went to the carriage. It was a simple, common carriage. The guards never expected that the noble young master of the marquis house would be riding in such a plain carriage. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and looked at the delicate, sickly young boy inside. She asked, "Why are you here? And why did you leave your guards behind?" "I came to find you," Gu Yan honestly said. "To find me? Are you feeling unwell?" Gu Jiao instinctively reached her hand into the window to check his pulse. When she grabbed his wrist, she suddenly remembered she was just a small medic at the marquis house. She quietly withdrew her hand. Gu Yan's pale face showed a faint smile. "I know it's you."
Huh?
"How did he know? Did I reveal any clues?" Gu Jiao scratched her head nervously. Gu Yan was amused by her confused look. "Others don't know. Come up." Her secret was getting harder to hide. First her grandfather, then second young master and the old doctor, and now this young master from the marquis house. But Gu Jiao decided to keep going for now. "It's not me who treated your illness. It was Dr. Li from the rejuvenation hall. I'm just his little medic." Gu Yan smiled and said, "All right, little medic. Are you coming up? If you don't, they'll find out about me." Gu Jiao thought for a moment and got into the carriage.
She sat beside Gu Yan.
The carriage was quite plain, and Gu Jiao found it a bit shabby. It was really this young master of the marquis house. Gu Yan didn't mind at all. As long as he could see her, he was fine with anything. He smiled and stretched out his thin, white wrist with visible bones. "Little medic, do you want to check my pulse?" Gu Jiao kept her face calm. "It's not always accurate." Gu Yan nodded with a smile. Gu Jiao checked his pulse, and it was much steadier than last time. Then she opened her small medicine box and took out a stethoscope. "What's this?" Gu Yan asked curiously. "Stethoscope, take off your clothes," Dr. Gu said coldly. Gu Yan was stunned. Gu Jiao unbuttoned his shirt and placed the stethoscope inside. There was still irregular heartbeat and noise. The medication for heart failure was effective for him, but it wasn't miraculous. "Does it hurt a lot?" Gu Jiao took back the stethoscope. Gu Yan looked down, his slender, pale fingers slowly closing his shirt. "Not really. It's better than before." He had spent many years suffering from heart problems, never feeling the comfort of a normal person. Any relief, even a little, was good for him. "The thing with the jade ring made you upset," Gu Yan suddenly spoke. Gu Jiao was surprised. She almost forgot about it because he didn't mention it. It wasn't a big deal, just a misunderstanding with someone unimportant. "I took your ring first. I should apologize to you." Gu Yan disliked their distant attitude. "I don't want your apology." Gu Jiao smiled softly and changed the subject. "Why did you push away the guards?" "They're annoying," Gu Yan replied. Gu Jiao pushed aside the curtain and looked at the man in black on the ground. "But you might run into an assassin." Gu Yan smiled and said, "He's not an assassin. He's my secret guard." He led the others away. Gu Jiao blinked innocently. "Then he's really unlucky, getting hurt by some thugs." Another secret guard nearby spat out a mouthful of blood. "Girl, is it really okay to lie so blatantly?" Gu Yan chuckled softly. "He got hurt by thugs. Let him deal with it himself." "Actually, it's not necessary." Gu Jiao cleared her throat. "You have more than one secret guard, right?" Gu Yan's smile didn't fade. "Yes, two." It seemed the one who ran away was definitely his secret guard. Luckily, she didn't chase after him, otherwise, she might have knocked him out too. Gu Jiao looked very embarrassed. "What's your name?"
Gu Yan asked. "Gu Jiao," she replied.
Gu Yan was surprised. "Your surname is Gu too?" "I'm Gu Yan. We were family 500 years ago." Gu Jiao was amused. As a noble young master, He lowered himself to connect with a small village girl. Isn't he afraid the Marquis and his wife will find out and scold him? Are you hungry?
Gu Yan asked.
Gu Jiao had woken early and traveled a long way. Now she was truly hungry. The town west of the city is not as lively as the east, and there are no fancy restaurants. After a while, they found a modest but decent small eatery. Have you ever been to a place like this? Gu Jiao asked as she got off the carriage.
No, Heu Yan honestly replied.
As a fragile young man who would faint at the slightest breeze, the Marquis's residence had raised him with care. He couldn't imagine coming to such a common place. Of course, he wasn't very interested either. He was too weak to bother, and he was tired of the world. But now, things were different. He didn't feel so bad anymore, and more importantly, he wanted to see her. They found a quiet corner to sit. Gu Yan's appearance, demeanor, and clothes naturally drew many eyes. He disliked being stared at, but if it was with her, he didn't mind. The young waiter had never seen such a noble young master and forgot to greet him. Gu Yan ordered a big table of delicious dishes. Gu Jiao frowned. Can you eat all this? There was candied pork knuckles, braised meatballs, and steamed preserved meat, foods he needed to avoid because of his illness. Gu Yan rested his chin on his hand and looked at her. You eat for me. Gu Jiao hesitated. She wanted to act modest, but all the dishes he ordered were her favorites. Actually, they were dishes Gu Yan had always wanted to eat but was forbidden by the imperial doctor. In the end, Gu Jiao ate the big fish and meat, while Gu Yan could only sip porridge beside her. But watching her eat made him feel as if he was eating too, and that feeling of satisfaction was new to him. After the meal, Gu Yan went to pay the bill. Gu Jiao looked at her small medicine box again. Sure enough, there was more medicine for heart failure. She had taken apart the original packaging, just like last time, and stored the medicine in small porcelain bottles, with instructions written in cinnabar on the bottles. When Gu Yan arrived, Gu Jiao had just handed him the medicine. You're almost out of your medicine, right? Gu Yan looked at the medicine in her hand and fell into deep thought. Gu Jiao continued cautiously. Dr. Li gave it to me.
Gu Yan, oh, take your medicine on time.
Going out for a walk is fine, but don't shake off your guards, especially since your secret guard isn't very skilled. One hit, and you'll be down. Gu Jiao said seriously, then suddenly saw him smiling at her. Her heart skipped a beat. She quickly straightened up and said firmly, It wasn't me who hit him. I didn't hit anyone. I don't hit people. A clear lie. Gu Yan couldn't help but smile inwardly. 64 Marquis Gu Yan couldn't stay long at the small restaurant because the guards from the Marquis's residence came looking for him. He didn't want to disturb Gu Jiao, so he softly said goodbye. Watching his gradually disappearing figure and thinking of his polite and gentle manner, Gu Jiao's heart felt a little overwhelmed. He had good looks, a noble background, and was so kind and well-mannered, like a perfect little boy. Why would heaven want to torment him? The gentle and polite little boy, once seated in the Marquis's carriage, lost his smile and became cold and fierce, with a sharp gaze, completely different from the kind person he was in front of Gu Jiao. The man in black, who Gu Jiao had knocked out with a stick, had already returned to Gu Yan with his companion. They tried very hard to hide their presence, and didn't dare make a sound. They had seen how shameless the young master could be, so good at pretending. If they had the ability, they should also try to act like a little boy in front of the Marquis's wife and the Marquis himself. Who was that annoying, irritable troublemaker all day long? Strictly speaking, today was their fault. The young master didn't even scold them. It was clear he was in a very good mood. In that case, maybe they could tell him the news? Why aren't you leaving? Do you need something? Gu Yan asked impatiently. The two exchanged a look, and finally, the man in black, who had been knocked out, spoke. The Marquis is on his way. Gu Yan's aura suddenly turned cold. After a moment, he reached out his hand, draw. The two of them, with great understanding, each handed over a treasured antique painting of the Marquis. Gu Yan quickly tore them apart with a few swift movements. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao also planned to leave. Today's food was very delicious. Gu Jiao bought a portion of candied pork knuckles and a bowl of braised lion's head, paid a 50 won deposit, and took 2 jars to bring home to her family. But just as she was leaving the small restaurant with the jars, a fast horse galloped past. The rider waved a whip fiercely, driving the crowd on the street. One woman, trying to avoid the whip, stumbled forward and bumped into Gu Jiao's jar. The jar fell to the ground with a loud bang and shattered, spilling soup and meatballs everywhere. It was quickly stepped on by another panicked woman. Oh no! The woman slipped, nearly falling. Gu Jiao reached out and pulled her aside to help her. After the lady realized what had happened, she quickly apologized to Gu Jiao, saying, "I'm sorry, young lady. I didn't mean to. Blame should be placed on the man on the street who was riding recklessly, not her." The man ignored the chaos he caused and didn't even look at Gu Jiao. When he swung his whip again and nearly brushed past her, Gu Jiao sharply grabbed his whip. Without giving him a chance to negotiate, she forcefully pulled him down from his horse. He fell hard to the ground, and the horse ran away quickly, neighing loudly. He was skilled in martial arts, so the fall didn't seriously hurt him, only a minor injury. But he was very angry. Who was so bold as to pull him off his horse in the street? He charged at Gu Jiao, who held her whip tightly. She swung her whip and struck him, knocking him flying. He hit the back of a carriage. The carriage jolted suddenly, causing a girl inside to lose her balance and hit her head against the wall, crying out in pain. At this moment, the carriage was forced to stop. The man who had been knocked off the whip-carrying horse hurriedly got up from the ground and knelt beside the carriage, bowing his head and saying, "My lord, I am guilty. Please punish me." Gu Jiao frowned strangely. "My lord?" Inside the carriage, Lord Gu helped his daughter who had bumped her head, worriedly asking, "Jinyu, are you all right? Is anything wrong?" Jinyu's forehead was red, but it was barely a minor injury. Gu Jiao's hand reached out. Any new or old wound was much worse than this. But Jinyu was spoiled and raised delicately, so she had never suffered much hardship or pain. Jinyu covered her forehead, looking at Lord Gu with a sad expression, tears welling in her eyes. "It hurts." "Let me see." Lord Gu moved her hand away. When he saw her reddened forehead, anger flared up inside him. He pulled back the curtain and looked coldly at the kneeling guard. What happened? The guard pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "I was leading the way ahead. I didn't expect her to my whip and pull me off my horse. She then used her whip to beat me, which caused me to crash into Lord Gu's carriage." Everyone nearby was so frightened by Lord Gu's sudden anger that they all knelt down, trembling. Only Gu Jiao stood there stubbornly and proudly. Lord Gu's cold gaze fixed on Gu Jiao's face. It was a face that made people unwilling to look twice. Cold eyebrows and eyes, a blood-red birthmark making her skin look unusually white, with a hint of wildness beneath her beauty. Her eyes were icy and sharp, and she did not flinch when meeting Lord Gu's stare. Her clothes looked like those of a rural villager, about the same age as Jinyu, yet she had such a fierce look. Lord Gu said coldly, "You are quite bold." Whether it was hitting his guards in the street or refusing to kneel, her actions were too daring. But Gu Jiao was not intimidated by his scolding. She held a whip and stepped forward. The guard quickly stood up and drew his sword to block her. Gu Jiao didn't even lift her eyelids. She whipped and knocked his sword back into its sheath. Everyone was stunned. Lord Gu also froze for a moment. Gu Jiao went to the carriage, and the others hurried to surround her, but she remained calm. She reached out her hand to Lord Gu. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao calmly replied, 51 for the jar, 61 for the rock sugar pork ribs, 41 for the braised lion's head, and I want the shop to make a new one, plus 101 for lost work, totaling 251. Lord Gu. He looked at the mess on the ground, and then at the guard who caused the trouble. The guard looked guilty and lowered his head. Lord Gu understood everything. He snorted coldly, "My people are at fault, but girl, aren't you too arrogant? Aren't you afraid I will punish you severely?" Gu Jiao looked at him, as if seriously considering his words, then said after a moment, 249 won. Lord Gu was utterly confused. What is all this about? Jinyu recognized Gu Jiao. She tugged at Lord Gu's sleeve and shook her head slightly at him. Lord Gu frowned and said to Gu Jiao, "My daughter is pleading for you, so I will let you go." He then threw a silver ingot to Gu Jiao, lowered the carriage curtain, and told the coachman to leave. Gu Jiao only asked for 249 won, and he gave her more. She tore off a small piece of the silver ingot and casually threw the rest back into his carriage. The silver ingot hit Lord Gu's head squarely, immediately causing a large bump. Lord Gu. Gu Hai was furious, his strong and handsome face twitching with veins. Just as he was about to send someone to bring the girl over for a serious punishment, a guard from the Marquis's estate rode up on horseback and reported, "Sir, the young master had an accident." Gu Hai immediately forgot about bothering Gu Jiao. He quickly ordered the guard to lead the way and hurried to the place where his son was. On the way, Gu Yan's carriage overturned. Although the secret guards managed to steady the carriage and prevent it from falling completely, it was still tilted badly, and Gu Yan fell out. Gu Yan was weaker than a child. The people in the estate never dared let him bump or hit himself. Gu Hai was so nervous he was about to die, but when he saw Gu Yan, he realized he was fine. Gu Yan sat on a small stool, stretching out his long legs, happily basking in the sun. "Little brother." Gu Jinyu got down from the carriage, holding up her skirt, and crouched in front of Gu Yan, holding his hand. "Are you okay?" Gu Har stepped forward with a strange look, staring at his son carefully. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Gu Yan replied calmly, "Not going to die." Gu Har had read in a letter that his son was much better. He had doubted it before, but now seeing him, he believed it for sure. The carriage had overturned, and yet he was unharmed. That was impossible in the past. For now, Gu Hai relaxed a little and let his son get into his own carriage. Father and son didn't get along well. After getting in, neither of them spoke. Only Gu Jinyu occasionally said a few words to break the awkward silence. Gu Hai had a big bump on his forehead from a silver ornament, and Gu Yan just stared straight at it. Gu Jinyu thought her brother was worried about their father, so she explained, "Brother, you don't know who we just met. It was that little mendicant who took your jade ring. Dad gave her silver, but she refused. She even hit Dad with it." "She hit him?" Gu Yan's eyes widened. "Yes," Gu Jinyu nodded. Gu Yan suddenly burst out laughing, showing clear joy at the situation. Gu Hai was so angry, he wanted to hit someone. If she wasn't his own daughter, he would have already dealt with her. He was furious that a wild girl had made him so angry outside, and now his son was angry too. He couldn't understand why. Was this all planned? The carriage soon arrived at the hot spring villa. Everyone there knew the Marquis was coming. They all looked happy, as if it was New Year's again. It is understandable that they are so excited because Lord Ho rarely comes to the mountain villa when he is working in the capital. Only Lady Ho stays here year-round with the young master. As for the young lady, she travels back and forth between the villa and the capital, staying at each place for a while. The kitchen prepared a nice meal to welcome Lord Ho and help him relax. The family of four rarely ate together, so it was a special occasion. After dinner, Gu Jinyu and Gu Yan went to their own rooms, leaving Lord Ho with Lady Ho, Mrs.
Yao.
When the children are nearby, they are very loving, but once they leave, Mrs. Yao's smile fades a little. She said, "It's getting late. Lord Ho should rest now. I'll have someone prepare a room for you." Lord Ho gently took her hand and softly said, "Are you still upset with me?" Mrs. Yao turned her face away and replied, "How could I be angry with Lord Ho?
Please don't joke."
Lord Ho felt guilty and said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have been away for so long, but I really couldn't leave. You know the situation in the capital. The princes are grown up, and His Majesty is in his prime." Mrs. Yao interrupted him. "Lord Ho, it's best not to talk about official matters with a little woman like me."
"I don't understand them, anyway."
"Is there a reason you suddenly came to the mountain villa?" Lord Ho hesitated, wanting to speak but unsure. He definitely had something to say, but he wasn't sure if he should tell her so soon. He calmly said, "I found a famous doctor in the capital and brought him here to treat Yenner." Mrs. Yao replied, "Yenner's condition has improved a lot." Lord Ho nodded, "I know. Jinyu already told me." The doctor from the Spring Revival Hall is very skilled, and Yenner's health has greatly improved. But they aren't sure if they can fully cure him. It's always good to have more doctors look at him, more hope. Mrs. Yao agreed with him on this point. Lord Ho gently embraced his wife from behind and whispered in her ear, "I'll come back later. Please leave the door open for me." Mrs. Yao nodded quietly and then drew the curtain to go inside her room. Lord Ho went to the study, called for Dr. Zhuge, who had been waiting for a long time, and went to Yenner's room. Yenner was already asleep. Lord Ho didn't wake him but dismissed everyone else and kept Dr. Zhuge in the room. He was so cautious because Dr. Zhuge's identity was special. They couldn't let anyone find out he had left the capital, nor reveal his connection to the Dingen Marquis estate. Lord Gu looked coldly at Dr. Zhuge. "Your apprentice treated my son's illness, and afterwards, he said some very disrespectful words to me. I want you to understand that I am not someone to be easily fooled. Never try to deceive me." "I dare not," Dr. Zhuge replied calmly, unaffected by praise or blame. Lord Gu looked at him deeply, then made way for him to approach the bed. He used a silver needle to draw a drop of blood from Gu Yan's fingertip. Later, they went to Gu Jinyu's room. "Jinyu," Lord Gu said, "the doctor needs to take a drop of your finger blood." "Oh, is this for making medicine for my brother again?" A few months ago, a doctor had come to the mountain villa to take her finger blood, saying it could be used to make medicine for her brother. "Yes, it's for making medicine," Lord Gu replied calmly. Jinyu was afraid of pain, but for her brother, she endured it. She closed her eyes and held out her hand. "Doctor, please take it." Dr. Zhuge took a drop of her finger blood. Jinyu cried from the pain, but Lord Gu gently comforted her. Then he went to the study to wait for news. About 15 minutes later, Dr. Zhuge returned with a complicated expression. "How is it?" Lord Gu asked nervously. Dr. Zhuge looked directly into Lord Gu's eyes and said, "The blood of your son and your daughter truly cannot mix. They are not biological siblings." Even though he had prepared himself mentally, hearing this from Dr. Zhuge was like a bolt from the blue. Lord Gu was stunned in place. Of course, Gu Yan was his own son. He looked just like him in every way, with the same temper. Only his eyes resembled his mother's. As for Jinyu, she had never looked like him or Madame Yao. As she grew older, the difference became even more obvious. Lord Gu had wondered about this before, but he had never considered that she might not be his biological daughter. He was stunned for a long time before finding his voice. "Don't tell anyone about this, especially Madam. I don't want her to be upset." Dr. Zhuge said, "As long as Lord Gu releases my incompetent apprentice, I will keep this secret for you for the rest of my life." "But are you sure Madam gave birth to twins, a dragon and a phoenix?" "I am sure," Lord Gu replied. "She was awake when she gave birth. Then there is only one possibility. They were switched at birth." Lord Gu hesitated for a moment and then ordered, "Let him stay at the residence for now. I will call you if there is anything." Zhuge Dufu bowed slightly and said, "I am always ready to follow your orders, Lord Marquis."
"You may leave now." "Yes."
After Zhuge Dufu left, Lord Marquis sank heavily into his chair. It was as if all his strength had been drained, and his mind felt numb. The night at the manor was eerily quiet. The cold moonlight silently fell to the ground, casting faint shadows of the trees and flowers in the yard. There was no doubt that the child had been switched at birth. As for how the switch happened, only the servants who were present at the time could know. Unfortunately, those servants no longer worked at the Marquis's house after so many years, making it very difficult to find them. Moreover, he was not even sure if the child was still alive now. It was true he didn't care about it entirely, but it was also false to say he was completely indifferent. Yao Shi had already exhausted herself caring for the child's illness. He had to consider whether Yao Shi could bear the shock of the truth. If telling her would kill her, he would rather keep the secret buried forever. At the same time, he had to think about Jinyu's situation. Jinyu was the child he raised with great care. He loved her more than his 4 sons and didn't want her to suffer even the slightest harm. Finally, there was that child. He hadn't decided whether to acknowledge her yet, but no matter what, he had to find her. She was Gu Yan's only hope. She could save Gu Yan's life.
Come here, Marquis.
Bring the madam's maid here.
Yes.
The maid was the housekeeper of the estate and also a servant accompanying Yao Shi. When she entered the room, she bowed and said, "Sir, are you looking for the maid?" Lord Marquis raised his hand slightly. The room was unlit, and his expression was shrouded in darkness, cut by the moonlight into half-lit and half-shadowed areas. He asked, "Where was Madame born?" The maid looked surprised. "Why are you asking that all of a sudden, Marquis?" He replied calmly, "I heard that recently Madame has been visiting that temple to pray to the Bodhisattva. Yenner's illness has improved because of it. I plan to go to that temple to burn incense someday." The maid found this strange. The Marquis's house never believed in Buddhism, so why suddenly want to go to a temple to burn incense? Meanwhile, Gu Jiao took the money and went to a shop to buy new sugar-coated pork knuckles and braised lion's head meatballs, still packed in jars. Afterwards, she went to a fabric store to buy a few pairs of shoes and some clothes. There was too much stuff, and her small basket couldn't hold it all, so she packed everything into 2 big bundles and carried them carefully. Xiao Luling knew she would come to town today, and since she always came to pick him up after school, he asked Uncle Luo to wait for him. After waiting for about half an hour, even Gu Xiaoshun wondered if his sister had already gone home. Then Gu Jiao appeared. She was small, but her bundles were surprisingly large, almost blocking her entire body. She struggled to peek out a little head from beside the bundles, her face red and breathing heavily. She wasn't tired. She was holding back. The 3 of them hurried to help carry her bundles onto the ox cart. Once seated, Gu Xiaoshun urged, "Uncle Luo, let's go back to the village quickly. I'm starving." Uncle Luo smiled. "All right." Gu Jiao wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Why haven't you left yet?" Gu Xiaoshun said, "Waiting for you. Brother-in-law said you'd come." Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Luling and said seriously, "After waiting so long, aren't you afraid I've already gone home?" They really insisted on waiting for her. So annoying. Xiao Luling replied calmly, "Since you're so late, aren't you afraid we've already left? From the fabric shop to here isn't on the way." She had to take a detour just to see if he was waiting for her. So frustrating. Gu Xiaoshun rubbed his stomach and wondered suddenly, "Why do I feel full all of a sudden?" When they reached home, Xiao Jingkong had been waiting at the door for a long time. The old lady told him that if he counted to 100, Gu Jiao would return. After counting countless hundreds, the ox cart finally entered the village. He ran out excitedly, shouting, "Jiao Jiao! Jiao Jiao!" He loved calling her Jiao Jiao, and Gu Jiao followed him. Seeing the little bundle running toward her, she was about to remind him not to fall, but he tripped instead. He was probably used to falling, so he immediately hugged his little shiny head like a small winter melon and rolled over to Gu Jiao's feet. Her bundle was carried by Gu Xiaoshun. With her hands free, Gu Jiao helped Xiao Jingkong up and brushed the dust off his clothes. "Did it hurt?" she asked. Xiao Jingkong shook his head.
No.
"It doesn't hurt. I fall down a lot, but I'm very good at it." Gu Jiao thought, falling down isn't called being good. It's called being hurt. "Call someone." She pointed behind her to Xiao Luling and Gu Xiaoshun. Xiao Jingkong, being polite, obediently called his brother-in-law and little Shun Gij, though he didn't really want to call them. Gu Jiao held Xiao Jingkong's hand and led him home. Xiao Jingkong jumped happily, very excited. When she got home, little Jingkong went to the kitchen and carried over several large roasted sweet potatoes. "Jiao Jiao, eat this sweet potato. I roasted it." In fact, the sweet potatoes were brought over by Xuaning Xiang during lunch. She started the fire, washed the sweet potatoes, and took them out of the oven. Little Jingkong only used tongs to place the cleaned sweet potatoes into the oven, and even after roasting, it was Xuaning Xiang who pulled them out. But in little Jingkong's eyes, he completed the most important step, roasting, so he claimed these sweet potatoes as his own. Shuejia's tasks were called picking, washing, and pulling out the sweet potatoes. Gu Jiao kindly took a bite. "Is it delicious? Is it delicious? Is it delicious?" Little Jingkong tilted his head and babbled. "Yes, it's tasty." It was a bit cold, but that didn't matter much to him or Xiao Shun. However, Xiao Lulang's stomach was delicate and might get upset. Gu Jiao reheated the roasted sweet potatoes in the kitchen, then took out 2 bowls with rock sugar pork ribs and braised lion's head to give to Xuaningxiang. Xuaningxiang returned with a few boiled eggs and plain steamed buns. When Gu Jiao came back, little Jinkong had already set the table with chopsticks and bowls. The whole family of 5 sat down to eat. Little Jinkong obediently waited to be fed. Gu Jiao scooped a piece of juicy, but not greasy pork rib into his bowl. Little Jinkong was so excited he shouted loudly, grabbed his chopsticks to pick up some meat, but before he could eat it, he only sniffed it briefly. Then his eyes rolled back, and he suddenly collapsed with a thud. He lay on his back, tilted his head, stuck out his tongue, and was unconscious. Gu Jiao. In this world, there really is someone who faints from eating meat. Note: no explicit content was found in the text. Little Jinkong left the old lady's room and went to Gu Jiao's room. He sniffled and told Gu Jiao, "The meat says it doesn't want me to eat it." Gu Jiao was stunned. "Ah, it doesn't want you to eat it." Little Jinkong held back tears and bravely said, "My auntie said that because I am still too young. When I grow up, it will be willing to be eaten by me." Gu Jiao admired her auntie very much. She could come up with such an excuse. She was quite the master of persuasion. She wondered if her auntie had tricked many people before. The old lady also couldn't remember clearly. She only vaguely felt she had tricked quite a few people. Those more skilled than her, she had fooled so thoroughly that they couldn't do anything about it. After Xiao Luling finished giving little Jinkong a bath, little Jinkong, dressed in his small pajamas, returned to Xiao Liulong's room. No, his own room. Gu Jiao finished washing up and was about to rest. At that moment, little Jinkong came over holding a small pillow. "What's wrong?" Gu Jiao asked, looking at him. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Little Jinkong opened his big, watery eyes. "My bed says it doesn't want me to sleep on it today." Gu Jiao was stunned. Why did this sound so familiar? No, it was just a silly excuse she had learned. Now, he was using it to think creatively? Gu Jiao crossed her arms. "Your bed didn't say that." Little Jinkong said it did. Gu Jiao replied it didn't. "It can't talk." Little Jinkong straightened his little body and said, "How does Jiao Jiao know it can't talk?" "My meat can talk, so my bed can talk too." Gu Jiao was speechless and powerless to argue. She looked serious as she went to find the old lady. Whoever fed him these silly ideas had better come and fix this. The old lady decisively locked the door, lay on the bed, and pulled the blanket over her head. "Sleep now. Sleep now." Gu Jiao thought this kind of irresponsibility was not right. After fooling someone, there was no after-sales service. Bad review. Gu Jiao wouldn't force a weak child. In the end, she took little Jinkong back to her own room. During this time, Xiao Luling didn't say a word. Little Jinkong, with a victorious smile, waved at Xiao Luling. "Tonight, you get to sleep in the west room. Don't miss me too much." Happy, little Jinkong jumped on Gu Jiao's bed with his pillow for a long time. When he got tired, he fell asleep. But if little Jinkong thought that this way he could sleep with Gu Jiao all night, he was too naive. Just as he fell asleep, Xiao Luling came over with his cane, without saying a word, and carried him back to the west room. There are no ultimate tricks, only deeper ones. Your brother-in-law is still your brother-in-law. When Xiao Jinkong woke up, he found himself lying on the bed in the west room and was unsurprisingly very sad. He felt like he had wasted his sleep. Of course, he wouldn't think that Jiao Jiao didn't want him. He could guess with his toes that someone had secretly brought him back to the house. Even though Xiao Jinkong is usually sensible, he couldn't hold it in now. He looked up, shouted loudly, kicked his legs, and cried loudly, "Bad brother-in-law! Bad brother-in-law! He stole the child. He took me away in the middle of the night. He's a bad man." The old lady, who was snacking on sunflower seeds in the main hall, trembled and spilled her seeds. "Stolen the child? Is that how it's said?" Xiao Lulang went to school, and Gu Jiao went to pick mountain produce. Only Xiao Jinkong and the old lady were at home. The old lady tried to persuade him again, but this time Xiao Jingkong couldn't be fooled. I want it to be dark. I want it to be dark. Night will come soon. No, no. I want it to be dark now.
Right now.
Wah, usually, a sensible child wouldn't cry, but when they do, it's hard for others to handle. Xiao Jingkong cried loudly, and all the villagers rushed over. Their suspicious looks seemed to suggest that the old lady was mistreating this little monk at home. The old lady was overwhelmed. Last night, she didn't do any chores, but she finally bore everything alone. Gu Jiao didn't know about Xiao Jingkong's breakdown and crying after waking up. She had no experience raising children. She grew up unloved by her father and ignored by her mother, so she had no such experience. If she had been picking mushrooms on the back mountain, she probably could have heard Xiao Jingkong's crying. But today, she went a bit far, digging for spring bamboo on the other side of the mountain. When she first adopted Xiao Jingkong, she discovered that there were spring bamboo in the woods near the temple. At the market, someone once traded her 2 bunches of wood ear mushrooms for winter bamboo. She used the winter bamboo to make chicken soup, which Xiao Lulang drank all up. Now there was no winter bamboo left, but spring bamboo tasted just as good. The path in the woods was difficult, so not many people came to dig bamboo. Gu Jiao quickly filled her small basket with bamboo shoots. Just as she was about to go down the mountain, she suddenly heard a painful groan from deep in the woods. Her first thought was that a villager had been hurt. Without hesitation, she stepped into the woods and headed toward the sound. When she arrived, she was shocked to find a man trapped in a pit at least 2 meters deep. This trap looks a bit familiar.
Ah.
It seems she dug it a few years ago. Because no prey has ever been caught, she forgot about this trap herself. I didn't expect that after so long. No prey was caught, but a live person fell into it. What live person would come so deep into the forest? Gu Jiao poked her head out and looked into the deep pit. The person only felt the light above dim, then immediately looked up. Their eyes met, and both froze in surprise. "Is that you? Is that you?" they said at the same time. Gu Jiao thought, "Isn't this the grumpy Marquis who caused trouble on the street, knocking over her things and nearly blaming her?" The Marquis thought, "Isn't this the brat who hit his guard, tried to cheat him out of money, and even hit him on the head?" The Marquis's face instantly turned cold, and the joy of feeling like he might be saved disappeared. "Gu Jiao, haha." Gu Jiao turned and walked away. She decided she wouldn't save this person anymore. 68 Father and daughter. The Marquis watched Gu Jiao appear and then leave, his anger burning inside him. "Stop right there," he shouted loudly. "Haha, if you tell me to stop, I will. But who do you think I am?" Gu Jiao walked confidently, without hesitation or fear because of his status or anger. The Marquis had lived most of his life and had never seen someone so bold. He learned from his daughter that her name was Little Medicine Girl from the Rejuvenation Hall, and her master, Dr. Li, had helped treat Yenu. Because of that, he decided to forgive her for offending him in town. But she, in return, ignored him deep in the mountains and didn't help when he needed it. Especially her look just now. How dare a commoner look down on a noble Marquis? It was a blatant challenge to the authority of the Dingen Marquis's house. When he left, he would definitely punish her for disrespect. If she wouldn't help, fine. He could leave on his own. Howl. Deeper in the forest, a faint wolf howl sounded. Usually, adult wolves don't howl during the day. This was a young wolf, still learning to control its wolf instincts. It was crying out sharply because it was hungry. No surprise, its pack leader would soon come out to hunt. Gu Jiao sat down under a large tree nearby, waiting patiently for the wolf to come. Lord Gu was pulling out a dagger from the trap. He was tall, and the trap wasn't very deep for him, but the problem was his foot was caught in a snare. He tried to pry open the trap with the dagger, but it didn't seem like an ordinary trap. He struggled for a while, but couldn't move it at all. "It's impossible to open." Gu Jiao took out a water pouch and took a sip calmly. The trap she made could easily be opened, so it was unlikely to be that simple. Lord Gu frowned. "You didn't leave? Are you waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" Gu Jiao said, "You're not funny, and you're not good-looking." Lord Gu. Did he mean that? And what did he mean by saying he's not good-looking? It wasn't that Lord Gu was arrogant. It's just that his looks had overshadowed his talent since he was young. This was the first time someone said he wasn't good-looking. The young wolf howled a few more times. The wild wolves should be coming soon. He didn't think a little girl could handle even one or several adult wolves. He shouted sternly, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and think of a way to pull me up. If the wolves come, you won't survive." "Wait a moment," Gu Jiao said. "Wait for what? If they wait any longer, the wolves will really arrive." Lord Gu was anxious. Even though he was skilled in martial arts, he couldn't guarantee that he could kill the adult wolves if his foot was caught in the trap. From the bushes, there was a rustling sound. Yes, the wolves were coming. Gu Jiao climbed up a tree. Seeing her suddenly climb the tree made Lord Gu furious and heartache. Would it kill him to save him first and then climb the tree? Leaving him alone in the trap, was she waiting to sacrifice him to the wolves? Unsurprisingly, the wolves spotted Lord Gu in the trap. Their eyes shone with green light, and they opened their mouths wide, drooling onto the ground. Lord Gu clenched his dagger tightly. Suddenly, a small figure descended from above, grabbing the wolf's head, and with a sickle, it cut its throat. Blood splattered all over Lord Gu's face. He was stunned. At that moment, he truly thought he was going to die. When the blood splashed out, his first reaction was that it was his own. Only when the wolf was thrown to the ground by Gu Jiao did he realize it was the wolf's blood. Gu Jiao clapped her hands, bent down, and used the sickle to pry open the trap. Lord Gu looked at Gu Jiao, who appeared calm and confident. For a moment, he doubted whether he was seeing things clearly. Did this girl really kill a wolf? She looked like she had just chopped a bunch of cabbage. In her previous life, Gu Jiao went on missions where she faced much scarier things than wolves. If she couldn't kill wolves, she would have died countless times during her missions. Gu Jiao was carrying the wolf in one hand and holding the rope hanging from the tree with the other, walking a few steps out of the trap. "Want to come up?" Gu Jiao threw the rope to him. Lord Gu wouldn't admit he was shocked by her. He stiffly grabbed the rope and let Gu Jiao pull him up. Gu Jiao's trap wasn't sharp, just tight, but his other foot was sprained and swollen badly. He sat on the ground for a while before regaining his senses. "Did you just use me as bait?" Gu Jiao said nothing. Lord Gu gritted his teeth. "Tell me, did you use me as bait?" Gu Jiao looked at him honestly. "In that situation, you wouldn't be baited if you didn't want to be. It's easier for me to kill it in the trap. On open ground, it would have bitten you twice." Lord Gu was so angry his teeth chattered. "So, you used me as bait. You wicked girl." Gu Jiao replied calmly, "I'm not a wild girl. I have parents." Lord Gu sneered. "Really? Where is your father then?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said seriously, "He can't come. But you can go find him." Lord Gu rolled up his sleeves. "Fine, tell me. Where is he?" It's not the father's fault. He wanted to see what kind of scoundrel could produce such a cruel girl. Gu Jiao glanced at his feet. "He's underground." "Lord Gu." Gu Jiao packed her things to leave the mountain. Lord Gu coldly said, "Are you just going to leave me here alone?" Gu Jiao looked at him strangely.
"Who are you to me? Why should I care about you?"
Lord Gu's chest hurt again. He realized that this girl had never seen the world and didn't understand how powerful a marquis's authority was. She was like a naive young calf unafraid of the tiger. He said seriously, "Fortunately, I am not a killer. Otherwise, you would already be dead." Gu Jiao looked at him deeply and nodded. "It's indeed fortunate. Anyone who wanted to kill her would do so very thoroughly." "Lord Gu, why does it feel like my neck is a bit cold? Do you know the way to the nearby temple?" Lord Gu asked. "Yes," Gu Jiao replied. "Lead the way," Lord Gu instructed. Gu Jiao looked at the wolf's body on the ground, hesitating. Lord Gu knew she was reluctant to part with the wolf. This wolf could fetch a good amount of silver on the market, which would be a big fortune for poor farmers. He impatiently said, "I'll buy it." Gu Jiao didn't refuse. 20 taels. Lord Gu casually handed her a silver note for 20 taels. "Can we go now?" Gu Jiao put away the silver note and looked at the wolf's body again. "What do you plan to do with it?" Without hesitation, Lord Gu said, "Throw it away." "Are you sure you want to throw it away?" Gu Jiao looked at him with doubt. Lord Gu scoffed, "Just a wolf. Can I throw it away?" "Hurry up and lead the way."
Oh.
Gu Jiao bent down easily, lifting the wolf onto her shoulder. "You've already thrown it away. I picked it up. Don't ask for it back." Lord Gu. 69. Good luck if you could carry it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you look so hesitant? Were you deciding which hand to carry it with? Lord Gu thought that if he died young, it would definitely be because this annoying girl made him so angry. He thought about how gentle and lovely his daughter was, then looked at this girl. She was completely useless. Luckily, she wasn't his daughter. Gu Jiao was unaware of Lord Gu's inner thoughts. She walked ahead with the wolf on her back, quickly leaving the forest. She reached the stairs and pointed upward, saying, "Just go up the stairs, and you'll see the temple." Then she turned and headed up the mountain. Lord Gu called out to her, "Wait, aren't you going to take me up there?" Gu Jiao stopped and looked back at him curiously. "Why should I take you up? Why you?" Lord Gu's breath caught. He took a deep breath, forcing a fake smile, and asked, "Why do you think I bought your wolf?" "I bought it and I still don't want it. Just throw it away on the spot?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Because you're foolish and have lots of money?" Lord Gu nearly spat blood.
Ah.
What kind of infuriating girl is this? He originally thought Gu Yan was quite annoying, but ever since he met this girl, he started to think his own son was quite adorable. Lord Guo was unable to force Gu Jiao to show him the way. In fact, when he saw the stairs, he already knew how to go up the mountain, but he couldn't admit it openly. He wanted to order the girl around, but she refused to listen. She was stubborn and wouldn't give in. Lord Guo was angry but didn't dare to hit her, especially since he might not win in a fight. "Next time, don't let me see you again, or I'll settle all our scores together," he warned. Gu Jiao ignored him, gave him a small nudge on the back of his head, and happily went down the mountain herself. Lord Guo clutched his chest, which felt like it was about to explode, and after calming down, he hobbled up the mountain. He went straight to the abbot and explained who he was. The abbot looked at the blood-stained man in front of him and almost thought he was a desperate bandit about to be attacked by a group of monks. He was about to call his disciples to set up a formation to fight off the intruder. "Ah, so you are the Marquis of Dingen. I apologize for not greeting you properly," said the abbot politely. Madame Guo was a regular visitor to the temple, but Lord Guo was there for the first time, so the abbot didn't recognize him. Lord Guo said calmly, "There's no need for formalities, abbot. I came today because I have some questions I want to ask you." The abbot looked behind him. "Is the Marquis here alone?" "Yes," Lord Guo replied. If he hadn't come alone, how could he have gotten lost? Actually, he was reluctant to dismount. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he had inquired about the way up but decided to travel through the forest because riding a horse was inconvenient on the stairs. However, he encountered a trap, got stuck, and his horse ran away. In the end, he had to walk up the mountain honestly. The abbot realized how serious the matter was and ordered his disciples to guard the entrance, not allowing anyone to approach. "Marquis, you may speak now." Lord Guo said straightforwardly, "My wife gave birth here in the temple. I want to ask if there were any other women who also gave birth here that night." The abbot felt a strange premonition. "Why do you ask, Marquis?" Lord Guo replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about why I ask. Just tell me, are there or are there not?" The abbot hesitated for a moment, then pinched his prayer beads. "There was one." Lord Guo's heart tightened. "Do you know where that child is now?" The abbot shook his head. "I don't know. The benefactor only came once, didn't leave a name, and left the mountain a few days after giving birth. The child was a girl." Lord Gu was not surprised that the girl was his daughter. After all, if she weren't, they wouldn't have swapped her by mistake. Thinking about this, he asked, "Does that woman look like someone from a wealthy family?" The abbot shook his head again. "No, she doesn't. Her clothes even have patches." He had only seen the benefactor from afar and didn't get a clear look at her face, only vaguely remembering her wearing very simple clothes. Despite many visitors coming to the temple, why did he remember that benefactor? mainly because she was heavily pregnant and still came up the mountain to pray. No one expected that in the afternoon, a heavy rain would fall, forcing her and Lady Ho to stay overnight at the temple. He couldn't recall who lost their temper first. Lady Ho had servants, but the benefactor was alone in her meditation room. When the midwife arrived, she found that the woman was about to give birth. That night was extremely chaotic, especially since the abbot was tricked into drinking alcohol. Memories too painful to recall, the abbot composed himself and clasped his hands together, saying, Amitabha. Lord Gu remained silent. He had thought that the child might not have been taken by a noble family like theirs, but he didn't expect it to be someone so poor that they patched their clothes. He couldn't imagine what kind of child such a family would raise. Seeing Jinyu, who was raised so well in the Gu family, showed him that a person's birth isn't the most important thing, it's the family they grow up in. Could a child raised in a small town or rural area truly become a noble lady of a prestigious household? But that child's situation was indeed quite tragic. After all, she was blood of the Gu family. Even if they didn't acknowledge her in the future, they wouldn't mistreat her. He would find other ways to compensate her. After finishing his conversation with the abbot, Lord Gu stood up to take his leave. Please, abbot, keep my visit a secret from everyone. Though the abbot didn't know why Lord Gu was secretly investigating the benefactor's child from that year, he nodded in agreement. Lord Gu then headed back to his residence. Being without a horse was very distressing, especially since one of his legs was swollen into a big pig's hoof. Finally reaching the foot of the mountain, he was completely exhausted. He sat on the last step, gasping for breath. Suddenly, he felt the light above his head dim, as if some huge creature was overshadowing him. He held his dagger at his waist, alert, and looked up to see a strong, tall horse. This horse looks a bit familiar. Wait, isn't this the horse he lost? There is a person riding the horse, and in front of him is a wolf. Is that you? Lord Gu was so surprised he stood up. Gu Jiao was riding an ancient horse for the first time. It felt new and exciting. Her small body sat high on a tall, fine horse, giving her a commanding, kingly feeling. She pulled the reins in her hand and looked down at Lord Gu seriously, nodding and saying, Yes, it's me. Lord Gu. He looked strangely at her horse. Where did you get this horse? Gu Jiao honestly replied, I found it. Lord Gu's face darkened immediately. You can find a horse? What kind of luck is that? 70. Argument this is my horse, Lord Gu said seriously. Gu Jiao looked at him with suspicion, trying to judge if he was telling the truth. He felt her gaze make his heart race, and suddenly remembered the wolf. He quickly said, This isn't something I threw away. I accidentally lost it. Losing something and finding it is okay, but if the owner asks for it back, it must be returned. Otherwise, it counts as theft. In the past, Zhou and Liu, who kept Qin's silver and refused to return it, suffered this. They were punished at the government office and fined a large amount of silver. Lord Gu didn't know about the Gu family's mix-up, but he thought a young girl should be scared enough to believe him. If you don't return it, the county magistrate will have you taken away and punished. Villagers in the countryside might not have heard of the magistrate, but they definitely knew about the county magistrate. The county magistrate is the real boss around here. No villager is afraid of him. Gu Jiao listened, but didn't immediately argue. Lord Gu thought he had a chance. But the next second, he heard her ask, How can you prove this is your horse? He was stunned. Yeah, how could he prove it? To travel discreetly, he didn't ride his own prized horse, but chose a guard's horse. Even the badge on the saddle was deliberately erased. Hoof prints. These are from a military horse, different from regular horses. Lord Gu finally thought of a proof. But Gu Jiao said, I haven't seen other horse hoof prints. How do I know you're telling the truth? He choked. It's like a scholar meeting a soldier. There's no way to explain it clearly. Gu Jiao said fairly and justly, How about this? You go to the government office to report the case. If the county magistrate says the horse is yours, I will give it back to you. Reporting a case? How do I do that? Walk there? Can his legs even move? Gu Jiao looked at him, paused thoughtfully, and said, If you really want it, I can sell it to you. Sigh, it's not easy for me to pick it up. What exactly was difficult for you? Isn't it the horse carrying you all this way? You didn't even use your own strength to walk. The wolf didn't have to carry itself. Lord Gu was so annoyed with Gu Jiao that he was almost furious. But he really couldn't walk anymore. He could only hire a carriage once he reached the town, and from here to the town was at least 20 or 30 miles. He was afraid his legs would give out before he got there. 50 taels,
Gu Jiao said.
Lord Gu's temper flared. How can a broken horse be more valuable than a wolf? You're raising the price unfairly. Gu Jiao looked serious. A wolf isn't your essential need, but a horse is. If it's an essential need, then you raise the price. Lord Gu was so angry his liver hurt. In the end, Lord Gu bought his own horse back for 50 taels of silver. His own horse. Where can he go to reason about this? When Lord Gu returned to the mountain villa in the evening, the sunset glow cast a golden light on the eaves of the house. He handed the horse over to the guards and dragged his swollen legs toward the inner courtyard where his family of four lived. As he reached the door, he heard a loud argument inside. His brow furrowed. He stepped over the threshold and saw that almost all the servants were gathered, hiding behind trees and flower bushes, too afraid to move or leave. In the corridor, on a rattan chair watched by all the servants, lay his son, little Gu Yan. Next to Gu Yan stood Gu Jinyu, whose face was pale with anger. Gu Jinyu was holding a small white rabbit. Why can't I keep a rabbit? Gu Jinyu asked unhappily. Gu Yan lazily hummed. You're not allowed to keep it. Gu Jinyu angrily said, if you have the guts, give me a reason. Gu Yan rested one hand behind his head and said leisurely, this is my yard. If I say you can't keep it, then you can't. Gu Jinyu, holding the rabbit, stomped his foot. This is also my yard. Gu Yan simply snorted. Your yard is in the capital. Gu Jinyu spends half of her time in Beijing, unlike Gu Yan who has lived here for many years. Gu Yan naturally believes that this place mostly belongs to him. The servants do not dare to intervene in their arguments or leave abruptly, fearing that if the siblings fight seriously, they would not be able to handle it. Lord Gu roughly understands what is going on. Since childhood, Gu Jinyu has liked cats and dogs, but Gu Yan strongly dislikes them. The siblings often argue over raising small pets. He used to be puzzled because they are twins and the closest people in the world, so their relationship should be very good. However, Gu Yan never knew how to speak kindly and would often bully Jinyu. Gu Yan wouldn't let Jinyu drink milk from Madame Yao. When Jinyu drank it, he would cry loudly. He also refused to let Madame Yao hold Jinyu. Even just lying in a cradle, Gu Yan would punch and kick Jinyu. At that time, Gu Yan was just a small baby who spat up milk bubbles. No one paid much attention, thinking it was just a child's possessiveness. As Gu Yan grew older, he stopped bullying Jinyu in this way, but he also didn't become close to him. Things that once puzzled him became clearer after he learned about Jinyu's background. Gu Yan and his sister had spent 10 months together in their mothers. They were truly the closest people in the world. So, after Gu Yan was born, he could clearly feel that the little girl lying beside him was not his sister. He wanted his sister. Only his sister could make him feel as safe as he did in the. But instead, there was a completely unfamiliar baby girl lying beside him. It was no wonder he cried so loudly. He was calling for his sister. Unfortunately, no one understood him. As he grew older, he forgot many things, but his rejection of Jinyu remained deep in his bones. Lord Gu thought this suspicion was quite absurd, but besides that, he couldn't think of a better explanation. The siblings' arguments continued. Jinyu said sadly, the little rabbit doesn't argue or make trouble. Why won't you let me raise it? Can't you be reasonable? Gu Yan looked up at the sky and said, I just won't listen to reason. Jinyu bit his lip and asked why not. Gu Yan raised his eyebrows proudly and said, because I like it.
You.
Jinyu's face turned red with anger. Watching Gu Jinyu reluctantly let someone take the little rabbit away, Gu Yan raised an eyebrow proudly, while Lord Gu felt a mix of emotions. Gu Yan has been antisocial since childhood. He doesn't get close to anyone, including Madame Yao, but he allows her to approach him. He resists anyone who treats Gu Jinyu well, yet almost no one in the household does him harm. Lord Gu has always thought his son was at fault, never considering that the most important person in his son's life has disappeared, leaving his son the most hurt. Even if he believes his son is to blame, he has never been harsh with him, only secretly trying to make up for Gu Jinyu's suffering. But the suffering Gu Jinyu endures can be made up for. What about his son? They can't give their son what he needs. Could that child perhaps give something in return? Meanwhile, after Gu Jiao came down from the mountain, she didn't rush home but first took the wolf to the market and sold it for 18 taels of silver. Later, Gu Jiao went to the academy to pick up Xiao Lulang and Gu Xiaoshan after school, and the three of them returned to the village together. The old lady, who had been annoyed all day by Xiao Jingkong, finally felt free. She slumped on a bamboo chair like a salted fish, too exhausted to move. She felt that if they didn't come back soon, she might just pass away right there. Xiao Jingkong had been waiting all day for Gu Jiao, but when she finally returned, he dashed off again. He closed the door alone, sat on a small bench in the corner, pressing his face against the wall, looking pitiful. Gu Jiao didn't understand what was happening and was a bit surprised not to see Xiao Jingkong. Huh? Where's Jingkong? The old lady weakly pointed to the west room. He's angry and hiding from you. Gu Jiao asked curiously, angry? Who made him mad? The old lady looked at Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang with annoyance. You too. Who told you to carry him over in the middle of the night? Who told you to leave so early in the morning? The first sentence was about Xiao Lulang and the second about Gu Jiao. I'm exhausted. The old lady declared she didn't want to deal with the couple anymore. Gu Jiao initially didn't understand, but once the old lady explained, she understood. Gu Jiao went to the west room. Xiao Jingkong heard someone coming and perked up his ears, but didn't turn around. Gu Jiao approached him from behind, bent down, and looked at his profile, asking softly, "Are you angry with me?" Xiao Jingkong turned his body slightly on the bench, continuing to face away from Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao gently said, "I didn't mean to upset you. I didn't know you would be scared." Little Jingkong couldn't hold back and spoke up, "I'm not afraid. I'm not that brave." Gu Jiao pretended to be surprised. Really? Then why are you angry? Little Jingkong hesitated for a long time, but didn't say the words miss you. Gu Jiao came back in front of him. He lowered his eyes and avoided her gaze, but Gu Jiao looked at him steadily. All right, today I was wrong. I apologize. Can you forgive me? Little Jingkong quickly glanced at Gu Jiao, then lowered his head, clutching his small shirt, and softly said, "You can forgive me if you give me a kiss." Gu Jiao's heart almost melted. What a cute little kid. Not just one kiss. She would give him 10. Without hesitation, Gu Jiao kissed his small face. Little Jingkong was stunned. He opened his big, dark eyes like grapes, blinked at Gu Jiao for a few seconds, and finally shouted, "Wow." She just said it casually, and she really kissed him. Little Jingkong covered his face with his tiny hands, shyly ran away. After getting a kiss, Little Jingkong looked like he had been drinking wine all night, his face flushed beyond measure. During dinner, he sat quietly beside Gu Jiao, acting like a shy little flower. At night, Xiao Lulang took his usual bath. He sat in a small basin, holding out his left cheek. Just wash the side, okay? Don't wash that side because there's a kiss. Xiao Lulang expressionlessly grabbed a towel from the basin and slapped it on his right cheek with a smack. Little Jingkong. Little Jingkong. Suddenly, a loud cry of heartbreak came from the kitchen. The old lady, secretly eating candied fruit inside, trembled with shock, almost losing her breath. The old lady yelled angrily, "Lulang, what did you do to him again?" Xiao Lulang did nothing but wash the kiss off the little monk's face thoroughly. Little Jingkong cried so sadly that it was heartbreaking. Finally, Gu Jiao came over, gave him another kiss, and only then did he barely stop crying. After that, Little Jingkong became very careful, always holding his small hands over his face to prevent his bad brother-in-law from sneaking up on him. He had no hair, and after washing and dressing, he could go to sleep. He hugged his small pillow, First went to the old lady's room to say goodnight, then to Gu Jiao's room to say goodnight. Jiao Jiao, I'm going to sleep now. See you tomorrow. Gu Jiao gently rubbed his little bald head and said, Go to sleep. I'll call you tomorrow morning. Okay. Little Jinkong happily jumped back to the west room. He took off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. Xiao Luling was sitting at his desk copying books. Little Jinkong looked cautiously at his mischievous brother-in-law, adjusted his small pillow, and kept it far from his brother-in-law's pillow. Xiao Luling didn't lift his eyelids and only let out a faint sigh. Little Jinkong crossed his arms and said, Don't think about touching my kisses. Xiao Luling raised an eyebrow and asked, Your kisses? Little Jinkong proudly replied, Jiao Jiao gave them to me.
You don't have any.
Xiao Luling looked at him slowly, his gaze resting on his chubby little face, and said calmly, You don't need me to take them. When you fall asleep, they will fly away on their own. Little Jinkong's face suddenly changed. He seemed to see a cruel scene where 2 kisses left him unnoticed. He felt terrible. These 2 little traitors. After a quick 3 seconds of shock, Little Jinkong jumped off the bed and hurried to Gu Jiao's room. He asked Gu Jiao for a headscarf, wrapped it around his face and head. He wrapped himself up tightly, looking like a little farmer girl going to work in the fields. Then he proudly carried himself like a brave farmer and returned to his room. Little Jinkong raised his chin and said to his mischievous brother-in-law, I've covered them. They can't fly away now. Little Jinkong was a very smart child. Although he was only a little over 3 years old, he knew more characters than the monks in the temple. While other young monks were struggling to read scriptures, he could recite them backward and forward. So when he once told Xiao Luling, I always get first place, I'm used to it, it wasn't bragging but a fact. He had a complete set of logical thinking that wasn't influenced by anyone. The senior monks couldn't beat him, nor could the abbot. In the temple, he was actually quite a troublesome presence. Only when Xiao Luling was around would he sometimes get distracted. But his logic was still invincibly strong, so no matter how Xiao Luling tried to interfere, he always found his own solution. Xiao Luling said, What's the point of covering them? Tomorrow, when you take off the headscarf, they will fly away. Little Jinkong replied, No, I planted them. They will sprout tomorrow morning. From now on, they can't leave me. Xiao Luling has never raised children before and doesn't know if other families are as strange as his. Xuaningxiang's family definitely isn't like that. The little bean only eats and doesn't do anything else, unlike the little monk brought back by Gu Jiao, whose mind is filled with strange and bizarre ideas. He patiently waits for the little sprout of affection to grow, holding his quilt and falling asleep peacefully. Now, with Gu Jiao's care and repairs, the west room is no longer damp. The mattress was just sun-dried a few days ago, soft and warm. Little Jinkong sleeps very comfortably, with a happy smile seemingly on his face. Xiao Luling glances at little Jinkong but doesn't take it to heart and continues copying his book. He copies a line, furrows his brow slightly, puts down his brush, and picks up a book to read. Soon, he finds he can't focus on the book either, and his brow deepens with worry. After a moment, he turns his head and looks at the sleeping little monk lying sprawled on the bed. He stands up, walks to the bed, leans slightly forward, and gently unties the headscarf wrapped around little Jinkong's head with his elegant, jade-like fingers. Little Jinkong sleeps so soundly that he doesn't notice his mischievous brother-in-law is causing trouble again. Xiao Luling looks at his rosy little face, then mischievously reaches out his hand, and with a quick motion, pulls at his face. Gu Jiao finishes her chores and comes to the west room to call Xiao Luling for rehabilitation. The door is open, and she walks in confidently, only to see Xiao Luling lying on the bed, his exquisite, jade-like hands fiddling above little Jinkong's face, as if pulling out unseen weeds. He is so focused, more serious than when reading. Gu Jiao is stunned. What is he doing? Has he gone crazy? Is this old-fashioned scholar playing with children so childishly? The next day, Gu Jiao wakes little Jinkong. The first thing he does upon waking is to touch his headscarf, and seeing it still perfectly wrapped around his head, he quietly breathes a sigh of relief. A night has passed, and his sprout must have grown. Soon, Gu Jiao's kisses will always be on his face. Gu Jiao can't bear to tell him that his little seed, his tiny sprout, was cruelly plucked last night by his brother-in-law. After breakfast, Gu Jiao takes Xiao Luling to the village entrance. She used to see him off alone, but now, with little Jinkong, they send him together, mother and daughter, or rather, sister and brother. The family of three looks so neat and complete. It is worth mentioning that Xiao Luling scored first in the county exam, which made him quite famous in the town. Many people came to ask him to copy books. To help him focus on studying, Gu Jiao did not allow him to take on more copying jobs to earn money. Xiao Luling finished copying the books he promised and received 10 taels of silver. This amount was less than half of what he usually earned from copying, but the silver was several times more valuable. He gave all the silver he earned to Gu Jiao, and afterward, he truly stopped taking on copying tasks. As the date for the provincial exam approached, the candidates began preparing. The county exam in their dynasty was held earlier than in the previous one. In late February, the candidates would set out for the Gongyuan in the provincial capital to prepare for the provincial exam. Gu Jiao packed Xiao Luling's bag, including cloves, silver, and a few emergency medicines from her small medicine box, in case he got carsick or had stomach issues during the long journey. The carriage to the town was arranged by the dean, and the driver was from the academy, familiar with the area around the provincial capital. Before dawn, the driver arrived in the village with the carriage. Feng Lin was waiting in the town. He had asked for leave from the academy and was going with Xiao Luling to the provincial capital. Gu Jiao carried the bag onto the carriage and handed the driver a small purse. "Thank you for your trouble." "No need, no need." The driver was sent by the dean to take Xiao Luling to the exam. He had never seen the dean care so much for a student, so he naturally wouldn't accept any gifts from Gu Jiao secretly. Moreover, the dean was honest. If he found out the driver accepted bribes, he would be expelled from the academy. Gu Jiao said, "Just take it. The red envelope for the dean is bigger than yours." The driver. Meanwhile, in the small toilet, Xiao Jinkong and Xiao Luling had a serious conversation. Xiao Jinkong looked serious. "Do you want to talk?" "Talk about what?" Xiao Luling replied casually. Xiao Jinkong glanced at him and said, "You don't have to hide your secret visits from me." "I won't peek." Xiao Luling looked expressionless. "Get to the point." Xiao Jinkong said seriously, "I heard you and Gu Jiao have been married for a while, but you've never gone far from home." Xiao Luling raised an eyebrow. "So what?" Xiao Jinkong looked straight ahead. "Our family is a bit worried about you." Xiao Luling slightly curled his lips. Haha. Xiao Jinkong raised a small hand in a stop gesture. "You don't need to feel too much pressure. If you don't do well in the exam, it's okay. When I grow up, I will do very well. Our family doesn't need to rely on you. I can support myself." After saying that, he confidently got up from the small toilet, held his little pants, and left with a commanding air. Xiao Luling, who was also dealing with disdain while trying to wash his hands, was left speechless. What kind of arrogant little monk is this? Meanwhile, Lord Gu was staying at the Hot Spring Mountain Villa. As a high-ranking official in the capital, he normally shouldn't leave for too long. But because of an important matter, he sent a letter to his second son in the capital, asking him to go to the palace and inform the emperor that he was taking leave. A regular marquis might not see the emperor easily, but since Lord Gu's younger sister is the emperor's favorite concubine, it was easy for him to meet the emperor. The emperor knew about Gu Yan's situation and guessed that Lord Gu's stay might be because Gu Yan was not doing well. So, he told Lord Gu to stay peacefully at the mountain villa and take care of family matters. It was almost like he was saying to handle Gu Yan's affairs before returning to the capital. Lord Gu had no idea what the emperor was thinking. He was busy searching for the child from years ago. First, he looked for the midwife who delivered Yao's child. The midwife was invited from a nearby village. The search area was small, so they quickly got some clues. However, the midwife's family had moved away many years ago. It was said she earned a lot of silver delivering babies at a temple and then settled in town to start a new life. When Huang Zhong found the family, unfortunately, The midwife had died a few years earlier. Her family knew little about delivering babies at the temple. Lord Gu decided to try his luck and started searching nearby villages. He actually found some clues. There were 5 children born at the temple. One was 18, another 19, and another just 7 years old. Their ages didn't match. The remaining 2 children's ages fit, and they were both villagers at the foot of the mountain, one in Xinghua village and the other in Qingchuan village. His trusted guard, Huang Zhong, first went to Xinghua village. When he arrived, he found out the child was a boy, and the birth month was wrong. The twins were born in October, but the boy was born in August. So, only the child from Qingchuan village remained. If that one also didn't match, they would have to search outside Qingchuan town, which would make the search broader. Marquis, said Huang Zhong, the guard in charge of this investigation, Qingchuan village isn't at the foot of the temple mountain anymore. It's on the other side of the mountain. Maybe. The possibility was slim. Lord Gu thought so too, which is why he left Qingchuan village for last in his search.
He said, "Go and see first.
If it's not, come back. Don't let anyone know. If it is, I will wait for you at the tea house in town."
Yes.
After receiving the order, Huang Zhong immediately took a carriage to Qingchuan village. Huang Zhong was in his early 40s, tall and strong, with a kind face. He looked like a good person and was easy to trust strangers. That's the kid from the Gu family. An old man sitting outside his house, basking in the sun, said. This old man was a bit old, hard of hearing, with poor eyesight and forgetful. He only remembered that a child from the Gu family was born in the temple. Which Gu family? Huang Zhong asked.
Li Zheng.
Gu Li Zheng. The old man waved his hand and pointed the way. Surprisingly, they also had the surname Gu. What a coincidence. Huang Zhong thanked the old man and headed his carriage to the Gu family's old residence. Gu Das-hun and Gu Shaoshan went to school. Gu Lijing took Gu Chonghai to the government office to get rice and grain. Gu Chonglu and Gu Ershun were planting crops in the field. Only Gu Yue and Mrs. Wu, the mother-in-law, were at home. It was Gu Yue who opened the door. Gu Yue had seen distinguished guests and carriages before, but she was still stunned. Who are you looking for? As a country girl unfamiliar with the world, her reaction was normal. Huang Zhong smiled and asked, Is Gu Lijing at home? Afraid to speak to a stranger, Gu Yue turned and ran inside. Grandma. Someone is looking for Grandpa. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were chopping chili peppers in the backyard. Seeing Gu Yue rushing over in a panic, Mrs. Wu frowned impatiently. Who is looking for your grandpa? Gu Yue pointed behind her. I don't know. They came in a big carriage. Hearing carriage, Mrs. Wu's expression changed. She put down her knife, wiped her hands with a cloth, and quickly went to the door. The carriage with 2 horses that Huang Zhong rode was even more luxurious than the one that delivered a message to Gu Shaoshan last time. 1 more horse. Mrs. Wu immediately guessed that this person's status was higher than the head of the academy. But why would such a noble guest come to their house? Mrs. Wu asked with a gentle smile. Who are you? What do you want with my husband? My surname is Huang. I heard you have a child born in the temple.
I want to learn about that child.
Mrs. Wu's smile immediately disappeared. It was about that troublemaker. As soon as it involved that kid, trouble was sure to follow. Mrs. Wu's face darkened, ready to close the door. However, Lu's eyes flashed, and she stepped forward happily. That can't be just for asking questions. Huang Zhong understood and kept his smile. He took out a silver ingot from his pocket. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's eyes widened suddenly. Mrs. Lu reached out to take something but was quicker than Mrs. Wu, who grabbed the silver first. Mrs. Lu secretly clenched her teeth. After Mrs. Wu took the silver, her face looked much better. Ask whatever you want. How old is the child? Is she a girl? 14. A girl. This time, Huang Zhong's eyes lit up. What month was she born in? Mrs. Wu was caught off guard. Who would bother to remember the birth date of a silly, unimportant girl? Mrs. Lu quickly said, I know. She was born in October. That month, she had just become pregnant with Gu Shaoshan, so the memory was very clear. And she even got the month right. Huang Zhong's heart started to race. What day? 17th or 18th? Mrs. Lu couldn't remember exactly. Besides Gu Xiaoshun, no one usually paid attention to Gu Jiao's birthday. The twins were born on the 18th, so these clues were very close. Huang Zhong held back his excitement and asked again, which temple was she born in? Mrs. Lu pointed and said, that temple over there on the mountain.
Which other one would it be?
At this moment, Gu Chenglu came out carrying a. Mrs. Lu waved to him. Father Ershun, was Jiao born on the 18th or the 17th? 18th. What's the matter? Gu Chenglu said, glancing curiously at the man and the carriage in front of the house. Huang Zhong was so excited he could hardly contain himself. Everything matched up. It must be right. Unexpectedly, the child they had no hope of finding was actually the one they were looking for. Gu Chenglu approached Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Lu. At this time, Zhou Shi also came out to see what was happening. Only Gu Yue was too timid, hiding behind the back door of the main hall and secretly watching. Huang Zhong's excitement was almost impossible to hide. Gu Chenglu looked him over and asked Mrs. Lu, why did you suddenly ask about Jiao? Mrs. Lu pulled Gu Chenglu aside, pointed to Mrs. Wu's pocket, and whispered, he came to ask about Jiao, gave a silver ingot, but mother took it all. Gu Chenglu looked at Mrs. Lu with a frown, unhappy about her complaining about his mother in that tone, but he also didn't agree with Mrs. Wu's actions. He went over to Mrs. Wu and said, Mother, we can't accept that silver. Mrs. Wu tightened her purse. Why not accept it? Gu Chenglu glanced at Huang Zhong and asked, we don't even know who he is. Why is he asking about Jiao? What if he is a bad person planning something harmful to the young lady? Wu was unhappy when she heard this. Why should that little troublemaker care about her? If she died, it would be better, so the whole family wouldn't be troubled. 74 Recognizing family, Huang Zhong said, don't worry, I am not a bad person. That might sound sudden, but may I see the young lady? No, Gu Chenglu immediately refused. Since they wouldn't even let him see her, how could he take her to the town to meet the Lord? He couldn't just knock everyone out and kidnap the girl. Besides, he didn't even know who that girl was right now. Huang Zhong thought it was very likely she was their young lady, so he didn't want to offend her foster family. He slowed down his voice and asked, where are her parents? I have something to say to them. Wu replied, her parents have passed away. I am her grandmother, and I raised her. What do you want to tell me? So she had no parents since she was young? Huang Zhong's mood suddenly became complicated. He thought for a moment and asked, may I come inside to talk? Wu took Huang Zhong into the house. Huang Zhong asked more about her birth details, especially why Sue was pregnant and going up the mountain. It turned out Sue was not from the village. She was a distant bride. Her family sent a letter saying her father was dying and she should come home. Sue was pregnant, and her husband's family didn't allow her to travel far. She decided to go to the temple to pray to the goddess. She secretly went, saying she was picking wild vegetables and planned to return before dark. But a sudden thunderstorm trapped her at the temple, and she slipped and fell. Mrs. Ho had a premature birth because she was carrying twins, but her early delivery was an accident. At first, the Gu family didn't know she went to the temple. When she didn't return in heavy rain, Gu Sanlang desperately wanted to find his wife, but was stopped by his two brothers. Going into the woods during a thunderstorm is very dangerous. Sue returned 2 days later, and her baby was already born, a girl with a red mark on her face, so ugly that she didn't even look like Gu Sanlang's biological child. Gu Sanlang was famous for his good looks. Many people from nearby towns wanted to marry him, and he chose Sue mainly because she had a lot of dowry. Wu once suspected Sue might have dropped the baby in the mountain and then secretly took another child to avoid blame from her family. Sue is an honest person. She says that the child is hers and was born in the temple. If you don't believe it, you can ask the abbot of the temple. Wu and her second daughter-in-law Lu went to ask and confirmed that Sue gave birth in the temple. The baby was alive when born, and its crying could be heard throughout the temple. Was it not found?
Wu asked at the time.
The monk laughed and said, do you know who the other lady benefactor was that gave birth here that night? She was a noble from the capital, who could have taken her child's place. Wu suddenly fell silent. The noble's child is more precious than gold. Not only can it not be stolen, but it can't even be taken by mistake. Hearing this, Huang Zhong was now sure that Su's child was the person he was looking for. But it seemed Su didn't know she had switched the babies. Her surname is also Gu. What a coincidence! Huang Zhong suddenly felt a sense of fate. He quickly asked, "Does Su and third brother love that child? What kind of nonsense is this? Su and Gu Sanlang are practically inseparable from that child." This also made Wu unhappy. Su, like a hen that doesn't lay eggs, occupies third brother's good husband, but can't have a son. Finally, she had a girl, but she was ugly and foolish. Foolishness was only noticed later when she grew up. Other children could jump and run, but she couldn't even walk and only called her mother at age 3. However, the couple didn't dislike her at all. They loved her deeply. Go Jiao's hard days began after her parents passed away.
Of course, Wu didn't say this out loud.
Huang Zhong had too many clues to process and didn't notice Wu's hesitation. He looked at Wu and her group, trying to stay calm, and said, "Honestly, the noble who gave birth in the temple was my wife. The 2 children.
Maybe they were switched at that time."
Wu and the others were stunned. I didn't quite understand."
"Can you say that again?"
Wu stammered. Huang Zhong smiled and said, "Third brother's daughter is my young lady." Wu opened her mouth. "Your family is?" Huang Zhong kindly replied, "Ding'an Marquis' residence." Suddenly, everyone in the room was struck like thunder. They didn't understand whether Ding'an was safe or not, but they understood the 2 words, Marquis' residence. That girl was actually from the Marquis family? Is the Marquis' residence bigger than the county magistrate's office? Liu asked carefully. The Marquis' residence is not an official position. It is a house. Only the Marquis himself holds an official title. However, Liu's meaning was clear to Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong smiled and said, "Of course." He didn't specify how big the house was because they wouldn't understand even if he did. In the capital city, anyone daring to ask such questions might already have been silenced by the Marquis, comparing him to a worthless county magistrate who would look down on whom. Huang Zhong was still quite polite to the Gu family. After all, the Gu family had raised their young lady. He kindly asked, "My lord is in town. May I take the child to see him?" The group was so shocked they couldn't speak. First, they were surprised that the girl's background was so frightening. Second, they were scared because they had bullied her all these years. If the Marquis found out how cruel they had been to his own daughter, would he send them to jail? While everyone in the room was panicking, Gu Changhai arrived home. He first saw the carriage outside, then noticed the group of frightened people. He glanced at Huang Zhong, who had a strong presence, frowned, and asked Mrs. Wu, "What's wrong? Where is your father?" Mrs. Wu looked behind him. Gu Changhai replied, "He went to see his uncle. He told me to come back first." Mrs. Wu didn't know how to explain to her son. Huang Zhong kindly smiled and said, "In that case, I'll send someone to inform the Marquis. You all discuss how to tell her. If it's really inconvenient, I can do it." Such a big event needed time for everyone to understand. But they couldn't delay too long. Today, he had to see the girl, no matter what. After Huang Zhong left, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law nervously told Gu Jiao about her background. Even though Gu Changhai was a grown man, his reaction was no better than the 3 women. His face turned pale, and his legs felt weak. If they had treated Gu Jiao well, he would have been happy to hear this. But the truth was, they had never considered her a person. They gave her good food and drink, but did all the dirty work, cutting pig grass, feeding pigs, cleaning pig manure. She was naive and often did poorly, so they gradually stopped letting her do these chores. They also scolded her often. And since she was under 14, they forced her to marry a they found and then drove her and her husband away to live alone. If the Marquis found out about this, would they still have a future? 75 True or false to Shun's father? You should say something. What should we do? Zhou was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. She asked who in the Gu family treated Gu Jiao the worst. Was it Wu or her? Of course, Lu was not a good person either. But since Gu Xiaoshun had taken half of her anger, Lu was the one who beat him the hardest. There is a saying, anger rises from the heart, evil grows at the edge of courage. When people are extremely angry, they might do anything. Similarly, when people are extremely scared, they do anything to protect themselves. Gu Chonghai made a bold decision. Let Yui go.
What?
Zhou was stunned. Wu and Gu Chonglu, the couple, were also surprised. Did they hear wrong? Was the main family going to send their daughter to replace Jiaonyang? Brother, this can't be. Gu Chonglu was the first to oppose. Setting aside guilt about the third house, he was too timid to do such a bold thing.
Lu also didn't like it.
It wasn't her daughter going to be a noble lady. She wouldn't enjoy the benefits and would be worried all the time with the main family.
She didn't want that.
Wu and Zhou didn't speak. One was Gu Yui's nursemaid, and the other was her mother. They could directly benefit from this. And they were not afraid to speak up. Gu Chonghai then tried to persuade the second house. Second brother, second sister-in-law, you're not thinking about yourselves. Don't you want to think about Er Shun? Er Shun is a very smart boy. But De Shun was born first and went to school early. Our family couldn't support 2 children, so we delayed Er Shun. If Yui goes to the noble house, I will definitely bring her back to the capital to study. With Er Shun's cleverness, he will surely make something of himself. His words touched Lu's heart. Lu dreamed of gaining from Er Shun. She believed Er Shun was capable of success, but all opportunities had been taken by Gu Deshun. Gu Chonghai continued, the third brother's child isn't related to us. We can't rely on her, and who knows if the noble house will send her back. Don't expect them to give us money either. They are also raising their daughter for the third brother. We owe nothing.
If we owe anyone, it's them.
How much does the noble house spend on their daughter each year? How much do we spend on Jiaonyang? When you add it up, maybe we owe them money. Hearing about paying money, the second house's faces changed quickly. Gu Chonghai then said, but if Yui goes there and speaks well for us, the noble house will listen to her, right? Yui has grown up watching you all. Don't you understand her personality by now? She's very close to her second aunt, Mrs. Lu straightened her back proudly. In fact, Yui's relationship with Mrs. Lu isn't very close, but Yui is obedient, hardworking, and gentle. Mrs. Lu doesn't dislike her, and they haven't argued. Zhou quickly added, yes, she always says she likes her second aunt the most. She also says her second aunt is prettier. Much better than me. In the past, Zhou wouldn't admit that Mrs. Lu was more beautiful than herself, but now she was just trying to flatter Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu was pleased and smiled shyly. Who doesn't like Yui? After successfully winning Mrs. Lu over, Gu Chonghai turned to Gu Chonglu and said, second brother, I know you don't like farming. You prefer doing business. When Yui goes to the Marquis's residence, let her buy you the best shop in town. Whatever you want to sell, it will be fine. Gu Chonglu suddenly couldn't speak. He felt guilty toward the third household, but he really wanted to have his own business. Father. Mrs. Lu weakly spoke. Gu Chonghai understood the old master's personality well. It's true he was cold to Gu Jiao and favored boys over girls, but doing such a dishonest deed? He might not be able to do it. I'll tell him later, Gu Chonghai promised. Mrs. Lu pouted and said, you better talk, but don't involve us. Gu Chonghai grinned. Don't worry, second sister-in-law. This is my idea. If the old master scolds anyone, it will be me. Will the Marquis's residents suspect anything? Gu Chonglu suddenly asked. Gu Chonghai smiled. How could they? Who would guess we have such courage? Besides, that person asked around the village before coming to Gu's family, so they won't ask again. Zhou said, isn't there a blood test for family ties? I heard there's such a thing. Gu Chonghai's smile deepened. That makes it easier. Yui is blood-related to our third sister's daughter. Later, Yui can find a way to swap the blood from the Marquis's residence with that of our third sister's daughter. Naturally, they can fool everyone. The whole family decided Yui and Jiao's futures just like they once decided about Xiao Lulang and Jiao, without considering whether the people involved agreed or not. Yui cried, not wanting to be someone else's daughter. Zhou and Mrs. Lu tried to persuade her. but she wouldn't listen. Gu Chonghai slapped her, and she finally behaved. Zhou dressed her in decent clothes, and Mrs. Liu took out her best jewelry, which she had secretly kept from Su, and helped Yui put it on. Just now, Gu Chonghai slapped Gu Yui on the back of her head. There was no mark on her face, only tears and red, swollen eyes. The Gu family explained that the young girl couldn't accept this fact and was feeling sad. Huang Zhong thought this was normal. The kindness of raising someone is greater than the kindness of giving birth. After so many years, they should have developed feelings. However, Huang Zhong didn't expect that the girl who opened the door for him was his own young lady. She was dressed more simply and looked more timid, with a small-town air in her gestures. Huang Zhong then thought of the graceful and elegant Gu Jinyu, sighing quietly. Gu Yui kept crying. Huang Zhong couldn't bear to say, "The Lord doesn't need to take you back immediately. He came today just to see you. If you really can't bear to leave." Mrs. Wu hurriedly said, "That's not true. Family reunion is proper. There's nothing to be reluctant about. The Lord is her real father." Huang Zhong personally opened the curtain of the carriage. "Miss, please get on the carriage." Gu Yui didn't move. Mrs. Wu urged, "Go ahead, you." Young lady." Zhou and Liu helped Gu Yui into the carriage. This was probably the most valued she had been by her family since she was born. They all treated her like a goddess, but Gu Yui couldn't feel happy. She didn't want to go to a strange place or leave her home. The family didn't care about her feelings and started dreaming their own dreams. Gu Chonghai urged, "It's getting late. Be quick and come back early." If they didn't leave soon, the old master would return and Gu Yui wouldn't be able to leave. Unexpectedly, Huang Zhong and Gu Yui didn't meet the old master. Instead, they ran into Gu Xiaoshan, who was returning from the academy. Gu Xiaoshan was walking lazily, swinging his book bag as he went. Gu Chonghai's brow furrowed. Why is Xiaoshan back so early? Xiao Luolang went to the provincial capital to take the exam. Gu Xiaoshan didn't need to ride Uncle Luo's ox cart. He walked back himself, much faster than the cart. By now, Huang Zhong's carriage was almost out of the village.
Zhou said, "It's fine.
He can't see us." Gu Yui sat in the carriage. Could Gu Xiaoshan still mischievously try to peek at her curtain? The Gu family probably forgot that Gu Xiaoshan has been mischievous since he was young. Because of this, he often got beaten by Mrs. Liu. When the carriage passed by Gu Xiaoshan, he casually reached out and pulled at the curtain.
Ha! Gu Yui?
Gu Yui is only 2 months younger than Gu Jiao. By right, she should be Gu Xiaoshuan's older sister, but Gu Xiaoshan has always called her only by her name. Gu Yui immediately became nervous. Although she didn't want to leave home, she was more afraid of failing and being beaten by her father. Huang Zhong stopped the carriage. He jumped down and approached Gu Xiaoshan. He took the curtain from the carriage window and asked coldly, "Where did this little rascal come from?" Gu Xiaoshan was wearing the uniform of Tianxiang Academy, but every hair on his body seemed to suggest he was up to no good. After studying so much, it seemed to make people forget that he was the biggest troublemaker in 10 miles around. Just now, he saw Gu Yui crying inside the carriage. His heart immediately guessed something bad. Gu Yui was of marriageable age, and her family was worried about her marriage prospects. The Gu family looked down on the less desirable matches, and the better families couldn't be reached. Could it be that this old man was planning to buy Gu Yui to be his concubine? Gu Xiaoshuan's bad temper flared up. "Even your grandpa doesn't recognize you, and you dare to come to the Gu family to steal someone? Yui, get off the carriage." Gu Yui didn't move. Gu Xiaoshan stepped onto the carriage, trying to pull her down. Huang Zhong, being skilled in martial arts, wouldn't let a young kid someone from him. He grabbed Gu Xiaoshuan's arm and said coldly, "Kid, let's talk nicely." Gu Xiaoshan said impatiently, "How much did my uncle pay you? Did you sell your own daughter?" "What do you mean, your uncle's daughter?" "This is Gu Jiao's daughter from the 3rd household, Gu Jiaonyang." "Wait, you're from the Gu family?" Huang Zhong suddenly paused, seeming to sense something was off. At that moment, Gu Chonghai, Zhou Shi, and Lu Shi hurried over, panting. Gu Chonghai shouted sternly, "Xiaoshan, come here." Gu Xiaoshan ignored Gu Chonghai. Instead, He looked strangely at Huang Zhong, lifted one hand to open the curtain, and pointed at Gu Yuwei with the other. Are you stupid? I don't recognize my sister? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. She's Gu Yuwei, the daughter of the main Gu family. On a sunny, breezy day, the streets of the town were busy with people coming and going. Gu Hai sat in a private room on the second floor of a tea house, sipping tea, while listening to the coachman report. The window beside him was wide open, letting in sunlight and the sounds of the bustling town. Unlike the lively city, the town's bustle carried a sense of local customs and charm. They went to the village, and that family also has the surname Gu, the coachman said. Because it was an important matter, Gu Hai only trusted people he knew well, and the coachman was no exception. The coachman told everything he heard at the Gu family clearly. When he found out that the other person also had the surname Gu, Lord Gu's reaction was not very strong. But when he learned that the child was indeed the baby girl who was switched at birth years ago, Lord Gu suddenly dropped his cup onto the table with a clatter. The coachman was frightened. My lord, are you all right? Lord Gu cleared his throat and said seriously, I'm fine. Where is she? The coachman replied, on the way. Guard Huang asked me to tell you in advance. He will bring her here soon. Lord Gu nodded.
Got it.
You may leave now. Yes, my lord. The coachman left. Finally, the child was found. He didn't face many troubles. Perhaps it was fate that he was meant to take her back. No one knew yet who the child resembled more, him or Madame Yao. Time seemed to slow down suddenly. Lord Gu upstairs started to feel restless. He stood up and went downstairs. Just a few steps out of the tea house, he bumped into a small, soft rice cake holding some snacks. The little rice cake yelped and fell face down on the ground, knocking the box of snacks out of his hand, which rolled away with a clatter. The little boy stared blankly at the snacks he had just bought, now gone. He froze in place. What's wrong, Jinkong? Gu Jiao, who was nearby with a candied hawthorn, saw the little guy lying on the ground with a confused look and hurried over to lift him up. Jinkong looked at Gu Jiao, then at the scattered osmanthus cakes on the ground. His little mouth pouted, and his big eyes filled with tears. The osmanthus cakes are gone. Today was Jinkong's first time in town. It was his first time seeing so many people, and his first time queuing for osmanthus cakes. He cherished each one, and didn't want to eat any, but now they were all gone. Gu Jiao looked at the osmanthus cakes on the ground and asked, Did you hurt yourself? Are you hurt anywhere? Jinkong covered his little chest and looked sad. It hurts here. Gu Jiao was speechless. Those osmanthus cakes belonged to Li's shop. They had waited over half an hour to buy them. The little boy was really upset. But did you have to make such a fuss? Gu Jiao took a handkerchief and wiped his small hands clean. Be more careful next time. I am very careful. It's not my fault. He bumped into me, Jinkong said, then pointed to Lord Gu, who was neither leaving nor staying. Strictly speaking, this incident was actually caused by his hasty action. Xiao Jinkong didn't move at first. He just held his snack patiently under the eaves, waiting for Gu Jiao to buy him candied hawthorn. However, Lord Gu was not intentionally ignoring him. Xiao Jinkong was too short, and he didn't see him at first. When he was about to call someone to lift Xiao Jinkong up, Gu Jiao appeared. Why is this girl everywhere? Lord Gu wondered with some confusion. Gu Jiao looked coldly at Lord Gu. His sharp gaze made him feel a bit guilty, but as a noble lord, it was impossible for him to admit fault to a child. He cleared his throat and said seriously, who made him block the way. You brought a child out, and you didn't watch him properly? Fine. Today I am in a good mood, so I will forgive you. This small amount of silver is enough to buy 100 boxes of osmanthus cakes. After saying that, he took out a gold ingot and threw it on the ground in front of the two of them. Ordinary commoners would have knelt down to thank him upon seeing so much silver, but Gu Jiao and Xiao Jinkong didn't move. Lord Gu glanced coldly and said, do as you like. Then he strode away confidently. His clothes were either rich or noble, so no one dared to speak up for Gu Jiao and Xiao Jinkong. However, just as he and Gu Jiao passed by each other, Gu Jiao gently extended her foot and tripped him. He was caught off guard and fell flat on the ground with a loud thud. He instantly became angry, turning his head to glare fiercely at Gu Jiao. "You brat, are you looking for trouble?" Gu Jiao returned his words exactly as they were. "Who told you to block the way?" After tripping him, Gu Jiao and Xiao Jingkong turned around and left. This time, Lord Gu was truly furious. Coincidentally, the county magistrate was passing by with some officers. Lord Gu, furious, ordered the county magistrate to arrest him. The last wood carving was given to the director's mother. Afterwards, Gu Xiaoshun carved a new one but hadn't had the chance to give it to Gu Jiao. Huang Zhong was more cautious this time and didn't tell Gu Xiaoshun the full truth. He only said that their master had been helped by his sister and wanted her to come to town to thank her. Gu Xiaoshun was worried they might think the wrong person, so he decided to give the wood carving to Huang Zhong. Lord Gu thought the carving looked a bit familiar. "Something's missing," Huang Zhong said as he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small piece of cloth, sticking it onto the left cheek of the carving. Brother Xiaoshun said the young lady has a red birthmark on her face. A red birthmark. Lord Gu finally realized where he had seen the carving before. Wasn't that the bratty girl he had just ordered to be taken away? "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Lord Gu frowned. "This time, I am absolutely sure." Huang Zhong verified with villagers and confirmed she was indeed the child of the third branch of the Gu family. Lord Gu felt as if thunder had struck his head, and he started to sway. Huang Zhong noticed his lord's unusual behavior and asked worriedly, "My lord, what's wrong? Do you dislike the young lady's appearance?" Brother Xiaoshun said, "Although she has a birthmark, it's not ugly at all. In the eyes of a lover, everyone looks beautiful. In the eyes of a brother, everyone is a fairy." Gu Xiaoshun had never thought his sister was unattractive. Huang Zhong was waiting for Lord Gu's response when suddenly, Lord Gu disappeared. He had gone after Gu Jiao. He hadn't expected that the girl he was searching for so desperately was actually his own daughter. What had he done? He had personally sent her to prison. Whether she recognized him or not, it might be too late to find her now. He was afraid that by then it would be difficult to even use her blood as medicine. When Lord Gu arrived at the county office, the county magistrate and his team had just arrived. Earlier, Lord Gu had revealed his identity to make the magistrate obey him. The magistrate hurried forward to bow, but Lord Gu didn't even look at him. He walked straight to the carriage holding Gu Jiao and the other girl. Unexpectedly, the carriage was empty, no one inside. Lord Gu's eyes widened. "Where are they?" The magistrate was stunned too. Yes, he saw her and the child get into the carriage. It didn't stop along the way. How could they have disappeared? Could the girl still be hiding her true skills? The magistrate broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Your servant has failed. I will send people to find her immediately. Severe punishment. Let's see if she dares to run again." A mere 9-rank official dares to serve harsh punishment to the bloodline of the Marquis's residents? Lord Gu scolded loudly. "Corrupt official. You even arrest the 2 children. And you want to use severe punishment. Why don't you just go to heaven?" The county magistrate looked confused. "Wasn't it you who ordered me to arrest them?" Lord Gu kicked him. "Did I tell you to arrest them? Who is the real guardian of the people? Not seeking justice for the common folk, not standing up for them, only flattering the powerful and pleasing the influential. What's the use of you?" The county magistrate was at a loss. As dusk fell, the last rays of the setting sun disappeared beyond the horizon. The sky was gray and gloomy, dim and unclear. Gu Jiao held Xiao Jingkong's hand and walked calmly along the quiet street. Though there were no more osmanthus cakes, there were candied hawthorns. This series of events earlier didn't scare him at all. He kept licking his candied hawthorn carefully and seriously. Gu Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Are you scared?"
Huh?
Xiao Jingkong paused his licking, opened his big blinking eyes, and looked at Gu Jiao. After a moment he understood. "Not scared." That's what he said. Gu Jiao nodded. "Good, that's good." The first lesson Gu Jiao learned was how to survive. She didn't care much about being a good or bad person, but after having Xiao Jingkong, she seemed to start caring more. Running away from trouble wasn't something suitable for a child. While she was thinking about how to teach Xiao Jingkong, he suddenly shook her hand and said, "Jiao Jiao, you're really amazing." Gu Jiao thought he was just talking like a child. Xiao Jingkong said, "I also want to become very strong. Stronger than Jiao Jiao. Then Jiao Jiao won't need to be strong anymore."
Huh?
Gu Jiao stopped walking, confused, and looked at him. Xiao Jingkong raised his head, his clear, pure eyes fixed on Gu Jiao's. "Jiao Jiao must be tired, right? My master says that strong people have to suffer a lot, and they will keep suffering in the future." Actually, he didn't understand why becoming strong meant suffering. His master said it's because strong people are destined to climb mountains. Climbing mountains is hard, but coming down is easier. This was the first time someone asked Gu Jiao if she was tired. She had joined the organization at 8 years old, enduring whippings, electric shocks, interrogations, training almost every day until she fainted. No one cared if she could handle the next task. No one ever asked if she was tired. Gu Jiao was momentarily at a loss for how to answer. Little Jingkong thought about what just happened and lowered his small head sadly. "Did I make Jiao Jiao feel tired?" Gu Jiao didn't expect him to say that. She touched his little bald head. "No, taking care of little Jingkong is not hard at all." "Really?" Little Jingkong looked at her blankly. Gu Jiao saw a hint of hesitation in his eyes. This carefree little guy was actually more easily hurt than anyone else. She nodded firmly. "Yes, really." A smile appeared again in little Jingkong's eyes. He patted his little chest confidently. "Jiao Jiao, wait until I grow up. When I grow up, I will carry you up the mountain. If strong people have to go up the mountain, then he will carry Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao doesn't need to walk. She can rest while he takes the trouble." He didn't quite understand the idea of going up and down the mountain, but he cared about her feelings. She squatted down and gently tickled his tiny nose. At this moment, Gu Jiao didn't know that the promise made by someone at 3.5 years old would really come true when he grew up. No one expected that a cute little rice ball would one day become a mighty and impressive divine general among the 6 kingdoms and throughout the world. No one dared to make her suffer anymore. When they returned to the village, little Jingkong was already asleep, lying in Gu Jiao's arms, drooling as he slept. There was a carriage at the village entrance. Gu Jiao didn't pay much attention, but as she approached, she saw a person standing beside the carriage. It was none other than Lord Gu, the one who ordered her and little Jingkong to be taken to the prison. 78 Honesty besides the guard Huang Zhong, there was no one else around Lord Gu. Gu Jiao ruled out the possibility that he came to catch her. But if he wasn't here to arrest her, why was he here? Gu Jiao didn't like this high and mighty lord who looked down on common people like ants. She held little Jingkong tightly and looked at him cautiously. If he dared to hurt them even a little, she wouldn't hesitate to take his life right here. Lord Gu saw her hostility and cleared his throat, speaking seriously. "I am not here to catch you. I mean no harm."
Gu Jiao didn't care about that.
She still looked at him warily and alert. Lord Gu's mood was very complicated. On one hand, he struggled to accept that this girl who had tricked him so many times was actually his long-lost kin. On the other hand, he had some painful memories about how they had interacted. But no matter what, since he was here, he had to speak clearly. Lord Gu gave Huang Zhong a warning look, and Huang Zhong stepped back 3 steps. Lord Gu brushed his wide sleeves and said, "My name is Gu, the Marquis of Dingen, the Marquis of Wenquan Mountain Villa." Gu Jiao had guessed his identity long ago. When they first met, he was sitting in a carriage with Gu Jinyu. She recognized Gu Jinyu's voice. Someone who could sit in Gu Jinyu's carriage and call himself this Marquis probably wasn't anyone else. Later, when they met in the woods, she looked at his face closely. It was very similar to Gu Yan's face, so much so that she almost couldn't believe he wasn't Gu Yan's real father. But he never said anything, and Gu Jiao didn't point it out. "Lord Gu, today's matter." Gu Jiao said, "If you're here to apologize, there's no need." "I don't care." Lord Gu's eyes widened.
"No, y."
"Why are you talking like that? Do you have no manners?" He was indeed a little guilty, but he was a marquis. How could he apologize to a girl? Don't all parents make mistakes? Doesn't she know that? Her parents. Ahem, her father and mother didn't. Well, she and Yao sure weren't taught properly. Gu Sanzhong and Su sure left early and didn't have time to teach her. She was said to have been a silly girl before, but recently she recovered from her foolishness. Thinking of this, Lord Gu felt he could be a little more tolerant of her. He suppressed his anger and said, I came to find you because I have something to tell you. It might be hard to believe, but you and we. Sigh, why is it hard to say? Lord Gu was worried inside.
Me and you, what?
Gu Jiao tried her best to think, but she couldn't figure out how this man and she could be related. Still, she had lived 2 lives and seen all kinds of strange things. Could it be that you have some strange habit and fancy me? Although her face was a bit damaged, she was still young. Some men do have very strong preferences. Lord Goose staggered and almost fell into the well in front of him. What does this girl think of him? Is she insulting her own father? Lord Goose carefully suppressed temper flared up again. Do you know who I am? I am your. 15 minutes later, Lord Gu, limping and with a swollen face, returned to his carriage. Huang Zhong came over and looked surprised. Marquis, you got beaten? Did Miss Gu beat you? Can't you even beat a girl? Lord Gu roared fiercely. I didn't mean to argue with her. He refused to admit he couldn't defeat her. It was so terrible that Huang Zhong couldn't bear to watch. Having followed Lord Gu for over 10 years, he'd never seen him so embarrassed. Huang Zhong asked, Did Miss really fight so hard? Didn't you tell her you're her father? Hearing this, Lord Gu became even angrier. Why didn't I tell her? Huang Zhong was confused.
What did you say?
Lord Gu angrily said, I told her I am her father. She said I insulted her. Then she beat me up, and she beat him very badly. Lord Gu had never suffered such humiliation before. Huang Zhong asked, Why didn't you say you're her older brother? Is the word father too harsh or what? After Gu Jiao finished the fight, she carried the sleeping Xiao Jinkong home. Xiao Luling wasn't there. He was taking an exam in the provincial city and wouldn't return until next month. Suddenly, the house felt quieter without him. In fact, Xiao Luling was usually very quiet at home, mostly staying in his room. But when Gu Jiao opened the door to the west room and didn't see the boy studying at his desk, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Gu Jiao placed Xiao Jinkong on the bed and pulled the blanket over him. Then she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xiao Jinkong had eaten enough in town, so Gu Jiao didn't wake him. She sat in the main hall eating with the old lady. Gu Jiao asked, Hey, didn't Xiao Shun come over? Xiao Shun usually came back to the old house after dinner every night. The old lady said, He said he's staying at the academy for a while. She picked up a piece of braised pork. Luling and Xiao Henin weren't there, so the braised pork didn't taste as good. Gu Jiao asked curiously, Why did he suddenly move to the academy? The old lady replied, I don't know. He left so quickly. Xiao Shun's actions had caused trouble for the Gu family. Gu Chonghai and his wife, along with Lu, were furious and wanted to scold him to death. To avoid trouble, he moved into the academy overnight. The academy didn't allow outsiders, and only Gu Dazhun was allowed inside. If the Gu family was capable, they could have sent him to fight, but Gu Dazhun couldn't even beat him. Gu Jiao said, I'll send some silver to him tomorrow. She was worried Xiao Shun might run out of money for food. The old lady replied, I already gave him some. Gu Jiao asked, Where did you get the silver? The old lady had been very poor when she first came to the family, with not even a copper coin in her possession. During the new year, Gu Jiao gave her elderly mother a big red envelope, but it was a banknote. The old lady snorted. Did I say I was joking with people? Gu Jiao was surprised. So, she had started a side business at home? The old lady remained calm and said, And your medicine. Anyway, you don't want it, so I sold it all. Gu Jiao asked curiously, What medicine? The old lady replied, Gold wound ointment. You've been messing around at home for days, and I didn't know? Gu Jiao said, Oh, you knew? She usually made medicine during the day when Xiao Luling wasn't home. Although her grandmother was there, she didn't think she would recognize gold wound ointment, so she didn't hide it well. She had high standards for her medicine and made more than 10 bottles, keeping only the 3 with the best effects. She didn't mind when the remaining jars disappeared, thinking her grandmother had thrown them away. But it turned out her grandmother had secretly resold them. Gu Jiao listened to her tone, which sounded experienced. "Have you done this kind of thing before?" The old lady said seriously, "Selling medicine? Maybe. But I probably wasn't selling gold wound ointment." She thought for a moment and recalled a name from her limited memory. I think it was called aphrodisiac. Gu Jiao was speechless. In later records, the virtuous Empress Dowager was said to have resold aphrodisiacs to consorts and accepted bribes to control the popular courtesans. The Empress Dowager's later words, "Don't talk to me about feelings, Your Majesty. The highest bidder sleeps." 79. Dream after dinner, Gu Jiao tidied up the house, went to the west room to cover Xiao Jinggong with a quilt, and then returned to her own room to sleep. It had been 2 months since her last dream, and she hadn't dreamed again until this night. Unexpectedly, she dreamed again. But this time, she dreamed not of Xiao Lulang, but of herself. She dreamed she became the daughter of the Gu family, met Gu Jinyu from Wenquan Mountain Villa, and returned to the capital with Gu Jinyu. She lived in a grand house with carved beams and painted tiles. Every day, a dozen servants served her, and she was loved by family members she had never met before. The servants respectfully called her Miss Gu. But the good times didn't last. Gu Jinyu was stunningly beautiful, graceful, well-educated, and eloquent. In contrast, she had a worn appearance, behaved roughly, couldn't read or write, and spoke awkwardly. Under the strong comparison with Gu Jinyu, she became a complete joke. Everyone said that the Gu family had brought back a country girl from the countryside. People began to mock her, and the young ladies started to distance themselves from her. Even her family, who once loved her deeply, seemed unsure of how to face her. She tried to get back what was rightfully hers, but under the influence of someone with bad intentions, she did some things that caused everyone to be very disappointed in her. In the end, she was sent to a small estate outside the capital city. She spent her days feeling sad and gloomy, and eventually, she fell seriously ill and died on a cold winter day. Gu Jiao woke up, feeling strange about why she had such a dream. When she dreamed about things related to Xiao Lulang, she understood those things could happen, but they wouldn't happen to her. Not because of anything special, but because the her in the dream was not really her. She was not lazy or foolish. She didn't care about others' opinions of her, nor was she jealous of Gu Jinyu. She wouldn't be easily influenced or use silly tricks on Gu Jinyu. If she truly wanted to hurt someone, she would do it so thoroughly that it would be cleaner than sweeping the floor. And feeling heartbroken over not receiving her family's love was even more ridiculous. So why did she have such a wild dream? Had her mind gone crazy? Meanwhile, Xiao Lulang and Feng Lin's carriage traveled for several days before finally reaching Pingcheng, the capital city. They didn't arrive early. The inns near the exam site were full, so they had to settle for an inn a street away. It cost 2 taels of silver for a room, an expensive price. But there was no choice. Everyone waiting to take the exam needed a place to stay. They could only pay the high price. After the imperial exams ended and the first batch of unsuccessful candidates left, the prices would drop by half. When the court exams finished, the prices would drop again by half. Feng Lin and the coachman ate some unclean food on the way, which caused stomach problems that almost prevented them from continuing. Luckily, Gu Jiao had prepared medicine for diarrhea. Xiao Lulang was fine, but he found it hard to sleep every night. 2 days later, the imperial court exams began. The exams were held at the Gongyuan in Pingcheng. At the scheduled time, candidates entered the exam hall with their exam tokens. Unlike the county exams, each candidate received a special token made from fish bones called an exam invitation, which listed their name, exam hall, and seat number. Pingcheng's Gongyuan had 4 main exam halls. The first hall mainly housed top candidates from various counties, and Xiao Lulang was among them. The large examination hall was divided into many small rooms, each for one person. The space was small but contained a desk, a mat, and a narrow wooden bed. Candidates were only allowed to bring their writing tools. Everything else, including paper, ink, and brushes, was provided by the exam office. They also received 3 meals a day and a blanket for overnight stay, all delivered by staff. If a candidate was tired, they could rest any time as long as they did not cheat or break the rules. Even sleeping inside the room for 4 days and nights was allowed without interference. The provincial exam did not determine the entire future, so candidates had to complete 3 exams. They could leave only with a designated person for bathroom breaks. Otherwise, they could not leave the room. Once they left, they could not return, regardless of the reason. The first exam was on classical texts. Candidates needed to memorize and write at least 3 classics. The required texts were the Filial Piety Classic and the Analects, which were mandatory. They could choose between the Book of Songs and the Rituals of Zhou for the third, writing down specified passages. This seemed simple, but it was not. The Filial Piety Classic had only 2,369 characters, but the other 3 texts combined had over 90,000 characters. Even excluding the largest, the Rituals of Zhou, there were still more than 50,000 characters to memorize and write. The amount of material was enormous. The exam papers were also large, and the fastest candidates finished by the afternoon. Usually, people started submitting their papers around dusk. However, Xiao Luling only wrote for half an hour before stopping to sleep. His exam paper was placed under a white cloth and pressed with an inkstone. The exam supervisors were stunned. Had he finished? No, that was impossible. No one could finish so quickly. Unless he had memorized the texts perfectly and could write without thinking. But only a genius could do that. Was he someone special? The young lord of Zhaodu, a former scholar? The supervisors thought he probably couldn't answer the questions and decided to stop watching him. After all, he was the top scorer in the county exam, which was embarrassing for their town. After the exam, someone came to collect the papers. They first covered the candidate's name, then placed the paper in a special box. Even the supervisors could not see the contents. When they looked later, the names were hidden, so they didn't know which paper belonged to whom. Perhaps because Xiao Luling left such a strong impression during the first exam, the supervisors paid extra attention to him in the next 2 exams. The second exam was on essays. It tested the candidates' writing skills, with few restrictions on language or style. It was considered the easiest of the 3 exams. Again, Xiao Luling only wrote for half an hour before stopping to sleep. Can you please stop giving up so easily? Essays are simple. Can't you even write this? How did you pass the county exam to become the top candidate? Are your fellow examinees so difficult to handle? The last test was an 8-legged essay held over 2 days, showing how hard it was. Especially since this time, the questions were personally set by the governor from the capital. He took 2 unrelated quotes from the Analects: poor but not servile and rich but not arrogant, quick to act but cautious in speech, and made the students force them together to solve the problem. In just 15 minutes, 2 students couldn't handle the pressure and collapsed. They were carried out, and that exam was cancelled. The supervisor cursed under his breath, annoyed that such difficult questions were given. Why didn't the examiner just give up? He thought Xiao Luling would give up and go to sleep in less than half an hour, but surprisingly, he sat there motionless. Poor but not servile, rich but not arrogant, quick to act but cautious in speech. Why did Mr. Zhuang give such hard questions? A young girl's bright smile flashed in his mind, clear as if it were yesterday. On the evening of the 4th day, the exam was over. Feng Lin had been waiting here all day. Other students had come out one after another, but Xiao Luling was still missing, which made him worried. Just as he hesitated whether to ask around inside, Xiao Luling appeared, looking cold and distant. Feng Lin hurried over and saw his face was not in good shape, so he asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or did you do poorly?" "Nothing," Xiao Luling replied calmly. Since his voice sounded normal, Feng Lin figured it wasn't health issues and comforted him. "I heard from the students coming out that the questions were very hard this time. Don't be discouraged. Maybe they didn't do as well as you. Let's go back to the inn," Xiao Luling said, and turned toward the inn. Feng Lin hesitated but followed. He had never seen Xiao Luling like this before. Though usually cold, he was never so distant that Feng Lin felt afraid to approach him. There was a fierce aura around him, as if he might do something terrible at any moment. Luling, wait for me. Feng Lin was afraid, but still gritted his teeth and chased after him. Now, he no longer called him Brother Xiao. After all, he was older than Xiao Luling. Calling him Brother Xiao was just out of respect because Xiao Luling had saved him. Sharing New Year's Eve together shows a strong friendship, and calling Xiao Xiong by his name now feels a bit distant. Xiao Luling leans on his cane, walking slowly, while Feng Lin quickly catches up. The two head back to the inn together. Passing by a tea house, two middle-aged men dressed in fine clothes come out. One of them glances casually at Xiao Luling. At first, he doesn't pay much attention, but suddenly seems to realize something and turns his head to look at Xiao Luling. By then, Xiao Luling and Feng Lin have crossed the street and are heading to the opposite inn. The man's eyes keep following Xiao Luling's back until he disappears around the corner. Lord Zhuang, what's wrong? Did you see someone you know? Should I go say hello? The question comes from the prefect of Pingcheng, surnamed Luo. Zhuang Xianji shakes his head. No need. It's not someone I know. I just look similar to someone. The young Marquis is already dead. He personally dug out the body from the ruins of the Imperial Academy. The body was burned to a crisp in a fire, and the sight was so terrible that he could never forget it, no matter how much time passes. Or perhaps it wasn't just a resemblance, but simply his eyes playing tricks on him. Should I go check for you? Prefect Luo sees that Lord Zhuang seems quite concerned about the mistaken identity and offers to look into it. Zhuang Xianji shakes his head again. No need. That old friend has already passed away.
Oh.
There's no need to confirm about the dead. Xiao Luling and Feng Lin return to the inn. As soon as they enter, they hear someone shouting, Feng Dunzi. Feng Lin's hair stands on end. The shadow from childhood suddenly rushes to his mind. He is no longer that Dunzi from back then. He's lost weight. Feng Lin looks up and sees a young scholar-like man happily coming down the stairs, approaching him with a smile. Is that really you, Feng Dunzi? You've changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you.
Huh? Who's that?
The young man's gaze falls on Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling is more handsome than most women, making it hard not to look at him twice. And, to be honest, the young man was first attracted to Xiao Luling, then noticed Feng Lin standing beside him. Feng Lin takes a moment before recognizing the other person. Du Ruhan? The young man smiles and pats Feng Lin's shoulder. It's me. Is that really you? Feng Lin also smiles and introduces Xiao Luling. Luling, do you remember him? Little Belly. The three of us went to private school together when we were kids. The young man looked at Xiao Luling in disbelief and said to Feng Lin, You must be mistaken.
He's not Xiao Luling.
Feng Lin confidently replied, I'm sure. It's him, Luling. The young man suspiciously examined Xiao Luling. The little six who moved away after a year?
Feng Lin said, Yes.
That's him. He moved away, and not long after, your family also moved. So, it's been 10 years since we last saw each other. The young man still felt that the other person wasn't Xiao Luling. He asked Feng Lin, I can recognize you, so why can't I recognize him? Actually, Feng Lin didn't recognize Xiao Luling at first either. He only realized who he was after seeing Xiao Luling's travel guide and remembered that Xiao Luling was his childhood neighbor. Plus, Xiao Luling had saved his life, so he had no doubt about his identity. As for Xiao Luling not remembering the past, that's normal. It's been 10 years, and Xiao Luling was less than 7 when he moved away. What can a 6 or 7-year-old remember? That kid was very timid when he was little, always hiding behind his mother. Xiao Luling went upstairs first. The young man and Feng Lin followed, whispering. The young man was speaking. Luling is different now. He's brave. He even saved me. Feng Lin said. He's really different. The young man looked at Xiao Luling's back, feeling that he had a noble air typical of a young master from the capital. Such a feeling is hard to notice unless you've seen it before. What's wrong with his leg? Earlier, in front of Xiao Luling, The young man hadn't asked clearly. About half a year ago, he was injured while saving me. He's still being treated, Feng Lin said, feeling guilty. Then he asked, by the way, where did you go after you moved away? I went to the capital, the young man replied. Feng Lin's eyes widened. You actually went to the capital? That was a place Feng Lin had always dreamed of visiting. Unfortunately, the capital was heavily guarded, and ordinary people like them could only get travel permits to enter if they were taking the imperial exams. The young man chuckled. My aunt became a concubine in the capital and brought our family there. Do you still envy us? Feng Lin didn't say anything. The young man laughed loudly. Just kidding. Let's go. The three of them had dinner together. From the young man, Feng Lin learned that he was studying at a well-known academy in the capital. 2 years ago, he passed the imperial exam to become a scholar, and this August he planned to take the provincial exam. He was traveling with his uncle to broaden his horizons. The whole process was just the young man talking with Feng Lin. Xiao Luling was quiet and didn't bother to talk much. This kid wasn't like this before. After returning to his room, Xiao Luling whispered to Feng Lin. Feng Lin softly said, his mother and older brother have both passed away. These years haven't been easy for him.
Oh.
The young man didn't say anything more. After a while, he changed the subject. You're also going to take the exam this year, right? I'll be waiting for you in the capital. Feng Lin thought for a moment and said, Luling and I will take the exam together. The young man made a face. How do you know he can pass? That kid isn't very smart. Don't you remember he was always scolded by the teacher? Even if he couldn't remember Xiao Yulong's childhood looks, the young man hadn't forgotten his embarrassing moments. He's not stupid, just reacts slowly. He can work hard but struggles with studying. Feng Lin looked serious. Luling is different now. He took first place in the county exam. This time, even though the questions are very hard, I believe he can become a scholar. The young man grinned mischievously. Bet you he won't pass. Feng Lin decisively ordered him to leave. No one looked down on Xiao Luling, not even his childhood friends. The young man was disappointed and was kicked out of the inn by Feng Lin. He lost interest in wandering and went back bored to the prefect's office. The guards at the prefect's office saw him and respectfully opened the door for him. As he stepped into the courtyard, he was stopped by a loud shout. Where have you been? Coming back. So late. The young man awkwardly turned around, smiled, and said, Good evening, uncle. Weren't you grading papers? You finished so quickly? The prefect, Zhuan, looked serious. Stop changing the subject. Tell me, where have you been? The young man chuckled nervously. I met 2 neighbors from Song County before, and we talked for a while. I had dinner with them, too. Zhuan coldly said, Do you think I'll believe that? Have you been up to something inappropriate again? I promised your aunt to bring you out, not to let you loaf around.
Guards.
Take him inside. No one is allowed to leave without my permission. The young man loudly protested. I didn't. Uncle, I really went to visit friends. They live at Yulai Inn. One is called Feng Lin, and the other is Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling is a candidate this year. He just finished the tough exam you set today. His face turned green from stress. If you don't believe me, send someone to check. 81 puppy. When these words came out, Du Ruhan immediately realized he was doomed today. He hated himself for speaking honestly at such a critical moment. Sure enough, when Magistrate Luo arrived to mediate, Du Ruhan had already been beaten so badly by Zhuang Xian with family discipline that he didn't recognize his parents. Magistrate Luo awkwardly but respectfully asked, Sir, should we check on those 2? Zhuang Xian firmly replied, Does that kid really tell the truth? Magistrate Luo twitched his mouth. Young Master Du said your exam questions are very tough, which is definitely the truth. Gu Jiao knew nothing about what had happened in Pingcheng. She was sitting on the way to the hot spring villa. This morning, the second master personally came to see her and mentioned her clinic schedule, that although we talked about her seeing patients, you also know Gu Xiaogong's situation. It's really inconvenient for him to go out. The second master didn't know that Gu Yan had recently come to see her, and she had already given him a follow-up.
Gu Jiao paused a moment. Okay. Huh.
The second master was surprised. Was he so easy to talk to? All her secret tricks had been wasted? The weather was nice, and the carriage moved quickly. In less than an hour, they arrived at the villa. The people at the villa had a big change in attitude. The guards were still serious, but their manners were very polite. The maid who came to pick them up was the same as last time, called Year. Year took Gu Jiao, the second master, and the old doctor to a pavilion near the small flower garden. Young master is soaking in the hot spring.
Please wait a moment. I will go report to him.
Year went to call the young master and told a little maid to bring some snacks and tea to entertain Gu Jiao and the others. The second master tasted a rose pastry and smiled happily. Is it really that delicious? Gu Jiao asked. The second master smiled and said, the things in the Marquis' estate are not expensive because they taste good, but because you can't buy them easily.
Wow. Wow.
While they waited, the small flower garden suddenly echoed with the cry of something tiny. The old doctor asked curiously, what is that sound? The second master listened carefully, but couldn't tell. I'll go check, Gu Jiao said. Following the sound, she soon found the tiny creature trapped under the fence. It is a small puppy that was born not long ago. Somehow, it got stuck in a fence with thorns at the bottom. The more it struggled, the more the thorns pricked into its skin. It was in pain, tears in its eyes. When someone approached, whether out of fear or excitement, it stuck out its little tongue, but accidentally licked a thorn, which made it whimper in pain. Such a silly little dog, Gu Jiao said as she squatted down and gently patted its fluffy head.
Stop moving.
The puppy didn't understand and kept moving, which only made it hurt more. To save it, they first needed to move the fence and then carefully remove each thorn from the puppy's body. Gu Jiao chose the best spot and started to pull at the fence. At that moment, a maid dressed in a light orange uniform came over and shouted, "Who are you?" "Stop right there." Gu Jiao didn't stop. She carried a small basket on her back, dressed like a simple village girl. The maid thought her outfit looked familiar, but didn't pay much attention. She hurried over and grabbed Gu Jiao's basket. "Didn't I tell you to stop?" Gu Jiao calmly turned her head, her cold eyes like a knife, causing the maid to shiver and loosen her grip. Then the maid recognized her. "Is that you?" Gu Jiao recognized her too. It was Yu Ru, a servant from Hui Chun Hall who had previously searched her bag and falsely accused her of theft, a close aide of Gu Jinyu. "Why are you here?" Yu Ru frowned. She remembered hearing that the doctor from Hui Chun Hall had come to give the young master a checkup. Her face darkened. "You're just a little herbal apprentice. You don't need to come every time." Gu Jiao ignored her and continued to pull at the fence. Yu Ru scolded, "What are you doing? That's all the Mrs. Flowers. If you break them, can you afford to pay for it?"
Ugh. Ugh.
The puppy whined in pain. Yu Ru looked at it and sneered. "Just for a stray dog? Is it your dog? Well, some people are just the right match for their dogs. Do you know how much a peony flower costs? If I sold you and your dog." She was loud and annoying. Gu Jiao frowned impatiently and quickly pulled the fence out. Yu Ru's face changed as she lunged at her. Actually, Gu Jiao had avoided the peonies when pulling the fence, but Yu Ru leapt forward and fell onto the fence, causing the end of the fence to sweep through and break one of the most beautiful peony flowers. That was the brightest and most beautiful flower. Yu Ru's face turned pale. She suddenly took several steps back, staying far from the scene, one hand covering her mouth, the other pointing at Gu Jiao. You broke the young lady's flower. You broke it yourself. Blame her."
It was Yu Yaoer speaking.
After reporting, Yu Yaoer returned. Guyan told her to take the person to the hot spring area, but by chance, she witnessed the scene. "Shameless,"
Yu Yaoer said.
Yu Ru is Gu Jinyu's personal maid. Few servants at the manor dared to speak to her like this. Yu Ru's face darkened. "She broke it. She pulled out the fence. Don't believe me?
Ask
them." They all saw it. Some curious servants arrived around them. Yu Ru asked them to testify.
Yu Yaoer closed tabs.
"All right, you all say, who really broke it?" Everyone lowered their heads. Yu Ru's backing was Gu Jinyu, so offending her over a small medic's mistake didn't seem worth it. It's not that Gu Yan wasn't intimidating, but Yu Yao's attitude wasn't something Gu Yan ordered. Everyone knew the young master disliked these petty disputes. Yuru sneered.
See?
She broke it. Gu Jiao, the one being pointed at, paid no attention to the noise around her. She removed the thorns from the little puppy and wrapped it in a clean cloth. Soon, the cloth was stained red with blood.
Ow! Ow!
The little puppy whined, tears in its eyes from the pain. Second master and the housemaid arrived at the same time. The housemaid remembered clearly the incident of Gu Jiao climbing onto the bed. She didn't like Gu Jiao much, especially after seeing the bloody little dog in her hands. She said impatiently, "Quickly throw her out." This was directed both at Gu Jiao and Second Master. Second Master knew Gu Jiao wouldn't throw the dog away. The little girl was soft-hearted and didn't like being scolded. Why was she being yelled at? This was going to cause trouble. "Give it to me. I'll put it on the carriage." Second Master reached out to take the puppy. But Gu Jiao didn't give it to him. The housemaid coldly said, "I'll say it again. Throw this little beast out. Or else, she can get out too. Who do you want to throw out?" A calm, indifferent voice sounded as Gu Yan's sedan was carried over by servants. 82. Satisfying revenge, young master. The housemaid and everyone quickly bowed to Gu Yan. Second Master also clasped his hands in a respectful bow. The social hierarchy in the state was strict. As a merchant, the second master of the household naturally bowed and paid respects when seeing the Marquis's son. Gu Jiao was no exception, but she was not used to bowing humbly to others. She simply stared steadily at Gu Yan. While everyone else bowed down, she stood out clearly, making it impossible for others not to notice her. The second master subtly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to bow. After all, they were here to treat the young master, but that didn't mean they should be rude to him. Gu Yan, however, seemed not to notice. He neither greeted Gu Jiao nor forced her to bow. He looked at the housekeeper and asked, "Do I need to ask the second time?" The housekeeper was still shocked from earlier and forgot to answer at first. Now regaining her composure, she explained to Gu Yan that Gu Jiao was holding onto the puppy and refused to let go. She didn't mention Gu Jiao damaging the peony flowers, as she hadn't seen it herself and thought it wasn't her place to say. Everyone in the household knew Gu Yan disliked small, noisy animals. Not long ago, Gu Jinyu had raised a silent rabbit, which Gu Yan had forcefully thrown out. The girl had clearly run into trouble, probably unaware of how serious it was. Sure enough, when Gu Yan's gaze fell on the bloodied puppy in Gu Jiao's arms, his aura suddenly turned cold. The housekeeper snorted coldly, thinking, if you wanted to throw it away, now it's in the young master's hands. Gu Yan asked, "Where did the dog come from?" "It was found," Gu Jiao replied. "It was caught in the fence and was injured by thorns." Gu Yan looked at the fence. The fence Gu Jiao had picked up had been put back in place, but the disturbed soil showed signs of recent activity. Yuru glanced at the broken peony flower and suddenly said, "She even broke the young lady's peony flower. All for this little dog." Yu Yao spat and said, "It was clearly you who broke it." "It was her." Yuru pointed coldly at Gu Jiao. "It's you."
Yu Yao closed hands.
Gu Yan's face turned icy cold. Everyone could see he was angry. He had a heart condition and was not supposed to get angry easily, or he might have a seizure. If it weren't for that, the Marquis and his wife would indulge him so much. They even gave him valuable antique paintings, knowing he might tear them apart to vent his anger. "Both of you, shut up." The housekeeper scolded sharply. The two young maids instantly fell silent. Gu Yan looked around at everyone present, then glanced at Gu Jiao among the flowers. "Did everyone see that it was her?" he asked in a commanding tone. Everyone lowered their heads and nodded in agreement. No, it wasn't her. Yu Yao was a bit frightened by Gu Yan's presence and spoke softly. Gu Yan calmly said, "Everyone says it was her, but you're the only one saying it wasn't." "It's not her," Yu Yao muttered quietly. Yuru smirked proudly. "After all, the young lady is the elder sister of the young master." How could the young master possibly doubt his own close maid and believe an outsider girl? As for Yu Yar, she was just a third-class maid in the young master's yard, not even qualified to serve him closely. Her words naturally carried little weight. Very well, Guyan nodded. What is your name? Yu Yar was stunned. Me? Yu Yar. Guyan said. Everyone except Doya must be driven out of the mountain villa. Yes, Yu Yar. Wait, drive them out? Not her? Yu Yar froze in confusion. Everyone's faces changed at once. Why was the young master not punishing Yu Yar and the little medic, but instead asking to send them away? The only one who looked calm was Gu Jiao. Throughout, she showed no emotion, solely focused on comforting the injured little puppy. Yuru couldn't believe it and rushed forward. Young master, I am. What nonsense. Two secret guards quickly appeared, one finger pressing on her, tossing her, and all the servants trying to slander Gu Jiao out. The guards who were about to carry out the order looked a bit stunned. Where did these two come from? In broad daylight, they're snatching food? The dark-clad guards thought, you don't know anything about little Guai Guai. This is a good chance to please him, and we're not going to give it to you. In the end, only the housekeeper remained. She was a servant of the Yao family, and the villa guards wouldn't dare touch her. But the dark guards simply grabbed her and threw her out. Housekeeper Fong shouted, Let go of me. I want to see the madam. I want to see the madam. Whoosh. One dark guard pressed her acupoint, and she immediately couldn't make a sound. The guards all gave a thumbs up, even daring to move the housekeeper. You guys are impressive. After finishing, the dark guards disappeared into the shadows. When the young master needs them, they are like secret weapons. When he doesn't need them, they are like air. Second uncle's mouth was wide open, unable to close it for a long time. Guyan had someone put down the sedan chair. He stepped down and approached Gu Jiao, smiling gently. How is it? Does it feel better? Second uncle. Wait, what's going on? Did you just send so many people away to cheer up the young girl? Gu Jiao thought carefully and nodded. Yes, it feels better. Gu Yan's smile grew even wider. He was already very handsome, and when he smiled again, even the spring garden seemed dull in comparison. It bled a lot. Is it a serious injury? Guyan asked, looking at the small puppy in her arms. Yes, I need to find a place to stop the bleeding. You can come to my yard. Guyan took Gu Jiao back to his house. Duya, bring a clean, small mat. It's Yuya. Yuya crossed her arms and roared inwardly. She scowled and took the small mat to Gu Yan's house, placing it on his desk. Gu Jiao used iodine solution to clean the puppy's wound, applied her homemade healing ointment, and wrapped some areas with gauze. Do you have goat milk? She asked. Yes, Duya. Guyan called Yuya to bring a bowl of fresh goat milk. The puppy licked eagerly and then fell asleep. Guyan sat cross-legged on the bed, carefully playing with Gu Jiao's stethoscope. He hung the stethoscope around his ears, lowered his head, listening to his own heartbeat and stomach sounds. Wow. The sounds were so loud. The usually grumpy and aloof young master finally turned into a curious baby. The old doctor checked Guyan's pulse as a routine. Guyan cooperated very well, with such a good attitude that the old doctor was surprised. Guyan's pulse was also very encouraging. Of course, it was still different from a normal person, but compared to before, it had greatly improved. 83 Beating Dad, first part. The old doctor couldn't help but admire Gu Jiao's medical skills once again. Heart disease, incurable. Such illnesses are truly untreatable nowadays. It's a miracle that Guyan has improved so much. Young master's pulse looks good. Continue taking the medicine, he said. Unknowingly, Gu Jiao had already given Gu Yan the medicine days ago, but he continued to act. The old doctor has been refining medicine for a long time and finally finished last night. Young Lady Gu, have you brought the medicine? Remember to give it to young Master Gu later. Gu Jiao, I already gave it to him more than 10 days ago. Suddenly, an embarrassing mistake. Gu Yan burst out laughing on the bed. The incident in the small garden finally reached the head steward's ears. In the past few days, Lady Ho caught a cold. To avoid worsening her illness, she moved alone to the back lawn courtyard. Major affairs in the estate are decided by Lord Gu. The head steward reported to Lord Gu, who didn't exaggerate but simply described everything exactly as it happened, including Gu Jiao pulling down the fence to rescue a puppy, the argument between Yu Ru and Gu Jiao, the accidental damage to Gu Jinyu's peony, and the incident that angered Madame Fong. The head steward sighed, saying, Yu Ru is from the capital and always looks down on the servants here. This was a good lesson for her. But it's a pity about Madame Fong. Lord Gu snorted coldly. What's so pitiful about her? She dares to dismiss everyone. I think she's been in charge for too long and has forgotten she's just a servant. He wouldn't forgive anyone who insulted that child, who isn't just a lowly servant. The head steward was a bit confused. What's wrong with being a servant? Isn't that higher than a young medic status? Moreover, Madame Fong is Lady Ho's maid, and Lord Gu has always valued her. Why did he suddenly say such harsh words? Lord Gu said, Aren't they coming this afternoon? Why did no one report to me that they arrived early? The notice said they would come in the afternoon. The second master planned to come in the afternoon, but didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so quick. She left in the morning. Common doctors usually don't see the Lord. At most, they bow after treatment to get some face time. So, the head steward didn't report to the Lord in advance. Madame Fong was scolded, and the head steward naturally didn't dare shirk responsibility. It's because I didn't handle things properly. Please forgive me, Lord. Where are they now? Lord Gu asked. Seems like they went to the young master's courtyard. The young master seems to be quite important to the people from Huachuntang. Even if the servants made mistakes, there's no need to dismiss Madame Fong and Yu Ru altogether. If Lady Ho and the young lady find out, it will be hard for everyone. I'll go take a look, Lord Gu said, standing up from his chair. Lord, the head steward called out, what should we do with those people outside? Lord Gu pondered for a moment and said, keep Madame Fong, dismiss the others. Madame Fong was Yao's attendant. Sending her away would be hard to explain to Yao. His son could send her out, but he couldn't just leave her gone. As a father, it's difficult, and as a husband, even harder. Moreover, Madame Fong was somewhat annoying in her personality, but had no other bad intentions. She was very loyal to Yao and handled her duties well. Should Miss Yu Ru also be dismissed? The chief steward asked. Lord Gu replied coldly, someone so arrogant and falsely accusing others shouldn't be kept around for the new year. If she influences Jin Yu negatively, it's your responsibility. The chief steward hurriedly agreed, yes, I will handle it right away. One more thing, Lord Gu ordered. Tell Madame Fong not to go to Yen Er's courtyard when she returns.
Yes.
Gu Yan had a bad temper and would dismiss a group of people every month. So, initially, this matter didn't cause much fuss at the estate. However, when people heard that Madame Fong and Yu Ru were also dismissed, they were genuinely surprised. The young master, Gu Jiao, who was usually hot-tempered, wouldn't normally hurt the people around Madame Gu and Miss Yao. What was going on this time? Gu Jiao, the person involved, was unaware of everyone's doubts. After her mistake was exposed in front of Gu Yan, she quietly went to the front yard to get some air. She wanted to be alone and calm. She also regretted not informing the old doctor beforehand, but she didn't expect the old doctor to behave so mischievously, learning to boast like the second master and manager Wang. The medicine he brewed yesterday, she had given to Gu Yan 10 days ago. She was sold out, left with nothing but her undergarments. Gu Yan was sitting under the corridor, smiling softly as he watched her. Gu Jiao, still looking, still watching, smiling while watching. I have no face. She flicked her head at Gu Yan. Just then, the little puppy woke up and whined, starting to look around for Gu Jiao. Gu Yan picked it up. The little puppy was afraid and trembling as it approached Gu Yan, whining loudly. Gu Yan showed no mercy with his cold stare. He had no love in his heart. He disliked these cute little creatures, especially since she was holding it. She didn't even hold me. Gu Yan glared at it with jealousy, as if he was about to crush it at any moment. The little puppy sensed Gu Yan's killing intent and barked even louder.
Ow, ow, ow.
Gu Yan snorted. For her sake, I will spare you. Although he disliked this small creature, Since she liked it, he could tolerate it a little. When Lord Gu stepped into the courtyard, he saw Gu Jiao and Gu Yan squatting on the lawn in the front yard, building a doghouse. A pile of wood was scattered on the ground. Gu Jiao was responsible for chopping, Gu Yan for assembling, and Gu Jiao also hammered in the nails. The two worked very well together. Whenever Gu Jiao finished a step, Gu Yan knew what to do next, even though he had never built this kind of doghouse before. Their eyes were also in sync. Servants brought various cushions for the nests, and the two either liked them all or disliked them all. They looked like children playing seriously, each enjoying the other's company. Are they really twins? Gu Jinyu and Gu Yan grew up together. Lord Gu tried many ways to make the siblings closer, but they just couldn't get along well. Actually, not only Gu Jinyu, but others also found it hard to get along with Gu Yan. The boy was full of prickles. Anyone who got close would get pricked. Lord Gu had never seen such an obedient son. His usual fiery temper was gone, and the girl was much calmer too. If she kept like this, she might not be so annoying. Not that one, it's ugly, Gu Yan said, holding the roof Gu Jiao had made. But I think it's not ugly, Gu Jiao replied. This was the last step, hammering on the roof, and the doghouse would be finished. Gu Yan looked up at the sky. I don't care. I don't want to. Okay, Gu Jiao said, dismantling her carefully made roof and making a new one. Second young master was quite confused. The little girl was easily annoyed. Besides Xiao Lulang, he hadn't seen her be so patient with anyone else. Gu Yan's little secrets couldn't be hidden from Lord Gu. He was reluctant to see Gu Jiao stay here once the doghouse was finished. Twins are always special. Even if they do the same thing, watching twins is more interesting than watching other children. Maybe bringing her back wasn't a bad idea. But if she was brought back, Jinyu might have to suffer some hardships. Lord Gu worried that Gu Yan would bully Jinyu even more. If another son did this, Lord Gu would sternly stop him. But Gu Yan was born with a disability. If he was upset, he might even die on the spot. Lord Gu felt headache. Lord, Huang Zhong came over. What are you here for? Lord Gu moved aside to prevent others in the yard from seeing him, so as not to disturb the children's play. Huang Zhong said seriously, I heard Miss came. I came to protect you, so she doesn't hit you again. Lord Gu gave him a cold, sharp look and said, Do I not dare to fight her? I am just being gentle with her. Oh, Huang Zhong replied, looking unconvinced. Thinking for a moment, Lord Gu asked, Do you have silver needles? Yes. Huang Zhong took out a small box from his pocket. What do you want the silver needles for, Lord Gu? Lord Gu replied, I want to take a drop of her blood. Huang Zhong asked, Why do you need the lady's blood? Do you not trust that she is your own? Lord Gu said impatiently, Is it that I don't trust her now? No. She doesn't trust me. Huang Zhong remembered Lord Gu's words, I am your father, and his mouth twitched. Maybe your way of saying it is a bit off. Lord Gu snorted coldly, It doesn't matter. She doesn't trust me, so I will show her proof to make her believe. Huang Zhong asked, Then why don't you just tell her directly? Lord Gu shot him a sharp look. Do you think she will give me what I want if I tell her? Huang Zhong hesitated.
Well,
probably not. But is it really okay to use a needle on her? Lord Gu looked at him coldly. Why don't you do it? Huang Zhong broke out in cold sweat. You should do it. Lord Gu truly took out the silver needle and approached. Everyone in the yard saw him and stood up to bow, including the second master who was drinking tea and the old doctor. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to go about their business and not make noise. He stepped in front of the brother and sister. As the light above dimmed, they looked up at him but ignored him, continuing to work on their dog nest. Lord Gu, ignored, thought to himself, Fine, since they won't pay attention, I can take the opportunity to sneak attack. He waited patiently for the right moment. Soon, the two of them looked up at the same time, both giving him a disgusted look. Lord Gu smiled. Is there something you don't know how to do? I can help you. Gu Yan looked annoyed. You're blocking the light. Lord Gu's face darkened, and he silently moved behind them. He quickly found a better spot. Anywhere he poked, one needle would do. He quietly looked for the right moment. Gu Jiao was hammering on the roof, humming to herself when she suddenly felt two strong gazes on her. She irritably turned her head and immediately met Lord Gu's unintentional stare. Lord Gu was about to insert the needle but was surprised by how sharp Gu Jiao was, almost caught. He suddenly pulled his hand, holding the silver needle behind his back. Gu Jiao looked at his guilty expression and then at her shoulder, feeling he seemed very nervous and sneaky. "Don't block us here." Gu Yan noticed Gu Jiao's rejection of Lord Gu and started to chase him away. Lord Gu was so angry, he almost fell backward. Is he still their father? If he weren't related by blood, he would have already beaten him up. Lord Gu didn't give up easily. If openly confronting didn't work, he would try secretly. He cleared his throat and said, "Everyone has worked hard. I have many questions about my son's health. Gu girl, you seem tired too. Why not rest in the side room? Hu Er-dong and Dr. Li will come with me to the study." Hu Er-dong and the old doctor went to Lord Gu's study, while Gu Yan and Gu Jiao took the little puppy back to the side room. Gu Yan couldn't stay with Gu Jiao all the time. When he went to the bathroom, Lord Gu also found an excuse to leave the study. He secretly put some calming medicine into the tea and asked a maid to bring it to Gu Jiao. Once she fell asleep, it would be easy to take her blood. He had a good plan, but Gu Jiao immediately sensed something was wrong. She stopped the maid and asked, "Who told you to bring this tea?" The maid replied, "Lord Gu." Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. He tried to touch her but failed, and now he was planning to drug her? He was old enough to be her father, yet he was so perverted inside. Gu Jiao clenched her small fists with a clicking sound. She went to the window, threw open the window lattice, and saw Lord Gu sneaking under the windowsill. Gu Jiao's anger was sharp like a sword. Lord Gu sensed something was off from her fierce aura. His heart trembled and he took a step back, saying, "Listen, I can explain." Actually,
Ethnol, Shum, Veu, Ying, Yeo, A, Bom. Bang, 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 bang.
thud, gurgle. I don't know how to swim. 84. Official examination. Second update. Huang Zhong found his lord on a large tree about 100 steps from the courtyard. Lord Gu was pulled up by Gu Jiao and hung on a thick branch, looking like a wet, dripping piece of clothing. His whole body was soaked and dripping water. Huang Zhong was really surprised when he saw her. Luckily, it was daytime. If it had been night, he might have thought he saw a ghost. "Lord Ho, why did you hang yourself on the tree?" "Did I hang myself? It was that daring girl." "And why is your face swollen?" "Again, it was that girl. Every time I see her, something bad happens. I almost have no intact part left. I've realized that girl is here to trouble me. I don't want to recognize her anymore." Gu Jiao and Gu Yan said goodbye. Gu Yan was reluctant, but Gu Jiao promised to come back soon for a follow-up check. Only then did he reluctantly let Gu Jiao go. They sat together in his sedan chair, sending Gu Jiao onto the carriage. This move once again surprised all the servants. Remember, Gu Yan's sedan chair was his private space. Once, a young Gu Jinyu was curious and climbed inside, only to be kicked out by Gu Yan. "Next time, I'll let you sit in it," Gu Yan told Gu Jiao.
Gu Jiao nodded, "Okay."
After leaving Wenquan Mountain Villa, Gu Jiao didn't go straight back to town. Instead, she first visited Director Li's house. Director Li was at the academy. Only his wife and servants were at home. Old Lady Li was rarely awake during the day. It said she sometimes didn't recognize even Director Li. But she seemed to recognize Gu Jiao, grabbing a handful of candies and smiling happily. Gu Jiao checked her health. She was fine, just old, with some memory loss and aging. Gu Jiao left a basket of fresh mountain produce. She noticed Old Lady Li kept staring at a mulberry tree outside the wall, drooling. So, Gu Jiao went out of the yard, planning to pick some mulberries for her. But when she got closer, she realized the mulberry tree wasn't wild by the roadside. It was planted in the neighbor's yard. Because the tree was so tall, its branches extended over her wall. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and knocked on the neighbor's door. "Cough, cough, who's there?" A low cough sounded as the large red door was opened. A graceful lady appeared. Gu Jiao recognized her at once. She also recognized Gu Jiao. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, coughed softly twice, then smiled and said, "Miss, is that you?" Gu Jiao was stunned. She just wanted to pick some mulberries, but now she had met a temple lady. "Madam, did you used to live so far away? From here to the temple to burn incense, it's almost as difficult as crossing mountains and water." Mrs. Yu gently said, "My family's surname is Gu."
Gu?
"Is there another wealthy Gu family here?" The answer is no. Gu Jiao quickly guessed her identity, but she didn't reveal that she was the madam of the Marquis's household, so Gu Jiao also kept silent. Mrs. Yu invited Gu Jiao inside. She had been sitting in the yard, enjoying the sun, with a full set of woven chairs, tables, and stools. She pointed to a wooden stool and said, "Sit." Gu Jiao sat down and noticed there were no servants in the yard. Mrs. Yu saw her confusion and smiled, saying, "I wanted to be alone for a while, so I let them go to the front yard. This is the backyard. Are you also living nearby?" Gu Jiao replied, "I was passing by and saw the mulberries look tasty, so I wanted to ask about them." "Am I bothering Madame Gu?" "No, not at all," Mrs. Yu said happily, though she couldn't quite explain why. "I'll have someone pick some for you." Mrs. Yu called a servant to pick mulberries for Gu Jiao. She then pulled Gu Jiao aside in the yard and started talking. "I don't know your name, young lady."
Gu Jiao, she replied.
Mrs. Yu smiled happily. "Your surname is Gu too? We were family 500 years ago." Gu Yan had said the same thing, so it's no wonder they are mother and son. Mrs. Yu's health was not good. After a few words, she started coughing heavily. Seeing her pale face, Gu Jiao hesitated and said, "Madam Gu, if you don't mind, I'd like to check your pulse." "Are you skilled in traditional medicine, young lady?" "I know a little," Gu Jiao replied. Mrs. Yu smiled and extended her hand onto the table. The servant finished picking a basket of mulberries and came to show Mrs. Yu. She waved her hand to dismiss her. The servant gently placed the basket on the table and left. Her pulse was not very good, but her condition was worse than it appeared. Gu Jiao quietly withdrew her hand and asked, "Madam Gu, how is your sleep?" "Not very good. I find it hard to sleep," Mrs. Yu answered. Gu Jiao asked, "Appetite?" Mrs. Yu shook her head slightly, "Not much to eat either." Gu Jiao paused and asked, "Has this been like this since the cold wind?" Mrs. Yu nodded, "Yes." Gu Jiao continued, "How long has it been?" Mrs. Yu said, "I don't remember exactly, but it's been a long time." She asked a few more questions. Actually, the imperial doctor also asked, but Mrs. Yao was unwilling to open her heart. She always responded vaguely. Mrs. Yao trusted Gu Jiao completely and answered honestly. Gu Jiao then asked, "Madam Gu used to see a doctor, right? What did they say?" Mrs. Yao smiled bitterly. "They said I worry too much and told me to relax and not think too much. They even prescribed medicine, but it didn't help much, so I stopped taking it. That's all." The doctor's term worry too much is, in modern words, depression. But she also has hysteria, which can be very dangerous when it occurs. Gu Jiao took 2 boxes of antidepressant medicine from her small medicine box and repackaged them in a porcelain bottle. Mrs. Yao sat across from Gu Jiao, only seeing the upright lid of the box, not noticing Gu Jiao's actions. Gu Jiao handed the porcelain bottle to Mrs. Yao, explained how to use it and the dosage, and warned, "Madam Gu, you must take the medicine. Only then will you get better." The imperial doctor's medicines were ineffective. How could a young girl casually handing over medicine have any effect? But Gu Jiao had worked hard all this time, and Mrs. Yao couldn't bear to refuse her kindness. She took the medicine with a smile, saying, "Okay." Gu Jiao looked into her eyes seriously and said, "You can't throw away the medicine. You must promise me that you will take it on time." Mrs. Yao hadn't seen such sincere eyes in a long time. Those who wanted to cure her weren't really concerned with her. They were trying to help the lady of the house. If she weren't the lady of the house, no one would pay attention to her. But this young girl genuinely wanted to help her. Mrs. Yao wanted to pay Gu Jiao for the consultation, but Gu Jiao shook the mulberries in her basket. Mrs. Yao smiled. In fact, Gu Jiao did ask Mrs. Yao for some money, but not silver. She wanted the cakes she made herself. Mrs. Yao was very happy. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. Every time she saw her, she always seemed to bring good luck, either saving her or healing her. Is this girl her lucky star? Perhaps because they are the same age, Mrs. Yao quickly thought of Gu Jinyu. Although they are mother and daughter, her relationship with Jinyu was not as close as with Gu Yan. Even if Gu Yan always looked grim, she could feel Gu Yan's need for her. She stayed at the mountain villa, and Gu Yan wouldn't go to the capital. Jinyu, however, could leave easily and seemed more eager for the bustling city and the lively manner. It's not that Jinyu didn't love her mother, but her world was bigger than just her mother. Without her, Jinyu can live a good life. She thought this might be a good thing. After all, if Gu Yan were gone someday, she wouldn't want to live anymore. At least she wouldn't have to worry about Jinyu. On the way back, Gu Jiao asked Dongjia about the Ho residence. Which part do you mean?
Dongjia asked.
About the madam of the Ho family, Gu Jiao replied. It wasn't strange to ask about the madam, since they had already met 3 of the owners of Wenquan Villa. Only the lady of that family had never shown her face. Dongjia didn't think Gu Jiao had any hidden motives. He thought for a moment and said, that madam of the Ho family seems to have the surname Yao. She has some stories. She is the second wife of Dingen Ho. Her family fell on hard times. Her father held a minor position in the Ministry of Revenue, but he apparently offended someone and in the end, he lost that position too. She was friends with the previous madam of the Ho family. Before she died, she visited her a few times. There were rumors in the capital that she took advantage of the previous madam's illness to get close to Dingen Ho. Gu Jiao frowned slightly. She didn't seem like that kind of person. Dongjia continued, but the truth is, she never even met Dingen Ho face-to-face in the Ho residence.
How do you know that?
Gu Jiao asked. Dongjia smiled faintly. Our spring hall still has some reputation in the capital. The imperial doctor who treated the previous madam of the Ho family has some connections with us. But the previous madam did ask Yao to take care of her children. Gu Jiao asked, did the previous madam have children? Dongjia said, yes, she had 3 sons. The previous madam of the Ho family considered having Yao become the second wife of Dingen Ho, but Yao refused. She personally declined, and the imperial doctor overheard everything while preparing medicine. But in the end, Dingen Ho did meet Yao and immediately took a liking to her. He proposed marriage to Yao's family, and they agreed without hesitation. You can probably guess what happened next. Rumors started in the capital to slander Yao. These years, the madam of the Ho family has stayed at Wenquan Villa, partly to care for Gu Yan's illness, and partly because she didn't feel comfortable living in the capital. Dingen Ho doesn't have much genuine affection for his first wife. In fact, he cares deeply for Yao. Due to her background, she wasn't suitable to be his second wife, but he insisted on marrying her. The more he cared for Yao, the more people thought she was a seductive woman. Actually, Dongjia had met Yao once. She was a woman without scheming, with clear eyes like a deep lake. If she were seductive, then no one in the world would be innocent. 10 days after the provincial exam ended, the official notice was posted. Candidates hurried to the government office early in the morning to see if they had passed. The number of people accepted was very small, only 50 out of hundreds. They were divided into 2 groups, 10 in the first group and the rest in the second. Feng Lin was awakened by Du Ruhan, who had slipped out of the governor's residence before dawn.
Feng Lin.
Wake up. Someone won money. Du Ruhan had made a one-sided bet with Feng Lin, betting 10 taels of silver that Xiao Lulang would not pass. Feng Lin, yawning, opened the door. I haven't had breakfast yet. Du Ruhan immediately stuffed a big meat bun into his mouth and pulled him downstairs. Feng Lin took out the bun. Lulang hasn't eaten either. Du Ruhan said, enough. He has hands and feet. He won't starve, will he? Without waiting for Feng Lin, Du Ruhan dragged him to the government office entrance. There were already many candidates gathered, surrounding the notice board. Du Ruhan struggled to push through the crowd with Feng Lin to the front. In Du Ruhan's opinion, the chances of Xiao Lulang, this simple-minded guy, passing were very slim. Ha ha ha, just wait to pay me silver, Feng Xiaodun. I'm not Feng Xiaodun. I didn't bet with you. Halfway through, Feng Lin's eyes fell on a very noticeable name on the list. Everyone couldn't ignore it. He suddenly choked and pointed at the list.
Look.
Du Ruhan followed his finger. At a very prominent spot, he saw a name, first in the provincial exam, Xiao Lu Lang. Du Ruhan's jaw almost dropped. No way? That guy actually passed? And he's first? How is that possible? He had promised he was just a simple fool. The guy who couldn't even recite the three-character classic had suddenly become the top scorer in the provincial exam. The top in the provincial exam was much harder than the county exam, not even in the same league. Moreover, the exam questions this time were set by his eccentric uncle. How could anyone figure it out? Feng Lin reached out his hand. Du Ruhan asked, "What are you doing?" Feng Lin said, willing to lose the bet. "No, you said you wouldn't bet with me. You've been influenced by that kid." Feng Lin happily took all of Du Ruhan's belongings and returned to the inn. He split the silver in half with Xiao Lu Lang. As for the results, he didn't need to say. They had already been congratulated at the inn. 85 returning home, late night. The innkeeper learned that among the examinees staying there, one had achieved the top score in the provincial exam. Immediately, he refunded the room fees for Xiao Lulang and the other two, and also covered their meals with the finest wine and dishes. If the inn didn't have something, he would send someone out to buy it. Feng Lin had already passed the imperial exam and become a scholar, but his results were not outstanding, so he didn't receive such treatment. This time, traveling with Xiao Lulang, he felt quite proud. It's worth mentioning that Xiao Lulang performed so well that his essays spread on the day the results were announced. Naturally, many people wanted to make friends with him, but Xiao Lulang refused to see them. The examination system in this dynasty had been greatly changed from the previous one. In the old system, after the provincial exam, candidates had to wait 2 to 3 months for the palace exam. In this dynasty, the palace exam was scheduled just a day after the provincial results were announced. During these 10 days of waiting, most candidates were very nervous. Once they finally knew they had passed, they still had no time to relax before moving on to the next round of exams. This increased the pressure on the students. There were 2 parts to the palace exam. One tested the 8-legged essay, and the other tested classical texts. The difficulty of the classical texts was similar to the provincial exam, while the 8-legged essay was set by the local magistrate. Xiao Lulang had already been the top scorer twice. If he won the top spot in the palace exam, he would be a small third-rank scholar. In Pingcheng, it had been nearly 10 years since anyone achieved this. All officials in the government were hopeful about Xiao Lulang. However, no one expected that he would submit a blank paper for the classical texts. The scope of the classical texts in the palace exam was not much different from the provincial exam. Candidates still needed to understand the 3 classics. The questions were more numerous and tricky, but submitting a blank paper was still rare. Of course, every exam could have unexpected incidents. Once, a student smeared dirt on his paper, causing the entire exam to be invalidated. That was during the triennial provincial exam, and 3 years of effort went to waste. However, submitting a blank paper was very rare. Especially in this case, the blank paper was from Xiao Lulang, who had left a deep impression on the magistrate during the provincial exam. If the magistrate remembered correctly, there were 12 examiners grading the papers, and 11 of them gave Xiao Lulang's 8-legged essays the highest grade. The only exception was the magistrate himself, who awarded him a second-class grade. But if one knew that the magistrate had given others only the lowest grade, it would show how remarkable Xiao Lulang's performance truly was. 11 candidates took the exam, and even if they wrote nonsense, they would still rank in the top 10. However, Xiao Lulang was placed 3rd from the bottom. This surprised Magistrate Zhuang. He retrieved the exam papers and found that one was completely blank. Magistrate Zhuang also ordered the papers from Xiao Lulang's previous provincial exam to be brought out. If Xiao Lulang's previous exam was very poorly done, this incident might be overlooked. But it turned out that his exam paper was a perfect full score, meaning he answered every question correctly. And he only took half an hour, said the invigilator, who brought the papers. This invigilator was the one sitting directly opposite Xiao Lulang during the provincial exam. The exam papers were anonymous. Once submitted, no one knew whose paper was whose. However, after Xiao Luling became the top scorer, his essay became famous. The invigilators secretly visited a guest house to see what this top scorer looked like, curious about how he could produce such extraordinary writing. To his surprise, he found that the candidate was the same person who had only written half an hour's worth of essays and commentaries on both the classic texts and miscellaneous writings. Magistrate Zhuang had very high standards. Being able to answer all questions correctly was not impressive to him, but completing the exam in just half an hour was truly remarkable. Among the people he had seen, only the late Marquis of Zhao Du had performed better. Immediately, Magistrate Zhuang sent someone to the guest house to find Xiao Luling and ask for an explanation. "I didn't leave it blank," Xiao Luling said. If Xiao Luling was telling the truth, then someone had tampered with his exam paper. This was a serious matter. The management of exam papers was very strict. When candidates handed in their papers, two invigilators would go together to collect them, pressing their thumbprints at the same time to prove they took the paper. If there was a problem with a paper, only these two knew the truth. It's worth noting that all invigilators were assigned randomly after entering the exam hall. They could not contact anyone outside until the exam was over. It was easy to bribe one invigilator, but very difficult to bribe both, because there was no guarantee they would be assigned to the same exam room, or even to Xiao Yulong's room. Despite this, Magistrate Zhuang still called the two invigilators over for questioning. Both claimed they had done nothing wrong. "But the paper was blank?" asked Zhuang. "We're not sure." Before submitting, candidates usually place a blank sheet of paper on top. "To prevent us from seeing their handwriting," they replied. District Magistrate Zhuang nodded and then said to Prefect Luo, "After their two people handled it, the test papers must have been tampered with, right? The names are only uncovered after all examiners finish grading. I'm very curious. How did that person recognize Xiao Lulang's test paper and successfully switch it with a blank one?" Prefect Luo thought for a moment and replied, "There are two ways. One is during the distribution of the papers, and the other is during grading. Xiao Lulang is the top scorer in the provincial exam, and he sat in the first seat during the court exam, which is the rule. The first paper handed out is his, so it can be tampered with in advance. Even if it gets anonymized later, his paper can still be identified. Or, an examiner might have obtained Xiao Lulang's original test paper from the court exam and noted his handwriting. When grading, they recognize his paper based on those notes. In any case, among the examiners grading the papers, there are definitely some with dishonest intentions. The exam graders for the provincial and court exams are either different groups or to prevent anyone from recognizing the student's handwriting and influencing their judgment. However, it's possible someone secretly got hold of Xiao Lulang's original test paper, especially since after grading, the confidentiality of the papers is greatly reduced. Apart from District Magistrate Zhuang, the other 11 examiners were all taken into a secret room to undergo strict interrogation by Prefect Luo. Under intense pressure, Prefect Luo managed to find the real culprit. It was a grader named Wu, who had been diligently working in the court exam hall for 20 years. Usually, he was as honest as an antique. Luo originally thought he was the least likely suspect. It seems that not betraying others is more about lacking enough stakes than about high morals. "The person paid me 1,000 taels of silver to destroy Xiao Lulang's test paper. I had prepared ink to pretend that Xiao Lulang accidentally stained his paper. I've seen this kind of situation many times. It's usually discarded as waste paper and no one checks. But I hadn't started yet when Lord Wang, who I had sent away, returned. I accidentally spilled ink on myself in a panic, and by the time I looked for more ink, it was too late. Luckily, there were some blank papers nearby, so I took one and replaced the stained one." "What did he look like?" "He covered his face. I didn't see clearly."
"His voice. How tall was he?"
"I don't remember. I really don't remember." Prefect Luo reported the results of the interrogation to District Magistrate Zhuang. Generally, if cheating occurs in the imperial exams, all the test papers are invalidated and the exam is held again. This not only causes trouble for the government, but also can break many candidates' spirits. Exams are always a mix of skill and luck. No one can guarantee that their next test will be better than the last. nor can they be sure that other students won't catch up and surpass them. Of course, for students who fail, this can be seen as a lucky chance. However, even if Xiao Liulong's paper was replaced with a blank one, he still passed the imperial exam with 11 top grades and 1 second-grade score. In other words, those who were meant to be accepted were accepted. Those who failed were supposed to fail. The only difference is that their rankings might have moved up by 1 place, while Xiao Luling lost his top position. Prefect Luo sighed. That person probably didn't expect Xiao Luling to pass the exam, even now. It's a pity. Xiao Luling should have had a chance to be the top candidate. District Chief, Zhua said seriously, this matter is either very small or very big, depending on how you look at it. If you only think about it now, it's a small matter. But if you only stop here in life, it becomes a big matter. Getting third-tier recognition is enough for a scholar to shine for a while, but only for a while. If he truly wants to make a name for himself, he must continue to take the local exams, become a recommended candidate, and then go to the capital for the imperial exam. The imperial exam is not the end. In fact, it is just the starting point of the civil service journey. District Chief Zhua said, the decision is up to him. You should ask if he wants to retake the exam. Retaking the exam doesn't just mean him. It means everyone who took the imperial exam will have to go through the 2 tests, 8-legged essays, and classics again. Luo Prefect went to the inn. He met Xiao Luling and politely explained his purpose, asking if Xiao Luling wanted to retake the exam. Xiao Luling didn't answer directly. Instead, he opened a window and showed Luo Prefect the students in the main hall downstairs who were exchanging results. The list had already been posted. Those who didn't pass looked disappointed, while those who succeeded looked happy and radiant. In that moment, no one knew what Xiao Luling was feeling inside. He suddenly said, "Are all these students who passed innocent?" Luo Prefect was taken aback and was silent for a moment before replying softly, "Yes, since you didn't fail, it means none of them took an extra spot in the local exam." Xiao Luling looked at the students and asked, "If they retake the exam, some of them might not pass, right?" Luo Prefect sighed and nodded. It was inevitable. When people retake the exam, their mental state often collapses, making it hard to perform well. Then Xiao Luling asked, "And what about you, Luo Prefect?" Luo Prefect was stunned and confused. Xiao Luling said, "I heard that Magistrate Luo's term is almost up. Retaking the exam is a big matter and needs to be reported to the court. If there's a scandal, it might affect his reappointment, right?" Magistrate Luo helplessly nodded. The court has strict control over the imperial examinations. If he has to retake the exam due to cheating, his official career might be over. Xiao Luling asked calmly, "Magistrate Luo, how much do you think your future is worth?" Magistrate Luo was stunned. Is this kid openly blackmailing him? Xiao Luling continued slowly, "You are an honest official and probably can't afford much silver. But the person who bribed the examiners must have spent quite a bit, right? Since I am the victim, shouldn't you compensate me with that silver?" This way, he could regain his future, spend no money, and still keep a good reputation as an honest official. This deal was very profitable. Magistrate Luo fell into the trap Xiao Luling set. "Yes, yes, yes. 1,000 taels. I will definitely send all of it to Xiao candidate." Xiao Luling added, "And if there was no tampering with the exam papers, I am actually a third-place candidate. You don't deny that, do you?" Magistrate Luo nodded vigorously. "Of course. Xiao candidate's ability is well known to both me and the governor." Xiao Luling sighed softly, "But the third-place prize comes with a bonus, and I can't get that bonus now." Magistrate Luo was silent. Why did this seem like a big trap? The bonus for the third place was funded by the court, distributed through the government offices, with 1 part from the prefecture, 1 from the academy, and 1 from the county office, totaling about 100 taels. Since Pengcheng Prefecture hadn't produced a third-place candidate for 10 years, the bonus had doubled. So, Xiao Luling should have received about 200 taels. But given the current situation, he couldn't use official funds. In other words, the money had to come out of Magistrate Luo's own pocket. Magistrate Luo thought, "I was so naive to believe I could avoid spending any money. How foolish I am." The scandal ended with Magistrate Luo bleeding money to settle the matter. Zhuang Prefect, a relative of Magistrate Luo, chose not to pursue the matter further, so he didn't report it to the court. Magistrate Luo kept his official position, and the candidates didn't lose their confidence. Everyone was happy. As for the person who tampered with the exam papers, it was probably a candidate jealous of Xiao Liulong's performance, wanting to bring him down. Magistrate Luo said he would continue investigating secretly. When Xiao Luling returned to the village in early April, the air was warm with the feeling of late spring. Willow branches by the pond had sprouted tender buds, hanging down over the water like floating emerald beads. The crops in the fields had also grown, looking lush and green. He had come to this village around the same time last year. Who would have thought that a whole year had passed so quickly? Just as he was coming out of the fields, Uncle Zhang turned to Aunt Zhang behind him and asked, "Is that Lu Ling?" Aunt Zhang, who had a sharper eye than her husband, looked and nodded eagerly. "Yes, it's Lu Ling."
"Oh."
"The scholar has returned." She also turned to shout at the villagers working in the fields. News of Xiao Liulong's success had already spread through the village. Although he failed the provincial exam, he ranked first in the county and the prefectural exams and was still named a licentiate. He was the second licentiate from the village after Gu Daxuan. Earlier that morning, officials from the county government had sent several jin of grain. The white rice looked even better than Gu Daxuan's. The villagers looked at Xiao Luling as if they were seeing him for the first time, wanting to talk but feeling hesitant. After all, times had changed. He was now a scholar. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Zhang, Xiao Luling greeted them. They were both very kind-hearted. When Gu Jiaokui had stomach pain from water retention, Aunt Zhang had lent him red sugar. They were both surprised and speechless. Later, Xiao Luling continued to meet several villagers, greeting them casually, neither overly warm nor cold, just like usual. Finally, he reached his home door. Since he hadn't informed his family in advance, they didn't know he was coming back today. From the backyard, there came the cheerful sound of Xiao Jingkong. Xiao Luling stepped inside. In the sunny backyard, Gu Jiao was washing Xiao Jingkong's hair. Xiao Jingkong's round, shiny head had sprouted some green hair buds. He proudly asked Gu Jiao if his hair had grown longer, and if it was longer than a few days ago. An old lady sat on a nearby rattan chair, watching the little monk come out of the bath while munching sunflower seeds. Next to her, Shaoban Song sat on a small stool with her 1-year-old son, Go Dan. Go Dan was slowly nibbling on a corn cob. The first to notice Xiao Luling was Xiao Jingkong. He lowered his head and looked back from under his small diaper, spotting Xiao Luling upside down. He stared for a moment and asked, "Huh? Bad brother-in-law?" Gu Jiao paused as she scooped water and quietly turned her head. Over a month had passed, and the family had changed. Xiao Jingkong had grown longer hair, and the elderly lady seemed to be getting younger. She appeared taller and more like a shy, beautiful girl. Her birthmark was still on her face, but it no longer looked like a ugly red spot. Instead, it resembled a charming flower, blooming with bright, captivating colors amid her cool, lonely aura. She was as beautiful as a peach blossom or a plum. He had also grown taller. His eyebrows and face looked less like a boy's and more noble and refined, with a scholarly air. They looked at each other in silence, neither speaking. "Lu Ling is back," the elderly lady asked cheerfully, turning around. "Did he bring anything tasty?" Xiao Luling snapped out of his thoughts. "Yes, I did." He stepped forward but didn't watch his step and nearly tripped. Gu Jiao calmly turned around and continued giving Xiao Jingkong a bath. As she poured water, Xiao Jingkong suddenly shouted, "Ah, it's so cold." Gu Jiao looked embarrassed. She had poured the wrong water. 86. Walking the chickens. First part. The elderly lady glanced at Gu Jiao and then at Xiao Luling, her eyes full of mysterious meaning. She felt that she would soon be holding her great-grandchild. Gu Jiao smoothly changed the subject and asked about Feng Lin. Xiao Luling answered seriously. He went back to the academy. He's been in the capital for a month and missed quite a few classes. Thanks to Feng Lin this time, Gu Jiao made a note of his kindness. While they talked, several small yellow chicks strutted out confidently. Xiao Lulang finally realized that after being away for over a month, the family had started raising chickens. Gu Jiao wasn't very interested in raising chickens. It was Xiao Jingkong who saw the neighbors' chicks and liked them so much he asked Gu Jiao if he could raise some. Gu Jiao agreed, but with one condition: he had to take care of the chicks himself, feeding, watering, and cleaning up after them, without passing the chores to others. To help Xiao Jingkong understand how hard it was to raise chickens, Gu Jiao let him feed chickens at Xuaningxiang's house for 2 days. There, he saw both adorable chicks and older hens and roosters that no longer looked cute. Gu Jiao told him that all the cute little chicks he saw now would someday grow into hens and roosters. But that didn't scare him off. Gu Jiao had no choice but to let him raise chickens. He ended up raising 7, and each one was plump and healthy. He also gave them names from 1 to 7, but he didn't know exactly how he recognized each one. Xiao Lulang brought a special local treat for the elderly lady: candied dried yangmei plums. During the season, yangmei just bears fruit, small and very sour, but these candied yangmei are the best for sweetening and souring, with a flavor that isn't tiring to eat. Although there are only 2 jars, they are from the most famous candied yangmei shop in Pingcheng. Since many students are taking exams, they are almost always sold out every day. Xiao Lulang went to queue in the middle of the night and shivered in the cold wind for a long time. The elderly lady picked a yangmei plum and fed it to Go Dan, only letting him lick it, not swallow, to prevent choking.
Go Dan licket eagerly, saliva flowing.
Gu Xiaoshan hadn't finished school yet, but Xiao Lulang also brought him something: a complete set of wood-carving tools. Very complete. Zhaogua has strict control over iron, making it hard for ordinary people to buy such fine and complete iron tools. Xiao Lulang managed to get them through Lord Luo. It was clear that Xiao Yulong's bundle was getting emptier. Xiao Jingkong was walking his little chicken, looking completely unconcerned but glancing occasionally at the bundle Xiao Lulang was carrying. Gu Jiao noticed his little change and asked, "Is Jingkong also looking forward to his gift?" "I'm not." Xiao Jingkong haughtily turned his head away. Bad brother-in-law wouldn't buy him a gift. Xiao Lulang saw the little guy's stubbornness and knew their relationship was already tense enough, especially after being apart for over a month. Now, they weren't even strangers anymore. Xiao Lulang took out a set of Kongming locks from his bundle. "Forget it if you don't want it. I'll give it to Go Dan." "No." Xiao Jingkong suddenly jumped down from the chair and snatched the Kongming lock, holding it close. "He's too little. He can't play with it." Go Dan looked at his older brother blankly, not understanding what was happening. Finally, it was Gu Jiao's turn. It was a very delicate brocade box, and just looking at it, one could tell it was valuable. Gu Jiao silently measured the length of the brocade box with her eyes. "Is it a hairpin?" Such an expensive box, at least a silver hairpin. Silver hairpins are rare in the countryside. Most are wooden, and a more luxurious one is made of copper. Silver hairpins are only bought by well-off families and worn on very special days. Most importantly, if a man gives a woman a hairpin, it often carries a special, unspoken meaning. Gu Jiao's face was full of excitement, showing she liked it very much. Clack. Xiao Lulang opened the jewelry box. But it was not a hairpin, it was a calligraphy brush. Gu Jiao was stunned on the spot. Xiao Lulang said, "Your handwriting is always hard to improve. Besides your grip, it also has to do with the brush. This is a wolf hairbrush made by a famous craftsman in Pingcheng, and it suits your strength." He spoke seriously, but Gu Jiao felt worse and worse. Is the hairpin hot to hold? Why would he give her a brush? It's like giving a student who loves to spend money on games a set of exam papers. How could she refuse? Seeing Gu Jiao trying to hold back her frustration, the old lady laughed so hard her stomach hurt. "There is a kind of need that Xiao Lulang thinks you must have." Gu Jiao held the wolf hairbrush in her arms, her face dark as coal. Then Xiao Lulang handed her a bronze token with Zhou Ji Qianzhuang engraved on it. "Your household funds are stored in the bank. If you need money, go get it yourself." He didn't specify the amount, and Gu Jiao didn't ask. She was still overwhelmed by the shock of receiving a calligraphy brush. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that this wolf hairbrush was more expensive than all the gifts from others combined, not something money could buy. Gu Jiao didn't lose her temper for long. She remembered the main task. Before leaving, Gu Jiao told Feng Lin to watch Xiao Luling practice walking every day. Now she wanted to check his progress. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling went to the west room to look at his ankle. The surgical wound had faded almost completely. Gu Jiao reached out and pinched it. Does it still hurt? Xiao Luling shook his head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Not at all. Gu Jiao looked up at him. He nodded.
Yes.
Gu Jiao pinched his calf again. It felt good, and it seemed Feng Lin hadn't slacked off. The muscles, which had weakened before, had almost fully recovered after nearly 4 months of rehab. This meant Xiao Luling no longer had weak legs. He still hadn't given up his crutches, but the biggest problem might be psychological. Gu Jiao had seen many similar cases in her previous life. Some were afraid of re-injury and protected themselves too much, but most of these would gradually forget and improve over time. Others were more complicated. The patient had emotional baggage. If they couldn't open that emotional knot, they would live in their injury, punishing themselves or avoiding something. Xiao Luling put down his pant leg, leaned on his crutches, and went out. Gu Jiao looked at his cold and lonely back and couldn't help feeling suspicious. What exactly had he gone through? The news that Xiao Luling had passed the provincial exam quickly spread throughout the 10-mile radius. As the major family in the village, the Gu family also heard about it. They never expected Xiao Luling to pass 2 top exams and finally become a licentiate scholar. He was a poor student who almost didn't get into Tianxiang Academy, so how did he end up passing the licentiate exam like Dazhun? And since they both became licentiate scholars, Xiao Liulong's achievement seemed more valuable. Otherwise, he wouldn't receive better rice than Dazhun. 2 top scholars, just 1 step away from the top 3, Gu Chongluo said at the dinner table, feeling a bit envious. Was he born unwilling to study?
No.
He just couldn't focus on studying. Later, he had 2 sons and hoped they would study, but his family couldn't afford to support those who wanted to learn. The free students were mostly unmotivated, like Gu Xiaoshan. What the Gu family didn't know was that Xiao Luling didn't fail to reach the top 3 because of his ability. He chose to give up on it. Everyone at the table looked uncomfortable. The most upset was Dazhun. He had always looked down on Xiao Luling, but suddenly Xiao Luling had overtaken him. Dazhun felt annoyed. With Director Li guiding him personally, of course he improved a lot. I saw Director Li take him to Zhongjing Hall every day the month before the county exam. He didn't believe Xiao Luling was just talented. In fact, he was no better than himself. If he had been guided by Director Li, he would have scored even higher than Xiao Luling. Basically, he thought he lost because of resources. In the past, the Gu family would have complained about Xiao Luling, but tonight, no one said a word. This made Dazhun frown slightly. He felt that the atmosphere at home had changed recently. Everyone looked worried, except Gu Xiaoshan. It wasn't surprising he thought that way. After the Gu family failed to marry the daughter of the marquis residents, Gu Jiao's situation was exposed. They didn't need any interrogation from Marquis Gu. Just having Huangzhong walk around the village revealed Gu Jiao's entire life story. This was the true bloodline of the Marquis family. Could they be bullied like this? It was like trampling Marquis Gu's face on the ground. Marquis Gu's anger was understandable. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Jinyu and the Gu family's 3rd branch are related, Lord Gu would have already beaten this family to death. But death can be avoided, while punishment in life is hard to escape. Old Master Gu is fed up with all this. This is the most unfair time for Old Master Gu. He went to a clan gathering, and when he returned, the village officer was gone, done in by his own wife and son-in-law. As for Gu Jinyu, Lord Gu ordered the Gu family to give up custody and vowed never to appear in front of Gu Jinyu again. Additionally, he told the family to keep silent about everything, no words to outsiders. So, the Gu family even kept secrets from Gu Dashuan and Gu Xiaosun. Gu heirs Han accidentally overheard some things and suspected that Gu Jiao might have been switched at birth, but he didn't know much more. One reason for the strange atmosphere is that the women in the family are now eating at the table. Gu Dashuan is very uncomfortable with this. He glanced at his younger sister, Gu Yue, and thought for a moment before saying, Zhao's really lucky to marry a scholar. His sister is not young anymore. She should be getting engaged. If she marries into a good family, it would also help him. Gu Wei kept eating silently. Everyone thought, is Zhao really the lucky one? No, it's probably that young man Xiao Lulang. Does he even know who he married? A daughter of the Marquis household. This is truly a blessing from heaven. Looking back, they were careless about this marriage. If they had known how noble that girl was, they wouldn't have let her marry out. She could have stayed at home as a money tree, bringing in many benefits from the Marquis estate. The Gu family was heartbroken, but what could they do? The girl was no longer naive and easy to fool. Even if they wanted to fix things, it wouldn't be easy now. Mrs. Wu signaled to Mrs. Liu, telling her to take a piece of the big meat in her bowl. This was real, thick meat, each slice cut especially thick, fatty, and dripping with oil. Usually, only Gu Dashuan could eat such meat. Mrs. Liu swallowed hard, picked up the thickest piece, and initially wanted to put it in Urshuan's bowl, but Mrs. Wu shot her a sharp look. She quickly put it into Xiaosun's bowl. Xiaosun looked at his mother with a strange expression.
Why?
Mrs. Liu awkwardly said, "You've finally come back. Have some meat." Recently, Xiaosun had been staying at the academy, and today was the first time he was invited back by Gu Dashuan. Gu Dashuan didn't want to invite him kindly, but his father had spoken, and he couldn't do anything about it. Gu Xiaoshun looked at the meat in the bowl and ate it blandly. Gu Er's Hun drooled with greed. Gu Das Hun frowned deeply. The others pretended not to see anything. Mrs. Liu smiled and said, "Xiaoshun, you just got back. Haven't you gone to see your sister yet?" Gu Xiaoshun asked why. Mrs. Liu awkwardly smiled. "Your sister is so kind to you. Why don't you go visit her now that you're back?" Gu Xiaoshun took a bite of rice and said, "I'll go later." Mrs. Liu continued with a forced smile, "Your brother-in-law passed the imperial exam. Remember to say congratulations." Gu Xiaoshun replied, After a while, no one said anything useful, and Wu and the main family grew anxious. Gu Chonghai said, "Xiaoshun, your uncle has prepared some good tea and 2 old hens. Later, we will deliver them to your sister together." Gu Xiaoshun said, "I can go alone. Why do you need to go?" "I'm worried you can't carry everything." Gu Chonghai was almost annoyed to the point of losing his temper. Gu Xiaoshun was straightforward and didn't understand complicated words. Gu Chonghai decided to be honest. "We are family, no grudges overnight. We made mistakes before, but now we're apologizing to your sister. From today, we will all live happily together." Gu Hai only said they couldn't approach Gu Jinyu, but didn't say they couldn't approach Gu Jiao, as long as they didn't reveal the truth to Gu Jiao. They could guess what Gu Hai meant, probably just worried Gu Jiao wouldn't accept it right away, so they planned to wait. They only needed to reconcile with Gu Jiao before she and her father recognized each other. "Are you trying to flatter my sister's husband now that he passed the imperial exam?" Gu Xiaoshun said coldly, placing his chopsticks on the table. "Where are the things?" His first remark made everyone frown, but his second made the Gu family feel hopeful. Gu Chonghai quickly told Zhou Shi, "Go get them." Zhou Shi didn't dare delay. She went inside and brought out the expensive tea and the 2 fattest old hens from the house. Gu Xiaoshun put down his chopsticks, took the items, and headed outside. Gu Chonghai reached out. "Hey, wait for me. You wish. You owe my sister that. Go away." Gu Xiaoshun ran out quickly and stormed into his sister's house, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Gu Chonghai, with a nosebleed from being hit by the door, muttered. Gu Chonghai spent a lot of money to buy tea leaves and a hen, but they were gone so easily. He didn't dare to cause trouble or argue. Where could he even reason with anyone? Gu Chonghai wanted to knock on the door, but no one responded, so he had to leave angrily. Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. Big sister, Gu Xiaoshun, who hadn't returned to the village for a long time, was worried about his sister. He ran to the kitchen to say hello to Gu Jiao, then went to find Xiao Lulang and the old lady. Xiao Lulang gave him a carving knife he brought from Pingcheng. Gu Xiaoshun loved it very much. He looked at each small knife again and again, reluctant to put it down. A good knife for a craftsman is like a good sword for a swordsman. Such joy can't be replaced by any gift. Gu Xiaoshun thought even more highly of his brother-in-law. While playing with the small knife, Gu Xiaoshun was suddenly called into the house by the old lady. The old lady warmly waved at him. "Xiaoshun, come try the candied dried yangmei, bayberry, that Luling bought for me." Gu Xiaoshun blinked. "Annie, why are you so generous today?" Usually, it's harder for her to share one piece of candied fruit than to reach the sky. "Here." The old lady fumbled for a while and gave him the smallest piece. Gu Xiaoshun didn't refuse. He quickly put it in his mouth. In the next second, he saw the old lady count out 7 large pieces of candied dried yangmei and put them into her small honey jar, loudly shouting, "Jiao jiao. Xiaoshun ate 8 yangmei pieces from me." Gu Xiaoshun almost choked to death. For just a few yangmei, was it really necessary? Gu Jiao took care of the old lady, limiting her to eat at most 3 pieces a day, and only 5 during the new year. She had managed to save up 7 pieces, an enormous fortune. The old lady was very happy, waving her hand to let Gu Xiaoshun do whatever he wanted. Gu Xiaoshun looked confused. Was he just being used like this? He planned to find Xiao Jingkong but found that the little guy had gone out. Xiao Jingkong was out to let the chickens run around. At first, he only let the chickens run in his backyard, but gradually he felt that wasn't enough, so he took the chickens outside. Xiao Jingkong's route was from his home to the village entrance and back along the same path. When he met villagers, he would politely greet them. The villagers, from initial surprise to now being used to it, even started to like this little monk. While other people's chickens ran freely, his chickens surprisingly formed a neat line. "Xiao Qi, no cutting in line," Xiao Jingkong said. When overtaking on a bend, the 5th chicken quietly returned to the end of the line. Little Jingkong quietly arrived outside the Gu family's old house, which was the only way to reach the village entrance. He knew the relationship between the 2 families and wouldn't go to the Gu family or greet them. But today, he was drawn by a strange sound. It sounded like a man reading aloud, stopping and starting repeatedly. Every time he reached the same spot, he would pause, then start again from the beginning. Little Jingkong's obsessive-compulsive tendencies couldn't handle it. He tiptoed quietly, walking over to a large tree outside the Gu house, where he saw Gu Dashun with a furrowed brow. He knew Gu Dashun, but they hadn't spoken before. He didn't understand why Gu Dashun wasn't studying at home, but was reading under the tree. At that moment, the family was arguing loudly over tea leaves and an old hen. The second wife blamed the first house for a bad idea, and the first house blamed Gu Xiaoshun from the second house for messing things up. Gu Dashun couldn't concentrate, so he came to hide under the tree. As he read, he suddenly realized he didn't know a few words.
Duo.
This word is duo. Little Jingkong stood behind him and pointed at the words in his book. Suddenly, a small, childlike voice startled Gu Dashun. He turned around, surprised to see Little Jingkong. He had seen and heard of Little Jingkong since he came to the village, but they had never spoken. Seeing Gu Dashun's confusion, Little Jingkong thought he didn't understand and repeated, "Duo," the same as the duo in hiding. Gu Dashun wouldn't believe a 3-year-old, so he half-heartedly looked away and said, "If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Little Jingkong crossed his arms. "I'm not talking nonsense. I've learned it." Gu Dashun asked, "How could you have learned it?" Little Jingkong replied, "From the heart mantra of Vajrasattva. I can recite it already." Gu Dashun looked at him skeptically and pointed to another character. "What about this one?"
"No."
The 3 worlds of the Buddhas depend on Prajnaparamita to attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. The Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita, he said quickly, smoothly, without a pause. Even if Gu Dashun didn't understand Buddhist scriptures, he knew such a difficult sentence couldn't be made up by a 3-and-a-half-year-old. So, he truly knew how to read. Later, Gu Dashun pointed to several characters, some he knew and some he didn't. To his surprise, Little Jingkong recognized them all, and could even tell where they came from. Little Jingkong looked at Gu Dashun with a serious expression. "How do you study? I heard you are a scholar. Are all scholars so poor?" Xiao Jinkong suddenly remembered that his bad brother-in-law also just became a scholar. Could he be that poor too? How will he support the family? Will he be able to support himself when he grows up? Worried about the family's difficulties, Xiao Jinkong lost his mood for playing with chickens and took all the little ones home. After placing the chickens back in the cage, he immediately went to the west room. He still isn't good at writing, mainly because he presses too lightly and can't hold the brush properly, but he has some scriptures. He took out a few scriptures from his small box, approached Xiao Lulang, and casually flipped to a page. Pointing at a rare character, he asked, "How do you read this?" Xiao Lulang glanced at him and read it aloud calmly. Xiao Jinkong frowned seriously and nodded secretly. He didn't read it wrong. Then Xiao Jinkong pointed to another character, which was the first character Gu Das-hun couldn't read earlier. Xiao Lulang easily read it aloud. Xiao Jinkong was somewhat satisfied. After that, he continued testing Xiao Lulang on many characters, and each time Xiao Lulang answered correctly. He also tested him on the meanings, and Xiao Lulang explained them almost as well as his master, even more clearly and simply. It seems that the bad brother-in-law has been studying hard. Xiao Jinkong finally felt a bit relieved. Little did Xiao Lulang know his little plan. He thought Xiao Jinkong suddenly wanted to learn characters. In the town, children start learning at age 7, but the little monk is smarter than ordinary children and has some basic knowledge from the temple. Perhaps he could be sent to a school earlier. It would save him from always sticking to Gu Jiao. Xiao Lulang secretly kept the idea of teaching the little monk to read in his mind. Meanwhile, Lord Gu's injuries were almost healed. He didn't say he was kicked so badly by his own daughter, only that he fell by accident, and the servants believed him. Huang Zhong received a letter from the capital. After reading it, Lord Gu's brow furrowed into a Chan shape. Huang Zhong asked, "What's wrong, Lord Gu? Did something happen to the Marquis residence?" Lord Gu sighed. "It's nothing serious at the Marquis house, just the letter from the consort." Huang Zhong was puzzled. "The consort? Did she summon you for something?" Lord Gu reluctantly folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. "Her birthday is coming up. Jinyu's birthday is in the same month. She asked when I would bring Jinyu back to the capital. This year is Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony, and she told me not to forget it." Huang Zhong sighed. "Yes, time flies. The young lady is almost 15. Lord Gu said still half a year to go. The twin babies are born in October." Huang Zhong smiled. Consort Shu must be thinking about the young lady. Consort Shu is Lord Gu's biological sister and has a very good relationship with the former Lady Gu. She is not very close to the second wife, Madame Yao, and is indifferent to Gu Yan. Only Gu Jinyu, with her talent, has gained her favor. Lord Gu feels troubled. He cannot return to the capital now, and even if he does, he must bring Madame Yao and Gu Yan with him. After all, it is Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony, and how can her biological mother not be there? Moreover, he sees that Gu Yan's illness has greatly improved, so she can go back to the capital.
So,
What about the young lady? Huang Zhong asked, referring to Gu Jiao. Of course, she will be taken along too, Lord Gu replied. So decisive? Are you craving trouble? Huang Zhong hesitated. No blood test for paternity. Lord Gu snapped. That depends on whether you can get it. Are you going to get it? Huang Zhong shrank back. I dare not. Lord Gu frowned. Gu Yan is so close to her. There can't be any mistake. As for the medicinal ingredient, the medicine from Spring Hall is effective for now, and a delay in the ingredient's arrival isn't a problem.
But
what? Huang Zhong asked. Lord Gu pondered for a moment, then said, that child grew up in the countryside with bad habits. She has no manners typical of a young lady. When she returns to the capital, she will surely be criticized. Before going back, she needs proper guidance. Huang Zhong's eyes flicked. Are you skipping some important steps? Maybe. The young lady might not want to go? Lord Gu brushed his wide sleeves. Does she have a say in whether she wants to? I am her father. Whether she believes it or not, if I decide to take her, she can't oppose me. Huang Zhong pursed his lips. Who was hanging the young lady on the tree? Lord Gu isn't pretending to be something he's not. Right now, his biggest concern isn't Gu Jiao but Madame Yao. He doesn't know how to speak to Madame Yao to minimize her distress. Where is the madam? Lord Gu asked. Huang Zhong recalled, it seems to be outside the hot spring in the peony garden. I saw her there just now. Madame Yao is indeed in the peony garden. After Gu Jinyu's peony was damaged, Lord Gu had several new peony plants brought quickly, and he built a new courtyard for Gu Jinyu to grow peonies. This was also a way to make up for losing the maid Yuru. Gu Jinyu and Mrs. Yao sat in the center of the peony garden playing chess. Mother, it's your turn. Mrs. Yao was lost in thought. Gu Jinyu waved her hand in front of her eyes. Mother, mother. Mrs. Yao snapped out of her trance and smiled apologetically. Is it my turn? Let me see how to move. Gu Jinyu took the chess piece she had just picked up and gently said, You've been playing for a long time. You must be tired. Why not rest for a while and have something to eat? Yes, Mrs. Yao nodded. She asked her maid to clear the chessboard and brought over a plate of freshly sliced fruit and a box of her homemade osmanthus cake. Gu Jinyu ate some fruit and took a small bite of the osmanthus cake. Mrs. Yao could tell she didn't really want to eat. She remembered that her sister-in-law, the concubine Shu, once said that eating too many sweets could make someone gain weight. Since then, Jinyu had stopped eating overly sweet or greasy foods. Mother, you look very healthy lately, Gu Jinyu said with a smile. Mrs. Yao touched her cheek. Yes, after taking Gu Jinyu's medicine, she felt much lighter and more relaxed. She could eat and sleep well, and was no longer easily feeling down. The only thing she couldn't understand was why she had been thinking about Gu Jinyu so much lately. Just now, she had been distracted because she was thinking of her. Playing chess with her daughter, she really shouldn't be so absent-minded. Mother, wait a moment. Gu Jinyu put down her snack, stepped over, and took a cloak from a nearby side room to put over Mrs. Yao. The wind is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. Her daughter was thoughtful, but Mrs. Yao felt guilty for accepting her kindness. No one knew that she secretly harbored a hidden feeling inside. She used to dislike Jinyu very much. Since her confinement, she had favored Gu Yan over Jinyu. Looking at that baby in swaddling clothes, she always felt a distance she couldn't explain. When Jinyu was 3 years old, Gu Yan once poured a bowl of medicinal soup on her. Jinyu, probably furious, rushed over and pushed Gu Yan to the ground, then sat firmly on top of him. Gu Yan was suffocating under her weight. When she saw this, she rudely pulled Jinyu away and slapped her. It was Gu Yan who had made the first move. Jinyu's retaliation was normal, especially since they were only 3 years old. As a mother, she should have separated the two children without resorting to violence. She still remembered the surprised and hurt look in Jinyu's eyes. Jinyu cried out for her mother, but she refused to feel sorry for her. Instead, she felt an impulse to throw her aside. This incident happened so long ago that both children have no memory of it. She finally regained her feelings for her daughter through daily interactions. However, every time she thinks about it, she feels unworthy of being a mother. Everyone believes her emotional pain comes from her relationship with the Marquis or from others' criticism. But that's not true. Whenever she thinks about how she, as a mother, could not love her own child or even consider abandoning her, she cannot forgive herself. Jinyu is a perfect child. Even after she hurt her, Jinyu still respects her and is very forgiving, especially towards her younger brother, who often bullies her. Mother, why are you crying? Gu Jinyu noticed tears in Yao's eyes. Yao wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. Do you think I haven't been good enough to you all these years? Gu Jinyu held Yao's hand and said, seriously, no, mother. You have been very good to me, just like my father and grandmother. You, my brother, and I are the closest people in the world. I will love you all my life. On the way back, Gu Jinyu was called away by a maid because a new basket of peonies arrived, and she needed to check it. Yao walked back to her courtyard alone, not letting the maids follow her. Passing by a rockery, Yao heard voices arguing. Are you crazy? How can you say such things? Be careful, someone overhears and reports to the Marquis and his wife, and they might punish you. Madam, I'm not lying. I heard it with my own ears. Yao recognized their voices. One was Madame Fong from her courtyard, and the other was her niece, Cui Cui. Cui Cui was sweeping outside Lord Gu's study. The conversation continued, and Yao stopped in her tracks. You probably misheard, Madame Fong scolded.
Cui shouted loudly. Identimi share.
The Marquis said it himself. Our young lady was switched at birth. She's not the Marquis and his wife's biological daughter. Yao felt as if she had been struck by lightning, stunned and speechless. What did you say? Who was switched at birth? Madam? Cui Cui and Madame Fong both turned to look at her, both stunned. Yao slowly walked over to Cui Cui and asked, Say that again. What do you mean, switched at birth? Not my real daughter? Madame Fong hurriedly said, Madam, don't listen to her nonsense. Yao shouted sharply, Shut up. Yao is usually gentle, but even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Cui Cui lowered her head and hesitated, saying, Mississippi, the little girl was switched. She is not your daughter or the Marquis's daughter. The real daughter was abandoned in the countryside, grew up in a small village, and was ugly and foolish, often bullied. When the Marquis found her, the rest of her words, Mrs. Yao couldn't hear. She felt her vision go black and her head spin. Then she closed her eyes and fainted heavily onto the ground. 88 Mother and daughter. First update, study room. Lord Gu was hesitating about how to tell Mrs. Yao when a servant came to report that she had fainted. Mrs. Yao had been resting at the small side courtyard recently, only coming daily to visit Gu Yen and Gu Jinyu. When Lord Gu arrived at the courtyard, Mrs. Yao was already on the bed, placed there by Fong Mama and Cui Cui. Recently, the housekeeper had caught a cold and was not nearby to serve, so Fong Mama was taking care of the courtyard herself and had called the imperial doctor. Lord Gu looked at the unconscious Mrs. Yao and then at the trembling maids in the room. His face darkened. Who was taking care of the lady today? 2 maids knelt down quickly. One cried, I don't know what happened. When we returned to the courtyard, the lady had already fainted in her room. Lord Gu scolded sharply. How are you taking care of her? How could you leave her alone in the courtyard? The other maid also sobbed. Please forgive us, Marquis. The lady doesn't like anyone following her normally. We didn't dare disobey. Good-for-nothings. Lord Gu snapped in anger. Just then, Fong Mama arrived with the imperial doctor. They were about to bow when Lord Gu waved them off. No need. Hurry and treat the lady. Yes. The imperial doctor carried his medical box and approached. He placed a silk cloth on Mrs. Yao's wrist and began to check her pulse. Honestly, the doctor wasn't optimistic about Mrs. Yao's condition. Mrs. Yao looked healthy, but her body was already exhausted from overwork, and she also had emotional issues. She was very sensitive to stimuli and could have hallucinations or madness if severely stressed, potentially doing irreversible things. Lord Gu was afraid of this happening, so he hesitated to reveal the truth. The doctor checked her pulse for a long time. So long that Lord Gu started to sweat. How is she, Dr. Chen? He asked anxiously. Fong Mama also looked at Dr. Chen nervously. Dr. Chen furrowed his brow thoughtfully and checked Mrs. Yao's pulse again. Strange. Very strange. Lord Gu hurriedly asked, What is strange? Is the lady very ill? Dr. Chen shook his head, not seriously. Mrs. Yao had always been weak and sensitive to shocks. Usually, fainting would be very dangerous for her, but her pulse was surprisingly steady now. That's why the doctor found it strange. He asked, What medicine has the lady been taking recently? Lord Gu looked at Madame Fong. Madame Fong hesitated and said, Isn't it just those medicines you prescribed? Dr. Chen said, Bring them over, so I can see. Okay. Madame Fong went to the dressing table, opened Mrs. Yao's medicine box, and handed the small bottles and jars she had been taking daily to the doctor. Inside the small bottles were white pills, tasteless and odorless. The doctor had never seen this kind of medicine before. The jars contained small granules, which he also hadn't seen before, but he recognized the familiar smell of traditional Chinese herbs, ginseng, sour jujube, poria, cinnamon, asparagus, and cooked remania. Can medicine be made into these forms? The doctor murmured. He had only seen pills before, never tablets or granules, especially the white tablets, whose ingredients he couldn't identify. He asked, "Where did these medicines come from?" Madame Fong looked at him in surprise. "Aren't they prescribed by you?" Dr. Chen replied, "I never made these medicines." Lord Gu's cold gaze fixed on Madame Fong. "When did the lady start taking these medicines?" Madame Fong hurriedly explained, "I don't remember exactly. It's been a while. The lady used to refuse to take medicine properly, but suddenly she started. I thought she finally listened to Dr. Chen's advice." "Are these medicines the reason she fainted?" Lord Gu asked the doctor. Dr. Chen hesitated. "It's hard to say. The calming medicine in the jars shouldn't harm her. But I've never seen the other tablets before, so I can't say for sure." Lord Gu looked coldly at Madame Fong. "Who gave these things to the lady?" Madame Fong's face turned pale. "I don't know. I serve the lady, but the person who takes care of her the most is Room Mistress Fong." Room Mistress Fong was away resting, not at the villa. Lord Gu clenched his fists and said, "Send someone to call Room Mistress Fong here." Chun Yui thought for a moment and said, "Lord Ho, don't worry yet. Madame's pulse has improved compared to before. These two medicines might be harmless to her." Lord Gu replied coldly, "How do you explain her sudden fainting?" Chun Yui couldn't explain and said, "Madame should wake up soon. Asking her later will reveal the truth." Madame Fong lowered her head, her fingers tightening bit by bit. Chun Yui wrote a prescription, and Madame Fong took it to the pharmacy at the mountain villa to get the medicine. While boiling the medicine in the small kitchen, Tsue sneaked in through the back door. "Auntie." Madame Fong looked out cautiously, closed the door, and asked, "Why are you here?" Tsue whispered. Huang Zhong suddenly went to find Madame Fong. "Is something wrong?" Madame Fong squinted and said, "Madame has been taking medicine recently, and her illness is getting better." Tsue's face turned pale.
"What didn't they say?"
A little stimulation would help her. Mrs. Yao had been stimulated before. Her illness wasn't as severe then, but she almost didn't make it. They thought this time would be safe, but the Empress Dowager's letter has arrived. Lord Ho is to take Miss back to the capital for her coming-of-age ceremony. The young master's condition has improved. Lord Ho will surely bring Madame and the young master back too, Madame Fong said coldly, her gaze falling on the steaming medicine pot. Huang Zhong went to Madame Fong's home and brought the sick Madame Fong back to the mountain villa. Lord Gu personally questioned her in the study. Only 2 maids were left guarding the room. Madame Fong carried a steaming bowl of medicine inside and said, "That's enough. I'll stay here. You two go to the kitchen to see if the porridge for Madame is ready, and don't forget to send the fruit Miss asked for to Lanting Pavilion." "Yes," the 2 maids replied and left. With only 2 people left in the room, it felt eerily quiet. Madame Fong held the bowl of medicine and slowly approached the bed, looking down at Yao's peaceful, sleeping face. She said disdainfully, "Madam, don't blame the servant. It's just that someone doesn't want you to return to the Ho residence." Madame Fong pried open Yao's chin and fed her spoonfuls of medicine from the bowl. Today was the day for Gu Yan's follow-up appointment at Huachuntang. Second master was busy and didn't come. Instead, Gu Jiao and the senior doctor arrived. They were directly taken to Gu Yan's courtyard by Yu Yaoer. Gu Yan's condition is now very stable. As long as she continues taking her medication, she can live another 2 or 3 years without problems. The puppy's injury has also healed. It still remembers Gu Jiao and eagerly ran to jump on her with its short legs, but ended up falling and whining loudly. Gu Jiao thought of Xiao Jingkong, who often fell down. "Since the doghouse broke last time, let's build a new one," Gu Yan said calmly. Gu Jiao made a strange sound, wondering how the house could be broken since she had built it very sturdy. The servants all lowered their heads, pretending not to know that the young master had dismantled the doghouse in the middle of the night. "All right, then," Gu Jiao agreed. Building a new one was no big deal. Gu Jiao stayed with Gu Yan for an hour and only left after finishing the brand new doghouse. After leaving the manor, she went to visit Lady Li as usual. While visiting Lady Li, She saw the mulberry tree and thought of Yao Shi. She decided to check if Yao Shi's condition had improved. However, when Gu Jiao knocked on the door, no one answered after a long time. Maybe she wasn't home. Or perhaps she was busy with something else. Gu Jiao decided to come back another time. But just as she was about to turn away, her ears twitched, and she heard a very painful groan. The sound was faint and distant, almost impossible for ordinary people to hear. But Gu Jiao's training in her past life included sound recognition, allowing her to identify breathing sounds amid hundreds of distracting noises. Though her body was smaller now and her physical strength was not as good as before, she was gradually recovering. The sound came from Madame Ho. Gu Jiao was sure of that. Without hesitation, she stepped back a few paces, kicked the wall, and jumped inside. When she reached Yao Shi's room, only Yao Shi was left inside. Yao Shi was lying unconscious on the bed, her face pale and her forehead dark, with very weak breathing. The room smelled strongly of traditional medicine, but there was no medicine bowl in sight. Gu Jiao found a few drops of undried medicinal liquid near Yao Shi's pillow and leaned down to smell it. It was aconite. Aconite is a traditional medicine used to dispel cold and relieve pain, but it is highly toxic. It is rarely used, and Yao Shi's cold constitution made it even more dangerous for her to have ingested it. Gu Jiao wasn't sure how much Yao Shi had drunk, but she had to get it out quickly. After thinking for 3 seconds, Gu Jiao immediately opened her small medicine box, took a special type of infusion tube, and carefully inserted it through Yao Shi's nose into her stomach. This infusion tube was specially made for those reckless people in the organization. It was sturdier than normal infusion tubes and could be used for harm, but Gu Jiao didn't expect to use it to save someone. Gu Jiao took out a saline solution and connected it to the other end of the tube. She pinched the bag and quickly poured the fluid into Yao's stomach. The bag was emptied quickly, and just as Gu Jiao was about to start on the second bag, 2 young maids, who had been sent away by Madame Fong, returned to the room. They didn't recognize Gu Jiao and were immediately stunned by what they saw.
Who are you?
What are you doing to the madam? They snapped out of their shock and rushed toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't let herself be interrupted. She tiptoed and kicked a stool, knocking the 2 maids to the ground. Maiden A, Maiden B. Someone's here. Someone's trying to harm the madam. Outside the room, Madame Fong's hand trembled. Really? They found out so quickly? After questioning the housekeeper, Lord Gu heard the shouts of the maids. He hurried to Yao's room and saw Gu Jiao holding something strange, pouring it into Yao's nose. When he left, Yao's face was still normal, but now it was turning blue and black, looking like she had been poisoned. This girl, could she be poisoning her own mother? Lord Gu was furious, walking over with killing intent. Stop right there. Gu Jiao ignored him and increased the pressure on the infusion. Seeing she wouldn't listen and was even more determined, Lord Gu drew a whip from his waist and struck Gu Jiao's small back hard. There was a loud as the whip hit her. This wasn't an ordinary whip, it was a military punishment whip. But Gu Jiao still didn't let go of Yao. Lord Gu's anger boiled over. He clenched his teeth and reached out to pull Gu Jiao away. Gu Jiao shot him a cold glare. If you don't want her to die, get out of the way. Her gaze and fierce aura stunned Lord Gu. Finally, the last drop of fluid was poured in. Gu Jiao pulled out the infusion tube, helped Yao sit up, pried open her mouth, and used her finger to gently press her throat. In the next second, Yao's body twitched, and she spat out the medicine and the infusion together. After spitting it out, Yao's face finally stopped turning blue, and her breathing regained some strength. At the same time, Dr. Chen arrived. Seeing the scene inside the room, he was a bit confused. He had just gone to give Madame Ho some medicine pills. How could she seem like she had died just a little while after he left?
Hey?
Isn't that the little apprentice from Spring Revival Hall? He recognized Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said nothing, quietly stood up, and packed away her small medicine box. Dr. Chen finished checking Madame Yao's pulse, frowned, and asked, Madam, how did you get poisoned with Wudo poison? Lord Gu frowned. Dr. Chen looked at Gu Jiao and the spilled medicine on the ground, And guess what had happened? Luckily, Lord Ho had this young apprentice quickly induce vomiting for Madam, or she might have died. I didn't expect that even a small apprentice from Spring Revival Hall could be so skilled. But Lord Gu didn't listen to the rest. His mind was full of the whip he had just used on her. He hadn't used full strength, but it was still about 80%. Stubborn girl, can't she speak nicely? Did she really have to be whipped? Lord Gu would never admit he was wrong. It was clearly her fault for not explaining, which led to his misunderstanding. But why did he feel a bit uncertain inside? He looked at Gu Jiao nervously, about to speak, but she had already turned away with a blank expression, carrying her small medicine box. The spring breeze was warm, but her back felt icy cold. Lord Gu began to order a thorough investigation into Madame Yao's poisoning. According to the two young maids, the medicine was made by Mistress Fong and was also delivered by her. They had been sent by Mistress Fong to deliver something to Gu Jinyu, and after that, they didn't know what happened. Call Mistress Fong here, Lord Gu ordered coldly. Soon, a servant reported, Master, Mistress Fong is missing. Lord Gu's large hand clenched into a fist. He quickly remembered that Mistress Fong also had a niece-in-law in the estate. Where is that maid named Tsue? Bring her to me. Yes, sir, the servant replied, and went to fetch her. Mistress Fong didn't take Tsue away to avoid attracting attention. When Tsue realized something was wrong, she hurriedly packed her bag and left, but unfortunately, she was caught by the estate guards. When she was brought before Lord Gu, he learned that Madame Yao had been poisoned. It was obvious who the poisoner was, no need to guess. It was Mistress Fong. Tsue fell to her knees with a thud, trembling and begging, Lord Gu, please spare me. I didn't do it. I don't know anything. I am innocent, Lord Gu said. Falsely accused? Then I ask you, how did the lady faint? Chui hesitated and said it. It was. Lord Gu mocked. Good. Since your tongue is useless, you might as well cut it out.
Cui trembled. I will speak.
I will say everything. It was Madame Fong. Madame Fong told me to do it. She made me tell the lady the secret I overheard. Lord Gu's heart tightened. What exactly did you say?
Cui, scared, replied I.
I said that the young lady is not her biological daughter. She was switched at birth. Shameless. Lord Gu angrily smashed the teacup beside him. Chui fell onto the shards of the cup, bleeding from her hands, but dared not move. Please forgive me, sir. It was Madame Fong who forced me. Lord Gu was worried about the situation, so he had never told Madame Yao the truth. He would rather never acknowledge that child than risk losing Madame Yao's trust. But his cautiousness caused two mean maids to reveal the truth. He sternly said, Madame treats her well. Why would she do this?
Cui sobbed, I don't know.
Auntie. It was Madame Fong. She made me do things. She never let me ask why. I don't know why she wants to harm the lady. If I don't obey her, she'll have her nephew beat me to death. Please, sir, I swear everything I said is true. Ha, you listen to her more than to me and the lady. Is her word an order from the heavens? Lord Gu, now at his wit's end, saw through Chui's words, half true, half false. It was true that Madame Fong manipulated her, but her own greed and ambition were even more real. If she wasn't after the benefits Madame Fong promised, she wouldn't risk betraying her. There was nothing more to ask here. Lord Gu waved his hand in disgust. Take her away and beat her to death. Please, sir, have mercy. Sir, the guards didn't give her a chance to plead. They covered her mouth with a cloth and dragged her away to be punished. The guards from the estate split into 4 groups to find Madame Fong. By nightfall, they finally tracked her down, but unfortunately, she had already hanged herself from a large tree. Dead? In the study, Lord Gu's face turned cold. Huang Zhong is a brave warrior, not clever at scheming. However, when it comes to examining corpses, he has been among many dead bodies and has seen countless death scenes. He can tell that Madame Fong was only hanged on the tree after she had stopped breathing. Lord Gu looks serious and asks, so she was silenced? Huang Zhong doesn't dare to say for sure whether she was killed to keep quiet, but he is certain that Huang Zhong was the one who killed Madame Fong. Lord Gu falls silent for a long time and then says, I understand. Recently, you have strengthened the defenses of the mountain villa. Besides the housekeeper, all other servants around the lady have been dismissed. Yes, sir. Lord Gu goes to Madame Yao's room. The housekeeper is sick, but staying inside her room. Her face looks pale. Lord Gu tells her, you can rest now.
You don't need to come tonight.
But the housekeeper doesn't leave immediately. She hesitates and then speaks bravely. Lord Gu, do you really have to take the lady back to the capital? What's wrong? Lord Gu asks. The housekeeper speaks earnestly. I know the Lord's estate favors the lady, but besides the Lord, I'm afraid no one else in the estate welcomes her back. Lord Gu clenches his fists tightly. She is my wife. I will protect her. You don't need to worry. Lord Gu. Lord Gu's eyes burn like fire. I won't let anything happen to her again. The housekeeper no longer argues and bows slightly. I will take my leave. Lord Gu blocks the news about Madame Yao's courtyard from spreading and doesn't let Gu Yen or Gu Jinyu know. An hour later, Madame Yao slowly wakes up. Lord Gu sits by her bed, holding her hand gently and asks softly, You're awake? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Madame Yao weakly shakes her head and looks at him steadily. Where is my child? Where is my baby? Now that things have reached this point, Lord Gu has nothing to hide. He tightens his grip on her hand and takes a deep breath before saying, She came here just now. She's right here. Madame Yao becomes emotional again. Fearing she might faint again, Lord Gu quickly supports her shoulders and says, Don't get too excited. Let me finish. She's doing well. I've found her. Once you recover, I will take you to see her. Without hesitation, Madame Yao says, I'm fine now. Lord Gu replies, I know. It's just that today is too late, and if you go now, you'll disturb her rest. Tomorrow morning, I promise you. Madame Yao then lies back down. She looks at him with confusion. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lord Gu remains silent. Yao frowned and asked, Do you not want to acknowledge that child? Lord Gu was so frightened that his heart trembled wildly. Driven by a strong desire to survive, he quickly chose between honesty and lying. No, that's not true. Don't overthink. She is my own flesh and blood. How could I not want to recognize her?
But
I made a mistake once, and I don't want to make the same mistake again. Lord Gu explained to Yao about the medicine guide. I was planning to wait until her bloodline fused with Yenner before telling you. But Yenner gets along very well with her. I think if they weren't related by blood, Yenner wouldn't like her so much. Yao looked surprised. Yenner has met her too? Lord Gu nodded slowly. Yes, she is the little medicine girl from Spring Rejuvenation Hall. Do you have her picture? Yao was eager to see what her daughter looked like. Lord Gu hesitated.
That.
Please, Lord Gu, Yao begged him for the first time. Just for a picture of a little girl, Lord Gu felt uncomfortable inside. But he still forced himself to draw it, as if he could never refuse Yao. When Yao excitedly opened the drawing scroll, her smile froze instantly. What are these? She asked. Circles, crosses, circles, crosses? Is this big round pancake-like face a face? Are those two mismatched small green beans the eyes? Are the nostrils pressed up to the sky? And the mouth is crooked too. Lord Gu coughed awkwardly and said seriously, She looks ugly. He would never admit that he drew her poorly. The talented Lord Gu had a secret nobody knew. His calligraphy and painting skills were terrible. Others thought he couldn't get good artworks, but they didn't know he simply refused to let anyone see his work. You are ugly. Yao threw the drawing back into his arms and pulled back the blanket to get out of bed. Lord Gu guessed immediately what she wanted to do and said calmly, Are you going to find Yenner for her picture? Haha, he can't draw better than me. Yao was so angry she wanted to hit him. In the end, Yao got the picture of her daughter. It was drawn by Gu Jinyu. Lord Gu didn't tell Gu Jinyu the truth. He only asked her to draw what the little medicine girl looked like. Gu Jinyu was very skilled and could rank among the top 3 among noble young women in the entire capital. Lord Gu took the picture and showed it to Yao. When Yao Shi saw the young girl in the portrait, she suddenly froze with surprise. Today, it was late in the evening, but Gu Jiao returned to the village before the sun had set. The village was filled with smoke from cooking and the aroma of food, creating a peaceful countryside scene. Recently, the Gu family had become very quiet. I heard that Lord Gu lost his official position, and the several acres of tenant farmland belonging to the family were taken away. These fields were originally assigned to the Gu family by the authorities, and although called tenant land, the yearly rent was only about 100 jin, which was almost like giving it away for free. This was partly thanks to Lord Gu, and partly due to Shun Gu. But now, everything was gone. The Gu family's life became much harder. I heard that Shun Gu was almost unable to pay his school fees. But this had nothing to do with Gu Jiao, so she didn't bother to care about them. Gu Jiao's back was feeling very hot and painful, but she didn't pay much attention and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xiao Jinkong was squatting in the backyard feeding the chickens. Halfway through, he grabbed a small yellow chicken and came over, asking Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, Xiao Qi isn't eating.
Is he sick?
I told you before, you don't know how to raise chickens. Look, you're going to kill him, came Xiao Lulang's teasing voice. Angrily, Xiao Jinkong turned his head, crossed his arms, and stomped his foot. I didn't.
Xiao Kurivonteidi.
I'm taking good care of him. Let me see, Gu Jiao said, holding out her hand. Xiao Jinkong reluctantly placed Xiao Qi in her palm. He spoke confidently, but his eyes were a little red. It was clear he was really worried that Xiao Qi might die because of him. Gu Jiao gently stroked the chicken's belly and smiled. He's full and can't eat anymore.
Huh.
Xiao Jinkong widened his eyes, looked at the chicken, scratched his head, and asked with a sad face, Xiao Qi, did you steal food again? The chicken chirped happily. Xiao Jinkong took Xiao Qi back, made a big angry face at his brother-in-law, and hurriedly put Xiao Qi back into the chicken coop. Xiao Lulang looked at him with a funny smile, then turned his gaze to Gu Jiao's face, noticing that her complexion was paler than usual. Dinner is ready. Let's eat, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang paused for a moment. All right, he replied. During dinner, Gu Jiao's appetite was not very good. Xiao Jinkong held his bowl and chopsticks, asking her, Jiao Jiao, are you full too? Xiao Lulang looked at her, with complicated feelings. The old lady also glanced at her. Gu Xiaoshun looked up and said in surprise, Sister, you look so pale. Are you feeling okay? Are you feeling sick? Xiao Jinkong put down his bowl and stood on a stool. Nonsense. Jiao Jiao wouldn't get sick. I am not sick. Indeed, she wasn't sick. She must have been hurt a little. It hurt, but she was used to this kind of pain from her past life and didn't pay much attention to it. She forgot that her current body was quite fragile, and how could it withstand a single strike from a warrior? At night, Gu Jiao's condition worsened. The dark night sky was filled with lightning and thunder, making the house flicker with light. On the bed, Xiao Jinkong was lying on his small pillow, drooling in his sleep. Xiao Luling opened his eyes, looked toward the door, hesitated for a moment, then sat up. First, he pulled the blanket off Xiao Jinkong, which he had kicked off, then put on his clothes and went to Gu Jiao's room. Gu Jiao used to lock her door. Once, when Xiao Jinkong was awakened by a nightmare in the middle of the night and tried to find her with his pillow, he couldn't open the door and cried for a long time. After that, Gu Jiao stopped locking her door. Xiao Luling pushed open the slightly open door. A faint smell of blood hit his nose. He frowned, paused for a moment, then stepped inside.
Gu Jiao.
He called her, but she didn't respond. He went to the bed. He reached out and touched Gu Jiao's forehead. She was burning hot. Another lightning bolt lit up the room, making it as bright as daytime. Xiao Lulang saw a blood-stained piece of clothing on the chair. His face changed. He picked up the clothing and realized it was a small shirt. It wasn't soft or expensive fabric, but rough material that had rubbed against her delicate skin. The bloodstains and faint scent of a girl's fragrance lingered. Xiao Luling blushed as he saw where the blood was. He was sure Gu Jiao was hurt on her back. He took a deep breath, planning to turn her over and call a doctor. As his hand neared Gu Jiao, her cold little hand grabbed his. She tugged and said, "Not sleeping in the middle of the night, trying to take advantage of me?" Xiao Luling felt awkward and explained, "No, I was." "Don't take too much," Gu Jiao mumbled, and then fell into a light sleep.
So,
Was that a dream talk? Xiao Yulong's breathing quickened, and cold sweat broke out. But that wasn't the scariest part. He turned his head unintentionally, and another lightning bolt lit up the doorway, revealing a small, sinister figure of the old lady. His hair stood on end. The elderly lady entered the room expressionlessly and placed a bottle of ointment on Gu Jiao's table. Xiao Yulong's back was soaked. He couldn't tell if he was more afraid or more guilty. After all, his hand was still on her chest. Though she had pulled it there, it looked like he was the one being proactive.
Grandma, don't misunderstand.
Aren't we husband and wife? What's there to misunderstand? The old lady put down the ointment and snorted, turning away. Really? Dark night, windy and stormy. Hurry up and give her a little great-grandchild. Xiao Luling didn't know what the old lady was thinking or where she got the ointment. But now wasn't the time for thoughts. Gu Jiao's condition was serious and needed immediate treatment. Although they had shared a bed before, it was always with their clothes on. Now he had to lift her clothes. Xiao Luling steadied himself, gently turned her over, and let her sleep on her stomach. His slender, jade-like fingers trembled slightly as he carefully lifted her slightly warm undergarment, slowly revealing a long whip mark that stretched from her faintly visible right waist to her left shoulder. He had to lift her entire clothing to expose her smooth back. Her hands rested on the pillow, and her body formed a delicate shape typical of a young girl. To see her injury clearly, Xiao Luling lit an oil lamp in the room, but his gaze unintentionally fell on a place it shouldn't have. He took a quick breath and hurriedly looked away, afraid to stare. After calming himself, he dipped his fingertips in a cooling ointment and carefully applied it to her whip marks. In her sleep, she seemed to feel some pain but only slightly furrowed her brow. The whip mark was terribly fierce, unlike ordinary whip scars. She didn't seem like someone who would be easily bullied, at least not now. Xiao Luling wondered how she got this injury and whom she had quarreled with. But she didn't seem to care at all, acting as if it was normal, which made him even more confused. Though she had suffered hardship since childhood, she wouldn't have been beaten constantly. Filled with doubts, Xiao Luling finished applying the medicine, then found a clean cloth to cover her wound. Afterward, he lowered her clothes and covered her with a quilt. Having done all this, he was about to leave the room when he accidentally kicked something as he stood up. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, like a box falling to the ground. Then, everything inside spilled out and scattered all over the floor. Xiao Luling picked up the small wooden box and placed it on the table. He also gathered the items from the floor and put them on the table. He looked at the pile of things covering the entire table and felt a bit confused. What's all this stuff? And why are there so many things? These strange and unusual items filled the whole table. He couldn't understand how such a small, broken box could hold so much. The day Gu Jiao first fell into the water, Xiao Luling had come to her house looking for something. He was very sure she didn't have this box back then. First, there were mysterious injuries, then this strange box. How many secrets was she hiding? Xiao Luling looked at Gu Jiao, who was sleeping peacefully, with complicated feelings. Suddenly, he felt a bit annoyed but couldn't quite say why. However, he didn't have the habit of invading others' privacy. He didn't examine the medicines on the table. Instead, he carefully put them back into the small medicine box. After packing everything, he felt amazed. What a box! So much could be stored inside. Now he really planned to go back to his room. But perhaps because he didn't place the small medicine box steadily, it suddenly made a clattering sound and fell off the table. The items inside spilled out again. Surprisingly, this time, the things that fell out seemed different from before. Was I seeing things or? Xiao Luling looked at the medicines on the ground with a strange expression, doubting his own eyes for the first time. He packed the items back into the box, intending to turn it over and check again. But suddenly, Gu Jiao on the bed turned over, pressing on her wound and murmuring uncomfortably. Xiao Luling froze, realizing that it was strange to be rummaging through someone's box in the middle of the night. He sighed, placed the box back on the table, and turned to go back to his room. The next day, Xiao Luling woke up early. Gu Jiao's high fever had mostly subsided, but she was still sleeping because she was too tired. Xiao Luling didn't wake her. He went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, told the old lady, and then headed to the academy for school. Meanwhile, at the mountain villa, Yao Shi, who had waited all night, couldn't wait any longer and asked Gu Hai to take her to the village. The person opening the door was Xiao Jingkong. In the countryside, doors are usually not locked. However, today, because Gu Jiao was sleeping and they wanted to avoid disturbing her, Xiao Jingkong had locked the door with a latch. Xiao Jingkong peeked out from the door with a curious little head, looking at Yao Shi and Gu Hai at the door. Yao is a beautiful lady who often visits the temple to burn incense. Lord Gu also knows her. He was the one who ordered her and Jiao Jiao to be taken away. They are actually together. Xiao Jingkong thoughtfully tilted his head and asked seriously, "Lady Benefactor, were you also taken by him?" Yao looked confused. Lord Gu looked embarrassed and silent. Last night, Yao asked Lord Gu many questions about Jiao Jiao, but he dared not tell her everything. He didn't mention that he had ordered someone to take Jiao Jiao and a little child nearby. Later, he found out that the child was adopted from the temple by Jiao Jiao. She couldn't even take care of herself, yet she had a little kid with her. He wondered what she was thinking. Yao didn't understand what Xiao Jingkong said but remembered he was a young monk from the temple. She squatted down and gently looked at him, asking, "I remember you. You are the young monk from the temple. What is your name?" Xiao Jingkong blinked his big, dark eyes and cutely said, "My name is Jingkong. I'm not a young monk anymore. I've come down the mountain." Yao gently touched his little head and smiled kindly. "I came to see Jiao Jiao. Is she at home?" Xiao Jingkong was surprised. "Oh, you also know Jiao Jiao?" Yao nodded. "Yes, I do." Xiao Jingkong looked down sadly and said, "You might not see her today. She's sick and can't see visitors." Yao immediately became worried. "What's wrong with her?" Xiao Jingkong thought for a moment and said guiltily, "Grandma said she's too tired. It must be because she's been taking care of me. After all, I eat so much." Lord Gu felt a bit guilty. Maybe that girl was hurt by his whip yesterday? He didn't dare tell Yao about it. Yao looked at Xiao Jingkong with urgency and a gentle voice. "Can I go in and see her? I promise I won't disturb her." Xiao Jingkong closed the door and ran into the room, softly asking, "Jiao Jiao, the lady from the temple is here to see you. Do you want to see her?" Jiao Jiao was sleeping soundly. Soon, Xiao Jingkong opened the door and said to Yao, "All right, Jiao Jiao doesn't mind. You can go in now." Yao happily entered the room. Lord Gu also wanted to go inside. Little Jingkong reached out a small hand to stop him. "You can't go in." Lord Gu frowned. "Why not?" Little Jingkong raised his chin. "Jiao Jiao didn't agree to let you in." Lord Gu was confused. Is this a question of her agreement? Or did this unkind little monk not even ask? Lord Gu looked serious. "If you have the courage, ask her again. I don't believe she will oppose. She isn't even awake yet, how could she oppose?" Little Jingkong thought for a moment. "Okay." He ran into the room quickly. "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, the bad guy wants to see you. Do you want to see him?" What does bad guy mean? That girl is annoying enough, but is it also so frustrating to raise a little monk? Lord Gu's face darkened completely. Little Jingkong grabbed Jiao Jiao's hand and shook it. "I know. You don't agree." He walked out proudly and told Lord Gu seriously, "Jiao Jiao refuses you." Lord Gu. To prevent someone from sneaking in, Little Jingkong sat on a small stool at the door, glaring at Lord Gu. "Lord Gu, what are you doing?" Little Jingkong, staring at you. Lord Gu. I won't go in." Little Jingkong, "Who knows?" Lord Gu. "If you don't believe me, just lock the door." Little Jingkong said seriously, "What if you climb over the wall? I need to watch you to stop you from doing bad things." Lord Gu. Am I really so unreliable that a little monk has to watch me? One big, one small, they stared at each other fiercely at the door. Yao Shi was too busy with her husband now. Her heart was already full of Jiao Jiao. She went into the house and sat down beside Jiao Jiao eagerly. Jiao Jiao's face looked much better than last night, but she was still pale and sickly. The saying goes, illness in the child, pain in the mother. Seeing her child so sick, Yao Shi's heart ached terribly. Looking around her house, Yao Shi's eyes turned red. She held Jiao Jiao's hand again, which was rough and wounded, making her own palm hurt. Yao Shi couldn't hold back and started crying silently. The old lady was sleeping in the room. When she woke up and wanted to check on Jiao Jiao, she saw little Jinkong sitting at the door like a small stone statue. Didn't go out? The old lady was puzzled. Although little Jinkong is only 3 years old, he is actually very busy every day. He continues the habit of doing morning and evening prayers at the temple. After waking up, he recites Buddhist scriptures in his mind, then goes to practice in the small forest behind his house. Once, an elderly woman came out and saw him holding his own feet with both hands, wrapping himself around a sturdy tree. She almost thought she was seeing a little snake spirit. He practices basic skills sometimes with Gu Jiao, but if no one is with him, he practices alone, completely focused. After practicing, he goes to play with the village children, then comes back for lunch and in the afternoon helps Gu Jiao with chores. Right now is the time for him to go to the village and play tricks on his friends. Little Jinkong replied, Jiao Jiao is sick, I need to stay with her. His schedule doesn't allow anyone to disturb it, except Jiao Jiao. This answer was not surprising. The elderly woman nodded and looked past him, her gaze falling on a stranger at the door. Who is this? She asked calmly. Little Jinkong held back the words the big troublemaker, because he had promised Jiao Jiao not to tell his family about them being taken away, to prevent Auntie and the bad brother-in-law from worrying. Just a person, little Jinkong said dismissively. The elderly woman. Can I tell who this person is? She didn't think much of it and stepped toward the door. At this moment, Lord Gu also noticed the elderly woman approaching him. Gu Jiao's situation was very clear to Lord Gu. He knew she had adopted a young monk, found a crippled husband, and had an aunt coming to visit them. The aunt was from the husband's family. No, she was so poor herself. Why did she keep bringing people home? Could she be looking for a top official or a noble lady? Did she not know her own worth? Thinking of this, Lord Gu was so angry he couldn't find a place to vent. But when the elderly woman got closer and saw her face clearly, he was no longer angry but couldn't breathe at all. Madam, the Empress Dowager? Lord Gu's knees went weak, and he fell flat on the doorstep, prostrating himself completely. The elderly woman looked at the stranger who had fallen at her feet. It was the first time they met, and he showed such a grand gesture. She touched her chin and said, There's no need for that. Little Jinkong turned and said, I'm here to find Jiao Jiao. The lady has already gone inside. I'm staying here to keep him out. Not allowing a man into Jiao Jiao's room is reasonable. The old lady didn't suspect anything and didn't bother asking who Lord Gu was. She yawned and went to the backyard to snack on melon seeds. Lord Gu supported himself as he nearly fell. From his angle, he could clearly see the old lady sitting on a bench outside the back door of the main hall. She was dressed in rural clothes, with an old village woman's headscarf wrapped around her head. Looking at her this way, Lord Gu thought she didn't quite resemble the old lady at all. Grand Empress Dowager Zhuang married the former emperor at 13. When she entered the palace, she was made a virtuous lady. She ruled the harem for decades and held power behind the scenes for 17 years. Although she never bore the former emperor any children, the current emperor was put on the throne by her. Her status in both the harem and the court was unshakable. Most people never see this Grand Empress Dowager Zhuang. Lord Gu was lucky enough to see her twice. Once was at a palace banquet during the Zhongyuan festival, where he only caught a distant glimpse of her figure. But her aura, dressed in phoenix robes, was so commanding that she even overshadowed the emperor beside her. The other time was when he visited the palace to see the pregnant consort Shu. He accidentally saw her imperial carriage. He stepped aside to bow to her. He only dared to glance at her, but her sharp gaze almost made him gasp on the spot. The Grand Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a kind person. Otherwise, she wouldn't be secretly called a poison empress or a witch by others. The old lady in front of him, apart from her resemblance in appearance, did not have even a hint of her commanding presence. "Grandma, are you stealing snacks again?" Little Jinkong suddenly noticed that the sound of the old lady snacking was strange. When he turned his head, he saw her holding a jar of candied plum. The old lady quickly turned her back and gave little Jinkong a smack on the back of his head. "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything." As she spoke, she grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her pocket. By the time little Jinkong came over to take the jar away, she had already hidden quite a bit. Lord Gu watched everything clearly, growing more convinced that this person was a foodie, not a ruthless, scheming Grand Empress Dowager Zhuang. Inside the house, Gu Jiao slowly woke up. She could have woken earlier, but Yao's mother had temporarily made a curtain to cover the window so she could sleep peacefully. The dim light was very restful, and Gu Jiao slept until noon. When she opened her eyes, she saw someone sitting beside her bed. Her heart immediately sounded the alarm. She suddenly drew the dagger from under the pillow, went around the other person's neck, pressed the blade against their throat, and then turned them over into her embrace. "Jiao Jiao, it's me,"
Mrs. Yao said.
Gu Jiao hesitated slightly upon hearing the familiar voice, her alertness easing. She took the dagger away and released her. "Madam Gu?" That moment had made Mrs. Yao break out in cold sweat. She turned around, steadied herself, and reached out to touch Gu Jiao's forehead. "How do you feel?" Gu Jiao instinctively tilted her head to avoid her hand. Mrs. Yao's expression paused, and she awkwardly said, "Are you scared?" The room was a bit dark. Gu Jiao couldn't see her eyes well, which were red and swollen, but she noticed the bloodstains on her neck. It was caused by her during the kidnapping. She was feverish, and her strength was not as precise as usual, accidentally hurting her. But her first reaction wasn't to check her own injury, but to care about Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at her with complex feelings. Mrs. Yao noticed her gaze, covered her wound with a handkerchief, and smiled. "I'm fine, Jiao Jiao." "How do you feel?" she asked again. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and replied, "I'm fine too." "Madam Gu, why are you here?"
"I came to see you," Mrs. Yao said.
She walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and strong light suddenly shone through the paper window. Gu Jiao blinked slightly, took a moment to adjust to the light, and said, "Madam Gu just had poison, so she should rest in bed." Mrs. Yao's gentle gaze fell on her small face. "I know. I came today because I have something to say to you." Gu Jiao looked at Mrs. Yao and suddenly saw tears shimmering in her eyes. Mrs. Yao stepped forward, held her hand, and carefully stroked her slender face. Her body was very weak, but this time, she carried great strength. "Jiao Jiao, I am your mother." 91 Mother, second part. Lord Gu waited outside the door for a long time, almost falling asleep. Finally, Mrs. Yao came out. Her face was full of tears, her eyes swollen from crying. Lord Gu quickly stepped forward and supported her shoulders. "Madam." Mrs. Yao nodded, held back her tears, and turned to look at the old lady in the backyard, bowing slightly. "Elder, I am leaving now. Jiao Jiao, please take care of her." Yao has never entered the palace and naturally has not met the old lady, but she knew before coming that there was Aunt Xiao Lulang at home, who treats Jiao Jiao very well. The old lady looked at her strangely, but said nothing. Yao asked Lord Gu to bring down the snacks left on the carriage and personally handed them to the old lady. "These are homemade snacks. I don't know if they suit your taste." The old lady's expression improved a bit. As Yao turned to leave, the old lady suddenly responded with a small sound. Yao was stunned for a moment before realizing that the old lady was replying to her previous words. Did she only start paying attention because she saw the snacks? But it didn't seem like she was truly engaging, just giving a slight gesture. Yao made snacks for everyone in Gu Jiao's family, including Xiao Jingkong. Afterward, Yao and Lord Gu got into the carriage heading back to their home. Lord Gu was eager to know what the mother and daughter had talked about. What did that girl say?
How did she say it?
Yao recalled the scene after she told the whole truth. Gu Jiao's reaction was very calm, at least calmer than Yao had expected, as if she was hearing about someone else's life rather than her own. Then she let out a puzzled sound, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She was right in front of Yao, yet at that moment, Yao felt her daughter was very distant. Throughout, Gu Jiao only said one sentence that left Yao confused. If only you had come a little earlier, even just half a year, it would have been so much better. Yao didn't understand. The third son of the Gu family died 9 years ago. His daughter married a year ago, and the family split at the same time. Why did she wish they had arrived half a year earlier? Did something happen half a year ago that they didn't know about? Was she hurt? Yao left with these questions in her mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulang took half a day off from the academy, went to Huichun Hall to pick up some herbs, and on the way back to the village in Uncle Luo's ox cart, he happened to pass by Lord Gu's carriage. The carriage's curtain was blown by the wind, and Lord Gu casually glanced and unexpectedly saw Xiao Lulang on the ox cart. He was so startled he staggered and bumped into the carriage wall. The swelling that had just gone down puffed up again. He rubbed his eyes, wanting to look again, but the ox cart had already gone far. He stuck his head out of the window, eagerly looking back. "What are you looking at?" Yao asked. Lord Gu took his head back and said, It's nothing. What's wrong today? Did you forget to check the almanac before leaving?" First, he saw a rural old woman who looked like the Empress Dowager. Then, he bumped into a poor scholar who resembled the young Marquis of Zhaodu. The Empress Dowager was resting at the palace, and the young Marquis of Zhaodu had already passed away, so no one could be here. Lord Gu muttered to himself, "This is really like seeing a ghost." Actually, Xiao Lulang also saw Lord Gu's carriage. He didn't look inside the window, so he didn't know who was inside. But he noticed the horse's horseshoes. They weren't ordinary horseshoes. They were used by the Marquis in the capital. The carriage seemed to be coming from the village area. Xiao Lulang's first thought was that it was coming to find him, especially when the two carriages had already passed each other going in opposite directions, and the man inside the carriage even stuck out his head to look at him. Xiao Lulang didn't turn around. He narrowed his eyes coldly and said to Uncle Luo, "Uncle Luo, please hurry. Jiao's sick."
"Got it,"
Uncle Luo replied. After Mrs. Yao and Lord Gu left, Jiao sat alone in the room, lost in thought. She remembered that wild, fanciful dream. It turned out to be real. She was truly a member of the Marquis family. Well, in that case, I misunderstood him that day. Lord Gu said he was her father. It was literally true. She had thought he was just looking for trouble. But that wasn't the main point. That man was so annoying. If he hit him, he deserved it. The real concern was the dream. In the dream, she wasn't the one who was recognized by Mrs. Yao. It was Lord Gu himself. Mrs. Yao and Gu Yan never appeared at all. Given their relationship with Lord Gu, it was unlikely that Mrs. Yao had been dismissed. Considering Mrs. Yao and Gu Yan's illnesses, Jiao Gui guessed that Gu Yan and Mrs. Yao had died before she returned to the Marquis' house. Gu Yan died of a heart condition, and Mrs. Yao might have been overwhelmed by the loss of her son, either dying from illness or hanging herself. Without her mother and brother's protection, the girl in the dream was like a rootless Fuping, adrift, bearing the Marquis' daughter's name, but living like an outsider. Jiao Jiao. Xiao Jingkong walked in, holding up his injured little finger, looking aggrieved. Jiao Gui snapped out of her thoughts and turned to Xiao Jingkong. "What's wrong?" Xiao Jingkong approached her, showing her his bleeding little finger. "I got hurt." Jiao Gui took his finger and looked at it. "How did you get hurt?" "Cracked it while cracking walnuts," Xiao Jingkong said sadly. Walnuts were brought back by Gu Jiao from the market. Some people exchanged vegetables for her mountain produce, others traded eggs. Usually, she didn't bother much with these trades. Sometimes, she was even surprised by what she found inside when she carried things home herself. "Be more careful next time," Gu Jiao said, but she didn't forbid him from smashing things again. Kids are clumsy sometimes, and she wasn't the kind of parent who gives up on food because of small setbacks. Gu Jiao took out iodine solution and cotton swabs from her medical box to disinfect Xiao Jinkong's wound. All done. It's not serious, no need for ointment. Want a hug? Xiao Jinkong blinked and said. Gu Jiao gave him a hug. Xiao Jinkong wasn't a delicate child. Compared to the pain from practicing martial arts, this small injury didn't hurt at all. He just wanted a warm hug from Gu Jiao. Happy to get a hug, Xiao Jinkong happily went out. Gu Jiao threw the used cotton swabs into a special bin and put the leftover iodine solution back into her medical box. She had been so focused on cleaning Xiao Jinkong's wound that she hadn't noticed anything unusual. Now, with a quick glance, she sensed something was wrong. Why are there suddenly so many medicines? Her medical box usually contained 2 types of medicines. One for emergencies, which she kept since her days as a researcher and doctor. These medicines could save lives, and another type that appeared after she came here, like Gu Yan's heart failure medicine, Yao's antidepressants, and anesthetics used for Xiao Lulang surgeries. But regardless of the type, they were all medicines she needed for healing. Now, she saw strange medicines: 6-flavor Remania pills, 7-step strengthening tea, yin-yang nourishing and kidney-boosting pills. These odd supplements were strange enough, but the most eye-catching thing was a box of bright, shiny products labeled clearly with words like medicine, product, and use. Gu Jiao wondered, who had touched her medicine box? Why did it suddenly look so unprofessional? Meanwhile, after Yao Shi returned to Wenquan Mountain Villa, she decided to tell Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu the truth. Count Gu hesitated. Isn't this too sudden? It was fine to tell Gu Yan. He liked Gu Jiao very much, and when she told him that Gu Jiao was his biological sister, he was happy and surprised. But Jinyu was different. She was the only daughter in the family and used to being pampered. Learning that she wasn't her parents' biological child would be a big shock for her. Jinyu will be upset, Count Gu softly said. Yao Shi frowned and said, if Jinyu is upset, wouldn't Gu Jiao be upset too? Jiao Jiao just learned that she is not the biological daughter of the Gu Sanling couple. Lord Gu firmly said, how can that be the same? What kind of family is the Gu family? And what about the Marquis' residence? That girl. Cough. Jiao Jiao might be very happy to learn her background, but Jingyu would be hurt. Happy? Madame Yao shook her head. I can't see it. Gu Jiao's reaction was calm to the point of indifference. When she didn't know her background, she wasn't so cold. Now that she suddenly became her mother, it seemed like a door had been shut in her heart. Madame Yao thought that Gu Jiao couldn't accept her because she was too close to the Gu Sanling couple. She didn't suspect anything else. Seeing that Lord Gu's face wasn't looking good, he quickly softened his tone and said, Jiao Jiao is our child, and Jingyu is too. Jiao Jiao needs to know the truth because she has to return to the Marquis' residence. Jingyu doesn't need to go back to the Gu family. Why tell her? Madame Yao had seriously considered not sending Jingyu back. Honestly, she had grown attached to Jingyu after raising her for so many years. She was reluctant to send her away. Moreover, since the Gu Sanling couple had passed away, Jingyu would be an orphan if she returned. But ultimately, the decision wasn't theirs. It depended on Jingyu and the Gu family. After all, Jingyu was part of the Gu family. Even if her parents were gone, her grandparents and uncles were still there. They had the right to take her back. And Jingyu herself, if she insisted on returning, they couldn't stop her. Madame Yao also fully respected Gu Jiao's decision. When it came to handling the recognition of their relationship, she treated both children fairly. However, Lord Gu believed that Gu Jiao returning to the Marquis' residence was a gain for them, but Jingyu returning was a loss. He thought this was somewhat unfair to Jingyu. I don't agree, Lord Gu said. Madame Yao replied, the more you want to recognize Jiao Jiao, the more the Gu family wants to recognize Jingyu. Lord Gu thought to himself, I don't want to recognize that girl. Why would we? To punish ourselves? He only mentioned part of the Gu family story about Gu Jiao growing up, but he didn't dare say that the Gu family had mistreated her badly, fearing Madame Yao would feel sad. But now, if he didn't bring it up again, he worried she might fall into that family's trap. After some thought, Lord Gu said, I think that family has some bad intentions. We should stay away from them. What's happened? Madame Yao asked. Lord Gu explained how the Gu family replaced Gu Jiao with Gu Yue. Is there really such a thing? Mrs. Yao frowned. Does that mean Jiao Jiao has suffered a lot in their family? Lord Gu hurriedly said, I have already scolded them about it. Mrs. Yao is eager to bring her daughter back home. Thinking about the hardships she endured outside all these years, she wishes she could give her own life to her. Lord Gu cleared his throat and said, looking at the situation of the Gu family, we can't let Jinyu suffer again. Mrs. Yao replied, of course I won't let her suffer. She is also my child. She had some bad times with Jinyu before and didn't understand why she couldn't be a good mother. Now that she knows the truth about her background, she feels more at peace. Jinyu is not her biological daughter, so she can't love her as much as she loves Gu Yan. But from now on, she will continue to love Jinyu as her adoptive mother, along with the love she has for Gu Sanlang and his wife. Mrs. Yao said, no matter whether Jinyu returns to the Gu family or not, she will always be my child. Hearing this, Lord Gu felt relieved. As long as Mrs. Yao doesn't insist on sending Jinyu away, Jinyu won't leave them on her own. That night, the couple called Gu Yan and Jinyu into their room and told them the truth about the mistaken identity. Lord Gu said seriously that child you know is the little medicine boy from Chunhui Hall. As expected, Gu Yan's eyes lit up. At first, when he heard Jinyu was not his biological sister, he didn't react much. But when he learned that his sister was Gu Jiao, he was so happy he jumped in place. Gu Yan tried to sit still, but Lord Gu already had a mental picture. Gu Yan raising his hand, doing a dramatic, excited dance around the room. Lord Gu supported his forehead.
Stop with the antics.
Compared to Gu Yan's excitement, Jinyu was struck like lightning. She didn't expect that she wasn't her parents' biological daughter, but that the girl who was looked down on was her real sister. Jinyu felt like she had fallen from heaven into in an instant. Shock, fear, sadness, and the grievance of almost losing her parents intertwined in her heart, like a huge net trapping her completely. Mother wants to find a time to arrange for you to meet the Gu family. Mrs. Yao said many more things afterward, but Jinyu didn't hear a word. Mrs. Yao gently took her hand and told her to rest well. That night, Gu Jinyu lay on a luxurious and soft bed, experiencing the feeling of being unable to sleep for the first time. Outside, the wind howled, making the branches and leaves rustle loudly. Gu Jinyu lifted the quilt and got off the bed, then opened the door. A strong gust of wind hit her face, blowing her clothes and black hair.
Oh, dear.
Miss, why are you outside? Such a strong wind. Be careful not to catch a cold. The young maid on night duty hurried forward, trying to help Gu Jinyu back inside. Gu Jinyu calmly said, I can't sleep. I want to go for a walk. But it's so late. The maid hesitated, seeing that Gu Jinyu had no intention of returning to her room. She swallowed her words of advice, Miss. Wait a moment. I'll get you a cloak. All right, Gu Jinyu nodded. The maid found a soft cloak from the wardrobe and helped Gu Jinyu put it on. Gu Jinyu looked down at her cloak and suddenly muttered, 5-flower horse, a noble coat. Call the boy to exchange for fine wine. The maid looked puzzled and asked, Miss, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly reciting poetry? Are you trying to write a poem? The maid didn't understand poetry. Originally, Yuru did, but unfortunately, Yuru had been dismissed by Gu Yan. Gu Jinyu lifted a corner of her cloak and softly said, Do you know what a noble coat is? I have one. Some people can't buy such clothes even if they go without food and drink for several generations. The maid understood and smiled happily, of course. Miss is the daughter of a noble family, not like those common people outside. What's your name? Gu Jinyu asked. Servant girl Shaoli, she replied. After Yuru left, the servants around Gu Jinyu were carefully selected by Lord Gu. Recently, a few new faces had been brought in. Are you from a nearby village? Gu Jinyu asked again. Yes. The maid answered with bright, shining eyes. Gu Jinyu looked her over and asked, You look even younger than me. How could your family let you come out to serve as a maid?" The maid chuckled. "Miss, you're joking. Being a maid at the manor is a great opportunity that many in our village wish for, but can't get. I have 4 sisters at home, and I'm the only one with this good job." Gu Jinyu was surprised. "4 sisters? Do they all have to work? Don't you have an older brother at home?" The maid nodded. "Yes, I have an older brother and a younger brother. The older brother is getting married soon, and we're saving up for his bride price. The younger brother will marry in the future too, and he needs to earn his bride price as well. However, if we all marry well, the bride price and money should be enough for them to get married." Her tone had no complaints, as if she was born to live for her brothers. Gu Jinyu felt like her values were being turned upside down. She was raised in the Marquis estate since she was young, with 3 older brothers and 1 younger brother. The younger brother was mischievous, but he only teased her and never oppressed her. Her 3 older brothers were talented and successful. Even if they didn't favor her family, they never thought of sacrificing their sister to help them. Gu Jinyu also heard some family stories from a young maid, and she increasingly thought that Marquis Gu and Mrs. Yao were the best parents in the world. She couldn't bear to leave such good parents or give up everything in the Marquis estate. The next day, Marquis Gu and Mrs. Yao came to see her. Her eyes were swollen like 2 walnuts. The young maid explained, "Miss cried all night last night." "Go away now," Mrs. Yao said. Yes, the maid hurriedly left, worried she hadn't taken good care of the young lady and that her sadness was her fault. She didn't want to be driven out of the estate. Marquis Gu and Mrs. Yao came to the bedside. Marquis Gu stood beside her, and Mrs. Yao sat on the edge of the bed. "Mother," Gu Jinyu threw herself into Mrs. Yao's arms, tears falling into her chest. "Don't abandon your daughter. I can't bear to leave you. I can't bear to leave father and mother. I don't want to leave you." As Gu Jinyu cried like this, even Marquis Gu's heart was overwhelmed with sadness. He said tenderly, "Silly child, when did your parents say they didn't want you? Your mother and I have already discussed it. The decision is up to you. If you want to go back," Gu Jinyu interrupted him through her tears, "I won't go back. I want to honor mother and father for the rest of my life." Poor child, if she went back, she would be an orphan. Mrs. Yao also felt sad, especially after learning how much Marquis Gu and his wife loved Jiao Jiao. She couldn't neglect Gu Jinyu. She gently touched Gu Jinyu's face and said, "But even if you don't return to your family, you should go to burn incense for your biological parents." "Yes," Gu Jinyu promised tearfully. Mrs. Yao nodded with relief, then stood up and went to see Gu Yen with Marquis Gu. Suddenly, Gu Jinyu grabbed her sleeve and choked out, "It's my fault. I've taken sister's place all these years, and I've also taken the best mother and father in the world. When sister comes back, I will take good care of her, and also love her with everything my parents have given me." Mrs. Yao gently patted her head. The couple went to see Gu Yen again. Gu Yen hadn't slept all night, and was so excited he sounded like a little frog, croaking loudly all night. Yu Yao almost got annoyed with him, but the quiet and indifferent little young master was the most adorable. Gu Yen was so happy, he even forgot to roll his eyes at his own father. Gu Yen said, "She likes me." Mrs. Yao looked at her son with affection and said, "I know, dear." Gu Yen added, "I like her too." Mrs. Yao smiled and nodded, "Yes." Gu Yen sat up straight and said, "I want to find her." Mrs. Yao held her son's hand softly and said, "Give her some time to understand." Gu Yen held back 1,000 tiny ants in his heart and said, "Okay, fine." In the village, Gu Jiao didn't hide her background from her family, and Xuaningxiang was there too. Because Gu Jiao was sick and the old lady couldn't eat the food made by Xiao Lulang, she called Xuaningxiang to help cook. After she finished, the old lady let her and Go eat together. At the table, the old lady asked about Mrs. Yao and Lord Gu, so Gu Jiao casually explained their identities and how she was switched at birth. Everyone in the room, except Go understood. Gu Jiao was actually Gu Jinyu, and Gu Jinyu was actually Gu Jiao. Their identities had been swapped. But Gu Jiao spoke so calmly that no one realized she was talking about something so important. They thought she was just mentioning eating cabbage tonight or something trivial. Xuaningxiang's jaw nearly dropped. Her neighbor, whom she'd been close to for so long, was actually the daughter of the Marquis. She was eating at the Marquis's house. Xuaningxiang felt her chopsticks almost slipping from her hand. She looked at the old lady, Xiao Lulang and Xiao Jingkong, and noticed that their expressions, except for a brief surprise when they heard about Gu Jiao being switched at birth, remained very calm throughout. Don't you think Gu Jiao's identity is impressive? Her father is a marquis. Old lady, she once fought the most powerful man in all of Zhao Kingdom. What's a marquis? Xiao Lulang, a second-rank marquis, with only a title, no real power. Xiao Jingkong, just a big bully who picks on women and children. What's so special about that? Humph. Xuaningxiang stared in shock at the calm neighbors around her. It seemed she had uncovered something incredible. After dinner, Xuaningxiang told Gu Jiao to go back to her room and rest while she tidied up. Gu Jiao indeed still felt a bit weak, so she didn't make a fuss. She thanked him and went back to her room. Xuaningxiang went to wash dishes. Xiao Jingkong went to walk the little chicken, and Xiao Luling boiled the medicine he brought back from Huachuntang to bring to Gu Jiao. The door was open. He hesitated for a moment, but still gently knocked. Gu Jiao closed her small medicine box and looked up. What's the matter? Xiao Yulong's gaze subtly swept over her small medicine box, and then said seriously, the medicine is ready. It's for reducing fever.
Oh.
Gu Jiao pushed her small medicine box aside and took the medicine he handed her. She didn't like bitter medicine, but because he personally brewed it, she forced herself to drink every drop. She returned the bowl to him.
Thank you.
Xiao Lulang replied calmly, it's just a small effort. Gu Jiao looked at his back and smiled softly. I mean the medicine you gave me last night. Xiao Yulong's back stiffened. When Gu Jiao woke up, she found her wound had been treated, and she could smell the medicinal scent of golden ointment all over her. There was also a cloth covering her back to hide the wound. Someone who could do such careful work wouldn't be the old lady. Xiao Lulang didn't turn around but could feel her gaze resting on his back. He couldn't help but think of her bare back and the gentle curve beneath her. Seeing these things at such a vigorous age was truly overwhelming. His throat went dry for a moment. He steadied himself and said seriously, it's nothing. Then he took the empty bowl and hurried out with both hands. Watching his hurried retreating figure, Gu Jiao let out a soft sound and muttered, it seems she saw quite a bit. Today, Xuaningxiang helped Gu Jiao with her medicine. The door was actually closed, but Xiao Luling still felt uncomfortable looking at it. He decided to grab a bucket and go to the village entrance to fetch water. While Gu Jiao was halfway through applying the medicine, someone knocked on the door. I'll go see, Xuaningxiang said, putting down the golden ointment. She left Gu Jiao's room, closed the door, then opened the main hall door and looked at the middle-aged man with a refined appearance.
Who are you?
Dean Li smiled and said, I am the dean of Tianxiang Academy. My surname is Li. May I ask if this is Xiao Yulong's home? Hearing that he was from the place where Xiao Luling studied, Xuaningxiang politely replied, Oh, so you're the dean. Are you looking for Luling? He went to fetch water. You just came from the village entrance and didn't see him? Director Li's carriage stopped at the village entrance, but he was the one walking over. The sky was getting darker, but he didn't mind. Xuaningxiang said, Wait a moment, I will go find him. Suddenly, Director Li stopped Xuaningxiang. May I ask if Miss Jiao is here? Xuaningxiang tilted her head. Gu Jiao invited Director Li into the main room and poured him a bowl of cooled tea. In recent days, Xiao Jingkong had been feeling hot and irritable, so Gu Jiao picked some mountain herbs known to reduce heat, boiled them into water, and gave it to him to drink. Director Li had never tasted such a bitter tea, but he forced himself to drink a large bowl. Seeing that he liked it so much, Gu Jiao poured him another big bowl. Reluctantly, Director Li drank 3 large bowls. Then Gu Jiao shook the teapot and said, No more. Relieved, Director Li thought, Thank goodness, it's finally over. Gu Jiao politely asked, Master Li, is there something special you came for today? Since you visited my mother many times, I haven't properly thanked you, said Director Li, handing Gu Jiao a bundle. The peach trees in the backyard have fruit, and my mother asked me to bring some for you. Gu Jiao took the bundle.
Thank you, madam.
Director Lee said gently, my mother is quite old and sometimes doesn't even remember how many sons she has, but she always remembers you. How many? Gu Jiao looked at him curiously. Oh, Director Lee blurted out, accidentally revealing family matters. He awkwardly smiled. I have 4 older brothers. I am my mother's late-born child. No wonder Director Lee is under 40, yet Madam Lee is already quite elderly. All my brothers are in the capital, and I haven't seen them in many years, he added, but didn't say more. Gu Jiao didn't ask further. Director Lee continued, today I also came to talk about Lu Lang. Gu Jiao asked, what happened to my husband? Director Lee explained, you probably heard about him taking the imperial exam for scholars, but there's another thing you might not know. He had a chance to become a 3rd-level scholar, but someone bribed the examiners to replace his paper, causing him to submit a blank sheet in the 3rd test. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. This was an ancient high-stakes exam, and someone was cheating. Director Lee went on, the retake is very important. I don't know why he didn't retake it. Maybe he didn't want to, or maybe officials intervened. He has a student working at the Gongyuan in Pingcheng Prefecture, and he has heard a little news but not the full story. Director Lee asked, did he mention this to you? Gu Jiao shook her head, no. His personality isn't surprising. He keeps everything to himself, Director Lee said. I asked him later, but he wouldn't tell me. Not passing the small imperial exam isn't a big deal. As long as he passes the scholar exam, he will have a chance to participate in the provincial exam. That's the real start. Gu Jiao asked, but the situation had reached this point, so it wouldn't be right if there was no but. Director Lee sighed and said, he seems reluctant to take the provincial exam. After thinking for a moment, he corrected himself. No, that's not quite right. When I mentioned the provincial exam, he didn't react much. But when I talked about going to the capital for the imperial exam afterward, his face darkened. I'm not sure if this is accurate, but he didn't study hard before, probably to avoid the step of going to the capital for the exam. Does he not want to go to the capital? Gu Jiao stroked her chin, lost in thought. Director Lee came to visit Gu Jiao to learn about the situation, but he didn't get much information and had to leave feeling helpless. Such a talented young person. He truly didn't want to see him wasted in a small village. While thinking about this, Director Lee accidentally bumped into the puppy that rolled out of the yard. The puppy had fallen from the haystack. Luckily, it stopped when it hit someone, or it might have rolled into the water pit. Director Lee quickly picked up the little fellow from the ground and brushed off the dust on him. Are you okay? Did you hurt yourself? The puppy looked up at him with big, shiny eyes. Recently, the puppy was teething and drooled a lot. As it drooled, it looked at Director Lee in confusion, then suddenly opened its small mouth and cheerfully barked, Dad.
Director Lee Shibarat.
Xuaningxiang, who came out of Gu Jiao's yard, also trembled. The puppy was trying to talk. It usually called women mama, but it hadn't called a man papa yet because it didn't have a father. Xuaningxiang felt very awkward inside, wishing she could find a hole to hide herself and the puppy in. She hurried over, picked up the puppy, and awkwardly said, Sorry, I didn't mean for him to do that. Please don't mind. Director Lee smiled and said it's okay. Xuaningxiang quickly took the puppy away, but the puppy turned its head again and called out Papa to Director Lee. Xuaningxiang was so embarrassed and angry she almost cried. Child, don't say your father is dead. Even if he isn't dead, he definitely isn't the kind of person the headmaster would be. What kind of person do you think he is? Where did you learn to pretend he's your father? Calling you a little dog, you really have the guts. Xuaningxiang hurriedly carried her son back into the house, closed the door, and bolted it, gathering her courage. Director Lee chuckled and shook his head. Father? He probably won't ever be a father in his life. After bringing her son inside, Xuaningxiang placed him on the bed and sternly corrected him. Little dog, you don't have a father. The boy said, Father. She replied, No, you don't.
Father.
She said, I told you, you don't have a father.
Don't call him that.
You don't. The boy tried to climb out. Father. Xuaningxiang was about to go crazy because of her son. If you keep pretending he's your father, I won't be able to stop my anger. She was so angry she shook her pillow, and something hard fell out, hitting the stool with a clink. She picked up the object, initially unable to remember what it was, but after thinking for a long time, her brow furrowed. Huh? Isn't this? When Xiao Luling returned after fetching water, Gu Jiao was waiting for him in the main hall. Gu Jiao said, Director Li came by earlier. Xiao Luling took the water to the backyard and poured it into the water jar. I met him at the village entrance. Gu Jiao came to the back door of the hall, leaning lightly against it, and asked calmly, Did you ask him what he told me? What did he say? Xiao Luling casually asked. Gu Jiao said softly, He said you have a young wife in the capital.
Cough.
Xiao Luling almost choked to death. Really not?
No.
Not what? No young wife. It's not that he hasn't been to the capital, but he doesn't have a young wife. Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, normally, when people hear that, their first thought is, I haven't even been to the capital. How could I have a young wife there? You only denied the second part. So, does that mean you've been to the capital? Xiao Luling remained calm. So what if I have? Gu Jiao asked, How did you get the travel pass to go to the capital? The capital is the imperial city of Zhao country, where all the most important people live, and its defenses are very strict. Ordinary people can't get a travel pass. Someone like Xiao Luling, a commoner, could only enter the capital if they passed the provincial exam and became a scholar.
How about you?
Xiao Luling didn't answer Gu Jiao's question directly. Instead, he changed the subject and aimed his words at her. What is that box of yours all about? Gu Jiao's pupils shrank.
Wow.
So, he's learned to use her secrets to silence her, huh? Xiao Luling leaned on his cane and slowly walked toward her. He stopped less than half a step in front of her. Tell me where your box came from, and I'll tell you how I got the route guide to the capital. This was the first time he had been so close to Gu Jiao, breathing just above her head. Gu Jiao only then realized he had grown taller. She could feel the youthful energy radiating from him, clean and fresh, yet more than that. He was slowly growing up, almost becoming a real man. His aura was cold and dangerous, like a fierce beast baring its fangs. Gu Jiao blinked, then suddenly poked his little chest with her index finger. Xiao Luling. Oh, I didn't mean to. Xuaningxiang, who had just arrived at the door, quickly covered her face, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao's posture was indeed too intimate. At first glance, it looked like Xiao Luling had her pressed against the wall, about to do something inappropriate. It felt nice. Gu Jiao poked him again. Xiao Luling. His chest was soft where her fingertips had touched. All the fierce beast aura was gone. Blushing, he turned and went back inside. Xuaningxiang stared blankly and sighed. Ah, this is the first time I've seen Xiao Luling like this. Is there something wrong? Gu Jiao walked over calmly. Xuaningxiang's gaze immediately fell on her face. Even though she was caught doing something intimate by outsiders, why was it Xiao Luling blushing instead of her? Did she misunderstand something?
Well.
But Xuaningxiang didn't forget the main matter. She handed Gu Jiao a metal badge. Here, this is for you. For me? Gu Jiao took it and saw it was a bronze badge. There were no words on it, only a strange emblem. Yes. Xuaningxiang nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. I found this at the place where Xiao Luling first fainted. You were so busy bringing him back that you didn't notice it dropped in the bushes. I secretly hid it, planning to sell it at the market, but my mother-in-law said it's neither gold nor silver and wouldn't sell for much money, so I set it aside. If not for today. Xuaningxiang awkwardly skipped over the incident where Dogwar recognized her father, which made her so angry she kept shaking her pillow. It suddenly fell out of the pillow, and I had forgotten I'd seen such a thing before. A year ago, Xiao Luling fainted at the village entrance. Xuaningxiang and Gu Jiao found him together. Xuaningxiang went into the village to call people, while Gu Jiao carried him back herself. When Xuaningxiang arrived with others, Xiao Luling was already gone. But she saw a heavy sign left behind in the grass. Xuaningxiang said, I'm not sure if it's Xiao Yulong's. Maybe you should ask him?
Gu Jiao suddenly remembered something.
On her first day crossing over, Xiao Luling was sneaking around her room, rummaging through her belongings. Could he have been looking for this? Haha, kid. Let's see who uncovers whose secret first. Gu Jiao took the bronze sign back to her room. She was very sure Xiao Luling had touched her small medicine box. Her medicine box was locked to outsiders, but maybe she was confused last night and forgot to lock it. Were those strange tonic pills and contraceptive items only appearing after Xiao Luling touched her box? Gu Jiao stared fiercely at her small medicine box. If I see those messy things again, I'll burn you. A cold wind blew past, and the small medicine box remained quiet as a chicken. After breakfast, Gu Jinyu packed her things and prepared to leave. She had promised Mrs. Yao to go burn incense for Gu Sanlang and his wife. Before leaving, she visited Mrs. Yao and Lord Gu. I should be able to meet my sister in the village, right? I want to see her. Mrs. Yao didn't object. However, Lord Gu was worried that Gu Jiao's fiery temper might bully Gu Jinyu. After all, the two children had some conflicts. He asked Huang Zhong and an experienced maid to accompany her. Guyan had been excited all night and only fell asleep during breakfast. Now, he was sleeping soundly on his bed, completely unaware that he missed the chance to go to the countryside. Gu Jinyu got into the carriage. The young maid and the maidservant sat in another carriage. Huang Zhong led a few guards on horseback, escorting Gu Jinyu on both sides. Halfway there, Gu Jinyu opened the curtain of her carriage window and looked at Huang Zhong riding beside her. She asked kindly, Master Huang, have you met my sister? What kind of person is she?
Ah, this.
Huang Zhong found it hard to say. A hot-tempered girl, even pressing the Marquis down and roughing him up. Such disobedience? Huang Zhong clenched his fists and coughed a few times. I've seen the young lady, but I haven't spoken to her much. Gu Jinyu smiled regretfully. Me neither. I haven't had a proper conversation with her. If I had known she was my sister earlier, I wouldn't have treated her like that. I was so foolish. I didn't even recognize my own sister. Huang Zhong thought to himself, it's not her real sister, so of course, she doesn't recognize her. Look at the young master. He just got close to the young lady in one meeting. Whether she's real or not, it makes a difference. He didn't dare say these words aloud. Right now, the news about the two young ladies hasn't spread in the estate. Only he and a few madams know the truth. But secrets can't stay hidden forever. It depends on how the Marquis and his wife choose to tell others. Huang Zhong had been here several times and had thoroughly learned the village's gossip, including the grave of Gu Sanlang and his wife. Gu Sanlang died violently, and according to rural customs, he shouldn't be buried in the ancestral tomb. His grave is far from the Gu family's lucky land, and Su's wife was buried beside him, reportedly at her own request before she died. The carriage stopped at the village entrance, looking quite grand, especially with Gu Jinyu, who seemed like an fairy, attracting the villagers' curiosity. Gu Jinyu wore a veil, accompanied by a respectable maid and a nurse. The villagers had never seen a city girl before. Their eyes couldn't stop moving. Miss, be careful where you step. The rural path was rough, and Huang Zhong was worried this delicate young lady might fall. Gu Jinyu held tightly to the maid's arm. The uneven dirt road was really unfair to her luxurious feet. After they left, the villagers started talking.
Hey, who are they? Don't recognize them.
That man seems to have been here a few times, asking about the Gu family.
Hey.
Look, they're going to Gu Sanlang's grave. Could they be from the Su family? The villagers had no close relatives in the Gu family, so they guessed it was the Su family. Su's wife wasn't from the village and was better off financially than the Gu family, almost a city person. But after Su's wife passed away, the Su family cut ties with the Gu family. When Gu Jinyu arrived at the grave, she saw someone standing there. The person wore coarse linen clothes, was thin, wearing a straw hat, and carrying a small basket. Big sister.
Sister?
Gu Jinyu asked cautiously. Gu Jiao paused her gardening, then slowly straightened up, turned to look at Gu Jinyu with a calm expression. Gu Jinyu immediately showed a happy smile and said, Sister, it's really you. Gu Jiao gave her a strange look but said nothing, continuing to bend down and pull weeds. Since discovering that the grass on Gu Sanling's grave was especially thick on the anniversary of his death, Gu Jiao had been coming regularly to. Gu Jinyu, feeling ignored, didn't give up. She let go of her maid's hand and walked toward Gu Jiao. However, her delicate embroidered shoes couldn't handle the rough path on the grave, almost twisting her ankle.
Miss,
be careful. The maid and the housekeeper hurriedly helped her. I'm fine. Gu Jinyu awkwardly glanced at Gu Jiao, signaling them to let go. Then she became more careful. She lifted her clean skirt and approached Gu Jiao, extending her hand. Sister, let me do it. I'm not your sister, Gu Jiao replied. And you can't do it either. This kind of dirty work wasn't something a pampered young lady could handle. Gu Jiao only used a shovel for the tasks that required it. For lighter work, she simply used her hands. Gu Jinyu tried to imitate her, pulling some weeds, but the result was predictable. The maid and housekeeper didn't know the truth, but the servants of the Marquis's residence always understood proper conduct and wouldn't ask questions they shouldn't. They only kept silent outwardly but were very curious inside. This village girl had such a big attitude. When her own young lady lowered herself to call her sister, she didn't appreciate it and even gave her lady a look. Step back first, Gu Jinyu ordered. The maid and housekeeper moved 3 zhong away. You also step back, Gu Jinyu told Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong clapped his hands and stepped back far. Now only Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu remained at the grave. Gu Jiao continued to, without caring about anything else. Gu Jinyu placed the grass mat and paper money she brought on the ground, lit the paper money with a fire stick, and knelt on the grass mat to bow 3 times to Gu Sanlang and Madame Su. Then, she remained kneeling, burning the paper money while murmuring, I heard they were good people in life and treated my sister well. Gu Jiao finally responded, faintly saying, Does calling them dad and mom burn your mouth? Gu Jinyu choked. Gu Sanlang and Madame Su were truly good parents. If they knew the child had been switched at birth, they would be very sad and eager to hear their biological daughter call them dad and mom. Gu Jiao shot her a glance. Just coming to burn paper money, no need to do more. I can afford to burn this little bit of paper. Gu Jinyu lowered her head and softly said, Sister, do you hate me? I know I am in the wrong. I took away your identity, your parents, and everything that belonged to you. It's natural for you to hate me. I don't blame you. Gu Jiao ignored her. The person who lost everything has already passed away. Besides, it's not right to blame. Gu Jinyu is innocent. She was also switched at birth. Gu Jiao feels no resentment or affection. This person has nothing to do with her. Gu Jinyu doesn't understand Gu Jiao's thoughts. She only thinks Gu Jiao is blaming her. Such blame is understandable, since she took advantage. She sincerely said, Sister, don't worry. I won't compete with you. You are the eldest daughter of the Marquis's estate. When you return, I will move out of the courtyard and give it back to you. But after all, our parents raised me for many years. Please allow me to stay and show filial piety beside them. Gu Jiao became a bit annoyed. Are you done talking? If so, go away. Gu Jinyu begged, Sister, please come back to the Marquis's estate with me.
No.
Sister, what do I have to do for you to come back with me? Tell me, I will agree to anything. Gu Jiao looked at her with a faint smile. Including you leaving the estate with nothing, never appearing at the Marquis's estate again? Gu Jinyu's expression stiffened. Gu Jiao's figure was taller than Gu Jinyu's. Even if Gu Jinyu wore thick embroidered shoes, Gu Jiao still looked down on her assertively. Gu Jiao calmly said, If you don't even have this much sincerity, then don't bother persuading me to come back. Gu Jinyu's eyes reddened slightly. If you want to drive me away. Gu Jiao coldly replied, I don't care. Take whatever you want. Just don't bother me. This was the most she had ever spoken to a stranger. Clearly, she was only patient with people she cared about. Next, Gu Jiao demonstrated what it means to ignore Gu Jinyu completely. Gu Jinyu forced herself to burn the paper money, but she couldn't even call Mr. and Mrs. Gu parents in front of Gu Jiao until the very end. She knelt for a long time until her legs went numb. It was only the maid and the maidservant who helped her up. She bowed slightly to Gu Jiao and said, "I'll go now. I'll visit you again when I have time." Not long after she left, Xiao Jingkong jumped over from another small path and called out, "Jiao Jiao." He saw Gu Jinyu not far away and asked curiously, "Huh?
Who are they?"
Gu Jiao said, "Strangers."
Oh.
"Strangers? Then little Jingkong doesn't need to pay attention to them. How did you come here?" Gu Jiao asked. Little Jingkong said, "I went home. You weren't there, so my aunt said you went to visit the ancestors." Every morning, little Jingkong does morning prayers, practices martial arts, and plays with the little friends in the village. After playing, he returned home and found Gu Jiao wasn't there, so he asked his aunt where Gu Jiao had gone. "Whose grave is this?" Little Jingkong asked with wide eyes. Gu Jiao looked at the two old graves and said, "My parents' graves. This one is my father's, and that one is my mother's." Little Jingkong, with his hands behind his back and tilting his head, thought for a moment and said, "Since they are Jiao Jiao's parents, they are also my parents." As he spoke, he knelt down and bowed deeply to Gu Sanlang and Su Shi. He bowed very sincerely, his head almost pressed into the dirt, calling them Dad and Mom. His voice was soft and childish, but his face looked serious. Kneeling at the lonely grave, he made people feel a bit emotional. A child adopted like this can be so respectful, yet he couldn't even call his biological parents Dad and Mom. Gu Jinyu felt a tightness in her chest, as if she had been slapped hard. "Miss, are you okay?" The young maid noticed Gu Jinyu's strange expression. Gu Jinyu closed her eyes briefly.
"I'm fine."
"Let's go back to the mansion." "Yes, ma'am." Gu Jinyu and her group got into the carriage and headed back to the mansion. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao and little Jingkong finished clearing the weeds from the graves and were walking back together. "Jiao Jiao, are you feeling better?" Little Jingkong asked, holding Gu Jiao's hand. "Yes, I am." Gu Jiao nodded. Her high fever was gone, and to her, that meant she was fine. As for her wounds scabbing over, that was normal, and she didn't take it to heart. When little Jingkong heard Gu Jiao say she was better, he believed she was truly healed. He cheered happily, "I just talked to my parents."
"Oh? What did you say?"
Gu Jiao was weeding, but she heard the little guy mumbling to himself, though she didn't know what he was saying. Little Jingkong raised his chin proudly and said, "I asked my parents to bless Jiao Jiao, so she won't get sick again. They must have heard me, so that's why Jiao Jiao got better." Gu Jiao thought, is that really possible? Little Jingkong firmly believed that the spirits of Gu Sanlang and Su Shi had appeared because he asked them to, so he thought it was his achievement, not the medicine his bad brother-in-law brought back. You could say she is a little monk who is always competing with her brother-in-law for attention. After Gu Jinyu left the village, she hurried back to the mountain villa. When she arrived in town, she realized she had lost something. "Stop," she ordered. The coachman stopped the carriage by the street. Huang Zhong, riding a fine horse, asked, "Miss, what's the matter?" Gu Jinyu carefully searched her sleeve pocket and purse, frowning.
"I lost something."
"What did you lose?" Huang Zhong asked. "A letter," Gu Jinyu replied. "Let me call them to help find it," Huang Zhong said, calling over the young maid and the nanny from the back carriage to help search inside the carriage. They searched through boxes and cabinets, but couldn't find what Gu Jinyu had lost. "Is it an important letter?" Huang Zhong asked. "Yes," Gu Jinyu nodded. It was a letter from the concubine Shu, containing a puzzle meant for the princes. But the fifth prince couldn't solve it, so the concubine Shu sent the letter to Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was very clever, much better than the fifth prince's tutors. Since she was young, she often secretly helped him solve puzzles and then claimed he did them himself. The emperor, unaware of the truth, thought the fifth prince was the smartest among the princes. The emperor favored concubine Shu, and because he valued the fifth prince, she also valued Gu Jinyu very much. This puzzle was personally created by the emperor and was said to have stumped all the princes. Everyone in the country knew that their emperor didn't care much for poetry or essays but loved studying math and astronomy. In her letter, concubine Shu repeatedly asked Gu Jinyu to help the fifth prince solve the puzzle quickly. Whoever solves it first will win the emperor's favor. Gu Jinyu carried the puzzle with her every day, solving it whenever she had free time. But the puzzle was extremely difficult, and she only managed to solve half after many days of hard work. Even half was the result of a huge amount of calculations, and today, she lost the work she had done after all that effort. Gu Jinyu felt very upset inside. If she had to start over, she was afraid she would go crazy. She pressed her hand to her chest and said, "Maybe I dropped it in the village. I was kneeling there burning paper money just now, so maybe it fell out of my sleeve then." Little Jinkong held Jiao Jiao's hand and hopped happily back home. Gu Jiao went to cook, while he fed the chicks, scooped out chicken droppings, and tidied the chicken coop. However, before he started, he noticed something.
Huh?
He looked down at what was sticking to his heel, blinked in confusion, and bent down to pick it up. It was a small folded envelope. There was no name on the envelope. He opened it and took out the letter inside. The letter also had no name or signature, just a sheet of plain white paper filled with numbers. This seems like a puzzle. Little Jinkong looked puzzled. Since he had never studied this kind of thing, he didn't know what to do. More importantly, why was it at his feet? He was sure his shoes were clean before he left.
Could it be
From my parents? Jinkong thought more, and more that it must be so. Maybe his parents heard his prayers and responded. He paused to think, then put the letter in his pocket and hurried into the kitchen, squatting down to look at Gu Jiao's shoe soles. Gu Jiao was confused by his gaze. "What are you looking at?" Jinkong shook his head like a rattle.
Nothing. Nothing.
His parents didn't leave a note for Gu Jiao, only for him. Because Gu Jiao hadn't spoken to his parents just now. Only he had. A thought flashed through Jinkong's mind. He was more convinced than ever that this letter was from his parents in the afterlife. But because he hadn't told his parents about his learning level, they might have overestimated his abilities. To avoid disappointing his parents, Jinkong decided to ask for help from outside. He took some paper and a pen and went back to the kitchen. "Jiao, Jiao, 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 I don't know how to solve this problem." When Jinkong went down the mountain, he brought along some Buddhist scriptures and some strange puzzles his master supposedly created, some half-finished, some completely untouched. Gu Jiao saw the puzzle but didn't think much of it, just assuming it was another one left by his master. In the pot, crispy meat was frying, the oil temperature just right, not too tender, not overcooked. Gu Jiao took the time to help him solve the puzzle, then removed a pot of golden fried meat in less than a minute. Jinkong took the solved puzzle and went to the graves of Gu Sanlang and his wife. Jinkong was an honest child and didn't hide that he had asked Gu Jiao about it. At the same time, he also recited the Buddhist scriptures he had learned to Mr. and Mrs. Gu, hoping they would ask him questions from those scriptures next time. "Mom and Dad, rest well. I'll go now. I'll visit you again another day." Little Jinkong placed the solved questions in front of the grave. To prevent the wind from blowing them away, he specially put a small stone on top. Gu Jinyu and her group arrived again at the village entrance. "Miss, wait on the carriage. We'll go find them," the maid said to Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu, being a noble lady, should not appear often in such humble places. She thought for a moment and did not refuse. The maid, the young maidservant, and Huang Zhong went to look for them along the way. "You three look over here. I'll go with Luer to check the grave," the maid said, then took the young maidservant to Mr. and Mrs. Gu's grave. Suddenly, the young maidservant pointed at a stone on the ground.
Mom,
"Look, there's something under the stone." The maid's eyes lit up. She hurried forward, moved the small stone, but found only a pile of burning ashes and some unburned paper money underneath. That's right, on the way back, little Jinkong suddenly remembered that the paper money for his parents had to be burned so they could receive it. The same applied to the questions. So he turned back and set fire to the prepared questions, burning them all. This way, his parents could receive them. I'm such a clever little kid. Second part. Monk. Part 2. The young maidservant and the maid took the ashes after burning and brought them back to Gu Jinyu in a handkerchief. The freshly burned paper ashes still showed some writing, but only a little. Gu Jinyu could recognize that it was her question, but she couldn't piece together the full solution. Of course, Gu Jinyu didn't realize that little Jinkong had burned it all with a single fire, thinking she had accidentally left the question paper with the paper money, which then got burned together. Thinking of this, her heart ached, and she felt like vomiting blood, nearly fainting on the spot. Third part. After dinner, it was still early, and Gu Jiao planned to go for a walk on the hill she had bought. Recently, she often went up the mountain, collecting herbs and mushrooms, and had memorized the entire terrain of the mountain. Now only a small part remained for her to complete the full topographical map. When little Jinkong heard she was going up the mountain, he tilted his head and asked, "Can I go with Jiao Jiao?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. "Do you want to go back and see your master and senior brothers?" "I mainly just want to stay with you, but it's okay if not." Xiao Jinkong jumped down from the bench and said to Gu Jiao, "Then I'll go see them." The place they were going to was pretty close to the temple, actually on the way. Gu Jiao carried a small basket on her back. Xiao Jinkong looked at her with envy, so Gu Jiao also made him a small basket. The small basket held gifts she brought for her friends. There were vegetarian meatballs that Gu Jiao fried, osmanthus cake she bought, and wild fruits she picked herself. Xiao Jinkong carried a small basket just like Gu Jiao's, looking very proud. He specifically went to show off at the old lady's house, then ran to the neighbors to show off in front of Xuanning and Goa. Then the brother and sister set off. Although Xiao Jinkong was young and small, he was very hardworking. He walked all the way around to the other side of the mountain, and he kept going despite being tired. When climbing the mountain, he ran ahead quickly, while Gu Jiao followed at a steady pace. By the time they reached halfway up, he was exhausted and collapsed on the steps, looking like a little salted fish. Gu Jiao carried the little salted fish Jinkong up the mountain. At the temple entrance, Xiao Jinkong, now rested, waved to Gu Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go find Jingfan, Jingxin, and Jingshan myself." "Okay." Gu Jiao watched as Xiao Jinkong went into the temple, eagerly greeted a monk, and even called out to brother Jingchen. Only then did she feel at ease to measure her own mountain. Buying this mountain cost quite a bit of silver, but the more she visited, the more she felt it was worth it. The entire mountain was full of wild herbs and beasts. Everything belonged to her. Today, luck was really on her side. On the way, she dug up 2 small ginseng roots, not very big, enough to make chicken soup. For some reason, Gu Jiao suddenly remembered the trap she set in the woods, but she thought no one would be so unlucky this time. Just as her thoughts flashed, she heard some movement in the woods, as if something had fallen down. It was where she had set her trap before. Could it be so unlucky again? Gu Jiao raised an eyebrow. Maybe it's a big insect? Or a wolf? She eagerly went to see her catch, but when she arrived, she saw it was another person. Gu Jiao was a bit stunned. She had set traps to catch fierce animals, so why was it always people who got caught? But this time, it didn't seem to be an ordinary person, but a monk. He was dressed in grayish-white monk robes, tall and slender. He was holding something in his arms, and a small, white, jade-like wrist bone was visible outside his sleeve. Perhaps he heard the noise on the ground, so he looked up. His face, free of worldly worries, caught Gu Jiao's attention. The monk had narrow, peach blossom-shaped eyes, with a tear mole under his right eye. His age was hard to tell, but he looked very young. Gu Jiao silently thought, is the world really so strange? That even monks are so handsome? Could he be a fairy from the woods, here to charm young women like me? She watched him cautiously. He curled his red lips into a slight smile and said, "Dear little benefactor, may I ask you to help me up?" His voice was especially pleasant to hear, like a divine, pure sound. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then took out a rope from her basket and pulled him up. Afterward, she noticed he was holding a small, white, tender wild rabbit. In the trap he had just been in, there was also a dead snake. Gu Jiao looked at the snake and then at the rabbit in his arms. She asked, "Did you fall into the trap to save this rabbit?" "Yes," he nodded with a gentle smile. His smile was very tender, but not maternal like Mrs. Yao's. It was a kind of warmth that made people feel dizzy, blush, and get flustered. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao was naturally not shy. Because he was handsome, she looked at him a little longer, but inside, she was quite calm. Hearing his words, Gu Jiao let out an hum and said, "You're quite kind." Before she finished, he drew a dagger and quickly killed the rabbit. Gu Jiao was stunned. After killing the rabbit, the monk asked her for some water, washed the rabbit, and then started a small fire to roast the meat. Gu Jiao felt a bit confused. He was killing animals and then eating meat. Could he really be a fake monk? "Do you want some?" He cut off the juiciest piece of rabbit, skewered it with his dagger, and offered it to Gu Jiao. "Everyone gets a share." Gu Jiao thought, "Shouldn't I be the one saving you, so you should be thanking me properly?" She didn't eat much for lunch, so she was quite hungry now. She took a bite of the rabbit. It wasn't bad, but not very good either, kind of wasteful of the ingredients. I forgot to add salt," the monk said, patting his head. He took out a small bamboo tube from his wide sleeve, unscrewed the lid, and sprinkled salt on the rabbit meat. "Now it should taste much better," he said, cutting another piece and offering it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took the rabbit meat and added salt. The taste became much better. She asked, "Did you save it just to eat it?" The monk replied naturally, "What else would I do?" Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. She wondered which monk from the temple this was, as she had never seen him before. The monk pointed to a trap nearby. "Want to eat snake meat? If you do, go pull it out." Gu Jiao asked, "Why don't you do it yourself?" The monk sighed, "I'm afraid." Gu Jiao found it strange. "Afraid? That's why you hit it first?" "It wasn't killed by a..." The monk paused and corrected her. "It was bitten to death." Gu Jiao was speechless. "Why did you bite it if you're just going to eat it?" she asked. "The snake bit me first," the monk said seriously, then rolled up his left pant leg to reveal a swollen leg that looked like a pig's hoof. Gu Jiao was stunned. "If a snake bites you, why would you bite it back? What kind of move is that?" The snake probably never imagined it would be bitten to death by a human. And after being bitten so badly, he still had the mood to roast a rabbit? Did he not realize he's about to die? The monk seemed to sense Gu Jiao's thoughts and sighed. "I know." With that, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, spitting black blood and losing consciousness. Gu Jiao was speechless. What kind of strange monk is this? The snake that bit him was a highly venomous silver-ringed snake. Luckily, Gu Jiao's small medical kit contained anti-venom serum for the snake. The anti-venom serum is a horse serum preparation that contains foreign proteins, which can cause allergies. Time was urgent, so Gu Jiao abandoned desensitization injections and painfully gave him 2 doses of antihistamines. When the monk woke up, he was no longer on the grassland. He found himself sitting under a large tree, with rain falling steadily from the sky. He glanced at Gu Jiao beside him and said hoarsely, "Spring thunderstorms are many. Doesn't anyone know not to hide under a tree in the rain?" Gu Jiao casually glanced at him and said, "Someone bitten by a snake and still calm enough to roast a rabbit. That's what I call not being afraid of death." The monk choked and coughed lightly. "I didn't think I could survive. I just wanted to die full and happy. By the way, did you save me?" He looked at his wound, which had been bandaged with medicine. The pain had mostly gone, and the swelling was gone too. "Can you treat snake venom? Are you some kind of master?" he asked curiously. Gu Jiao did not respond to him, simply sitting quietly by the side, avoiding the rain. Perhaps feeling she owed him 2 favors in a row, the monk felt a bit shy and awkwardly smiled, asking, "May I know your honorable surname?" "Gu," she replied, her gaze fixed on the relentless rain, not looking at him. The monk smiled and said, "I know a bit about fortune-telling. May I read your palm?" "No need," Gu Jiao politely declined. A handsome monk like him was rarely refused by women, and Gu Jiao was the first. Curious, the monk looked at her more closely. She had already put on a bamboo hat, hiding her face, leaving only a delicate chin visible. He curled his lips, intending to look away, but suddenly noticed the bronze badge she was playing with. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and said, "So, miss, you are from the Xianping Marquis' household?" "What?" Gu Jiao turned her face toward him. His gaze swept over the birthmark on her left cheek, but he showed no surprise and said, "The token in your hand." Gu Jiao looked at the token and then at him. "Do you recognize it?" The monk smiled, stretched out his long legs, and leaned his arm behind his head, resting against the big tree behind him. He looked at the heavy rain and said, "Yes, I do." "Tell me," Gu Jiao asked. The monk glanced at her with a playful look. "So, you don't recognize it?
How did you get this token then?"
"It was found," she replied. The monk's expression grew more amused, his beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons like spring waters, full of charm. "You're really lucky to find such a valuable thing." He looked away from her and continued to watch the never-ending rain, saying, "The Xianping Marquis household is a noble family with hundreds of years of history, related to the imperial family, a dominant force in the capital. They have produced 2 founding officials, an empress, and many influential figures." "What exactly do you want to hear, miss?" Gu Jiao didn't ask why a monk from the deep mountains knew about the capital's affairs. She simply said anything is fine. The monk smiled and said, "You want to hear everything, but unfortunately, the story of the Xianping Marquis household can't be told in 3 days and nights. Are you here to gather information about people, or just about interesting stories?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment.
"People.
Master or servant? Whatever you say." The monk's smile deepened. "Clearly, you're the one seeking information, so why are you just telling me?" "All right, I don't know the details about the people involved, so let's start with Marquis Xianping. This Marquis title was inherited from the old Marquis. Marquis Xianping is the eldest son and the legitimate heir, so he naturally inherits the family estate.
There's nothing unusual about that."
He has a biological sister, a younger half-brother, and his sister is the current empress. His brother is a great general. Oh, I forgot to mention, he also married Princess Xinyang. They had a son, who was a wonderful child, but sadly passed away young. "Is that all?" Gu Jiao asked. "There are a few other illegitimate children, but they are not important," the monk said with a smile, once again giving Gu Jiao a warning look. "Girl, this token you found, keep it safe. Don't go around showing it off, or it could bring you danger. Also, stay away from the Marquis Xuanping's family, or it could lead to trouble." He became serious and even changed how he addressed her. Gu Jiao didn't mind his warning. She was never someone to leave risks to others. But the Marquis Xuanping's estate sounds powerful. Why would Xiao Luleng have a token from the Marquis? What is his relationship with the Marquis' family? Then, Gu Jiao started to ask but suddenly realized something. She turned her head and saw that the monk, who had been talking to her just now, had disappeared. Even more strange, Gu Jiao didn't know when he left. Since coming to this different world, she had never met such a skilled person before. She looked at the spot where the monk had sat earlier. There, she saw a character written with a finger, Xiao. Gu Jiao thought deeply.
Marquis Xuanping's family.
Surname Xiao? Xiao Luleng also has the surname Xiao. What a coincidence. 96 Climbing the Mountain. First part. Not long after the monk left, the rain stopped. Gu Jiao went to the temple to pick up Xiao Jingkong. Xiao Jingkong had a happy and fulfilling half-day at the temple. He met kind and caring senior brother Jingchen, several other senior brothers, the abbot, and his childhood friends Jingfan, Jingxin, and Jingshan. Because the abbot and the senior brothers were busy, he spent the most time with the 3 young monks. Since Jingkong didn't fight for food, the 3 young monks had enough nourishment and looked healthier than before. Jingkong was no longer the little boy he once was. He had changed out of his monk robes and was now wearing common children's clothes. His bald head had sprouted small tufts of hair. The youngest among the little monks was actually the smallest in age, but he spoke the earliest and the best. Eventually, even the abbot couldn't outtalk him. He proudly showed his small face to the other little monks. "See, Lilia?
Gave it to me. Jiaozhe."
"I saw it.
I saw it," Jingfan said.
"I saw it too," Jingxin added. Jingsan looked confused and thought for a moment, then said a bit late, "Well, I saw it too." Jingkong was very happy. "Will Yaya grow into little Wahua?" Jingfan asked, pointing at his face. Jingkong paused, shook his head, Probably not. They will only grow into kisses right on my face.
Can we eat them?
Jing Fan asked. No, you can't eat them, Jing Kong replied. Since they couldn't grow into pretty Wawa or be eaten, the three little monks quickly lost interest in the tiny. But Jing Kong had something else. He decisively took out a jar of vegetarian meatballs that Gujal had packed for him. When he opened it, a fragrant aroma of sesame and crispy spices wafted out, filling most of the courtyard. The little monks were stunned. Jing Fan's eyes widened. What's that delicious smell? Their mouths started watering. Jing Kong wanted to eat meat but couldn't, so Gujal came up with a clever idea, made vegetarian meatballs using tofu and other ingredients. Whatever was eaten at home, he could have too, like roast duck, he had a roast duck. Like cured sausage, he had cured sausage. Like braised pork, he had braised pork. Recently, his family was eating meatballs, so he made his own special Jing Kong little meatballs. He ate one in front of his friends, shocking them all. The little monks were stunned again.
Are you
eating meat? You're not dizzy from eating meat? Oh no. It's too scary. Senior brother, I want to go home. Jing Kong wasn't a kid with a mean streak. After showing off, he admitted the truth about the meatballs. They're vegetarian meatballs. Jiao said even family can eat them. At first, the three little monks hesitated, worried they might be tricked into breaking their vows. But finally, the eldest, Jing Fan, took a brave bite, thinking, if I don't break my vows, who will? And once he started, he couldn't stop. For the first time, Jing Kong, who usually snatched others' food, experienced being snatched himself. He froze in place for 3 seconds. He, a skilled eater at the temple who was focused on stealing food for 3.5 years, was surprisingly robbed one day. Not only were his plain meatballs taken, but his snacks and wild fruits were also not spared. The three former defeated opponents seemed to have suddenly maxed out their skills, leaving Xiao Jingkong defenseless against their theft. Xiao Jingkong pounded his little fists on his chest, feeling that in the world of trouble, sooner or later, he would pay the price. The three young monks only just realized today how delicious the things down the mountain are. Suddenly, they also started to think about going down the mountain. What should they do? Apart from the food-stealing incident, the four of them got along quite well. Xiao Jingkong described his life down the mountain. Learning that he is currently being taken care of by his brother-in-law every day, the little monk Jingfan asked, "Who is your brother-in-law? Is he your dad?" They were still young and not as clever as Xiao Jingkong, so they didn't understand what brother-in-law meant, but it seemed that the man of the house was his father. Xiao Jingkong sighed. He's just a temporary dad. Jiao might change him anytime. He called Jiao, but in his heart, he treated Gu Jiao as a mother figure. However, he wasn't sure if Xiao Lulang was really his father. After all, from his observations over these days, this father hadn't officially taken his position yet and could be replaced at any time. While talking, they somehow started discussing their studies. Monk Jingfan said, "Since you went down the mountain, we've memorized a lot of Buddhist scriptures. You probably haven't memorized any." Jingxin agreed. Exactly. Jingshan nodded enthusiastically. Xiao Jingkong raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what have you all memorized?" Monk Jingfan replied, "The Heart Sutra." Xiao Jingkong spread his hands. "I memorized it when I was 2. Monk Jingxin said, "The Medicine Master Tathagata's Vow Sutra." Xiao Jingkong shrugged. "I memorized it when I was 2 years and 3 months old." Monk Jingshan said, "And the Lianyan Sutra." Xiao Jingkong checked his little ears and sighed helplessly. "It's the Lianyan Sutra, You said the name wrong. Did you really memorize it?" The little monks blushed. They hadn't really memorized the scriptures. They just remembered the names. Even these complicated names took them several days to remember, which exhausted their little brains. "Sigh, talking about scriptures with you guys is boring. I'll go find the abbot," Xiao Jingkong said, jumping down from the steps and waddling off on his short legs to find the abbot. The abbot had just sat in the prayer hall, preparing to give a lecture to the monks, when suddenly a young novice hurried over. "Abbot, something's wrong. Jingkong is looking for you. He wants to discuss scriptures and meditation." The abbot's body trembled, and his prayer beads almost fell from his hand. That mischievous little novice wants to argue about meditation? This is serious. Jinkong had been studying Buddhist scriptures since he was young. He was very curious about everything related to Buddhism. Whenever the abbot said something, Jinkong would ask 10 questions, always trying to find something the abbot couldn't answer. All appearances are illusions. If everything that looks real is an illusion, then is the abbot also an illusion? If the abbot is an illusion, then what he says is also an illusion. If that's true, I can't trust the abbot. If I can't trust the abbot, I can't trust the scriptures he teaches. The scriptures are also illusions. The abbot, despite Jinkong's clever arguments, felt a little sense of truth in what he said. He calmly regained his composure and patiently explained again. After listening, Jinkong said, "I think you're wrong." The abbot asked, "Why am I wrong?" Jinkong replied, "You're too old to understand. The Buddha is so wise. He must have a way to help me understand. It's not my fault, it's yours for not explaining well." Such conversations happen often. Usually, the abbot couldn't persuade Jinkong, but Jinkong's own logic often confused the new monks in the temple. The abbot felt overwhelmed by Jinkong's influence. He was very worried. When Gu Jiao finally came to take Jinkong away, Jinkong had already managed to ask all the monks in the hall so many questions that smoke seemed to rise from their heads. "Abbot, I'm leaving now. We'll discuss this again next time," Jinkong said, holding Gu Jiao's hand. He turned to wave at the abbot. The abbot, looking exhausted and hopeless, wished he could disappear right then and there. "Please, don't come back anymore." The brother and sister held hands and went down the mountain. Jinkong was eager to run ahead, wanting to dash down the hill. But since it had just rained, the road was slippery. Gu Jiao was worried he might slip and tumble like a little watermelon, so she didn't let go of his hand. "Did you have fun today?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. "Yes, I did," Jinkong cheerfully replied, raising his little hand and counting on his fingers. "Today I saw Jingxin, Jingfan, Jingshan, brother Jingchen, and the abbot." He listed many people he had seen in the temple. "Have you seen your master?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Jinkong sighed. "He is very mysterious and rarely on the mountain." "Master?" Gu Jiao thought of the eccentric monk in the woods. That monk was very young, so he probably wasn't the master Xiao Jinkong mentioned. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that the term master was just how Xiao Jinkong compared his own age. His real master was much older, about 20 years younger than the abbot. Gu Jiao asked again, "Are there any handsome monks in the temple?" "The most handsome ones?" That monk's looks were almost as good as Xiao Lulang's. Probably no one else in the world matched him. "Yes," Xiao Jinkong said very seriously, lifting his head and pointing at himself. "Me." "Gu Jiao," she said, "besides you." Xiao Jinkong was very confident. "Then there's no one else. I am the most handsome little monk in the world. Besides me, no one else is good-looking." Even the master wasn't handsome, because the master said he was the most handsome in the world, but Xiao Jinkong thought he was the best, so he would never admit that the master was handsome. Gu Jiao hummed softly. Could that person not be a monk from this temple? 97 Fragrant Secrets, second update. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Jinkong went down the mountain, Xiao Lulang had already returned from the academy. Recently, Gu Xiaoshan was staying at the academy because he had completely fallen out with the Gu family and also because he had become obsessed with the knives Xiao Lulang brought him. Every night, he stayed up late carving in his room. As for Xiao Lulang's safety, Gu Jiao didn't need to worry. Recently, Uncle Luo had sprained his ankle, so his son Dazhuang was now driving the ox cart. Dazhuang and Gu Xiaoshan were very close, so she was sure he would take good care of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was pouring water into buckets from the well, looking a bit tired. Because he was not very mobile, Gu Jiao rarely let him do heavy work. She walked over, took the wooden bucket from his hand, and said, "Let me do it." "I can do it," Xiao Lulang replied. "Go start the fire." "I'll cook later," Gu Jiao said quickly, not giving him a chance to refuse. She confidently took the bucket, balanced it on a pole, added another bucket, and turned to the village entrance to fetch water. Xiao Jinkong patted his chest and said, I want to help Jiao Jiao fetch water too. Then he found his special tools in the backyard, a tiny pole and two small wooden buckets. Mimicking Gu Jiao, he balanced them on his little shoulders and proudly headed to fetch water. This set of tools was made by Gu Jiao for little Jinkong. The reason was that Jinkong wanted to help, but he couldn't lift the big wooden bucket. So Gu Jiao made him a pair of small, lightweight, sealed buckets that wouldn't spill water, along with a small shoulder pole. The water he carried back each time was less than a big bowl, but Gu Jiao spent a lot of time and effort making the tools for him. When they arrived at the old well, Gu Jiao first filled Jinkong's tiny bucket with water. Although Jinkong was allowed to fetch water, he was strictly told not to draw water from the well himself. Jinkong listened carefully and never went near the well. He and Gu Jiao carried the water back home. When Gu Jiao poured her 2 large buckets of water into the tank, the water level rose a lot. Jinkong's 2 small buckets of water. Well, it was almost like he hadn't added any water at all. But looking at the full water tank, Jinkong still felt proud that his 2 handfuls of water made a big difference. He was very proud. Why are you smiling foolishly? It was Xiao Luling who came over. As soon as Xiao Luling entered the kitchen, he saw a little monk standing on a stool, proudly looking at the water tank. It was just a ripple in the water, but someone unfamiliar might think he was admiring his tiny little kingdom he made himself. Hearing his bad brother-in-law's voice, Jinkong's small face turned serious. He raised an eyebrow at him and snorted, "I'm working. I'm doing chores." Xiao Luling was amused and almost laughed. "You know about working? You're just a 3-year-old kid. What can you do?" Jinkong jumped down from the small stool, angry, and said, "I can do a lot. More than you. I can fetch water, feed the chickens, help Jiao Jiao wash clothes. Half of the clothes at home are washed by me. I do more chores than you. I'm not a little kid. You are." Xiao Luling glanced at his toy shoulder pole and small wooden bucket and chuckled. "Well, you really are good at doing chores. Letting others do the work. Tinkering with these things is so tiring." Humph. To prove he was a real little helper at home, Jinkong decisively walked to the wooden basin filled with clothes, rolled up his pants, took off his shoes, and suddenly jumped into the basin. He stomped his little feet on the clothes that Xiao Luling had just changed into his courtyard clothes. Xiao Luling was stunned. "Is this how laundry is done at home?" Jinkong's little feet stomped happily. He didn't need rain to enjoy splashing water, and he could wash clothes at the same time. He was a smart and hard-working little kid. Gu Jiao came out, planning to wash her clothes, but seeing Xiao Jinkong stepping on them, she paused for a moment. Xiao Luling asked in disbelief, "Is this how your family washes clothes?" Gu Jiao nodded and said, "Not just clothes, even the pickled vegetables you eat every day are stomped on like this." Xiao Luling was shocked. "Ha ha!" Gu Jiao burst into laughter. She rarely laughed so hard, but Xiao Yulong's expression, as if he had swallowed a fly, really hit her funny bone from 2 lifetimes.
"I'm just joking," she said.
"There's no way I'd let him stomp on the pickled vegetables." Xiao Luling let out a small breath of relief. Good. Gu Jiao continued, "He's so weak, he can't even stomp properly." Xiao Luling was silent again. Could it be that the vegetables are unclean because of a stomping? If that's the case, then when the little monk gets stronger in the future, he might be able to stomp on the pickled vegetables for me to eat? The thought was too wonderful, and Xiao Luling couldn't bear to look directly at it. Gu Jiao smiled and bent over.
Who?
Xiao Jinkong finished stomping, exhausted and sweating all over, and went back to his room to drink water. Gu Jiao then stepped forward to wash the clothes he had wrinkled from stomping. Xiao Jinkong wanted to work, and Gu Jiao never discouraged his enthusiasm. At worst, she would just rewash everything after he finished. Gu Jiao didn't think about scientific parenting. She just believed that as long as he was happy playing, it was fine. At this moment, Gu Jiao didn't know that the future divine general who would conquer 6 kingdoms owed all his bravery and strength to the powerful childhood she had given him. "You don't have to spoil him so much," Xiao Luling said with a blank face. "I spoil you a lot too." Gu Jiao said with a gentle smile. She took a clean wooden basin, set aside Xiao Yulong's clothes, and gently rubbed them with her small hands. Your clothes aren't usually washed like this. Today you put them in the basin yourself, and he saw it. Their clothes were made of rough cloth, and so stomping on them casually was fine. But Xiao Yulong's court clothes were made of silk and cotton, and Gu Jiao washed them with a special wooden basin, using very gentle force. Because she was gentle, it was slow. Washing one of his clothes was as hard as washing the whole family's clothes. But Gu Jiao had never said this aloud. Xiao Lulang was still overwhelmed by her words. I also spoil you a lot, when he suddenly saw her carefully and seriously washing her clothes. Her small hands, soaked and turned white from soapberry water, seemed to be grabbing not his collar, but his heart. For a moment, he felt their relationship was heading toward an uncontrollable direction. Xiao Luling broke out in cold sweat. No, they are just nominal husband and wife. One day, they must part ways peacefully. They must not develop any inappropriate feelings for each other. During dinner, Xiao Luling sat on a bench, watching the white gown hanging to dry flutter in the wind, which made him feel uneasy. After dinner, Xiao Luling bathed Xiao Jingkong and then took his axe to chop firewood in the backyard. Gu Jiao was tidying up the kitchen. The old lady was secretly eating dried yongmei in her room. It started to rain lightly. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Xiao Jingkong suddenly ran out from the west room, hugging his small pillow, shouting, "The roof is leaking."
Gu Jiao, and he went to the west room.
The rain was not heavy at this moment. It was likely rainwater accumulated on the tiles from the afternoon, and the wind caused it to drip down. The leak was directly above their bed, making it difficult to fix, and if it rained heavily at night, the tiles might break. The roof was already fragile, and if it collapsed in a heavy rain, it would be bad. Gu Jiao said, "We can't sleep here tonight. Sleep in my room. I'll fix the roof when the rain stops." Xiao Jingkong happily took his pillow and went to Gu Jiao's room. Of course, Xiao Luling could only sleep there too. Fortunately, Gu Jiao's bed was big enough. The three of them could lie down together. But Xiao Jingkong didn't really want to share the bed with his bad brother-in-law, who was so big and took up a lot of space. He was small and just wanted to curl up in Jiao Jiao's arms. Happy to sleep with Jiao Jiao. Little Jingkong happily lay on Gu Jiao's bed, arranging himself in a big character shape, covering himself with Jiao Jiao's quilt, lying on Jiao Jiao's mattress, with Jiao Jiao's pillow and pillowcase. Jiao 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 Jiao. He was so excited he rolled around on the bed. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a magical hand reached out, grabbing his small waistband and lifting him up. Little Jingkong was startled and flailed his arms and legs. "Auntie?" The elderly lady said, "Tonight you sleep with me." Xiao Jingkong replied, "I don't want to." The elderly lady insisted. "You have to." Xiao Jingkong asked, "Why?" She answered, "For my little great-grandchild." Without mercy, the elderly lady pulled the little one back into her room. Xiao Jingkong's sweet dreams were shattered, first by the unreasonable brother-in-law, then by the even more unreasonable auntie. Being born a child is truly tough. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang finished their respective tasks, Xiao Jingkong had already used up all his energy in a battle of wits with the elderly lady and was starting to snore softly, tilting his head. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. After taking a bath, she went to her room and lay down. She was tired from the whole day and fell asleep quickly, soon breathing evenly. By the time Xiao Lulang finished his bath and came in, she was already asleep on her pillow. The room had a small oil lamp left for him. Today, the weather was getting warmer, and the thick quilt was no longer enough to cover her completely. She covered herself halfway and kicked the rest off. Hesitating for a moment, Xiao Lulang went over and pulled the quilt over her. Then he extinguished the oil lamp and lay down gently beside her. At first, he turned his back to her, but staying in one position for too long made his body ache. So he turned over. What he didn't realize was that Gu Jiao had also turned, resting her head on his pillow. Suddenly, his lips brushed against her cheek. His mind went blank with a loud buzz, and he felt nothing but his own heartbeat. Outside, the rain grew heavier, tapping on the tiles with a rhythmic sound, but he heard nothing, only his heartbeat echoed in his ears. He instinctively raised his hand to push her away, but he pushed in the wrong direction. Instead of her, he touched soft, unfamiliar warmth. His mind exploded in a flash. Gu Jiao slept very well that night. Perhaps the medicinal ointment and the herbs Xiao Lu Lang brought back had worked, because when she woke up, her wound no longer hurt. However, she noticed a few dried bloodstains on her pillow. Whose blood is this? Xiao Lu Lang had already gotten up and was lighting the stove. Gu Jiao finished washing up and went to the kitchen. The sky was brighter than in winter, and the kitchen was no longer dark. She could see Xiao Lu Lang's face clearly. She looked at him for a while, blinking and asking, "Did you not sleep well?" Xiao Lu Lang, with two large dark circles under his eyes, remained calm and said, "I stayed up a bit late reading."
Oh.
Gu Jiao went to bed early and couldn't remember what time she had been reading. Thinking of something, she asked, "By the way, are you hurt? There's blood on the pillow." Xiao Luling looked serious and said, "It's not my blood." Gu Jiao was confused and asked, "Then could it be mine? My wound has already healed." Xiao Luling looked at her deeply and said seriously, "You're overheated and bleeding from your nose." "I saw it myself." Gu Jiao was very puzzled and asked, "I drink fishy grass tea every day, so why do I still get overheated?" Xiao Luling looked expressionless and replied, "Who knows?" His serious expression made it hard to doubt him. Gu Jiao nodded and went to the main hall, pinching her nose as she drank a big bowl of fishy grass tea. Drinking so much, hopefully she wouldn't get overheated again. Xiao Luling nervously closed his eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. At breakfast, Xiao Luling suddenly remembered something and said, "I forgot to tell you yesterday. I found a school in town, and today I can take Jinkong to school." Just then, little Jinkong, who was going to school, asked, "Such a sudden thing?" Gu Jiao served each of the old lady and little Jinkong a bowl of sweet potato porridge. Little Jinkong sipped the porridge cautiously while watching his bad brother-in-law nervously. It all felt like a scheme by the bad brother-in-law. "I forgot to mention it yesterday," Xiao Luling continued. "Children from wealthy families start learning at home with a teacher when they are 5. By 6 or 7, after learning to read the 1,000-character classic, they go to a clan school or a private school. He's a bit young, but he's smart and has already studied in a temple, so it shouldn't be a problem." For the first time, Jinkong was praised for being clever by his scheming brother-in-law, but he became even more cautious. It was definitely a plot. "Where is the school?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Luling said, "Near Tianxiang Academy. It's a private school that has been open for over 10 years. It has a class for young children and the schedule is similar to mine. He can go to and from school with me every day." Here it comes. The scheming brother-in-law is about to start separating him from Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao's previous life involved kindergarten, so she was very open to 3-year-olds going to school. When Gu Jiao was not at home, little Jinkong was a little chatterbox, talking all day long. The old lady suffered from it, but was happy to see him go to school. Gu Jiao turned to little Jinkong and asked, "Jinkong, do you want to go to school?" He didn't want to. Xiao Jinkong hesitated before speaking, worried that if he said he didn't want to go to school, he would seem like a lazy child. His mischievous brother-in-law was really good at setting traps. "Luckily, I am clever," Xiao Jinkong cutely said. "If I go to school, Jiao Jiao won't see me all day." Gu Jiao patted his small head and said, "It's okay. I'll take you in the morning, wait for you at the village entrance in the evening, and if I have time, I'll pick you up from the private school." At this point, refusing any further would make Xiao Jinkong seem unkind. He swallowed his sweet potato porridge without much taste and gave a cute smile, saying, "All right, since Jiao Jiao wants me to go to school, I'll go then." Going to school was necessary, but to make up for missing a whole day of seeing Gu Jiao, Xiao Jinkong asked for 2 small farewell hugs. Private tutoring wasn't cheap. 2 taels of silver a month, including 1 meal, and no refunds if he stopped halfway. Gu Jiao put the 2 taels of silver into Xiao Jinkong's pocket. He insisted on paying himself, not relying on his mischievous brother-in-law. The two of them rode a bullock cart to school. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao stayed at home, thinking about how to repair the roof. She went up to check and found quite a few broken tiles. After a heavy rain, the house might leak. She decided to fix the entire roof and, at the same time, build 2 small rooms on both sides of the backyard. This way, Gu Xiaoshun wouldn't worry about not having a place to stay when he returned to the village. She had some silver, but it wasn't enough for all these repairs. She went to Zhou Ji's money shop in town and withdrew 20 taels of silver, also asking how much money was left in her account. The shopkeeper told her 1,100 taels. Gu Jiao was stunned for 3 seconds. Are you sure? Isn't it 110 taels? Or 1,100 taels? The shopkeeper smiled and said, Our Zhou Ji's bank is trustworthy. We wouldn't cheat a girl out of her money. When Xiao Lulang handed her the card, she didn't think much of it, assuming it was 180 taels. She never expected it to be so much. Actually, it was more originally, but she spent a full 100 taels on buying a calligraphy brush for Gu Jiao. It was a unique masterpiece from the best artist in the entire country, and Gu Jiao was a little sad about his straightforward aesthetic for a long time. The remaining 20 taels were for travel expenses, which Gu Jiao gave to Xiao Lulang to put in his bag. He didn't spend it all, and also deposited it in the bank. Gu Jiao started to doubt everything. Did he really go to take the exam? Are you sure you're not going to Fu City to do some copying work? Then Gu Jiao suddenly remembered the issue of the exam cheating that Director Li mentioned to her. Director Li said he didn't know why Xiao Lulang didn't retake the exam. Gu Jiao thought she probably understood now. After receiving the money, Gu Jiao went back to the village to start repairing her house. She hired a few local craftsmen, explained her needs, and asked them to finish the repairs as quickly as possible. The more money she gave, the faster they would work. Plus, this was Xiao Xiu's family, and they hoped that Xiao Lulang would do well in the future. Maybe they could even get a few acres of free land under Xiao Yulong's name. While Gu Jiao was busy repairing the house, Gu Jinyu suddenly fell ill. That night, after returning from Qingchuan village, she felt something was wrong. She thought she was just tired and didn't pay much attention, but she developed a high fever in the middle of the night. The old maid at the mountain villa said she might have hit something unclean while visiting the grave. The imperial doctor prescribed medicine, but it had little effect. Lord Gu was very anxious. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Jinyu go to the grave. Cough, cough. Gu Jinyu covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed twice, weakly asking, I'm fine. How is my brother? In the past few days, Gu Yan also hasn't been feeling well. Mainly because he is naturally weak, and after a night of excitement, he exhausted himself. To prevent him from wandering around, Mrs. Yao had to stay by his bedside at all times.
He's fine.
Mentioning this, Lord Gu felt very relieved. His son's health was much better than before. In the past, if he had done this much, he might have lost his life. Now, after just a few days in bed, he was bouncing around again. But to be cautious, he and Mrs. Yao thought it was best for their son to rest quietly in his room for a few more days. I'm glad my brother is okay, Gu Jinyu said with a cough. Lord Gu sighed with affection. Oh, you're so worried about your brother even when you're so sick. Gu Jinyu smiled. After all, he's my only younger brother. Lord Gu remembered his unfilial daughter Gu Jiao and gritted his teeth. It would be great if that girl were half as sensible as you. I heard from Huang Zhong that day. Did she give you a hard time? I think you didn't just see something unclean. She probably made you sick on purpose. Gu Jinyu quickly said, Father, don't say that about my sister. She grew up in the countryside, and that family wasn't good to her. She has suffered a lot and doesn't know how to get along with others. If I were in her place, I wouldn't do any better. Master Gu said, You are too kind-hearted. Jean Yu shook her head. My illness this time isn't really because of my sister. It's my own fault. She paused and told Master Gu about losing her exam paper. My aunt has high hopes for me, but I lost the paper I had almost finished. I was so worried that I fell sick. Master Gu patted her hand gently. Silly girl, there's no need to be so anxious. Even if you can't do it, your aunt won't blame you. Really? Jean Yu looked at him with disbelief. Master Gu smiled mysteriously. Your aunt wrote to me again. Guess what she said in her letter? Jean Yu thought carefully. She wants father to take me back to the capital quickly? Master Gu nodded. Yes, that's part of it. And what else? Jean Yu frowned slightly. I can't guess, father. Master Gu looked at her with affection and pride. Your aunt has prepared a big gift for you. She planned to surprise you when you return to the capital. It's no problem to tell you now. Your aunt asked the emperor for favor. On your coming-of-age day, the emperor will personally issue an edict to make you a county princess. 98 siblings, first part. In a room filled with the scent of medicine, Mrs. Yao sat by her son's bed, exhausted and leaning against the bedpost, falling asleep. Yao Yan quietly opened his eyes, secretly observing Mrs. Yao. He mischievously waved his slender hand in front of her eyes. Once he confirmed she was truly asleep, he grinned mischievously, slowly pulled back the quilt, and tiptoed out of bed. Having grown up used to commanding the wind and rain, this was the first time he was so careful. It felt quite new. Yao Yan sneaked out of the house like a thief. Mrs. Yao's body shifted slightly. Yao Yan was so frightened he almost panicked. Luckily, she didn't wake up. He straightened himself and continued to pretend to sleep. Meanwhile, the maid outside was distracted by the secret guards, so he only needed to step outside the yard to meet them. But just as he entered the front yard, he was caught by Yuyur. Yuyur was holding a freshly sewn quilt and looked at him strangely. Young master, what are you doing? Madam told you to stay in bed and rest. Why are you out without your shoes? Yao Yan cleared his throat. Do you believe me if I say I just want to go for a walk? Yuyur frowned and crossed her arms, holding the quilt. Are you trying to run away again? Yao Yan blinked guiltily. Yuyur glared at him. You really want to run away? No. You can't go out. Gu Yan's sharp eyes narrowed dangerously, suddenly radiating killing intent. Do you believe I will kill you? Yuyur bravely replies, even if you kill me, you can't go out. Gu Yan helplessly rubs his forehead. This girl is stubborn, willing to die rather than submit. She was like that when she spoke up for Gu Jiao before, and now she's blocking him in the backyard. Gu Yan also refuses to bend, but that was in the past. Now, he's going to see the most important person in his life, and he doesn't care about his reputation at all. In the next moment, the fierce look on Gu Yan's face suddenly changes like a Sichuan opera mask. He puts on a tearful, wronged expression, looking at Yuyur with great sadness. His appearance is so pitiful, it almost makes her want to cry. If he howled loudly again, Yuyur might think he's a little puppy in disguise. Little young master. What's wrong? Yuyur can't handle such a soft, vulnerable little young master. Gu Yan, feeling wronged, bites his lip and says, I just want to get some fresh air for a moment. Yuyur is overwhelmed by cuteness and feels her heart melt. Just a moment? Really? Just a moment? Gu Yan nods coquettishly. Yes. Yuyur covers her chest with her hand. All right. Go ahead. I'll stay here and watch over things. No. She can't stay any longer, or she'll reach out to pat the little young master's head. Gu Yan successfully tricks Yuyur. As soon as he leaves the yard, his expression turns cold, and a mischievous smile curves at the corner of his lips. He manages to reach the small garden and meet with the secret guards. The guards him out of the estate, and he gets into a prepared carriage, rushing toward Qingchuan village. Huang Zhong notices Gu Yan's movements and quickly reports to Lord Gu at Lanting Pavilion. Lord Gu asks him to speak outside the door. Huang Zhong reports, the young master sneaked out of the estate. Looks like he's headed toward the town. The town? Lord Gu frowns. Gu Jinyu looks at his father and asks, Father, did my brother go to find sister? Most likely he did, Lord Gu replies, knowing he can't keep his son confined. He's not too surprised by this outcome. Should we go find him? Lord Gu shakes his head. You know his temper. Besides you, mother, no one can stop him. In other words, Gu Yan only respects Madame Yao in the whole estate. If he sends someone to catch him, only two things will happen. Either Gu Yan's secret guards will beat them down, or they will make Gu Yan angry. Lord Gu waves his hand. Forget it. Let him go. Anyway, that girl wouldn't bully Gu Yan. Besides, he had another thought. Since the siblings are close, maybe Gu Yan stepping in could make her willingly return to the Marquis's residence. It's not that he desperately wanted to accept her back, but both Mrs. Yao and Gu Yan liked her a lot, so he had to accept her. It was just past noon, and there weren't many people on the street. The carriage smoothly reached Qingchuan village. Recently, carriages often came to the village, so the villagers weren't surprised anymore. However, when they saw a beautiful young boy step out of the carriage, they were still stunned. Gu Yan had a pure, clean aura, like a piece of flawless jade. The most handsome person in the village was probably Xiao Luling, followed by Gu Dashun, but the two were very different. The young boy was almost as handsome as Xiao Luling, perhaps there was hardly any difference. The villagers' eyes widened in amazement. Whose young master is this? Who is he looking for? Could he be looking for you? Of course, he's here for Luling and Jiaonyang. The villagers at the water source joked among themselves. In the past, such a noble guest would have come to the Gu family. But recently, old Master Gu suddenly stepped down from his official position. Mrs. Wu said it was because he was too old to handle the responsibilities, so he resigned voluntarily. However, rumors spread that they had offended someone and were targeted. People guessed it was Xiao Liulong's family, since Xiao Luling got into the provincial academy with better grades than Gu Dashun and the county magistrate favored him. It wouldn't be surprising if they used that to teach the old Gu family a lesson. Gu Jiao's family was repairing their house and had just finished building 2 new large brick rooms this morning. She was helping the craftsmen move in the furniture. After finishing with the last wardrobe, Gu Jiao felt someone behind her. That person gently poked her shoulder. Thanks to Mrs. Yao's experience, Gu Jiao was no longer overly nervous. She calmly turned around and immediately saw Gu Yan, who was about to poke her again with his finger. Gu Yan was stunned, caught off guard by her quick turn. His confused, helpless expression looked just like a little puppy in a story. Gu Jiao chuckled softly. "You're here?" Gu Yan snapped out of his surprise and smiled. "Yes, I came to see you." Gu Jiao looked at him sweating profusely and guessed how anxious he must have been on the way. She pointed to the chair in the main hall and said, "Sit down." Gu Yan sat on the chair. I know everything now," he said helplessly. "You are my sister." "Oh." Gu Jiao was not surprised. She curved her lips and said, "I'll go pour you some tea." Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to pour hot tea for him. He started to look around the house. Since childhood, Gu Yan, who was dressed in fine clothes, had never been to such a worn-down house. Not to mention the Marquis's residence. Even the woodshed at the mountain villa was much bigger than this. Gu Yan's initial excitement gradually faded, and he felt a deep pain in his heart. It was truly a pain in his heart. The bond between the twins made him feel more heartbroken for Gu Jiao than anyone else. When Gu Jiao brought over a big bowl of hot tea, Gu Yan suddenly hugged her waist and pressed his head tightly against her belly. Since he was 3 years old, he had never been this close to Yao Shi. But at this moment, his heart really ached terribly. Gu Jiao was very perceptive when performing her tasks. Usually, she was a bit slow to notice things, but there was one person in this world she didn't need to guess about. She could feel his happiness, anger, sadness, and joy without him saying a word. Perhaps it was the connection of the twins. He was feeling sorry for himself. Gu Jiao placed the teacup on the table and gently patted his head.
"I'm fine."
Gu Yan buried his face in her. Suddenly, a tear slipped from Gu Jiao's eye. She strangely used her index finger to wipe it and said to Gu Yan, "Are you crying?" "I'm not." Gu Yan choked and denied. Gu Jiao patted his head and signaled him to look up at the tears on her fingertips. "You are crying." Her eyes also welled up with tears. It turned out that twins could shed tears for each other. Gu Yan firmly refused to admit he was crying. After wiping his tears, he looked up and pretended to be calm.
"I'm hungry."
Gu Jiao said, "I'll go make you something to eat." Gu Yan asked, "Can I see the house?" He was referring to the residence. Yes, Gu Jiao nodded. Thinking for a moment, she pointed to her aunt's room and said, "Aunt is sleeping. Just don't wake her." Gu Yan wandered around the house. He thought the house was a bit plain, just a courtyard with an open main hall at the entrance, 2 rooms on each side, an east room and a west room, and the old lady's small east room. Passing through the main hall, there is a backyard. To the north are the kitchen and firewood storage. To the east, 2 new rooms have been built. To the west is a small chicken coop and a tiny vegetable garden. That room seems to be unoccupied. Gu Yan pointed to the room on the east. Gu Jiao was picking vegetables in the garden and said, "That's Xiaoxuan's room. It was just built. He's at the academy and only comes back during holidays." "Is that the younger brother of the Gu family?" Gu Yan asked sourly. Gu Yan had heard some things about the Gu family and knew they weren't good people, but he felt that Gu Xiaoxuan and Gu Jiao shared a very close bond. "Yes, that's him," Gu Jiao nodded. "What about this one?" Gu Yan pointed to a brand new chicken coop, which was much larger than the doghouse in his yard. "That's Jinkong's chicken coop. He's raising a few chicks. He goes to a private school and only comes back at night." Gu Yan also knew she had brought back a young monk from the mountain. He felt a surge of jealousy. Who was really her younger brother? Gu Jiao paused and asked him, "Do you want to live here? If you want, you can stay in Xiaoxuan's room." "Let him stay in Xiaoxuan's room?" Gu Yan was furious. He snorted and said disdainfully, "I don't want to live here." Gu Jiao looked regretful. "All right then, I see." Gu Yan coldly pointed to Xiaoxuan's neighbor's house and asked with a sullen face, "Whose room is that?" "That's my real younger brother's," Gu Jiao replied. "Your real younger brother?"
Huh.
"Wait, what did you say? Your real younger brother?" Gu Yan pointed uncertainly at himself. Wasn't he just told to stay in Xiaoxuan's room? Now he was supposed to stay next door? "Yes," Gu Jiao nodded. "But you shouldn't." Yes. Before Gu Jiao could finish, Gu Yan quickly slipped into his own room, slammed the door shut and bolted it. No one was allowed to make him come out. From now on, he would flourish here. Truth, second update. Both dark guards were speechless. Is this a golden house or a silver house? Why are they so excited? Are they afraid someone might rescue them? Look at how capable that little leg is. Have they forgotten he's a congenital heart patient? Have they forgotten their own firewood storage is bigger and more luxurious than this small farmyard? They don't know who keeps complaining every day that the mountain villa isn't good enough, not high-end enough, and not grand enough. Humph. Double standards. Although the 2 secret guards were complaining inwardly, they couldn't really take their young master away from inside. They didn't trust themselves to handle him properly, but they knew they had to be careful. They couldn't scold him, move him, or upset him. That's just how their delicate little master was. Guard A, what should we do? Guard B, what can we do? Just stay here and watch. Guard A, I mean about the manor. If we don't go back, they'll send someone to find us. If they come looking, it would disturb the young master and young lady. That would make the young master angry, and he might get sick again. Both sighed together. Why did they end up with such a fragile little master? After some discussion, they decided one would stay here, and the other would go to the manor to send a message. At the manor, Lord Gu was busy directing servants to repair Gu Yan's courtyard. The main goal was to prepare a clean, tidy room for Gu Jiao, build a small flower shed, and replace the furniture with new, high-quality pieces. Accepting that the girl was now part of the family was an unavoidable fact. He couldn't oppose it. He wanted to show himself as a good father.
To show Yao's family.
"Make the shed a bit wider," Lord Gu ordered seriously. The servant replied, "My lord, if it's any wider, it will press on the young master's pear tree." Lord Gu snorted. "Even if you cut it down, he won't say a word. Anything for that girl. If it meant tearing down Gu Yan's own room, he wouldn't hesitate." Thinking about how he accidentally broke a branch of the pear tree while practicing swordsmanship, and how the young master had been upset with him for a whole month, Lord Gu felt a bit frustrated. Huang Zhong pondered, "My lord, is it too early to repair the house? Will the young lady really come to live here? What if she doesn't? Then you've just wasted the young master's pear tree." Lord Gu chuckled. "Don't worry, she will come. The brother and sister are so close. She can't refuse Gu Yan." Huang Zhong looked unsure but thought for a moment, then said, "What if the young master hasn't asked about it?" Lord Gu shot him a sharp look.
How could he not ask?
Haven't you seen how much he likes that girl? He didn't know she was his sister before, but now that he does, he will definitely bring her home. While they were talking, the second secret guard arrived in front of Lord Gu. Huang Zhong drew his sword from his waist. The guard showed his badge. "I am the young master's secret guard. I am here to report to the Lord." Gu Yan's bodyguard was arranged by the old Marquis. When the old Marquis was young, he trained his own army, but later the army was incorporated into the imperial forces. Some soldiers who could no longer fight were kept close to him. These guards are their descendants, skilled in martial arts and very secretive. There aren't many, and none are around Lord Gu himself. Lord Gu had never seen the old Marquis's guards before. He squinted and said, "Did Yen send you to deliver a message? What is this? Bringing a girl back and needing me to prepare a grand welcome?" The guard replied, "My lord, you misunderstand. It wasn't the young master who sent me. He's busy and didn't send me. I came to tell you that the young master isn't coming back."
What?
"Who's not coming back?" Lord Gu asked, doubting he heard correctly. The guard thought he might have misheard and carefully said, "Your son, Gu Yan." Lord Gu was stunned. "Why isn't he coming back?" The guard calmly answered, "He is staying at the young lady's house." He paused, worried that he hadn't been heard clearly, and clarified, "Your daughter, Gu Jiao." Lord Gu's temper flared. "I don't need you to tell me. I know it's that girl." The guard looked at him strangely. "It's strange. I say, if you didn't realize that Gu Yan is your son, but you immediately recognize that girl as your daughter, aren't you showing favoritism?" Lord Gu was furious. "I find it hard to believe. Do you understand?" The guard didn't understand. It wasn't taught in the assassin course. Lord Gu felt a sharp pain in his chest. "He wanted you to bring that girl back, but who let her be taken away by her?" Soon, the news also reached Mrs. Yao. Mrs. Yao had already moved back into Gu Yan's courtyard. Actually, she woke up shortly after Gu Yan left. She realized she still hadn't watched her son closely and shook her head helplessly. She didn't want her son to go out, not only because she was worried about his health, but also because she was pondering whether her daughter had fully accepted her own background. If her son went to find her suddenly, it might cause her trouble. When she learned that Gu Yan was staying in her daughter's village, she felt relieved. Her daughter was willing to accept Gu Yan, which meant she didn't feel disturbed by him, and perhaps she had already come to terms with her own past. Madame Fong, the housekeeper, was a little worried. "Madam, the conditions in the village are very poor. The young master is noble and precious. How can he get used to living there? Mrs. Fong can be a bit stubborn and difficult to get along with, which makes people dislike her, but her loyalty to Mrs. Yao and Gu Yan is genuine. As for Gu Jiao, Mrs. Fong still doesn't quite trust her." Mrs. Yao smiled and said, "Jiao Jiao will take good care of him." Mrs. Fong replied, "She's not used to the food yet." Mrs. Yao gently said, "Jiao Jiao is a doctor. She knows more than us about what Yan can eat and what he cannot. And as long as she cooks, Yan will not find the food strange." Mrs. Fong was not convinced. "She's just a young herbalist who happened to treat the lady twice. That doesn't mean she's a skilled doctor." Mrs. Yao held Mrs. Fong's hand softly and sincerely said, "Mrs. Fong, you don't understand Jiao Jiao yet. Once you get to know her, you will like her too." Mrs. Fong silently shook her head. As servants, how could they truly like or dislike their mistress? Since she is the lady's daughter, she will soon be like their little mistress. She had wronged her before, but she would apologize to her later. However, that girl's heart is too cold. Mrs. Fong fears that the lady might never warm her up. When Lord Gu came to see Mrs. Yao, she was packing some clothes. Lord Gu asked suspiciously, "What are you doing?" Mrs. Yao replied, "Packing a few sets of clothes for Yen to send over." Her tone was still gentle. She didn't yet know about Lord Gu hurting Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao isn't the type to complain, and even if she did, she wouldn't tell Mrs. Yao about her conflicts with Lord Gu. Mrs. Yao has serious mental health issues and depression, so Gu Jiao, as a doctor, would try to avoid upsetting her. Mrs. Yao felt happy to see her daughter in a good mood, and her attitude towards Lord Gu also improved. Lord Gu felt comforted, but once he understood what she meant, he was not happy. You want to send clothes to Yen? Are you really planning for him to stay there? Is that not okay?
Mrs. Yao asked back.
Lord Gu hesitated, finally relieved that Mrs. Yao was not giving him a hard time. If he was rude, she might ignore him again. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I just worry that Yen might not get used to living without you." "That's true," Mrs. Yao nodded. Lord Gu was pleased but then heard her say, "Maybe I should move there too." He was stunned.
Stop.
How could she move there? Forget it. I'd better not rush into it. I don't want to scare her. Mrs. Yao sensed that her daughter might be somewhat resistant to her. Perhaps resistant isn't the best word, but it seems the daughter isn't ready to accept her yet. Lord Gu heaved a sigh of relief. However, he didn't fully relax and then heard Mrs. Yao say, "Maybe I should go ask her myself?" Lord Gu shook his head quickly. Suddenly, he had an idea, grabbed a portrait on the table, and said to Mrs. Yao, "Oh, after all these years of suffering, we finally appeared. She probably isn't so easy to accept us. If we just go to see her, we might scare her. Let Yenner try to comfort her for a few days. If you miss her so much, just look at her portrait instead." "That makes some sense," Mrs. Yao agreed. She missed her daughter very much. The portrait was always on the table, and she looked at it day and night, but never got tired. Her gaze fell on the portrait, and her expression softened. "Lord Gu," Mrs. Yao suddenly asked, "what do you think is wrong with Jiao Jiao's red spots on her face? Is she sick?" She had wanted to ask this a long time ago, but didn't find it convenient when they were strangers, and after they recognized each other, she didn't get the chance. Lord Gu replied, "She's not sick. The family said it's natural, and it appeared after she came back from the temple. When she was a baby, it wasn't so obvious. As she grew, the birthmark also expanded." "That's not right," Mrs. Yao frowned and shook her head. "When she was born, I looked at her. She looked like any other baby. If she had a birthmark, I would remember." Lord Gu's eyes widened. Could we be mistaken again? Did that girl not belong to them? Jiao Jiao is my daughter. I am sure of that. But I don't understand why her face looks like this. The wet nurse had passed away, and the servants had gone back to their hometowns. For a moment, they didn't know where to find the person who saw her that night. Mrs. Yao pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. "No, there's one more person who saw Jiao Jiao." "Who?" "The abbot." They immediately set off for the temple. When they explained their purpose, the abbot looked very surprised. "What did you say? Wrong child? The girl with the birthmark on her face is the daughter of the Lord's family?" Mrs. Yao spoke gently, but with a sense of urgency. "Yes, the abbot should have seen her. She came to the temple twice to see you." The abbot had to figure out who she was. Could that faint memory be just a dream after drinking, or was it really his trembling hand that accidentally dotted a large patch of guard hair powder onto the child's face? Blessed Buddha. "It's a sin, a sin." The abbot, feeling ashamed, explained the incident. In noble families of Zhao country, it was common to have a midwife guard hair powder on the newborn's face. The servants around Mrs. Yao also explained this to the midwife at that time. But in the countryside, no one did this. The midwife lacked the skill and was afraid to admit she didn't know how, worried she wouldn't get paid, so she turned to the abbot. If the abbot had been sober, he wouldn't have agreed. But he was persuaded by his mischievous junior monk to take a sip of pear blossom wine. One sip made him completely drunk. He said he had never applied guard hair powder before. The midwife said, "But you have marked monks in the temple with scar tattoos, isn't that similar?" In his drunken state, the abbot thought the midwife's words made sense. So he went ahead. And that's when his hand trembled. Later, he wanted to find his junior monk, but on the way, he tripped and fell asleep on the ground. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, the first thing he did was go to apologize to Mrs. Yao. He saw her holding a fair, tender baby girl. The baby's face was clean and white, with no sign of guard hair powder at all. The midwife also left the mountain and was never seen again. Did I have always thought it was just a dream, the abbot said. Lord Gu asked, what about Mistress Sue? Didn't she notice anything on the child's face? The abbot replied, Mistress Sue was unconscious after giving birth and only woke up the next day. I dare to guess that when she saw the child, the baby had already been switched. Because Mistress Sue was unconscious and unable to care for the baby, the midwife placed both children in the same room. Gu Jiao was born first, followed by Gu Jinyu, and finally Gu Yan. Both baby girls used Yao's cloth wraps, so, at first glance, it was easy to confuse them. The midwife was also present initially, but went to the toilet due to stomach pain. When she returned, the guard hair powder had already been applied. Although she could no longer confirm the situation, it was easy for Mrs. Yao and the Lord to guess what had happened. The guard hair powder was on the child's face. The midwife knew something serious had happened and left the mountain that night with an excuse. When the servants from the Lord's mansion came to hold the baby, they saw Gu Jiao's face had a red birthmark. The young lady's face was clear of any markings, so they naturally thought she was Mistress Sue's child. Later, there was no sign of the guardian mark on the baby girl's arm. Mrs. Yao thought it had simply fallen off naturally. After returning to the capital, she had someone apply the mark again for Gu Jinyu. This is probably the whole story. After the couple left, the abbot was still very upset. He angrily went to his junior brother's courtyard and found a monk lying under a tree, sunbathing without any shame. The abbot scolded him fiercely. Do you know you caused a big mistake for me? The monk took down the Buddhist scripture blocking his face, revealing a handsome face that looked a bit like a charming demon. He shrugged innocently and smiled casually. How can you blame me? I didn't know my first batch of wine would be so strong. The abbot was very angry. You're still denying it. You lied and said it wasn't wine. He sighed. I was so young then. I was just a kid. You, senior brother, were fooled by a child. Isn't that because you weren't clever enough? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. I wasn't sure if I had brewed the wine successfully. I'm just a kid who can't drink alcohol, so I asked you to try it first. The abbot was furious. Are you asking me to taste the wine, or to test if it's poison? The monk looked innocent. Cough, senior brother, don't be so harsh. Leave me some face. The abbot was about to be so angry he could explode. And who's 12 years old, and still says they're a kid? Jinkong just follows you around, always causing trouble. When mentioning Jinkong, the monk fell silent for a few seconds, clearly unable to deny that Jinkong was very good at causing trouble. Actually, this junior brother was a genius since he was young. He loved tinkering with strange little inventions. No one taught him. He would go down the mountain to explore and then come back to experiment. The wine wasn't even the worst. Once, he mixed a bug-repellent powder and accidentally turned it into arsenic, poisoning all the monks in the temple. He almost died himself. The abbot asked him more than once, How did you grow up so big? The monk smiled and said, All right, I tricked senior brother once, but you also sold my disciple. So we're even. The abbot replied, Jinkong left, and you're happier than anyone? That's not even close to even. He spread his hands and sighed softly. Senior brother, I said I wanted to leave some face. I'm not that happy. I'm only a little happy, and the rest is sadness. The abbot looked at him coldly.
Oh, really?
Then I'll go, and bring Jinkong back now. He suddenly stood up with a quick jump and exclaimed, Oh no. Please don't. Meanwhile, after Lady Yao went down the mountain, she sent the carriage to Qingchuan village to deliver some items to the two children. The items included clothes for Gu Yan and clothes that Lady Yao had chosen for Gu Jiao. Gu Yan thought they were there to take him back to the mansion, so he refused to come out of his room no matter what. Lady Yao had no choice but to give all the clothes to Gu Jiao. Little Jinkong went to school and no one stopped Lord Gu. However, he was blocked at the door by a few chickens. A few chirping little chicks hopped onto the doorstep and lined up in a row, forming a small formation. The chicks stared at him fiercely, and as he approached, they pecked at him. Lord Gu wanted to kick them away, but just as he lifted his foot, the chicks started chirping loudly. Lady Yao looked over at him. He stepped back, straightened up, and smiled. Lord Gu thought to himself, In his lifetime, he never expected to lose to a few chickens. Wait, why are all the chickens chirping chirp instead of cluck? The saddest thing in the world is that even the chickens are speaking bird language, but he still can't understand Turkic. Lady Yao noticed that her daughter's house had been repaired. The roof tiles had been replaced with new ones, the backyard was enclosed, and 2 more rooms had been added. Jiao Jiao, Lady Yao said as her daughter was pouring water into a pot. May I stay here for a few days too? Gu Jiao finished pouring the water, set the wooden bucket aside, and looked at Lady Yao with some confusion. Lady Yao quickly said, I can help you with chores. Although Lady Yao was born into a wealthy family, her family had fallen on hard times since she was young. She didn't develop a spoiled attitude. Of course, doing farm work in the countryside might be a stretch, but since her daughter could endure hardships, why couldn't she as a mother? No need, I can do it myself, Gu Jiao declined.
Then,
I can cook. I have good cooking skills. Didn't you praise my pastries last time? I can make them for you, every day.
no need, Gu Jiao said.
What about laundry? With so many people in the family, how can you manage it all alone? Gu Jiao paused, then looked up at Lady Yao. She didn't speak, but simply stared at her steadily. Suddenly, Lady Yao understood. Her daughter did not need her to do chores. She simply didn't need her to live here. She had guessed this outcome before, but she still couldn't give up. In the end, she was just worried. Mrs. Yao suppressed her bitter feelings and smiled casually, saying, Yan Yan, I trust you with this. It's getting late, so you go ahead and do your work. I will head back now. She turned around with a smile. Her expression and tone were flawless, but her trembling body still revealed her sadness. Gu Jiao looked at her back and said, It's not your fault. Mrs. Yao paused in her steps. Gu Jiao hesitated a moment and, struggling to express her feelings, said, It's my fault. She wondered if Mrs. Yao could understand her words. She had terrible parents in the past, which made her start to dislike all parents in the world. As she grew up and had her own life, she thought she no longer cared. But Mrs. Yao's appearance made her realize that the hole in her heart had never truly healed. She could accept Xiao Lulang, accept Xiao Jingkong, and accept Auntie and Gu Yan because they wouldn't become her parents. But she couldn't say these words to Mrs. Yao. Mrs. Yao stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. Once, she thought her daughter didn't accept her because she couldn't forget Gu Sanlang and his wife. Now, she wasn't so sure. Something must have happened to her daughter, but she refused to tell her, and she didn't want to force her. Reluctantly, Mrs. Yao got into the carriage heading back to the mountain villa. Gu Jiao continued to light the fire and cook. The rice was steaming slowly. Perhaps because of Mrs. Yao's arrival, she remembered some painful memories she didn't want to recall. She thought of herself at 2 years old. Back then, she wore a thin nightgown, holding a doll, standing barefoot in a cold winter night. She was forcibly taken out of her bed, not even given shoes. Her parents had a fierce argument, which started over something small but escalated uncontrollably, and in the end, the fight was directed at her. She was pushed around, fell several times, and hurt her hands. At first, the man called her father stormed off in anger, and then the woman called her mother also left. She was abandoned in a busy square, watching giants hurriedly pass by her. She felt like a tiny ant. Manhwa, Mom. She was terrified and cried loudly. But the woman called her mother didn't come back, and the man called her father never appeared again. The rice wasn't ready so quickly. Gu Jiao first made 2 sweet water and preserved eggs for Gu Yan. She went to call him at his door. Have they left? Gu Yan asked, listening carefully. They've gone, Gu Jiao replied. Gu Yan then opened the door, but only a small gap. He stuck his head out to look around and made sure his parents weren't nearby before walking out confidently. The old lady was awake. Gu Jiao also cooked her a bowl and told her about Gu Yan staying there. The old lady looked at the delicate young boy in front of her and felt she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't quite remember why. That's right, the emperor liked the twin children from the Dingen Marquis's house very much. The consort had brought the twins to see the Empress Dowager, so the old lady had indeed seen little Gu Yan before. But she didn't like children much. She just gave some small gifts and then told people to leave. Now, she couldn't even remember that much. When Guyan was very young, he didn't remember what the Empress Dowager looked like. So, neither of them recognized each other when sitting face to face. The old lady looked at her bowl of sweet water and then at Guyan's. She pouted and said, "Let's swap." The old lady had dietary restrictions, so the sweet water Gu Jiao gave her wasn't sweet enough. Guyan's was sweeter. Guyan, not knowing the situation, happily agreed to swap. After exchanging, the old lady finally tasted the sweet water egg she had longed for. Oh, it was so delicious, she almost cried. Before Guyan came home, the old lady liked Gu Shaoshan the most because he was easiest to trick and could help her secretly gather treats. As for Xiao Lulang and Xiao Jingkong, one was too clever and the other was too principled. She couldn't fool them. Guyan's fighting spirit was obviously stronger than Gu Hanhan. On his first day, he managed to get the old lady to try the sweet water egg. For the sake of her sweet water egg empire, the old lady decided she would protect this little boy. Meanwhile, after Yao Shi and Lord Gu descended the mountain, they kept feeling something was off. But they were too focused on visiting Gu Jiao to notice. It wasn't until they returned to the mountain villa, took out Gu Jiao's portrait, that Yao Shi's mind suddenly jolted. Lord, she stared blankly at the birthmark on her daughter's face in the portrait. What's wrong? Lord Gu leaned over to look, but he couldn't see anything unusual. Yao Shi looked worried and said, "The abbot said the birthmark on Jiao Jiao's face is a guardian mark. But Jiao Jiao is married now. Why would they? Could it be that their relationship isn't good?" Yao was feeling a bit annoyed with the Gu family now. She thought they married Jiao Jiao off so early. If she were at the Marquis's residence, I would have kept her for a few more years. A girl from a wealthy family in the capital usually starts choosing a marriage partner after her 15th birthday. The Marquis's son, Gu Haoi, was not worried about Yao's concerns. He never planned to acknowledge this marriage from the start. A poor scholar was not suitable for his daughter. He thought about giving some silver to send the young man away. Once she was in the capital, who knew if the girl would marry someone else? Later, he would find a good match for her. Although the girl's behavior and looks were quite different from Jingyu's, she was still the Marquis's daughter, so she wouldn't have trouble finding a husband. Meanwhile, Xiao Lulang, who didn't know he was about to be sent away by his father-in-law with some money, had just finished school and was heading to the nearby village school to pick up Xiao Jingkong. But after a few steps, a carriage blocked his way. This was no ordinary carriage. Its wheels were larger, taller, and sturdier than those seen on the street. The body was made of fine yellow pear wood, and the silk canopy shimmered with colors, embedded with 8 large luminous pearls, each worth 100 gold coins. The coachman was a man in black with a conical hat, muscular arms, tall stature, and a commanding presence. The horse was fierce, a black Mongolian horse that looked like it had fought in many battles, giving off a deadly aura. No nearby carriage dared to come close to it. A refined-looking man stepped out of the carriage. He was about the same age as the second master of Huachuntang, but his presence was far beyond ordinary people. People around kept looking over. But the man seemed completely unfazed. He approached Xiao Lulang, carefully examined him, and smiled gently. "Are you Xiao Lulang?" he asked. Xiao Lulang looked alert.
"Who are you?"
The man raised his hand and smiled kindly. "Don't be afraid. My surname is Liu. My master sent me to find you." He then took a badge from his waist and said to Xiao Lulang, "Do you recognize this badge?" At the private school, the children from the village class finished their lessons. The teacher and students all sighed in relief. The students, looking a bit pale, hurried out with their book bags, running as if a fierce beast was chasing them. But the teacher couldn't leave because Xiao Jingkong hadn't gone yet. The teacher took his first deep breath of the day for the 108th time. "If it weren't for my son being a student at Tianxiang Academy, I would have expelled this annoying little kid 100 times already." Don't be fooled by how noisy Xia Jingking is at home. He's actually very quiet in class. But when he speaks, he really causes trouble for the teachers. However, Xia Jinping has strong backing. His brother-in-law is the officially recognized heir announced unilaterally by Director Li. Removing him would be like Director Li giving his own son a hard time. But looking at him, the teachers really feel sorry for him. Xia Jinping is holding the three-character classic, pretending to read it, but he keeps glancing outside. Jinkong, is your brother-in-law not here yet? One teacher asked during the lecture. Xia Jinping replied softly. Do you want me to take you to the door to see if he's coming? The teacher offered. Xia Jinping snorted. He can come or not. I don't want to see him. Even so, he kept sneaking glances outside more often. Could it be that his bad brother-in-law has decided not to see him anymore? Just like those who once promised to adopt him, but eventually abandoned him. Jinkong, the teacher suddenly appeared beside him and gently patted his small shoulder. Your brother-in-law is here. Finally, he's here. The nightmare of my day is over. Really? Xia Jinping suddenly stood up quickly. He soon realized he overreacted and quickly calmed down, putting on a composed and calm expression. He packed his things, said goodbye to the teacher, and went outside the private school to meet Xiao Luling. You came late today. On the carriage, Xia Jinping said unhappily, Did you get into trouble again because you didn't study well and teacher Zhang kept you after class? Xiao Luling looked at him in surprise. You even know my teacher's surname is Zhang? Brother Shun told me. Xia Jinping thought to himself, I know a lot. More than just that your teacher is Zhang. I also know that Gu Dashuan's teacher's surname is Chun, and Ardeen's surname is Li. He said seriously, you haven't answered my question. Did your teacher keep you after class? Don't get proud just because you passed the imperial exam. Remember, you're still just a student in Class B. Wow, I even understand Class B now. Xiao Luling looked at him both annoyed and amused. Kids, where do you get so many words? Xia Jinping crossed his arms. It's obviously you who is late, but you don't want me to say anything. Adults are so unreasonable. Xiao Luling said, You mean you're very reasonable? Little Jinkong crossed his arms and said, Of course, I am very reasonable. Xiao Luling raised an eyebrow and asked, Then who argued with the teacher in class and made him uncomfortable? Little Jinkong replied seriously, That was his mistake. I was correcting him. Xiao Luling chuckled and said, Then who skipped school halfway through the lesson? Little Jinkong responded firmly, That was because he wanted to hit me. I didn't do anything wrong. He shouldn't punish children who haven't done anything wrong. The teacher used a ruler and naughty children would get a couple of hits on their palms. Little Jinkong challenged the teacher right there, arguing fiercely, and the teacher, annoyed, took out the ruler to punish him. But little Jinkong, quick as a flash, packed his bag and ran away from the school. Xiao Luling said casually, Since you think you're right, why don't we bring these matters to Jiao Jiao and let her judge? Little Jinkong fell silent. Although he firmly believed he was in the right, he instinctively felt that Jiao Jiao wouldn't agree with his actions. Xiao Luling laughed softly and said, Why are you silent now? Are you afraid you can't prove you're right, or are you worried Jiao Jiao won't be fair? Little Jinkong confidently replied, Jiao Jiao is fair. I am also right. But the reasonings of Jiao Jiao and mine, they both have disagreements. It's not about me and Jiao Jiao, but about the truth of the reasons. Xiao Luling, I don't quite understand you. You almost confused me. The two argued as they reached the village. They got off the ox cart and headed home. As soon as they entered, they saw someone else inside. This person was dressed neatly and looked good-looking, clearly not a villager.
Who are you?
Lil Jinkong asked, tilting his head. I am Jiao Jiao's younger brother, Guyan emphasized, her real younger brother. Little Jinkong's small body jolted. He had counted and planned carefully, but he had overlooked that Jiao Jiao had a real younger brother. Wasn't that higher in rank than Gu Shaoshun? A strong sense of danger rose in little Jinkong's heart. Xiao Luling, enjoying the fun, smiled faintly and gently tousled the little monk's head. Ah, who is Jiao Jiao's most beloved younger brother? Little Jinkong quickly pushed away his bad brother-in-law's hand. He secretly told himself not to panic. Even if he had a real younger brother, so what? He arrived first. Besides, he had his own advantages, didn't he? First, he was small, adorable, and cute. Coincidentally, at this moment, Xuanning brought over some roasted sweet potatoes. She also noticed the handsome young boy who had appeared in the house. Compared to her past self, Xuanning was now calm. After all, this family was strange. Even with a daughter of a noble family or an empress dowager, she wouldn't be surprised anymore. Guyan looked at her for a while and then greeted her politely. You must be Sister Xue from next door. I heard my sister mention you. I am Guyan, Jiao Jiao's younger brother. His voice was as pure as his temperament, gentle and soft, with a friendly smile, showing the innocence and naivety unique to a young boy. Xuanning was completely charmed by his cuteness. Little Jinkong clenched his tiny fists and angrily pounded his little chest. Ah, even at this age, still acting cute and doing it better than me. Shameful. The hidden guards on the roof also couldn't watch anymore. Was it so shameless? Did they not know what kind of person was in the marquee house? Painting oneself green doesn't make one a green tea. Little Jinkong held back his anger, and even dinner lost its taste. After taking a bath, Little Jinkong suddenly thought of a great advantage. He was a monk. Monks can recite scriptures. He decided to go recite scriptures for Jiao Jiao. His master said he was the best little monk at reciting scriptures in the world. Jiao Jiao would surely like to hear him recite. Little Jinkong rummaged through a small box, took out his little wooden fish, hung his prayer beads, and confidently went to find Gu Jiao. But as soon as he reached the backyard, he heard a melodious flute sound. The music was like crying and lamenting, and even little Jinkong, who didn't understand music, sensed a faint sadness. Little Jinkong covered his small chest with his hand. When the song ended, tears welled up in his eyes.
Wow, wow, wow.
This is the most beautiful song in the world. It's 100 or 1,000 times better than monks reciting scriptures. In the second round, little Jinkong lost again. But he was not willing to give up. He still had one last trump card. He could raise chickens. He was a super little Jinkong who could raise 7 chicks. He didn't believe Gu Yan could be better than him. Young master, your dog has brought you a gift, said Gardy, handing the little puppy he brought from the mountain villa to Gu Yan, then quickly disappeared in a flash. Gu Yan and Jiao Jiao played with the puppy in the backyard. Little Jinkong had lived on the mountain for many years. There were no dogs there, and he had only seen a few in the village. Big, fierce yellow dogs. But this puppy was soft and adorable, unlike those big dogs.
Woof.
Little Jinkong staggered, but he still shouted. Gu Jiao threw a small bone into the vegetable garden. The little puppy eagerly ran over, took the bone in its mouth, and placed it in front of Gu Jiao. Little Jinkong thought raising chicks was already hard enough, but he didn't expect Gu Yan to also raise a dog. How did he manage such a difficult task? Little Jinkong's logic: small things are easy to care for, big things are hard. For example, he himself is easy to care for, just needs to eat enough. But brother-in-law is hard to care for, constantly worried about his exams and walking. I'm having a really tough time. Little Jinkong finally turned into a little salted fish, lying on the bed in the west room with no energy, snoring softly. When Xiao Luling finished tidying the firewood room and returned to the west room, little Jinkong was already lying on his back, snoring. Xiao Luling covered him with a blanket and packed away his small wooden fish, string of Buddhist beads, and small Buddhist scriptures into his box. After finishing, he went to the main hall. Gu Jiao also entered the main hall and saw him. She asked softly, "Are you asleep?" Xiao Luling nodded and lowered his voice. "Yes." "What about Gu Yan?" Gu Jiao replied, "He's asleep too." The two sat on chairs, and both let out a long sigh. It felt like a couple of parents asking, "Is the little one asleep?" "Yes, and the big one?" "He's asleep too." Then the parents could finally start doing their own things. Gu Jiao said to him, "Go do your rehabilitation." A small cobblestone path was built in the backyard, specially for his rehab. Even knowing it was due to his emotional issues, she wouldn't give up any effort. Xiao Luling self-deprecatingly said, "Even if I practice, I can't walk." Gu Jiao pointed to his legs and said seriously, "At least your muscles won't weaken." One day, if you want to walk again, they can support your dreams and take you anywhere. Xiao Liulong's heart was touched. But in the next second, he mocked himself again. Dreams? He had no dreams. But her words, if you want to leave, sounded ordinary at first, but upon closer thought, seemed to imply something else. Was she referring to him walking or him leaving? Xiao Luling looked at her with a deep gaze. Gu Jiao didn't explain further. She slightly curved her lips and said, "Let's go." She took away his cane and helped him to the backyard. Night fell, and the whole village was asleep. The moonlight was peaceful. She linked her arm with his and walked step by step along the cobblestone path in the backyard. This road looks very long, but it can easily come to an end. I wonder if the same will happen between him and her. The next day, Xiao Luling woke up early and went to the academy. Today, Xiao Jinkong's private school was on holiday. Gu Jiao took him in a cart to the school. It was still early, and since Xiao Jinkong didn't have to go to school, Gu Jiao thought he would sleep in. But as soon as Xiao Luling left, he woke up. He first practiced horse stance in the backyard, then trained with a skyward spear, standing with legs apart and lifting his feet over his head, even balancing a bowl of water on his foot while Gu Jiao watched. The little monk looked serious and adorable while practicing. After he finished, Gu Jiao had just tidied up the kitchen and was about to go up the mountain to pick mushrooms. It was rare for Gu Yen to be still sleeping soundly, giving the little monk a chance to have Gu Jiao all to himself. Naturally, he didn't want to miss this chance and asked to go up the mountain with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao agreed. They each carried small baskets on their backs. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a carriage parked at their house. A kind-looking young man got out of the carriage. He bowed to Gu Jiao and said with a smile, "Is this Xiao Liulong's home?"
Who are you?
Gu Jiao asked. The young man replied kindly, "Are you Lady Xiao? My steward asked me to invite Lady Xiao to the town for a chat." 101 Bribery, second part. To prove his identity, the young man took out a token from his family's estate. It wasn't a bronze badge, but an iron badge engraved with patterns. Gu Jiao hadn't been here long and mostly interacted with villagers, rarely dealing with noble families. But she knew that in the state of Zhao, such tokens were strictly controlled. Ordinary noble families used wooden plaques, higher ones used fishbone-shaped tokens, and only officials used iron badges. Official iron badges bore the emblem of the Zhao government, but this one did not. This suggested one of two possibilities. Either the person wasn't an official, or they might have an even greater background than an official. Jiao Jiao? Xiao Jinkong looked at Gu Jiao with confusion. He was still young and didn't understand what was happening. Gu Jiao patted his little head and said to the young man, "All right, I'll go with you." Then she turned to Xiao Jinkong and said, "Go find Auntie."
No.
Xiao Jinkong shook his head like a rattle. He had been busy studying at the private school every day and hadn't had time to play with Gu Jiao. Now that it was a rare holiday, he wanted to be Gu Jiao's little tail. Gu Jiao looked into his bright, hopeful eyes and finally didn't refuse.
Okay.
The young man smiled and made a gesture. "Please." Gu Jiao first went next door to talk to Xuaningxiang, asking her to watch over the house. Then she sat with Xiao Jinkong in the carriage prepared by the young man, who himself was riding a horse beside them. The carriage quickly arrived at the only tea house in town. The owner of the tea house was from the provincial capital and was quite influential. Usually, only prominent local figures visited, but today the place was empty, as if it had been reserved entirely for a private gathering. They really had a big budget. Gu Jiao and Xiao Jinkong were led by the young man into an elegant, stylish private room. He ordered the servants to bring tea and snacks. He seemed very attentive to Gu Jiao. If it had been an ordinary person, they might have started to feel proud, but Gu Jiao remained calm. As the saying goes, nothing happens without a reason, and if something unusual occurs, there's usually a problem. She didn't deserve such special treatment given her current status. The young man said, "Lady Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll go call Manager Zhou." Gu Jiao nodded quietly. His politeness was mostly superficial. She could sense his underlying disdain. But she didn't mind. Some people go blind early in life, and that was his loss, not hers. He didn't think much of a small village woman, especially since Gu Jiao was quite plain-looking. He was even less impressed. However, the manager had instructed him to treat Lady Xiao with the utmost respect and not to show any slight of disrespect. The young man turned to fetch his manager. Manager Zhou arrived quickly. As a person capable of managing the place, he was much better at controlling his expressions. His smile looked sincere, at least. Gu Jiao handed a plate of snacks to Xiao Jingkong and said, "Go play in the yard for a while. I need to discuss something." "Okay." Xiao Jingkong jumped down from the wooden stool, took the snack plate, and scampered out happily. The window was open, and from her seat, Gu Jiao could see the entire small courtyard. Xiao Jingkong found a small stone stool, sat down, and ate while swinging his short legs. Perhaps noticing Gu Jiao watching him, he turned his head and gave her a sweet smile. Gu Jiao also smiled. He was so happy that he seemed to fly, and he kept eating his snacks happily. Manager Zhou patiently waited until the brother and sister finished their interaction before stepping forward, bowing slightly to Gu Jiao. "I am Manager Zhou. Greetings, Lady Xiao." Gu Jiao didn't stand up or show any surprise. She simply nodded lightly, calm and composed. Master Zhou was a bit surprised. He looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe. From her clothes and appearance, she seemed like an ordinary village girl. Even her scarred face made her look shy and embarrassed, like most women would be. But she didn't act like that at all. Instead, she gave off an impression of being very proud and unreachable. Master Zhou steadied himself and said to Gu Jiao, "Lady Xiao, I am from the Lin family in the provincial city. Have you heard of the Lin family?" "No," Gu Jiao replied simply. Master Zhou was surprised. Was this girl from the local area? How could she not have heard of the Lin family? The Lin family was very powerful in Yuzhou. Even the governor had to show them respect. The Lin family started with salt trading. They formed their own salt guild early on. When the government sent soldiers to attack the guild, they fought back and suffered losses. Later, the government adopted a policy of peace and incorporated the guild into official control. Even after that, the Salt Guild was still managed by the Lin family. They shared the profits from salt trade with the government. The guild was not allowed to oppress the people or steal from them. Sometimes, they had to help the government fight water bandits. Master Zhou explained the Lin family's background and then waited for Gu Jiao to be surprised. But Gu Jiao remained very calm. Is this girl maybe foolish? Well, being foolish might not be so bad. Master Zhou smiled and said to Gu Jiao, "We came to Qingchuan town because we heard good things about it. Brother Xiao has just passed the imperial exams, and I haven't congratulated Lady Xiao yet. This is a gift.
Please accept it."
While speaking, he signaled to a servant outside. A maid brought in a heavy box. After placing the box on the table, Master Zhou waved her away. He opened the box, revealing shiny silver ingots inside. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the silver, and she asked calmly, "Master Zhou, just say what you mean." Seeing how calm she was about so much silver, Master Zhou became more curious about her. But he kept a friendly face and said, "Lady Xiao, you are very straightforward. To be honest, Brother Xiao scored first in both the county and provincial exams. His results were excellent. My master saw his writings and was very impressed. He wants to invite Brother Xiao to the Lin family in the provincial city." Gu Jiao didn't rush to answer. Master Zhou continued, "My master sincerely wants to make friends with Brother Xiao. Please help us out, Lady Xiao." "Or did you try to ask him, only to be rejected?" Manager Zhou choked. Gu Jiao said, "It seems he refused." After speaking, Gu Jiao stood up and left. Manager Zhou was stunned. Is she so decisive? Not giving even a chance to bargain? Is she no longer a woman? No, she's not even a person anymore. Manager Zhou hurriedly called after her, "Lady Xiao. Lady Xiao, please wait. Do you think I wasn't sincere enough? These silver coins are just a gift. Everything can be discussed." Gu Jiao remained unmoved. Manager Zhou caught up to her, sweating as he said, "The provincial exam is coming soon. Xiao, you're going to the provincial city anyway. Why not stay there for a while? Our Lin family will take care of everything for you. The date of the provincial exam was indeed close. Gu Jiao paused, then looked back at him. What does he need to do? Pack up and leave after the exam?
Ah.
Manager Zhou was almost speechless from Gu Jiao's straightforwardness. Actually, my son is also taking the provincial exam. We kindly ask Xiao to stay at the mansion for a while and help teach my son. Gu Jiao hummed. So, he's going to be a teacher. But since he's already refused.
No.
He didn't refuse. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Manager Zhou awkwardly said, to be precise, he didn't refuse the request I just mentioned. It turned out that when Manager Zhou went to Tianxiang Academy to find Xiao Lulang, he told Xiao Lulang that if he guaranteed that the Lin family's son could pass the imperial exam and become a recommended scholar, their master would reward Xiao Lulang with 2,000 taels of silver. Although he knew that being a recommended scholar was very valuable in ancient times, he didn't expect it to be so valuable. Isn't it better to be a rich second generation who just eats and drinks? Why work so hard to pass the imperial exam? This had always been a family problem for the Lin family. They were, politely speaking, from a salt merchant background. Unkindly, they were salt traders, once involved with water bandits and snakes. The Lin family was so poor they only had money left. Why did the court trust and recruit the Lin family? Because they saw that the Lin family's descendants were useless and would decline in just a few generations. By then, the Salt Guild would fall entirely into the court's hands, without any soldiers needed. The Lin family wasn't unaware of the family crisis. But at that time, they looked brave and fierce, though they no longer had the strength to fight the court. Even if they fought to the death, they could only kill a few thousand of the court soldiers, but the Lin family would not leave a single survivor. Being recruited and protected at least allowed the Lin family to enjoy a few decades of stability. The family relies on their children to succeed and support the family's future stability. Recently, after many irresponsible young men, the family finally has a promising sixth son who passed the imperial exam. The sixth son was born to a concubine, but he is diligent and studious. Both Old Master Lin and Madam Lin value him highly. The entire family considers him a treasure and has invested a lot to nurture him. Xiao Lulang was recommended by a teacher from the capital. Old Master Lin is a simple man who doesn't understand the arts of the eight-legged essay, but he trusts the teacher from the capital. The teacher said Xiao Lulang's talent surpasses all the other scholars in the family, and that teaching him would be very effective. Manager Zhou said, I thought about it all night, and feel our request to Brother Xiao is a bit too much. As the saying goes, a master shows the way, but progress depends on oneself. Whether our son succeeds depends on his own luck, but we truly want to seek advice from Brother Xiao. Our family had said that as long as Brother Xiao is willing to go to the provincial capital, everything else can be discussed. Gu Jiao looked at him and asked, so, if he doesn't pass, it's not our fault? Manager Zhou hurriedly said, no, not at all. Gu Jiao asked, and the money? Manager Zhou replied, it's all yours. If he goes to the provincial capital, you'll get it. We won't go back on our word. Gu Jiao then said, you can just talk directly to my husband. Manager Zhou looked helpless and said, why haven't you? Xiao is already unwilling to talk to us. I hope Lady Xiao can help us out. You can take the money first. Whether it works or not, it's all yours. Gu Jiao took the box of silver handed to her and said coldly, the money doesn't matter much. I mainly want your help. Manager Zhou was speechless. Can he stop making greed sound so noble? He thanked her repeatedly, and Gu Jiao emphasized that she was just passing on a message, not acting as a middleman. Manager Zhou beamed and said, of course. Of course. Gu Jiao returned to the village with the silver and Xiao Jingkong. She counted it, 500 taels in total. This message fee was quite a lot. That evening, after Xiao Lulang finished school, Gu Jiao told him everything she saw and heard from Manager Zhou that day. She didn't hide anything or exaggerate. After hearing this, Xiao Lulang frowned. Of course, he wasn't blaming Gu Jiao for visiting Zhou Guanshi, but he didn't expect Zhou Guanshi to be so persistent and come to his home. He said, if someone comes again in the future, Don't leave easily with others. The person we met this time, Zhou Guanshi, isn't difficult to deal with, but just in case. Gu Jiao looked at him with a faint smile and asked, "It seems you're worried about something. Do you think someone will come looking for you?" Xiao Luling opened his mouth but hesitated, then said after a while, "I just want you to be careful in everything." "Got it," Gu Jiao replied softly. Then she looked at a box of silver on the table and asked, "What are your plans for the Lin family?" Xiao Luling knew about the Lin family situation, which was similar to what Zhou Guanshi had said. If the family's children didn't produce someone capable of holding official positions, in 30 years, no one would be able to protect the Lin family. Of course, the Lin family could buy official titles, but first, those titles wouldn't be high-ranking, and secondly, no one dared to sell official titles to the Lin family. So, taking the imperial examination was currently the only way out for the Lin family. It was said that the Lin family's old master was trying to have more useful sons, and was almost turning himself into a small pig to do so. Xiao Luling looked at Gu Jiao and said, "If you're not forcing the outcome, it might be okay to go once." Gu Jiao also thought it was feasible, especially since they had 2,000 taels of silver. Moreover, the provincial capital was farther than the prefectural city. If they had to leave more than a month early for the provincial exam, it was uncertain whether they could find a suitable place to settle once they arrived. Living in the Lin family's residence would naturally be more convenient. Gu Jiao asked, "Will it delay your studies?"
Xiao Liulan replied, "No."
Gu Jiao remembered the dean had said that Xiao Luling was extremely intelligent, but he just didn't want to take the imperial exams in the capital. Letting him travel around might not be a bad thing. Gu Jiao nodded and said, "Then it's settled." Xiao Luling responded, She thought the matter of going to the Lin family was decided, but that night, Gu Jiao had a dream. She dreamed that Xiao Luling agreed to Zhou Guanshi, and under Zhou Guanshi's and the guards from the Lin families, they headed to the provincial capital. The Lin family was indeed sincere about seeking advice. Everything seemed foolproof, but as the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Halfway there, Xiao Luling and his group encountered a rare 10-year flood. The inn where Xiao Luling stayed was flooded, and the group was scattered by the rushing water. Xiao Luling clung to a piece of driftwood, saving his life, but he fell seriously ill. When Zhou Guanshi and others found him and brought him back to the Lin family, he was already badly damaged. Fortunately, they left early, so even after such a long delay, there are still 2 months before the provincial exams. While recuperating at the Lin family, Xiao Luling also tutors young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is a decent person, not exceptionally clever, but diligent and persistent. Xiao Luling gets along well with him. However, just before the exams, a big incident happened. A cousin from the Lin family came to stay at the Lin residence. She is the niece of the main lady of the family. That cousin quickly fell in love with Xiao Luling at first sight. Even though Xiao Luling is lame, he still caught her eye, showing how charming he is. But she is a well-known young lady, so she wouldn't openly offer herself right away. Coincidentally, young Master Lin caught a cold. The young lady devised a plan and persuaded her aunt, "My cousin is unlikely to pass the exam. Why not let Xiao Luling take his place? He can write his name, and Xiao Luling can write his. This way, the chances of passing are higher." She also told her aunt that, as a thank you, she was willing to become Xiao Yulong's concubine. Mrs. Lin, experienced and perceptive, saw through this easily, but this plan hit her sore spot. Although young Master Lin was not her son, this involved the future of the Lin family, so Mrs. Lin agreed. Xiao Luling firmly refused and scolded them both. Mrs. Lin was just testing the idea. If it didn't work, she would drop it. But the young lady was ruthless. She angrily drugged Xiao Luling. Honestly, the young lady was quite beautiful, even stunning, but Xiao Luling managed to resist the effects of the drug with strong willpower. However, he was left with health issues afterward. When he woke up, Gu Jiao was furious. What nonsense about the young lady! She actually came up with such a wicked plan to harm Xiao Luling and ruin his future happiness. And it wasn't just his happiness. This affected everyone involved. This was intolerable. It seemed the Lin family was no longer a safe place. The young lady was a regular guest at the Lin residence. Once Xiao Luling moved in, he would inevitably meet her, no matter how careful he was. As dawn approached, Gu Yan and the old lady were still sleeping soundly in their rooms, while Gu Jiao sat in the main hall eating breakfast with Xiao Luling and little Jinkong. Little Jinkong finished first, and then went back to the west room to pack his school bag. Gu Jiao took a sip of porridge, hesitating about how to speak to him. He had packed his luggage early in the morning. Gu Jiao looked at the two bundles on the chair, her eyes showing mixed feelings. She said calmly, I've thought about the Lin family matter. Do you want to reconsider? What's wrong? Xiao Luling looked at her with confusion. Gu Jiao said seriously, You've been gone so long. What about the family here? Xiao Luling was surprised.
We don't farm the land.
Gu Jiao continued earnestly, It's true we don't farm, but there are elders and children at home. It's hard for me to take care of everything alone. Sometimes I even need to go up the mountain. Xiao Luling looked puzzled. He hadn't helped much at home. Most chores were done by her. Usually, he thought he would have it easier when he was away. Gu Jiao said, I can't always trouble Xuanningsiang. Xiao Luling suggested, then, maybe we can hire a maid? Now they could afford a maid. He's a man, and sharing a house isn't very convenient, but if he's not there, there's no need to worry about propriety. Gu Jiao said, I'm not used to strangers living in the house. He couldn't be persuaded easily, especially since she had shown some interest in him going to the provincial city yesterday. Gu Jiao understood this, so she added sharply, and I heard from Gu Yan that the Lin family has many beautiful daughters. Who knows, maybe you'll get distracted and bring back some sisters for me. Gu Yan was a son of a noble family, well informed, so hearing about the Lin family was not surprising. And Xiao Luling wouldn't ask Gu Yan to confirm if he had planted strange ideas in his sister's mind. Xiao Luling looked deeply at Gu Jiao. So, you're jealous? Gu Jiao thought, can I say no? Xiao Luling scooped a spoon of millet porridge.
Got it.
I won't go. Really? Such a good attitude? Gu Jiao gave him a sidelong glance. I was just mentioning it casually. The decision is yours. And there's 2,000 taels of silver. Are you really not feeling any pain? Xiao Luling said lightly. It seems you're the one feeling pain. Gu Jiao awkwardly said. Is it that obvious? Then she kept her face calm and said, Honestly, whether I have the silver or not doesn't matter. I mainly want to help a young man who is eager to improve himself. Forget it, talking about this now is useless. They won't go to the Lin family anymore, so how can they earn that money? Xiao Luling glanced at her, pretending to be indifferent, but he was worried she didn't realize her little mouth was already pouting so much it could hang a jar of oil. Xiao Luling took Xiao Jinkong to town. First, he sent Xiao Jinkong to a private school, then he went to Tianxiang Academy. Manager Zhou had been waiting there for a long time. When he saw Xiao Luling, he greeted him with a big smile. How are you thinking about it, Scholar Xiao? Xiao Luling replied calmly, I can teach your son, but I have one condition. Manager Zhou was very happy. Don't just give me one condition. 10 conditions are fine too. Xiao Luling said, I won't go to the provincial capital. If your son truly wants to learn, let him come here. I will arrange for him to join the academy and sit in the same class as me. Manager Zhou hesitated. How about I add some silver? Xiao Luling replied softly, adding gold won't help. If he comes, I will teach him. If he can't come, then find someone else. Not long after Xiao Luling left, Lord Gu came to visit. He came secretly, worried about Gu Yan. He thought that living in such a remote place might harm his precious son. He wanted to take Gu Yan back home. It was Gu Yan who opened the door. When he saw his father, he quickly shut the door. Lord Gu was so angry he stomped his feet and knocked again, but the door stayed closed. When he finally sneaked around to the back door, Gu Yan had already locked his door from inside. Fuming, Lord Gu gritted his teeth. The chicks hadn't started their day yet and were quietly kept in the chicken coop. Lord Gu found Gu Jiao working in the backyard. He pointed at the closed door and said, You also don't take care of him. Gu Jiao looked at him with a blank and cold expression, ignoring him. She grabbed a shiny axe from the woodshed. Lord Gu gasped in shock. What are you going to do? Are you planning to? Before he finished, there was a loud crash. Gu Jiao had split a piece of wood in half. The wood was perfectly cut in the middle, even and strong, clearly done by someone skilled at chopping wood. No, chopping firewood. Lord Gu swallowed hard. After a long moment, he found his voice and said, "This place isn't suitable for Yenner to live. He's been spoiled and raised delicately, with better food and clothes than most. His health was just starting to improve. If you're not careful, he might get sick again. You're his sister, don't harm him. You siblings really want to be together, so just move back to the mountain villa. The villa is so big, you can choose any courtyard to live in. If you don't like the current courtyard, the servants can build a new one for you." He swore this was the most heartfelt advice he had ever given to the girl. He made a big concession, so surely she should be touched now? He wasn't harsh or hitting her, speaking kindly and patiently. She should be satisfied, right? But to his surprise, Gu Jiao showed no sign of being moved. She simply said, "He is living very well here." Lord Gu was angry and said, "Look at this place. It's so poor. How could he possibly be living well?" Gu Jiao sharply responded, "The Marquis residence and the mountain villa are so nice. Has his health improved over the years?" Lord Gu was speechless after being challenged. Yes, Gu Yan had been living in the most luxurious rooms, eating the finest food, with many servants, yet his health kept getting worse. Only after visiting the Spring Rejuvenation Hall did he finally recover. Lord Gu knew this was a lost cause. After all, they were twins. Like him, they always argued and disagreed. He crossed his arms, took a few deep breaths, and asked, "When do you plan to go back?" If they insisted on staying, he would agree, but there should be a deadline. Consort Shu was urging him from the other side. He had to take people back to the capital by June at the latest. He couldn't let the siblings keep causing trouble forever. "He will go back when he wants to," Gu Jiao said, not mentioning herself because she had no intention of returning. Lord Gu understood her stubbornness. She was determined to oppose him to the end. Forget it, he thought. He would let Mrs. Yao handle this later. She might be more receptive to the twins. He remembered his second reason for coming here. "You can stay here for now, but you and that little must divorce." Gu Jiao paused in chopping wood. Lord Gu continued, "While you haven't married yet, you're still a maiden. When you go to the capital, just say you've never married. I'll find you a good match."
Bang!
Gu Jiao struck the wood with her axe. If he was just joking about her returning to the capital with Gu Yan, she could barely accept it. But if he wanted her to divorce Xiao Lulang, that was too much. What kind of father would ask about whether his daughter had consummated her marriage? Gu Jiao actually misunderstood Lord Gu. He only knew that she had the Sogongsha, a special mark. But none of that mattered anymore. Gu Jiao was already angry. Lord Gu was still talking on, even listing a long list of young noblemen from the capital, but before he finished, he saw Gu Jiao stand up with a cold expression. Lord Gu felt a chill from her deadly stare, and his hair stood on end. This girl, how can she have such a terrifying look? "Why do you have the right to interfere in my affairs?" "Because I am your father." "Did you raise me?" "Did you raise me for a day?" Lord Gu choked and stammered. "That was because of a mistaken identity. I am here now to make it up to you. As long as you come back with me, you will be the daughter of the Marquis's house. Your mother, and I will take good care of you." Gu Jiao sneered coldly. "There's no sincerity at all." Lord Gu was displeased. "What do you mean I have no sincerity?" Gu Jiao slowly said, "If you really want to bring me back, then kick out Gu Jinyu, who has occupied my identity for over 10 years. That would be true sincerity." Lord Gu's face darkened instantly. "How can you say such cruel words? None of this is Jinyu's fault. Yet you blame her. She's always been on your side, saying she's sick not because you bullied her. But look at yourself. How are you acting as a sister?" Gu Jiao replied indifferently, "I don't have a sister."
You.
Lord Gu remembered how Jinyu always called her sister so affectionately. Seeing Gu Jiao now, he felt she was useless and deeply disappointing. "I won't drive Jinyu away." "Don't dream about it." "Ha, who cares?" Gu Jiao pushed the person out, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Meanwhile, Huang Zhong was waiting at the village entrance for his master to come back. He waited and waited, worried he had caused trouble again. Just as he was about to go look for him, he saw his master covering his nose and coming over. "Master, what's wrong?" he asked anxiously. Lord Gu lowered his hand from his nose, and Huang Zhong was stunned. "Did you get beaten again? Why is there a nosebleed? Is his nose swollen?" "It's because that girl slammed the door too hard," Lord Gu said. He tried to step inside but was immediately pushed back by the door, nearly injuring his nose. Huang Zhong sighed. "Can't you avoid making the young lady angry?" Lord Gu glared at him. "How do you say I made her angry?" "It's clear she made me angry." Huang Zhong asked. "Why did she upset you?" Lord Gu snorted. "She shamelessly told me to force Jing you out. Can you believe how small her heart is? Not even accepting her own sister? When she found out she had a big sister, did Jingyu say anything? This isn't quite right. The second young lady isn't a biological daughter. She has taken on the eldest young lady's role for many years, and it's good enough that she wasn't sent back home. How could anyone complain? The second young lady is innocent, and the eldest young lady is no different. She endured hardships meant for the second young lady, and the second young lady enjoyed the blessings she should have."
Who could be happy about that?
But Huang Zhong has followed Lord Gu for many years and knows his character well. Deep down, he is very rebellious. He prefers soft words but resists yes. The more he's told not to do something, the more determined he is to do it. In this, father and daughter are exactly alike. Huang Zhong sighed. "Lord Gu, let's go back." Lord Gu's gaze turned dangerous. "The matter isn't finished yet. How can I go back?" Huang Zhong was speechless. "No, you just can't handle the eldest young lady." "Just because I can't handle her doesn't mean I can't handle others," Lord Gu said coldly. "Let's go to the academy." The academy had just finished classes. Xiao Luling came out of Tianxiang Academy, about to pick up Xiao Jingkong from the private school. Lord Gu called over a servant from the academy and asked him to identify Xiao Luling. The servant raised his hand and pointed. "That's him." Lord Gu looked at Xiao Luling, and in just one glance, he nearly popped his eyes out. Isn't this the boy he met last time in the village, who looked somewhat like the young Marquis of Zhaodu? How could it be him? Lord Gu and the young Marquis of Zhaodu hadn't seen each other much. Their families didn't have much contact. Despite both being Marquis families, the Xianping Marquis's rank was higher than the Ding'an Marquis. The Xianping Marquis was a true first-rank noble. He was powerful, wealthy enough to rival a kingdom, and ruled over the capital. His sister was the current Empress Xiao. Even his own sister, the concubine Xu, had to bow in respect when she saw her. A son from such a noble family was truly a son of heaven. With such an excellent background, he was also ambitious. By the age of 12 or 13, he had become a young scholar at the Imperial Academy, showing talent equal to his biological father, the Marquis of Xianping. But unfortunately, heaven was jealous of talented people. Lord Gu looked at Xiao Luling again. Now, he no longer thought he looked very similar. The young Marquis of Zhaodu was a simple, kind boy, gentle as jade, with a pure, beautiful smile always in his eyes. Xiao Luling's gaze was very cold, filled with darkness. Lord Gu squinted unhappily. At this moment, Xiao Luling approached, and the servant waved his hand. "Luling, someone is looking for you." Xiao Luling glared at Lord Gu and paused for a moment. Lord Gu didn't insist on waiting. He walked over himself, looking at Xiao Luling with disdain and said, "Are you Xiao Luling?" Xiao Luling looked at him calmly and asked, "Is there something?" Lord Gu signaled to Huang Zhong, who took out a stack of silver notes from his chest. Lord Gu arrogantly said, "Leave my daughter. These silver notes are yours." Xiao Luling didn't even glance at the notes and said expressionlessly, "Is this too little?" Lord Gu raised his chin and said, 5,000 taels, enough for you to spend for many generations. You can also marry several beautiful women and enjoy a carefree life. Don't think that passing 2 exams means your future is bright. I've seen many people like you, but few actually reach the imperial exams. If luck isn't on your side, you'll fail the provincial exam. How much effort and resources do noble families spend to train their children? Among those children are clever and hardworking students. What do these poor students have to compare with them? Even if they manage to get into the capital, do they really think they can stand out? At the local exam level, it's mostly about strength, but as you go higher, it's about influence. Every year, the top 3 winners come from the major forces in the capital. How many of these are due to the emperor's helplessness, and how many are hidden political struggles? These are things that poor, old-fashioned scholars like Xiao Luling can never imagine. Studying can indeed turn a small shrimp into a small fish, but to say a carp leaping over the dragon gate is impossible. Lord Gu looked at Xiao Luling and said, "A person's status is decided from birth. You're not fit to be my son-in-law. Be sensible and disappear with these silver notes. If you think it's too little, I can give you a bit more." Huang Zhong took out another 1,000 taels of silver notes. Xiao Luling sneered coldly. "Lord Gu, have you forgotten something?"
What?
Lord Gu asked. Xiao Luling slightly smirked and said, "She is still your daughter."
Ouch.
Lord Gu's arrogance suddenly froze. Xiao Luling lightly mocked, "If you're talking about your current daughter, then there's no need to say more. I have no interest in your daughter, whom you have raised since she was young. Even if you offered me 5,000 taels of gold, I wouldn't pay her any attention." What kind of disdainful tone is that? Is this young man too arrogant? Does he realize how many people in the capital want to marry Jingyu? They are all noble sons who are 1,000 or even 100 times better than him. No, now is not the time to be angry. I almost got sidetracked by this young man. Lord Gu clenched his fists, planning to teach this ungrateful brat a lesson. Huang Zhong.
Huh.
Where is he? Where did he go? Lord Gu quickly turned around, just about to see where Huang Zhong had gone, when suddenly, a delicate hand reached from behind him. It grabbed his collar and pulled him into an alley nearby. Half an hour later, Gu Jiao came out feeling refreshed. Xiao Luling looked at her strangely. She clapped her hands and smiled gently. "Sorry to keep you waiting. We've finished talking. He won't bother you anymore." Lord Gu, who had just finished his talk, sat helplessly in the corner of the alley like a puppet with its strings cut, his body numb from pain, and leaning against the wall. Next to him, Huang Zhong also looked like a lifeless puppet. Both of them had blank expressions, swollen faces, crooked noses, and looked terrible. When Lord Gu and Huang Zhong returned to the mountain villa late at night, they were limping. They wanted to go back earlier, but they couldn't move for several hours. Gu Jinyu saw the two covered in injuries and asked curiously, "Father, guard Huang, what happened to you?" Lord Gu, feeling ashamed, couldn't tell the truth and said reluctantly, "There was a car accident." Gu Jinyu stared blankly. What happened to the carriage? Why was there an accident? Lord Gu glanced at Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong was drunk driving. Huang Zhong. Inside the house, it was as if a pot had fallen from the sky. Gu Jinyu frowned. "Guard Huang, why did you drink alcohol?" Huang Zhong looked at Lord Gu. "The Lord told me to drink." Lord Gu. On the day at the end of April, the Sun holiday at Tianxiang Academy arrived. Gu Xiaoshan, who had been staying in the dormitory for several days, finally could go home. Although he wasn't in the village, he knew exactly what was happening at home. More precisely, he knew everything that Xiao Jingkong knew. The main reason was that after Xiao Jingkong started private school, the three of them ate lunch together every day. Little Jingkong's private school usually provided lunch, but it contained pork fat, which little Jingkong couldn't eat. Xiao Luling had to take him out to eat instead. Since they are brothers, it made sense not to bring only one of them. At the private school, little Jingkong was a quiet, silent child. But when he was in front of Gu Xiaoshan, he immediately turned into a little chatterbox, talking nonstop about family matters. When he first heard that Gu Jiao was a mistaken child, Gu Xiaoshan was truly shocked. Then he heard that the young master of the Marquis's residence had moved into their home, and Gu Xiaoshan was so surprised his jaw almost dropped. Little Jingkong clearly had some complaints about Gu Yan, who suddenly appeared and was vying for attention. His words carried a helpless tone.
But there are also happy things.
Now you have your own room, and you can stay at home from now on. Gu Xiaoshun quickly became happy. Actually, he had been happy all along. Gu Xiaoshun is not a child who seeks attention. He is not sensitive or delicate in his feelings. When others compete for favor, he simply doesn't react. Maybe because of his upbringing, he was always ignored by his family. Over time, he became numb emotionally and didn't develop possessiveness like little Jinkong or Gu Yan. Because of this, little Jinkong was very accepting of Gu Xiaoshun. After arriving home, Gu Xiaoshun met Gu Yan.
Wow.
Little Jinkong had been complaining about Gu Yan for days, but he had never said Gu Yan looked so handsome. Gu Xiaoshun was stunned. Seeing Gu Xiaoshun's simple-minded expression, it was clear he wasn't a match for Gu Yan. Gu Yan made a judgment and was less hostile toward Gu Xiaoshun. Although he was a bit jealous that Gu Xiaoshun grew up with Gu Jiao, he was also grateful that Gu Xiaoshun stayed with her during her loneliest times. He even got into a fight for Gu Jiao. That was true friendship. Gu Yan, very loyal, patted Gu Xiaoshun's shoulder and said, "From now on, we are brothers." Before he finished speaking, he felt his palm go numb. Is this iron shoulder made of iron? So hard. Gu Jiao, being spoiled, immediately turned her palm red. Gu Jiao went to fetch water.
Jiao Jiao.
I want to go too. Little Jinkong quickly took out his small bamboo pole and tiny wooden bucket and went with Gu Jiao to fetch water. Gu Yan also wanted to go. He could only carry little Jinkong's small bamboo pole and tiny wooden bucket, but he thought that would be too embarrassing, wouldn't it? Gu Yan reached for the wooden bucket beside the water jar, but couldn't move it after a long time. Gu Xiaoshun said, "Let me do it." Gu Yan asked, "Are you helping me fetch water?" Gu Xiaoshun thought to himself, "I just want a bucket to fetch water, but since you asked, that's fine." So, Gu Xiaoshun helped Gu Yan fetch water. He was raised by Lu Shi to work hard and was full of strength, so he quickly filled the bucket with water. Gu Yan watched as Gu Xiaoshun poured water into the jar, feeling happy and smiling. This water was fetched by Gu Xiaoshun, and it belonged to him. Gu Yan suddenly liked Gu Xiaoshun much more. During a meal at the table, he and Xiao Jingkong waited for Gu Jiao to serve them food. At the end, only one sweet potato ball was left. "Give it to Xiaoshun," he said generously. "Okay." Xiao Jingkong nodded seriously, with no objection. After dinner, Gu Jiao cut a plate of fresh fruit, but only one slice was left at the end. Gu Jiao was most afraid of this happening, so she usually planned how to share things beforehand. But today, when Gu Xiaoshun came back, it disrupted the rhythm of eating. In the past, the big and small would argue over who should get the last piece. Today, though, let Xiaoshun have it. He hasn't been home these days, so he should eat more. Gu Yan said generously again. Xiao Jingkong nodded, still with no objection. Gu Xiaoshun thought Gu Yan was very kind, unlike Xiao Jingkong who often complained. As a way of showing courtesy, he felt he should care more about others too. He looked at Gu Yan and asked, "Do you still live comfortably at home?" He meant the house, and this word made Gu Yan smile happily. "Yes, I do. Our rooms are very close. Maybe they can visit each other more. You live in the back." Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yan weren't thinking the same way. "Then who do you play with when I'm not around?" Gu Xiaoshun asked. This question surprised Gu Yan. Gu Xiaoshun continued. "What do you do during the day?" "Yes, what does Gu Yan do during the day?" Recently, Gu Jiao was busy with mountain work and was rarely at home during the day. If she was home, Gu Yan would stick to her. If she wasn't, what then? When Xiao Jingkong was also at home before, Gu Jiao never worried about what he did during the day. He was a very organized boy who planned his day carefully, and there were many friends his age in the village he could play with. The elderly lady often stayed alone at home, but Gu Jiao was not worried about her. She could play with the dog, talk with Xuan Ningxiang's mother-in-law, or tell stories to the villagers. Her days were more exciting than Gu Jiao's. However, Gu Yan was a very lonely person. He found it hard to get along with the young people in the village. He had been here for several days, but hadn't even gone outside the gate. He was a person who had been waiting for death since birth. Unlike Xiao Jingkong, who found things to do for himself, Gu Yan didn't want to, but he truly couldn't do many things. He was most afraid when the air suddenly became quiet. Gu Xiaoshun didn't feel the tense atmosphere at all. Are you bored?
Bang!
You could actually go find Juzi and the others during the day, but you're so delicate and tender, you probably can't play with them.
Bang!
Our family doesn't have land for you to farm.
Bang!
You probably can't help your sister with chores either. They're heavy, and you can't handle them.
Bang! Oh!
By the way, you look so good. Why don't you go to school?
Bang!
Gu Yan slumped lifelessly in his chair. What does good looks have to do with studying? I thought you were my brother, but you turned around and stabbed me. Gu Yan never expected such a situation. He really disliked studying. When he was at the Ho residence and the mountain villa, his family had hired a teacher for him, but he was always late or leaving early, or he would fall asleep during class. He was in poor health, and the teacher didn't dare scold him. The family couldn't control him either, so they gave up. There was a regular teacher at the mountain villa, but he only taught for less than 10 days a year. If Gu Xiaoshun spoke in his own way, he would say Gu Yan was a troublemaker. Gu Yan looked at Gu Jiao with a grievance, trying to tell her with his eyes. He didn't want to go to school. No. Gu Jiao initially didn't oppose Xiao Jingkong going to school, so she naturally wouldn't oppose Gu Yan either. Plus, Gu Yan's condition was stable now, so studying wouldn't be a problem. She could tolerate other things unconditionally, but there was no room for negotiation about going to school. Gu Jiao automatically ignored Gu Yan's small, pleading eyes. You're grown up now, it's time to go to school. Gu Yan was furious inside, shouting no. I'm still a baby. Gu Jiao and Xiao Luling seriously discussed Gu Yan's schooling. Gu Jiao said, I still hope he stays with you guys as much as possible so he can be looked after. Tianqiang Academy and Xiao Jingkong's private school are both good options. Probably a private school, Xiao Luling said after some thought. Getting into Tianqiang Academy is difficult. Xiao Luling could ask directly for a special pass, but the real challenge is what happens after entering. Tianqiang Academy mainly admits students with a solid foundation, at least common students, mostly scholars, who learn quickly and are under a lot of pressure. Gu Xiaoshun is an exception. He is carefree and unaffected. Gu Yan, however, might not be. Gu Jiao prefers a private school. She looked at Xiao Jingkong and asked, How is your private school? Xiao Jingkong nodded seriously and said, Very good. The teachers are talented and virtuous. They teach really well. One day, the teachers who often get teased by Xiao Jingkong. The overall level of the private school isn't as high as Tianqiang Academy, but it also has less pressure, making it suitable for Gu Yan, who can't handle high-stress environments. Gu Jiao thought this plan was perfect.
How do you feel about it? Gu Jiao asked Gu Yan.
Can I refuse? Gu Baobao asked weakly. If Lord Gu arranged for him to go to school, he would have torn up his old man's antique paintings long ago. But he couldn't get angry at Gu Jiao. He cared so much about her. How could he be mad at her? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and nodded. Let's change the question. Tomorrow, will I take you to school, or will your brother-in-law? Gu Baobao said, You take me to school.
Huh?
Something seems off. 105 Wealthy person, second part. Gu Jiao stayed up all night making a book bag for Gu Yan. The next morning, Gu Yan was packed onto Lu Dazhuang's ox cart by his own sister. Xiao Luling asked Gu Xiaoshun to take a 1-hour leave from the academy, while he and Gu Jiao took Gu Yan and Xiao Jingkong to the private school. Xiao Luling paid the fee and completed the enrollment procedures. Xiao Jingkong asked Gu Yan, waiting in the corridor, which class do you think you'll be in? Gu Yan, with a cold face, hummed and said, Anyway, I won't be in the same class as you. Xiao Jingkong studies in the classical learning class, but Gu Yan is already 14, so he can't be in that class. He was assigned to Teacher Chang's class, which has students about his age and some basic knowledge of the 4 books and 5 classics. Gu Yan was somewhat satisfied with this class assignment. But before he could settle in, Teacher Chang brought in a new student. There was an empty seat next to Gu Yan, and Teacher Chang asked the new student to sit beside him. Gu Yan looked at the small monk with 3 heads and suddenly widened his eyes. How did you end up in this class? Little Jingkong shrugged. I skipped a grade. Gu Yan. Is that even possible? Guyen began to face difficult times. He couldn't lose to a little monk, especially one competing for attention. If the little monk could skip a grade, so could he. Humph. Guyen, who had been idling and wasting time, suddenly became serious. The two secret guards were both confused. They had been assigned to the young master by the old marquis for years and knew his habits well. But why did the young master seem like a different person after recognizing his older sister? He actually started studying, can you believe it? After finishing the land map, Gu Jiao began planning the development of the land. She marked where to open medicine fields, plant crops, and build small ponds on the map. The mountain was accessed from behind Uncle Luo's house. It looked like a small mountain range with one large peak and 4 smaller peaks. On the first small peak, there was a clear open space. What should she do with that open space? Since Marquis Gu threatened the two to leave but failed, he hadn't come back. Instead, Mrs. Yao visited a few times, always bringing her homemade snacks. The old lady liked them very much. Mrs. Yao also brought a few sets of clothes she made herself. She knew Gu Jiao was working hard, so her nightgown was made of fine silk, while her daytime clothes were durable cotton and linen. Madame Fong didn't quite understand her actions. Since young lady is living a hard life, just send her more silver. Why make clothes that even maids wear? Mrs. Yao just smiled. Jiao doesn't need my silver. Mrs. Yao had spent her whole life in the inner court, living dependent on men. Everyone thought she should be like that, and she used to think so too, until she saw her daughter. She felt her daughter was living the life she wanted. Not in wealth, but in freedom. Since her first rejection, Mrs. Yao never mentioned staying here again, nor did she force Gu Jiao to call her mother. She simply came to see Gu Jiao and asked her to check on her health. Her medicine was finished, and Gu Jiao brought her 4 more boxes. Gu Jiao, acting like a doctor, got along quite comfortably with Mrs. Yao. Madame Fong also came and apologized to Gu Jiao for her earlier offense. Apology is sincere, but she still has some complaints about Gu Jiao's actions. She believes Gu Jiao should go back with Yao Shi to show respect and support her status as the young lady. Because Gu Yan went to school, Yao Shi and Madame Fong came several times but didn't see him. However, once, when Gu Yan and Xiao Jinkong's private school was on holiday, Yao Shi finally saw her long-lost son. Then Yao Shi realized that her son had grown and gained weight. She was so excited she almost cried. She never expected her seriously ill son to become a chubby little boy. Gu Yan is not quite fat now, but his face used to be very thin and hollowed out. Now he has baby fat on his cheeks, making him look like a cute, round little bun. Yao Shi couldn't help but pinch his cheek. The skin felt really nice. Gu Jiao nodded in agreement. She pinched her cheeks every day because they felt so good. After getting into the carriage, Yao Shi happily cried and told Madame Fong, "See? Letting Yeno live here was the right choice, wasn't it?" Madame Fong couldn't argue. Yes, the young master has gained weight, and his complexion is much better. In the past, Gu Yan often got angry at the estate, didn't eat well, and didn't sleep properly. Yao Shi could only coax him and not force him. Since coming here, Gu Yan's bad temper has calmed down a lot, and he has made friends and playmates, like Gu Xiaoshan, who often beats him, and Xiao Jinkong, who outperforms him in studies. Mother. When Yao Shi's carriage arrived at the courtyard, Gu Jinyu had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Yao Shi took her hand and wiped her forehead with a handkerchief. "Have you been waiting here all this time? The sun is so strong. Aren't you afraid of getting sunburned?" Gu Jinyu used to avoid the sun, afraid of getting dark and losing her beauty. She smiled sweetly. "I missed you, mother. How is it? Did you see sister and brother smoothly?" "Yes. Today your brother's private school was on holiday. I saw him and Jiao Jiao. They are both doing well," Yao Shi said with a hidden smile in her eyes. Gu Jinyu looked a bit distracted. She couldn't remember the last time she saw her mother so happy. "What's wrong?" Yao Shi noticed her daughter's absent-mindedness. Gu Jinyu snapped back to herself and smiled slightly. "I also want to see them. When sister stops being mad at me, I will visit her." Yao spoke earnestly. "She isn't angry with you. You misunderstood her.
She's not the petty type.
She's just used to her current life and doesn't want to be disturbed. Gu Jinyu bowed slightly. Yes, I shouldn't have guessed about my sister like that. Yao smiled and let go of her hand, walking into the house. Gu Jinyu's eyes flickered slightly, and she followed behind. Madam, your clothes for the young lady are ready to be aired. A young maidservant came over holding a set of soft silk sleepwear. Gu Jinyu smiled happily and reached out to take the sleepwear. Is this for me? When she unfolded it, she noticed the size was off. Her own sleepwear wasn't that long. Her fingertips tensed. The maidservant hadn't noticed her earlier, but now she saw her and looked embarrassed, her face turning pale. The maidservant hesitated, unsure whether to take the clothes or not. Gu Jinyu smiled kindly. Mother, you made my clothes longer. Why don't you give them to my sister to wear? Yao had originally made the clothes for Gu Jiao, but since Gu Jinyu said this, revealing the truth might embarrass the girl. She softly said, Then I will make you a new one. Honestly, she hadn't made Gu Jinyu new clothes in a long time. Mainly because her previous designs were outdated in the capital, and Gu Jinyu disliked them for looking old-fashioned. Gu Jinyu affectionately linked her arm with Yao's, saying, As long as mother makes it, Jinyu will wear it every day. Gu Jinyu stayed in Yao's courtyard for dinner, and Lord Gu also came over. Since being beaten badly earlier, he had only just recovered today. He didn't dare admit that he was beaten by a young girl. Instead, he falsely accused Huang Zhong of drunk driving, causing a carriage accident. After dinner, Gu Jinyu asked the maid to bring over a large box. Yao asked, What is this? Gu Jinyu gently replied, It's a gift I chose for my sister. I don't know what she likes, so I prepared a little of everything. Yao asked the maid to clear the dishes and open the box. The contents were carefully arranged: jewelry, antiques, calligraphy and paintings and embroidery works, each item thoughtful and elegant. But the most eye-catching was a guqin. Yao opened the box and saw the ancient-looking 5-string instrument inside. Her breath caught as she stared. Jinyu, this is... Gu Jinyu nodded with a smile. Yes, it's the moon shadow fushichin. This is not an ordinary ancient zither. It was a gift from His Majesty, and is the only one of its kind in the entire kingdom. The true fushi zither from the previous dynasty has been lost, and this one was crafted by Yu Ying, the top musician of the Qin kingdom. It is the most successful imitation of the original fushi zither so far, so it is also called Yu Ying fushi zither. Gu Jinyu once played the zither in the palace of the concubine Shun, and His Majesty heard her. He praised her skill, saying she was second only to the princess of the third prince. Believing Gu Jinyu's talent was rare, the emperor gifted her the Yu Ying fushi zither. Yao sure thought this was not appropriate. How can you give such a precious item to someone else? Gu Jinyu smiled sweetly. It's okay. His Majesty said that if he gives it to me, it's mine, and I can do whatever I want with it. Yao sure shook her head. I mean, it's too valuable. Gu Houyi wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, especially since that girl. Cough, your sister doesn't understand music. Giving it to her would be a waste. Such a treasure should not be squandered. Gu Jinyu hugged the zither in her arms, feeling wronged, and lowered her eyes. But this is the best thing I have, and I like my sister. I want to make it up to her. I'd give my life for her. What's a mere zither? Yao Shi brushed her loose hair behind her ear and sighed. Silly girl. In the end, Yao Shi decided not to take the zither. She kept everything else and planned to give it to Jiao Jiao later. If Jiao Jiao liked it, she would keep it. If not, she would return it. Gu Jinyu carried the zither back to her courtyard. Gu Houyi caught up and said seriously, Don't do such foolish things again. What do you mean? Gu Jinyu looked at her father with confusion. Gu Houyi glanced at the zither in her arms. Aren't you afraid your mother might actually keep it? Gu Jinyu widened her eyes and said blankly, I was going to give it to my sister. But unfortunately, mother didn't want it. Gu Houyi sighed in relief. Good thing she didn't take it. Your sister grew up in the countryside. She doesn't understand music, only knows about cooking and daily chores. Giving her a zither? That would be a waste. Such a good item would just be spoiled on her. Gu Jinyu looked sincerely and said if she wants, I can teach her. Gu Houyi snorted coldly. She has to appreciate it first. Now, keep the Ewing Fushi zither safe and don't just give it away casually again. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes. No one could make a better Fushi zither than hers. She hadn't planned to give it away in the first place. The private school was on holiday, but Tianxiang Academy was not. Gu Jiao was cooking dinner in the kitchen, thinking that Xiao Luling and Gu Xiaoshun should be arriving at the village entrance soon. She began preparing the last dish. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. My abacus is missing. Xiao Jingkong ran into the kitchen, looking helpless. Gu Jiao put water into the pot and covered it. Don't worry, I'll help you find it. Xiao Jingkong had brought back many things from the temple. Gu Jiao placed them in 2 large boxes. Although he was a child, Gu Jiao respected his privacy and usually didn't touch his belongings. His boxes were messy, filled with all sorts of things. Which box did you put it in? Gu Jiao asked. That one. No, wait, I think it's that one. Xiao Jingkong, though a very organized child, was still a bit careless when tidying up. Gu Jiao started searching the left box and soon found a shining abacus. It was made of pure gold. Gu Jiao stared in surprise. Is this it? Yes. Xiao Jingkong nodded eagerly. Gu Jiao asked, Who gave it to you? Master. Xiao Jingkong took the abacus and started tapping on it. Today, he had a lesson in mental calculation and wanted to review. Is your master really so wealthy? Giving you a gold abacus? Gu Jiao couldn't help but ask, Do you know it's made of gold? Xiao Jingkong nodded. Yes. Master has many abacuses. I specifically chose this one. Why? Because it looks nice. Gu Jiao was speechless. She carefully put back the items he had knocked onto the ground. When she reached a large piece wrapped in a torn cloth, she suddenly heard a string sound. Gu Jiao opened it and saw an ancient zither. It looked very old, without a case, but the sound was beautiful. The previous note was so lovely that it was almost mesmerizing. Gu Jiao plucked the strings a few more times. The tone was truly excellent. Xiao Jingkong looked at Gu Jiao and asked, Jiao Jiao, can you play the zither? Gu Jiao didn't answer but asked him, Can you? Xiao Jingkong thought seriously. A little, but I don't like it. Gu Jiao was puzzled. If you don't like it, why do you have a zither? Xiao Jingkong sighed like a grown-up. Sigh. Master gave it to me. Everything here was given by him. Gu Jiao noticed a blackened spot on the upper right corner of the zither. Small Jingkong explained, Once, we ran out of firewood, so my master threw the qin into the fire to burn. But it didn't catch fire after a long time, so he took it out again. Gu Jiao was surprised. Even if it was a broken qin, surely he wouldn't burn it as firewood? What kind of master did she have? Small Jingkong said, If Jiao Jiao likes it, I'll give it to you. Gu Jiao gently touched the ancient qin in her hand and accidentally noticed 2 characters carved on the bottom, Fushi. During dinner, the whole family saw Small Jingkong playing with a gold abacus, and everyone felt like their eyes might be blinded by its shine. Small Jingkong didn't understand much about gold. He only knew about copper coins and silver because those were the only types used in their homes so far. As he said, he liked the gold abacus simply because it looked nice. Gu Jiao thought, maybe every child likes shiny things? 1 bead from the abacus could be sold for enough money to feed the family for a year, but they were honest and wouldn't think of selling Small Jingkong's abacus, even if they were very poor. That night, Gu Jiao helped Small Jingkong organize all his belongings again. Besides the gold abacus and some Buddhist scriptures, there was nothing valuable, just old, broken toys that didn't seem worth much. Gu Jiao sighed in relief. That's more like it. It's scary if a monk has too much money. It seemed Small Jingkong's master loved him very much. Even though they were very poor, he still bought the gold abacus because Small Jingkong liked it. The school had its own abacus, so Small Jingkong only took out his gold abacus when studying at home and didn't bring it to school. This avoided causing a big fuss. The next day, Xiao Luling took his 3 children, Big, Second, and Third, to school as usual. Madame Yao brought gifts from Gu Jinyu to their home. As expected, Gu Jiao didn't accept any of the gifts. Madame Yao didn't insist. Housekeeper Fong whispered, Madam, you should advise Miss Gu. Even though second Miss isn't her real sister, she should still accept the gifts as a show of politeness. Fong wasn't really defending Gu Jinyu. She knew she wasn't related by blood. Giving her a look was already a kind gesture. Sometimes, people do things to show everyone their manners. The young lady should carry herself with dignity. Yao softly said, "It's good that Jiao Jiao is happy. In this world, there's no need to force others to accept kindness." Madame Fong sighed. After Yao left, Gu Jiao went to the town to order iron tools. The country strictly controls iron and salt. Gu Jiao needed many farming tools, so she first registered at the county office to get a permit. Gu Jiao went to the county office. The county magistrate personally received her. He cheerfully asked, "Lady Xiao, what brings you to the office? Has something disturbed the village again?" His words made Gu Jiao pause for a moment. Without his reminder, she had almost forgotten about the troublemakers in the village. The Gu family was suppressed by Lord Gu, and the county magistrate was the main enforcer. He was the one who dismissed Gu Laoyi from his official post. Later, he arranged for grain supplies to Lord Xiao Luleng. Of course, he didn't know Gu Jiao's true identity, only that she had some connection to the Lord's house and that she was married to Scholar Xiao, so he treated her especially well. "Sorry for any trouble caused earlier. Lady Xiao, please don't take it to heart," he said, referring to how he had ordered Gu Jiao and little Jinkong to be taken away on a prison cart under Lord Gu's orders. Gu Jiao replied, "It's nothing. I came today to make some iron tools. Would it be possible for the magistrate to stamp an official seal?" The magistrate hurriedly said, "Of course. Of course. How many do you need, Lady Xiao?" Gu Jiao gave a number. The magistrate was surprised. "So many? May I ask what you plan to use them for?" Gu Jiao showed him her land deed. "I bought a mountain and planned to clear it." With this, the magistrate understood. Clearing land was a big task, requiring lots of manpower and resources, so it was not strange that she needed so many tools. Normally, processing such documents would take several days, but since the magistrate was personally handling it, he quickly approved everything. Before leaving, the magistrate smiled and said, "If there's anything the office can help with, Lady Xiao, please don't hesitate to ask." Gu Jiao nodded slightly, thanked him, and left. As soon as she stepped out of the county office, she saw Second Master panting as he hurried over.
Gu.
"Miss Gu, I finally found you. I just went to the village. Your aunt said you came to the county office. Are you alright?"
I'm fine.
"I just came to buy iron tools and get an official seal," Gu Jiao said, giving him a strange look. "And you? Why did you go to the village so early?" Second Master rubbed his hands nervously, hesitant to speak. Gu Jiao said, "Tell me, where are the patients?" Cough cough. Second Master signaled for Gu Jiao to hand over the official document stamped with the government seal. Gu Jiao handed it to him. He asked, "What kind of iron tools do you want to order?" "How many?" Gu Jiao provided the list. He took it to the coachman and said, "Go to the iron shop later and take care of this."
Yes.
The coachman took the document and the list. "Let's talk on the carriage," Second Master said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao got into the carriage with him. "First, go to Huichun Hall," Second Master instructed the coachman. The coachman nodded, waved the whip, and the carriage started moving. He first took the two to the clinic, then went to the iron shop. Second Master wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. A patient came in, a bit tricky. "I was at a loss, so I came to find you. Consider this a favor I owe you." Gu Jiao paused and said, "No need. This time, it's my consultation for the month." Second Master was surprised.
Huh.
"So, young Master Gu won't be going to see Xiao Gongzi?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, I won't go. He already lives at my house." Today, Gu Yan went to the private school. Second Master only saw his aunt, so he didn't know that Gu Yan had already moved into Gu Jiao's house. Second Master nodded thoughtfully. "I see that Xiao Gongzi's condition has improved a lot. No need to go now, I'll visit next month." Gu Jiao didn't reply. Soon, they arrived at the clinic. Only after Gu Jiao entered the main hall did she understand why Second Master was so eager to find her. The clinic was already emptied of patients. All the doctors and assistants, including Manager Wang, had been restrained by a group of guards dressed in brocade clothes. The hall was filled with a tense yet quiet atmosphere. A young man in his early 20s, handsome with sharp features and cold eyes, approached. He carried a fine sword at his waist. He coldly glanced at Second Master, then also looked at Gu Jiao, but seemed to pay no attention to her. "Where is the doctor you called for?" Second Master tried to stay calm and looked at Gu Jiao. "It's her." The young guard frowned. "An ugly girl?" Gu Jiao was dressed in clothes made by Yao, worn and old, but not torn. She still looked like an ordinary commoner, making it hard for anyone to associate her with a healer who saves lives. Moreover, she looked so young. "Yes, it's her." Second Master wiped his cold sweat. "She is the most skilled doctor at Huichun Hall. If she can't treat him, then no one in town can." The young man looked at Gu Jiao with suspicion. She was small, but had eyes that seemed to see through life and death, cold and emotionless. The young man frowned but finally said, "Follow me." Gu Jiao carried a small basket on her back and went with the young man to a side room in the backyard. In the backyard, dozens of guards stood guard, almost 5 steps apart, filling the entire area. Gu Jiao also noticed several guards hiding on the roof and in the alley. With such strict security, it's clear the other side is very important. But Gu Jiao didn't ask anything and remained calm and composed throughout. "You wait outside," the young man, who also seemed to be a guard, said harshly, stopping the Second Master from entering, and then let Gu Jiao inside. Just as the guard was about to step in, Gu Jiao suddenly said, "You wait outside too." The guard hesitated but didn't respond. Before he could react, Gu Jiao slammed the door shut with a bang. The young man was left speechless. Second Master tried not to laugh, but couldn't hold it in. The more time Gu Jiao spent with him, the more he realized she was very protective of her family. She defended them without hesitation. Inside the room, there was a folding screen with a mountain and water painting. Outside the screen, 2 servants stood guard. The servants weren't young. They looked about the same age as Gu Chonghai and Gu Chonglu, but they had a very gentle, almost delicate aura, not quite like normal men. As Gu Jiao was about to go around the screen, one of the servants stopped her. "Please wait," he said. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao asked. He took a cloth and tried to cover her eyes. Gu Jiao pushed his hand away and said calmly, "If you cover my eyes, how can I see people or diagnose?" The servant replied, "You can take the pulse." Gu Jiao coldly said, "Traditional Chinese medicine relies on looking, listening, asking, and feeling. Do you think I'm a fairy just because I can take a pulse?" The servant frowned, about to scold her, but then a hoarse voice from behind the screen said, "Let her in." The servant immediately bowed respectfully. "Yes," he replied. Gu Jiao went around the screen and approached the bed. A man was lying inside a curtain, only a thin, withered hand showing. Gu Jiao sat on a stool and took his pulse. "Miss, just look if you want," he said, about to lift the curtain. Gu Jiao suddenly pressed his wrist. "No need. I'm not here to see your face," she said. With such a big figure, would she still be alive if she saw his face? Gu Jiao covered his face with a curtain, revealing only his waist and lower body. After the examination, the man's face turned red. Gu Jiao remained calm and composed. The man cleared his throat and asked, "Miss, what illness do I have?" Gu Jiao glanced at the screen, and the man understood. He said, "They are trustworthy people, so you can speak freely."
"Oh."
Since the patients didn't mind, Gu Jiao, as the doctor, felt she had nothing to worry about. "It's a venereal disease," Gu Jiao straightforwardly said. "That's nonsense." One servant outside the screen hurried over, glaring fiercely at Gu Jiao. "My family." Before he finished, the man sharply interrupted, "Be quiet. Step back." The servant gritted his teeth and retreated behind the screen. "Sorry for the trouble. Please don't take it personally, miss," the man said calmly, showing no signs of panic, indicating he had experienced many hardships. "You know about this, right?" Gu Jiao asked. The man nodded sadly. A doctor had examined him and told him he had a venereal disease, but He had never believed it. He never sought affairs outside, so how could he have contracted such a disease? Gu Jiao wasn't interested in his personal matters and only explained a few ways the disease could spread. How he caught it was up to him to figure out. She continued, "Your illness has been there for a while, and it's now in the second stage. If not treated soon, it will progress to the late stage. Early and middle stages of the disease are easier to cure, but late stage can be controlled, though the damage to the body is irreversible." The man was silent for a moment and asked softly, "Miss, can you cure me?" Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "If I could, why would I come in here?" The man was surprised. You really can cure it?" Gu Jiao put down her small basket. "I'll try my best, but you should first ask them to leave. They keep startling you, which affects my treatment." The man looked at the screen and said firmly, "Did you hear that? Everyone go out." "Master, do you want me to say it again?" "I won't dare." The two servants worriedly and helplessly left. "Why did you come out?" the young guard asked. One of the servants replied, "Master told us to come out. We really had no choice." But she was just a teenage girl, weak and unable to fight, clearly not skilled in martial arts, and certainly no threat to us. Before her words finished, the young man clenched his fists and rushed into the house, but before he could fully open the door, Gu Jiao kicked him out. The young guard was knocked like a flying bag of sand, crashing into a big tree with a loud bang, then hanging upside down from the branches. He spat out a rotten leaf and said, "Where's the strength to fight like that?" Gu Jiao locked the door and took out a skin test of penicillin from her small medicine box. "Give me your hand." The man looked at the strange needle through the curtain, feeling a bit scared. "What are you going to do?" Gu Jiao said, "I'll give you an injection. If you want to get better, just listen and cooperate." The man refused to listen. Gu Jiao said seriously, "I'm a doctor at the clinic. Everyone there is under your people's control. Do you think I would harm you and walk away safely?" The man thought Gu Jiao's words made sense, but he wasn't suspicious of her intentions. He was just scared. Gu Jiao quickly grabbed his wrist. She was very skilled at dealing with uncooperative patients. Before he could react, she had already prepared the skin test. He looked at the small package on his wrist. The best medicine for treating venereal disease is penicillin, but unfortunately, there was no penicillin in ancient times, so curing it was very difficult and few cases were completely cured. That's why the man felt hopeless. But this disease wasn't really a terminal illness for Gu Jiao. The skin test showed he wasn't allergic. Gu Jiao held the syringe and approached him. "Hold still." Seeing that the needle was much bigger than before, the man was so frightened he started trembling. It turns out that even powerful men can be afraid of injections. Ugh, the man bit the pillow and endured what was the most terrifying pain so far. Gu Jiao packed up her things and said to him, "Stay isolated for 7 days, then come back." Meanwhile, after negotiating with Xiao Luling, Steward Zhou immediately sent a message back to the Lin family in the provincial capital. Old Master Lin learned that Xiao Luling was willing to teach his son, but only if his son personally came to ask for lessons. Without hesitation, Old Master Lin sent his son over. On a sunny afternoon, the chubby and adorable Lin Qingye appeared at the gates of Tianxiang Academy. Lin Qingye looks young. Even though he is already 21, he still appears to be about 16 or 17 years old. He is holding a heavy bag of books, nervously and anxiously asking, Is this the place?" He stutters, a habit from childhood, and the more nervous he gets, the worse his stuttering becomes. Manager Zhou secretly shakes his head. Such a smart boy, but he has a stutter. I wonder if he will be teased or disliked when he goes to school. That's right, Lin Qingye has always been homeschooled by a teacher named Shisher. He worries about being laughed at when he starts school. Now there's no choice. Although Lin Qingye passed the imperial exam and became a scholar, he is only an assistant. To stand out among many students, he still needs to work very hard. This is the place, Manager Zhou earnestly reminds him. Soon, Scholar Xiao will come out. Do you remember what I told you about 6th young master? I remember, Lin Qingye nods. Speak, less words. Manager Zhou nods happily. Yes, speak less, then no one will notice that sixth young master has a stutter. Lin Qingye lowers his head. They didn't wait long before sixth young master Xiao came from the private school, followed by Feng Lin and Gu Xiaoshen. Recently, Feng Lin has been eating with them too. Manager Zhou walks forward with a smile. Greeting, Scholar Xiao. His gaze falls on Gu Xiaoshen behind sixth young master Xiao. Xiao's sixth young master introduces, "This is my brother-in-law Gu Xiaoshen, and my classmate Feng Lin." Manager Zhou politely smiles and says, so it's Brother Gu and Brother Feng. Sorry for the rudeness. Feng Lin returns the greeting with a bow. Gu Xiaoshen glances at him and asks Xiao's sixth young master, brother-in-law, "Who is he?" Xiao's sixth young master replies, "He is the steward of the Lin family, named Zhou." Oh, him. Gu Xiaoshen naturally knows that his brother-in-law is helping someone become a teacher. Over the past 6 months, his brother-in-law's grades have improved rapidly and many people want to ask him for tutoring. Manager Zhou pulls Lin Qingye over and introduces him to Xiao's sixth young master. "This is my son, sixth young master Lin Qingye. He is reserved and doesn't talk much. Please take care of him, Scholar Xiao." Xiao's sixth young master looks at him and says, "Today is the exam. Only after passing can he enter. Do you understand?" Lin Qingye nods. "Yes, I understand." Luckily, he didn't reveal his nerves. Manager Zhou secretly breathes a sigh of relief. Actually, if he didn't pass, it wouldn't matter much. He could just be placed in Director Li's Zhongjing Hall, and he could tutor him after skipping class. But Xiao's sixth young master didn't mention this. Xiao's sixth young master leads Lin Qingye to find Director Li. Dean Li was willing to go all out to win over his favorite student, even doing something he had never done before, using connections to help him get ahead. However, Lin Qingye was quite capable. Dean Li gave him exam papers to practice, and he completed every one. His scores in essays and miscellaneous writings were good, though his 8-legged essays were a bit weaker, but still enough to qualify. He was placed in Class B with Xiao Luleng, sitting at the same desk. Lin Qingye didn't stay in the dormitory. Steward Zhou spent a lot of money buying a house near the school district for him. Xiao Luleng used his spare time each day to tutor him. An hour at noon, half an hour after school, and if he arrived early in the morning, he could study for another half hour. Wouldn't it be better if Scholar Xiao also stayed here? It would save him the trouble of traveling, Steward Zhou suggested with a smile. "My wife would be angry," Xiao Luleng replied coldly. Steward Zhou was speechless. Since Xiao Luleng couldn't stay overnight, Steward Zhou looked for other ways, such as replacing his small, broken ox cart with his luxurious carriage that traveled thousands of miles daily, or providing lunch and a place for rest. Gu Yan and little Jinkong needed naps, so lying in the side room was better than dozing in the classroom. Xiao Luleng had no objections to these arrangements. Because they were tutoring Lin Qingye, they returned to the village late. But since Xiao Luleng was working to earn money and support his family, Gu Yan and little Jinkong had no complaints. Gu Xiaoshen was focused on carving wood and had no complaints either. "Are you hungry? Why not have dinner here?" Steward Zhou asked the 3 brothers. They all said in unison no. Steward Zhou was surprised. Wasn't the food here delicious? It was all made by a top chef. Could your wife cook better than the chef? The 3 brothers thought, haha, Jiao Jiao's cooking is so delicious, no ordinary person can imagine it. The provincial exams happen once every 3 years. Xiao Luleng was lucky this year. He passed the exam and became a scholar. He could take the provincial exam this year. However, many other students had been waiting for 2 full years. As the exam approached, the atmosphere in the academy became extremely tense. Even the teachers stopped their usual formal talk and started giving practice questions to prepare the students. Xiao Luleng also made questions for Lin Qingye. His questions were even more difficult and tricky than those of the teachers. Lin Qingye suspected that Xiao Luleng stayed up every night, secretly studying the 4 books and 5 classics to come up with sentences no one had ever memorized. One noon, Gu Yan and little Jinkong went to the side room for their nap, while Gu Xiaoshen was carving wood in the yard. Lin Qingye was overwhelmed by Xiao Liulong's exam questions. Master Zhou was guarding the door when suddenly a young servant approached. Master Zhou moved aside and whispered, "What's wrong?" The inn was flooded. Brother Zheng was swept away by the water. He just returned to Lin's house a few days ago and is now resting there to recover. Brother Zheng is the young man who earlier came to invite Gu Jiao. He is the son of a deputy steward of the Lin family. Last time, Xiao Luling refused to go to the Lin family, so Zheng's young man returned home. But unexpectedly, they encountered a big flood halfway there. When did this happen? About 2 weeks ago. Traveling to the provincial city is on the mountain road, which is slower, while coming back is on the downhill road, faster. This is why Lin Qingye, coming from the provincial city, avoided the flood perfectly. But if Xiao Luling had gone to the provincial city with Master Zhou at that time, he might have been caught in the flood at the end too. After Xiao Luling finished tutoring Lin Qingye, he saw Master Zhou looking relieved and asked what happened. Master Zhou explained about the flood at the inn 2 weeks ago. Xiao Luling knew about that inn. It was the only inn on that official road. So whenever they went to the provincial city, they would stay there. By timing, they just managed to miss the flood. Lin Qingye couldn't have been there. He traveled faster from the provincial city and had already passed the inn 2 weeks ago. Xiao Luling thought about Gu Jiao stopping him from going to the provincial city. This kind of coincidence wasn't the first time. Because she asked him to buy osmanthus cakes, he avoided trouble at the clinic. Because she came to invite him for lunch, he avoided a building collapse. And because she wanted to stay overnight in town, he missed a sudden snowstorm on the way. A few coincidences are understandable, but after 3 or 4, it starts to seem suspicious. In the evening, after returning home, Xiao Luling went to the kitchen to help Gu Jiao cook. While Gu Jiao was preparing food, he stoked the fire and added more wood. Both pots on the stove were in use, one steaming sweet potatoes and cornmeal buns, the other boiling a mushroom and mountain fungus soup. The rich aroma filled the kitchen. Xiao Luling broke a dry branch and placed it into the stove, casually saying, "Today, Master Zhou said that the Qi Mountain Inn flooded 2 weeks ago. Luckily, I didn't go to the provincial city, or I might have been swept away."
Gu Jiao replied, "Oh."
Xiao Luling looked up at her and asked, "Aren't you surprised?" Gu Jiao paused for a moment and said, "Oh."
Xiao Liu Lang.
He asked her, "Do you know about the big flood coming?"
Xiao Gamli replied, "No."
He looked at her deeply, then lowered his head and broke a dry branch. "This time, I plan to stay at the Lin family in the provincial city." Gu Jiao paused with her spatula in hand. "Didn't we agree not to stay there?" He said seriously, "Staying with the Lin family is convenient. I also asked Steward Zhou. He said that although the Lin family's daughter is beautiful, she is already married and not waiting at home."
"You don't need to worry about that."
Was she worried about the Lin family's daughter? Or about the relatives? He wondered if he should still hope for his future happiness. Gu Jiao held back her frustration, her face turning very dark. He almost laughed at her trying to get angry but holding back. They were about to continue talking when Xiao Jingkong ran in, holding a small chicken and looking angry.
"Jiao Jiao.
Brother Gu Yan's dog bit my little chicken." After Gu Yan's puppy moved into the house, the family experienced real chaos. Chickens flying, dogs barking everywhere. Whenever the puppy and the chickens were in the cage together, they caused a mess of feathers and fur. The puppy was big, but there were many chickens, and they formed a little formation to fight back, so neither side backed down. Gu Jiao asked, "Did your chicken scratch Brother Gu Yan's puppy?" Xiao Jingkong suddenly stopped speaking. He looked up cutely and said, "The food smells so good. I just remembered I haven't finished my homework. I'm going to do it now." The little monk, who was quick to complain, jumped out happily, trying to look adorable, making Jiao Jiao forget to get angry. He jumped, then put the chickens back in the cage and ran away quickly. 107 Jealousy. First part. Because Xiao Jingkong interrupted, the previous topic was not continued. 7 days later, Gu Jiao went to the medical clinic again. The clinic was empty again. Gu Jiao frowned, remembering she had forgotten to say not to disturb the clinic's business. The young guard who had been there before brought others to clear the place before anyone arrived. Gu Jiao was a little annoyed. The rejuvenation hall was the only clinic in town, and many patients came daily. Asking everyone to leave would delay treatment. The man didn't keep Gu Jiao waiting for long. He wore a straw hat and entered the clinic. Outside the hat, there was a veil that perfectly covered his head. He could see outside, but no one could see his face. "Miss," the man greeted kindly, sounding a bit happier than last time, "your medicine really works. My condition hasn't worsened. There's even been some improvement, but he didn't mention this, fearing it might be just his imagination." Gu Jiao didn't rush to examine him. Instead, she said, "In the future, don't monopolize the clinic. It's not your private territory. You have no right to turn away other patients." The young guard clenched his teeth. "What do you know? Do you know who my master is?" "Be quiet." The man stopped the young guard. The young guard realized he almost spoke out of turn and shut his mouth angrily. Gu Jiao calmly said, "I don't care who you are. As long as you're here, you're a patient. All patients are treated equally, regardless of status. Only the severity of the illness matters." The man slapped the table and said passionately, "Good to hear. Not judging by status, but by illness severity. If all doctors in our country could be like you, miss, then healing the people wouldn't be a problem. You, as a woman, have such awareness. Take off your pants." Gu Jiao interrupted him. The man twitched his mouth. Couldn't he wait until he finished flattering her? Gu Jiao began examining him. All the servants left the room, leaving only the doctor and patient. Even so, the man's face still turned red. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao remained completely calm. Finally, the man couldn't hold back anymore and asked shyly, "Miss, how are you so calm?" Gu Jiao responded with an "Oh, I've seen a lot." The man was stunned. What kind of bold words were those? "Today I'll give you the second injection," Gu Jiao said, taking out penicillin. The fear of injections overwhelmed him, and the man panicked. "Wait, can I, His body stiffened, and he bit down on the blanket. The imperial exam in this dynasty was still held around August, similar to the previous dynasty. However, to settle in the capital early, some candidates from remote areas started leaving their homes in June. Xiao Lulang had Lin's carriage him, so he didn't need to rush, but he couldn't leave too late. The two were making breakfast in the kitchen. Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang, "When do you plan to leave?" 3 days later, Xiao Lulang replied, "Is Feng Lin going too?" "Yes, he's going as well." "That's good. It's helpful to have someone to watch out for you on the road." Gu Jiao felt reassured that Feng Lin would take care of Xiao Lulang. She didn't need to worry about herself, but she was confident Feng Lin would look after Xiao Lulang carefully. Thinking for a moment, Gu Jiao asked, "Will you pass through Song County?" Song County is Feng Lin's hometown. Xiao Lulang, along with his mother and brother, also lived there before. Xiao Lulang shook his head. "No, the directions are different. If I go to the capital by water route, I might pass through. There is a canal in Song County, and one of the 2 major salt transportation routes of the court runs nearby." Gu Jiao nodded in understanding. On New Year's Eve, Feng Lin was filled with tears as he thought of his family. If he could visit home, it would bring him comfort. Gu Jiao said, "Then I wish him success in the imperial exam, and next year, he can go to the capital for the test and visit home." This was a kind wish, not directed at anyone in particular. But after she said it, Gu Jiao suddenly felt something was off. She remembered that Director Li had told her Xiao Lulang was reluctant to go to the capital for the exam. She had never tried to persuade him. He had his own life and his own choices. 3 days passed quickly, and soon it was the day Xiao Lulang left for the provincial capital. Manager Zhou arrived early, with a carriage. Knowing they needed to pack, he ordered the carriage to stop at Gu Jiao and Xiao Yulong's house. The Lin family was the richest in the province, dominating the salt trade. Their carriage was more luxurious than the Ho family's, pulled by 4 tall, strong horses, larger than an adult man. According to the rules, merchants like them were not allowed to use such high-quality carriages. It was a privilege granted by the royal family to the Lin family. The carriage was spacious, with a soft little bed inside, like a modern-style travel van. Gu Jiao was quite satisfied with traveling in it. Many villagers came to watch, but they didn't dare get too close because of the guards and the impressive horses. Only the village dog, a young pup unafraid of anything, kept climbing onto the carriage. Xuanxiang awkwardly tried to pull the dog down, but the pup refused. Manager Zhou chuckled, "It's okay. Let him sit for a bit. Just watch, so he doesn't fall." Xuanxiang knew she was lucky to have this chance. As a young widow in the village, she often faced cold looks from others. Sometimes human nature isn't kind, and harsh environments can turn good people into harsh ones, even making them raise their hands against others. Today, this little widow who is looked down upon by others was able to confidently sit on a carriage with her son, where the villagers dared not approach. She suddenly felt proud. Since she was going away for a long time, Gu Jiao packed quite a few things. Feng Lin jumped down from the carriage to help carry her luggage, listening as she explained what was inside each bundle. Little Jinkong found his brother-in-law and started a conversation between men. They still met in the outhouse.
Xiao Liulang was speechless.
Does the little monk have some strange habit of taking off his pants to talk? Little Jinkong sat confidently on his small, looking like he was sitting on a throne, exuding a commanding presence. He seriously said, "You're leaving again. This trip will be longer. Take care of yourself, and don't let the family worry." Xiao Lulang didn't want to hear the little monk's voice at this moment. Jinkong continued, "And you're now a mature candidate. Don't expect anyone to motivate you. You need to learn to be the top on your own."
Xiao Liulang.
"Is it always you who helps me get first place? All right, that's enough talking. Take care," Jinkong said, reaching out his small hand to pat his brother-in-law's shoulder like an elder. But he forgot he was sitting on his small. When he patted, he only hit Xiao Lulang's backside. Turning his head to look at the small hand grabbing his bottom, Xiao Lulang was confused. Today, there was no class at the private school. Guyan was a person who liked to sleep in, but he still asked Gu Xiaoshan to wake him up and say goodbye to his brother-in-law. Then he went back to his room to sleep. "Is that all?" Feng Lin picked up the last bundle and asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, that's all for Lu Lang's things. I also made some pickled vegetables for you to take on the road."
Great.
Feng Lin happily went to the kitchen to bring out the pickled vegetables. Seeing him carry out a large jar of pickles, Steward Zhou thought to himself, the Feng family is the richest in the provincial capital, and they can't be short of good food. Soon after Steward Zhou tasted the pickles, he started to complain about Feng Lin for not bringing more jars. Everything was finally packed. Gu Jiao saw Xiao Lulang off on the carriage. As the carriage was about to leave, the long-absent Zhou Shi and Gu Chonghai, along with Gu Dashun, ran over. "Jiao Nyang! Jiao Nyang!" Mr. Zhou, no longer with his usual cold face, put on a very flattering smile. "Are you all heading to the provincial city?" While speaking, Mr. Zhou and Gu Chonghai had already reached Gu Jiao. Gu Dashun was a bit reluctant and lagged behind a few steps, holding his bundle. Xiao Lulang frowned slightly. Gu Jiao lowered the car curtain, signaling him not to get off. Gu Jiao turned to Mr. Zhou and asked, "What are you here for?" "Oh, what do you say? Your nephew is going to the provincial city for exams." "Of course, I came to see him off. Look, this is a small gift from Auntie Zhou," Mr. Zhou said, handing a basket of eggs to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao knew her aunt's plan and didn't reach out to take the eggs. Mr. Zhou felt awkward and gave her husband a look. Gu Chonghai cleared his throat and said to Gu Jiao, "Jiao, since the journey to the provincial city is long and Lulang has trouble walking, maybe Dashun can go with him to look after him." "Look after whom?" Gu Jiao asked bluntly. Even though Xiao Lulang was a little lame, he usually did more work than Gu Dashun, who was healthy. Gu Dashun was spoiled and raised to only study. He couldn't do anything else and would be a burden. Gu Chonghai hesitated. He was Gu Dashuan's biological father and knew very well that once Gu Dashun left home, he couldn't take care of himself. His clothes from the academy had to be washed at home. If it weren't for that, how could he have begged Gu Jiao to let Xiao Lulang take him along? Originally, Gu Chonghai planned to take Gu Dashun himself to the provincial city, but life at home was hard and they couldn't afford the travel expenses for two people. He also heard that Xiao Lulang had been tutoring someone recently. The other family was wealthy in the provincial city, so they had plenty of money. If Gu Das-hun went with them, they wouldn't need to pay for his travel or daily expenses. He earnestly said, Jiao, your uncle Zhou may have wronged you before, but your older brother never did. Your older brother only cares about studying. He doesn't know about our family's grudges or disputes, and he never got involved. When your parents were alive, they loved him very much. Why are you willing to let him suffer? When Gu Sanlang and his wife were alive, they did love Gu Das-hun. But how did Gu Das-hun, who was loved by them, treat Gu Jiao? When Gu Jiao was bullied, did Gu Das-hun ever stand up to defend her? Even in that dream, Gu Das-hun falsely accused his brother-in-law Xiao Luling for personal reasons. He didn't actually do it because of his conscience but because Gu Jiao intervened early. So, even setting aside the conflicts between Gu Jiao and the elders, Gu Das-hun is definitely not innocent. Mrs. Zhou agreed, saying, Yes, Jiao, just let them take Das-hun along. Look at this big cart. It's wide enough. One more person won't matter. Just let Das-hun sit inside. The coffin underground is quite spacious. Why don't you go lie down in it? The old lady casually walked out. The villagers chuckled. Auntie Lu's words never disappointed. Mrs. Zhou choked, nearly unable to breathe, and asked, What are you saying? The old lady spread her hands and replied, Talking with your mouth. Do you think I used my backside? Mrs. Zhou was so angry she nearly fell backward. The villagers burst into laughter. This was a tease about Mrs. Zhou's words, but it was also her own fault for digging her own hole. Doesn't she know there are no jokes the old lady can't handle? She was a former champion of palace intrigue, managing the harem's 3,000 beauties with ease. What is Mrs. Zhou compared to that? It's not your Gu family's child anymore. Why are you still blaming us? The old lady pointed at Gu Das-hun, who was nearby. He can come along, but it's agreed. Luling isn't able to walk well. He's not going to be a master for Luling. He's there to take care of Luling. Gu Changhai politely said, Of course. That's natural. As long as he can get in the cart, it's fine. If Das-hun doesn't take care of Luling, could Luling really make Das-hun get off? Scholars value their reputation most. If Xiao Luling dared to do such a thing, they would go to the officials and ruin Xiao Yulong's name. The old lady said, Words are not enough. Write it down as proof. Xiao Shun, bring the pen. Gu Xiao Shun went to the west room to get a pen. The old lady slowly said, Write clearly. Gu Das-hun must wake up at dawn every day, prepare breakfast for Luling, iron his clothes, wake him up, help him dress, and ensure he has water for washing his face and mouth. He must personally deliver everything to Luling. He must wash Liulong's clothes and clean his night pot. Mrs. Zhou's face changed drastically. There's even a night pot to pour? The old lady ignored her and continued, When it's hot, he must fan Luling. When there are many mosquitoes, he must swat them. He can only sleep when Luling is asleep, and if Luling wakes in the middle of the night, he must wake too. In short, my family's sixth brother has any request, he must be met unconditionally. He is not allowed to talk back or disobey, otherwise, sixth brother can punish him.
You.
Mrs. Zhou was so angry that her chest hurt. She almost leaned on Gu Changhai, but his face was not much better. Mrs. Zhou cried with tears and snot. Neighbors, please judge. This is not caring. It's clearly using our family's Dejeu as a servant. The old lady looked innocent. Huh? This is a servant? You've treated the orphan of the third house like this for so many years. I thought your Gu family only cared for people in this way. Mrs. Zhou's face couldn't take it anymore. She and her husband and son left Gu Jiao's house feeling ashamed. Gu Jiao pushed aside the curtain of the car window and handed a small bag of money to Xiao Luling. Inside, I packed some broken silver and banknotes. 10 taels of broken silver. 100 taels of banknotes. The bank's tokens are also inside, but sewn in secretly. Xiao Luling nodded, took the bag, and said to her, Let's go. Gu Jiao nodded and watched him leave the village. Until the carriage disappeared at the village entrance, she turned and went inside. Gu Jiao looked at the empty west room. Sigh, he really left. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed a shadow suddenly appear on the ground. She froze and turned around, seeing Xiao Luling somehow standing at the door. "Why are you back?" she asked with wide eyes. Xiao Luling looked at her deeply. "I lost something." Gu Jiao watched him walk toward her, and a series of small red hearts flashed through her mind. "Is it me?
Is it me?
Is it me? Did he leave me behind?" Gu Jiao blinked at him. Then he walked past her. "Gu Jiao." Xiao Luling came out of the West Room, holding a provincial exam admission ticket. "Without this, you can't enter the exam hall." Gu Jiao expressionlessly opened the door. "Take care, no need to see me off." Xiao Luling looked at her, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. After leaving the house, he suddenly stopped. "If I say that, no matter what the final result is, I won't go to the capital to take the exam, do you think I still need to take the provincial exam?" "Yes," Gu Jiao replied firmly, watching his back. "I hope that in the future, you don't go to the capital because you choose not to, not because you're not qualified." Xiao Luling clenched his fist, a hint of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "What if?" Gu Jiao smiled gently. "If there's trouble or danger, I will protect you."
He didn't mean it that way, but...
A strange feeling suddenly filled Xiao Yulong's chest. This time, he was truly setting out on his journey. Gu Jiao returned to the West Room and found an envelope on the table. She opened it and saw a card from a money shop. So quick to notice. The card was fake, but maybe returning the money shop's card was real? Inside the envelope, there was also a small note. Gu Jiao could read quite a few characters now. She opened it and saw neat handwriting that said, "Don't stay at the Lin family. No need to be jealous." The words jealous were written very strongly and confidently. Gu Jiao frowned slightly, feeling a strange little teasing tone in the plain writing. 108 Invention, second update. Gu Jiao went to the medical clinic. Today was the day for her to see that mysterious important person again, for a follow-up check. He was already waiting at Huichun Hall. This time, he didn't ask anyone to clear out the clinic. Gu Jiao was a little late because she saw Xiao Luling off, which made him wait a bit longer. The young guard beside him looked very annoyed. You're the first to make my master wait." Gu Jiao shrugged. "Oh, what an honor." The young guard turned away angrily. Gu Jiao entered the side room. The man wore a veil and a wide-brimmed hat, hiding his face, but his noble and elegant demeanor couldn't be hidden. He was still accompanied by two gentle-looking servants. After seeing him a few times, the servants were used to Gu Jiao's rudeness. When she saw their master, she didn't bow or greet, but sat down directly. They could only think quietly, not daring to mock her aloud. The reason was simple. Her master's illness had truly been cured by this young girl. Gu Jiao had given him 3 injections of penicillin, once every 7 days. The last shot was last month. Today, he came for a follow-up. She checked his pulse and examined him. "Am I healed now?" the man asked happily. Gu Jiao took off her gloves and replied, "It looks good for now, but to be fully cured, it needs to stay healthy for 2 years without relapse. Follow-up visits are necessary." The man was silent. Gu Jiao noticed that his mood was different from a few days ago. "What's wrong? Can't do the follow-up anymore?" The man smiled and said, "Honestly, I am about to leave." "Oh." Gu Jiao wasn't surprised. His accent didn't sound like a local's, and he might not even be from Yuzhou. He came from farther away, but Gu Jiao couldn't guess exactly where. The man kindly said, "But I believe I have been cured by you. May I ask, with such excellent medical skills, who is your master?" Gu Jiao replied, "I have many teachers." This was the truth. In her past life, she studied medicine at university and a research institute. Afterward, she worked in a research lab, and she indeed had many teachers. The man was perceptive enough not to press further since Gu Jiao didn't want to talk more about it. He said, "Thank you for curing my illness. I came today for another reason. I'd like to sincerely thank you. You've already paid for the consultation, so there's no need to thank me." Gu Jiao started to say, but then she saw the man take a jewelry box from his servant and place it on the table. The jewelry box was clearly not an ordinary item. Gu Jiao quickly changed the subject. "If you insist on giving a gift, I can only reluctantly accept it." The servants looked stunned. They thought, "Come on, Be a bit more brave, say you don't want it. The man smiled kindly and pushed the jewelry box toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao opened it and saw a delicate, transparent jade folding fan. She took the fan in her hand. It felt cool to the touch, smooth as ice, made of fine jade. It was truly a beautiful fan. Do you like it? The man asked. Gu Jiao hesitated. The servants were dumbfounded. Really? A fan made of thousand-year-cold jade? And she didn't like it? If you don't like it, I can exchange it, the man said gently. Do you have a fan made of gold? Gu Jiao asked. The servants couldn't help but tremble a little. Wow, she really doesn't know etiquette. She immediately wants to exchange it for gold. Does gold have no value? Rural folks really lack experience. The man smiled and said, There's no gold fan, but I have other gold items. He called over one of his servants, whispered a few words in his ear, and the servant's eyes widened. Sir, isn't that inappropriate?
That's.
The man didn't have the same kind smile he had for Gu Jiao. Instead, he said, If I tell you to take it, then take it. Why all the fuss? After traveling to Jiangnan, I've discovered your skills, but your words are becoming more and more numerous.
Yes.
The servant dared not delay and gave a resentful glare at Gu Jiao before going to the carriage to fetch a new small box. It turned out to be a pure gold sliding puzzle. A sliding puzzle is an old puzzle toy that many shops sell, but most are made of wood. Gu Jiao had never seen one made of gold before. It's fun and shiny, and little Jinkong will definitely like it. Gu Jiao nodded with satisfaction. The man saw a small, serious expression finally appear on her face and couldn't help but smile. Miss, do you like the gold, or do you like the sliding puzzle? Gu Jiao said, It's not me who likes it, but my younger brother. The man smiled slightly. You have a younger brother, miss? Gu Jiao pointed with her finger. Not just one, but 3. The man said, Then giving just one doesn't seem very good. He also gave Gu Jiao 2 more gifts. The servants nearby could feel their master's pain. Why ask such questions? Was he trying to kill the mood? Or trap himself? There was no good way to complain. It was his own pride that caused it. When Gu Jiao left the medical clinic, her small basket was filled with 3 luxurious gift packages. At the gate of Huichun Hall, the man cupped his hands and said to Gu Jiao, Miss, until we meet again. Gu Jiao glanced at him. Until we meet again, doctor. Do you have some problem? With that, she carried her small basket, didn't look back, and disappeared into the crowd. The servant was furious and gritted his teeth. Master, look at her. The man was also a bit stunned. After many years, no one dared to speak to him like that. But after a moment, he felt better and smiled happily. Yes, what problem do I have? Why do I want to see a doctor? Am I in good health?
Master.
It's time to go back to the capital. Let's go. After leaving Huichun Hall, Gu Jiao headed to the only iron shop in town. This iron shop had been open for over 20 years and was considered an old store. As soon as Gu Jiao reached the door, she heard the clanging sound of hammering iron. The shop was busy, and the blacksmiths were working hard. There was no counter inside. Gu Jiao called a clerk and asked, I ordered some iron tools here last month. Today is the delivery day. The clerk carried a heavy basket of iron ore and shouted into the main hall, Old Wang. Someone's here to pick up the goods. Coming, coming. A sweaty blacksmith hurried out, with a cloth hanging around his neck. He wiped his face with the cloth and looked at Gu Jiao. Who wants to pick up the goods? Is it you? Last time, it was a delivery man from Huichun Hall who ordered the goods, so the old blacksmith didn't recognize her. Gu Jiao nodded and handed him the matching card. In ancient times, there were few scholars and not many blacksmiths could read. They all used matching cards, each with a corresponding batch number, so they could identify the goods by the number. You haven't finished it yet? The old blacksmith frowned. Gu Jiao said, but we agreed that the goods would be ready today. The old blacksmith wiped his sweat with a cloth and said, It's true, but we haven't finished yet. There's nothing we can do. How much longer will it take?
Gu Jiao asked. Let me think.
The old blacksmith replied, maybe a month or 2. Gu Jiao was surprised. That long? I don't think I ordered that many farming tools. The old blacksmith sighed. It's not for you. Last month, our shop took on a big job, mining iron or to make iron tools. There are about 1,000 pieces needed. Our small shop can't keep up. We're still missing more than half, and we don't have enough workers or enough furnaces. Old Wang, time to start forging. Someone inside shouted.
Coming.
The old blacksmith called back to the shop, then turned to Gu Jiao. Miss, you might want to come back next month. Gu Jiao didn't want to wait that long. After the blacksmith went inside, she also entered the iron shop. The workers and blacksmiths were busy and overwhelmed, and no one paid attention to a young girl. Honestly, the shop had enough workers. With this many people, making 1,000 iron tools in a month should be easy. So, the problem probably wasn't a lack of workers. Gu Jiao looked at their blast furnace and quickly saw the issue. Iron smelting requires very high temperatures. To reach these temperatures, furnaces usually use blowers. Gu Jiao thought that by this time, the shop would have water-powered blowers, but surprisingly, they still used the most primitive manual bellows. Manual bellows, called rinpai, have a major flaw. Each connection uses only one leather bag, made from horsehide. Each time the bellows are operated, the bag closes. A typical furnace has 4 to 6 connections, meaning it can be operated at most 6 times simultaneously. This method is much less efficient than water-powered blowers. Water-powered bellows use water force to operate. Each turn of the water wheel can close the bellows several times, saving both time and effort. Gu Jiao shared her idea with the blacksmith. The blacksmith was very surprised. How could a girl dressed in simple cloth know about these things? After the surprise, he said, I've seen that kind of thing before, but only at the Imperial Ironworks. No ordinary craftsman in the market would know how to make water-powered bellows.
I can make it, Gu Jiao said.
The blacksmith was shocked. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, but what I want to make next isn't the water bellows. She mentioned a different name. What's that? The blacksmith asked, clearly unfamiliar. Do you have paper?
Gu Jiao asked. Huh.
The blacksmith was still stunned by Gu Jiao's words and took a moment to respond. Gu Jiao then took a piece of blue stone from the ground and a charcoal pencil from her bag, and she focused on drawing. Other blacksmiths nearby were attracted by her, but the blacksmith scolded. What are you looking at? Get back to work. Because of the master's authority, the blacksmiths forced themselves to stop watching and went back to work, but they still occasionally glanced at Gu Jiao. What was this girl drawing on their shop floor? Finally, the blacksmith couldn't hold back and asked, Miss, what are you doing? Drawing, Gu Jiao replied simply. Why are you drawing on my ground? I'll have to clean it later. That's trouble. Gu Jiao smiled and said, within 10 days, I will finish the remaining 1,000 or so iron tools. Don't you want that? 10 days? The blacksmith crossed his arms and straightened up. Are you joking? He was a blacksmith himself. How could he not know? Even if everyone in the shop worked day and night, it would take at least a month. Unless they used the Imperial water-powered technology, but that would still take 20 days. I'm not joking, Gu Jiao said. The blacksmith didn't believe her. What if I do it? She asked. The blacksmith folded his arms and looked down at her. If you do it, I will make all your iron tools for free, no charge at all. Not only that, I will cover all your future iron tool needs. Not a penny from you. Gu Jiao thought carefully and decided the deal was worth it. Okay, I agree. The blacksmith pursed his lips. You just agreed? Are you bragging? You must be dreaming. Gu Jiao quickly finished her drawing and nodded with satisfaction. It should be like this. Later, you go find a carpenter to come over. The old blacksmith opened his mouth in surprise. What? Gu Jiao rolled up her sleeves. Stop hesitating. If you keep daydreaming, you won't finish your tools. Then she stood up, wrapped the charcoal pencil in cowhide paper, put it back in her pouch, washed her hands, and turned to leave. The old blacksmith looked confused. Is this really possible? Is the girl joking with him? How could she know all this? But for some reason, he remembered her calmly sketching on her knees, and despite himself, he went next door and called the carpenter over. The carpenter was experienced. After seeing the blueprint on the slate, his eyes changed immediately. Who drew this? What's wrong? The old blacksmith asked curiously. The carpenter didn't answer. He knelt down, carefully touching the design on the ground as if it were a treasure, but he was afraid of damaging it and didn't dare to really touch it. His cautious attitude puzzled the old blacksmith. The carpenter's eyes glinted with green light. Without a word, he went back to his shop, grabbed paper and a brush, and knelt down to carefully copy the drawing. He had a vague feeling that this might be the most amazing thing he had ever made in his life. The old blacksmith was confused, staring at the pattern on the slate from side to side. What's going on? Can we really make something out of this? Gu Jiao returned home, where Guyan was already up, sitting with the old lady in the main hall eating sweet water eggs. Seeing Gu Jiao come in, the old lady quickly pushed the sweet water eggs in front of Guyan and declared proudly, "I said I wouldn't eat it. You insisted on respecting me." Guyan, who took half of his sweet water eggs. The eggs were made by Xuaningxiang. The old lady didn't step in but encouraged Guyan to take some. Xuaningxiang couldn't resist Guyan's charm and quickly cooked a big bowl. Xiao Jingkong and Gu Xiaoshan each took a small bowl. Gu Xiaoshan ate quickly and went back to his room to work on his wood carving. Xiao Jingkong was still practicing his martial arts on the tree and hadn't started eating yet. Gu Jiao decisively took back the old lady's sweet water eggs. Actually, the old lady had already eaten 1.5 bowls, wiped her mouth, and went back inside. As long as she ate fast enough, Gu Jiao wouldn't catch her. Gu Jiao gave the 3 gifts from the man to her 3 younger brothers. When she laid out the items, they found their favorite things without her asking. Little Jingkong picked up the shiny, colorful puzzle and loved it instantly. Guyan chose a jade ring made from 1,000-year-old cold jade, which was of better quality than the previous one. Gu Xiaoshan got a small, sharp dagger that could cut through metal easily. It was smaller than usual, easy to carry, and could also be used as a good carving tool. All 3 were very happy. Xuaningxiang was helping Gu Jiao tidy up the backyard. Xuaningxiang often came to help, and in return, Gu Jiao would help her with farm work. Sometimes, the old lady would help look after her children. Mostly because the little dog was quiet and happy with just a piece of candied fruit, so the old lady found her life peaceful and thought the dog was easy to take care of. Little Jingkong exclaimed, "Grandma, you're stealing candied fruit again." "Jiao Jiao. Grandma ate 5 pieces today." Right after practicing her skills, little Jingkong caught the old lady sneaking food. "Grandma is so naughty. I told her not to eat, but she keeps sneaking it." The old lady's hand trembled. That naughty little monk. Today, Xuaningxiang came to see Gu Jiao for a reason. "Jiao Jiao, Uncle Goa has written again. Can you help me read the letter?" Xuaningxiang handed Gu Jiao a folded envelope. Since Gu Jiao learned to read with Xiao Luling, Xuaningxiang no longer asked Xiao Luling to read her letters. Gu Jiao opened the letter and looked at it. "Huh? What's wrong?" Xuaningxiang asked. Gu Jiao said, "Oh, this letter's handwriting is different from before. It looks like Uncle Goa wrote it himself." Xuaningxiang's eyes lit up. "Really? He can write now?" Seeing her proud expression, Gu Jiao didn't want to tell her the truth. The reason she could tell it was his own handwriting was because it was really ugly, uglier than her calligraphy with a brush, with very childish words, like a primary school student. But it still got the message across. The letter said that Uncle Goa had been promoted to a deputy general's personal guard. Although he was only a small soldier, it was a great honor to serve alongside the deputy general. However, this meant their plan to visit home this year had to be cancelled, as he was going to follow the deputy general to Beijing for an official report. Only 100 personal guards followed the deputy general, and he's one of them. "It's a rare opportunity," Gu Jiao explained. However, this sentence did not comfort Xuaningxiang. Her expression grew dull. After Dogwa's father died, the person she missed most was her second uncle. She hopes every day and night that he will come back to see her. "I heard he might pass through our village this year. My mother would be so happy. Her old cold leg almost healed. Now he's not coming back. How can I explain this to my mother?" Xuaningxiang is only 2 years older than Gu Jiao. In her past life, She was a shy high school girl, but now she is a sister-in-law, a mother, and a daughter-in-law. Gu Jiao didn't know how to comfort her. She continued reading. Dogwa's second uncle also sent you money. He said your birthday is coming soon, so you should use the money to buy 2 sets of jewelry, a total of 20 taels. Xuanning worried. Why did he send so much? Has he not been eating well? The money is all for the family. Gu Jiao knew how to comfort her. Don't worry, he won't go hungry in the army. He just has no place to spend the money, so he sent it all back. Xuanning relaxed a little. Gu Jiao looked further. Dogwa's second uncle said he doesn't want you to farm anymore. The money he sent is enough for you, big sister, and Dogwa to spend. You can rent out the land cheaply to the villagers. Xuanning quickly said, that's not right. We need to save that money for him to get married someday. Gu Jiao thought to herself, a man giving you jewelry. Don't you have other thoughts? After lunch, Xuanning went to the bank to withdraw the silver. Dogwa clung to her leg, not letting go. She had no choice but to bring Dogwa along. There weren't many people at the bank. After waiting a little while, she received 20 taels of silver. She carefully put the money into her bag, holding it close, with Dogwa on her back and the bag in her arms. Outside the bank, she was bumped by a young man dressed like a scholar. Are you blind? How are you walking? The scholar impatiently patted her arm that she had bumped. Xuanning felt embarrassed and apologized. Sorry. His companion said, forget it, ignore her. She's rushing to take an exam. If she's late, she can't afford to pay the penalty. Hearing about the penalty, Xuanning face turned pale. Fortunately, the scholar's companion convinced him to leave, and Xuanning let out a long breath. But soon, she noticed her bag felt lighter. She quickly reached into her bag and was stunned. All 20 taels of silver were gone. Xuanning thought of the scholar earlier. Her eyes changed as she hurried after him.
Wait.
2 young people stopped in their tracks. They bumped into her scholar friend, who turned around and looked at her impatiently. What do you want? He asked. Xuanning gathered her courage and said, You stole my silver.
What?
The scholar looked confused and a little embarrassed, feeling wrongly accused. Xuanning was used to being bossy at home. She was afraid to face 2 grown men, but this was 20 taels of silver, such a large sum of money earned with great effort by her uncle. She couldn't let someone steal it. It was you. She forced herself to speak bravely. I just came from the money shop, kept my things tightly wrapped, and only got bumped by you. And now the silver is gone. The scholar rolled up his sleeves, ready to get angry, but his companion held him back. Why bother arguing with the foolish woman?
The companion said.
The scholar snorted, I'm not arguing. Someone is falsely accusing me. His companion sighed, forget it. Exams are important. Don't bother with her. The scholar coldly snorted, I won't report it. You better not push me. Then, he turned to leave with his friend. Xuanning quickly ran forward and grabbed the scholar's arm. Give me back my silver, she demanded. Are you crazy? The scholar shouted, angrily brushing her hand away. Xuanning lunged at him again. As they struggled, nearby villagers gathered around. The scholar, full of righteous anger, said, You say I stole your silver? Show me proof. If you keep accusing me, I will report to the authorities. You're a woman with a child, and I thought you were honest. How can you do such shameful things with a child? Isn't that embarrassing?
You.
Xuanning face turned green with anger. People around started pointing and whispering. In today's world, men are superior to women, and with the saying, all things are low except reading, no one would believe a widow woman against a scholar. The scholar, distressed, said, I didn't report it because I was trying to help. First, because you're a woman, and second, because we are rushing to the provincial exams and don't have time to argue with you. That's too much. How can she accuse even the students taking the exam? Doesn't she have any conscience? Exactly. She's been studying hard for 10 years just to be falsely accused by her. Just look at her. She's not a good person at all. Crowds of people began to blame Xuanning. She felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. She wasn't lying. She truly lost her silver coins. Goa, who had been sleeping, was now awakened by the noise. Seeing himself and his mother surrounded by a crowd, he was scared and started crying loudly. Director Lee had just left the pastry shop and was about to go to the town's medical clinic when he heard a heartbreaking cry. The sound was somewhat familiar. He paused for a moment and then walked over. At this time, Xuaningxiang was being poked and questioned by everyone, and no one believed what she said. Director Lee quickly recognized her. She was a neighbor of his beloved student's family. Then he recognized Goa, the chubby boy who called him Dad. He stepped into the crowd. As the head of Tianxiang Academy, even without wearing scholar's robes, his refined appearance and scholarly aura immediately subdued the scene. What happened? He asked. Xuaningxiang had already started crying uncontrollably. The scholar said, "This woman is accusing me falsely." Director Lee asked, "What is she accusing you of?" The scholar replied irritably, "She says I stole her silver coins." Director Lee asked again, "Did you steal them?" The scholar snapped, "What are you talking about?" "Of course I didn't. I told you she's lying. Didn't you hear?" An older woman watching the scene said, "Yes, they are students preparing for exams in the provincial capital." Such bad luck, being falsely accused by this woman. Director Lee looked at the two of them carefully. "Which private school are you from?" The scholar straightened his back and said, "We are from Tianxiang Academy." Director Lee's eyes narrowed slightly. "Really? What are your names? Which class are you in?" "None of your business," the scholar replied impatiently.
Director Lee smiled calmly.
"I am the head of Tianxiang Academy. I don't remember enrolling either of you." The faces of the scholar and his companion changed instantly. The nearby villagers were surprised. Director Lee calmly said to a young man nearby, "Please report to the authorities. Say that someone is impersonating a student from Tianxiang Academy to deceive and bully others." The two troublemakers had been shouting loudly, but hadn't reported to the officials. As soon as Director Lee spoke, he took action. The truth would be clear soon. The young man's mind was filled with one thought. Director Lee is talking to me. Director Lee is talking to me. "Please, little brother," Director Lee said kindly. A young man solemnly agreed and quickly ran toward the county office. It was as if the flood had washed away the Dragon King Temple. The scholar and his companion saw that things were not looking good, so they ran away. Director Lee calmly said, "Please, two brave gentlemen, stop them." His words did not sound like an order, but somehow they were very convincing. Two strong men who were watching the scene caught the two of them. "My money!" Xuaningxiang cried. Director Lee nodded slightly, stepped forward, and searched the two people, finding Xuaningxiang's money. Seeing the money was returned, Xuaningxiang cried and was very excited, and then she hiccuped. "Thank you." Hic.
"Dad."
Little dog saw Director Lee. Xuaningxiang was so surprised she stopped hiccuping. This kid, again confusing someone as his father. Director Lee is a mature and experienced man. Of course, he wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. He asked a wise teacher from the academy and learned that when children are just learning to speak, they often call women mother and men father, which is nothing unusual. "Father," little dog wanted him to hold him. Xuaningxiang felt so embarrassed, she wished she could find a in the ground to hide in. "You are hurt." Director Lee saw the small cut on her wrist, bleeding heavily. She had been so focused on getting her money back that she didn't notice her wrist had been cut on her jewelry. Politely, Director Lee said, "Let me take care of it. The clinic is nearby. I will take you there to bandage it." Xuaningxiang hurriedly covered her wrist with her sleeve. No need. It's just a small injury, it's nothing." Director Lee said seriously, "You still need to see a doctor. The weather is hot, and it could get infected." Xuaningxiang thought for a moment, "I'll go by myself." "I happen to be going to the clinic too, just on the way," said Director Lee as he picked up Little Dog who kept reaching out to him. Now that Little Dog had a father, he immediately forgot about his mother, wrapping his chubby little arms around Director Lee's neck and snuggling in his arms. Xuaningxiang felt very shy. The two of them went to the clinic one after the other. Director Lee was taking his elderly mother to the clinic because, while cleaning the yard, the servant found her fainted on a vine chair after eating mulberries. Old Madame Li was quite old, and such a situation was very dangerous. Director Li couldn't wait to call the doctor to the house, so he took her directly to the clinic. The doctor examined her and said, "Nothing serious. The old lady is just asleep." Director Li immediately said. He was worried that Madame Li would wake up hungry, so he quickly bought some osmanthus cakes from a nearby pastry shop that she liked. After entering the clinic, Director Li found a doctor to treat Xuaningxiang's injury, while Dog Baby was held down in a chair by Xuaningxiang. Director Li handed Dog Baby a piece of osmanthus cake. Dog Baby happily ate it. As he ate, he looked up and realized his father was gone. He climbed down from the chair and hurriedly went to find his father, accidentally following into a side room. Madame Li slowly woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a small, chubby child. The child was round and adorable. Madame Li beckoned to the little child. Dog Baby was timid and backed away repeatedly. Just then, Director Li came out from behind a bamboo curtain. The little dog ran over and hugged his leg, calling, "Father, father, father?" Madame Li looked at her son, and then at the little child. Her cloudy old eyes suddenly brightened. A blessing from the gods. She had a little grandson. Because Gu Jiao was unwilling to return to the mansion, the plans for Lord Gu and Gu Jinyu to return to the capital were delayed. Originally, Lord Gu planned to bring Yao Shi and the twin dragons back to the capital by the end of June at the latest, but now Yao Shi and Gu Yan stayed behind for Gu Jiao, which made Lord Gu very worried. Even more worried was Gu Jinyu. The concubine Shu promised to hold a grand coming-of-age ceremony for her and to crown her as a county princess during the celebration. Being a county princess was a rare honor. Once she became one, even if it was known that she was not a biological member of the Gu family, her reputation wouldn't suffer much. But if she couldn't return home, how could she have her coming-of-age ceremony? Gu Jinyu was anxious and so upset that she developed a blister on her mouth. Lord Gu came to visit her and saw her so distressed. He couldn't help but feel heartache. "How are you taking care of the young lady? It's so hot outside. Don't you know to make less spicy dishes?" The young maid replied, "It's not fair, Lord Gu. The young lady has been eating very lightly lately. She's upset, which is why she's sick." Gu Jinyu sighed. "Everyone stop talking nonsense. All of you step back." The maids left. Gu Jinyu said to Lord Gu, "Father, I really am fine." Lord Gu frowned and said, "Nonsense. You're worried about something. You haven't smiled much lately." Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said, "My daughter only misses her grandmother. The grandmother is old, and she fell again before the new year. Although she has recovered, her body is not as strong as before. My daughter doesn't know how much filial piety she can still show her grandmother." These words touched Lord Gu's heart. He was usually a very filial person, and especially since the old lady had only given birth to him and the concubine Shu in her life. Since the concubine Shu entered the palace, the old lady rarely saw her once a year. Her own son couldn't even stay close to serve his mother, which made her feel that was unfilial. Lord Gu frowned and decided to go see Madame Yao and give her some advice. But Madame Yao's heart was firm. "I won't go back, and Yenner won't go back either." Lord Gu clicked his tongue. "How many years has it been since she last saw Yenner?" Madame Yao replied, "She simply doesn't like Yenner." Lord Gu argued, "When has she ever disliked Yenner? Yenner is her own grandson, and she loves him very much. It's just that she favors her other 3 precious grandsons more." The former marquis's wife was related to the old lady by blood, and according to their rank, she should call the old lady aunt. Their family's marriage made them even closer, so the old lady naturally favored her children a bit more. Plus, her 3 sons lost their mother early, and the old lady's love for them was even greater. Third, the old lady looked down on Madame Yao's background. Madame Yao had a sickly son, Gu Yan, and the old lady thought it was Madame Yao's own health problems that caused it, even blaming her for affecting the descendants of the Gu family. At first, the old lady was indifferent to Gu Jinyu. But Gu Jinyu was too outstanding and brought honor to the marquis's estate. The concubine Shu also valued her, so the old lady gradually changed her opinion about Gu Jinyu. Lord Gu's few words of argument lacked confidence. He cleared his throat and said, "But Jinyu is about to come of age. How can she have her coming-of-age ceremony without her mother by her side?" Madame Yao replied, "It can be done at the mountain villa too." Lord Gu said, "I can't stay at the mountain villa forever. If your mother is here, then your father must be here too." Madame Yao thought for a moment. "Why don't you go back to the capital first and come back on the day of her coming of age?" Lord Gu hesitated. Why is it so hard to bring his wife and children back to the capital? He used all his skills, but Madame Yao still refused to agree. He asked, "What exactly do you need to agree to come back to the capital?" Madame Yao replied seriously, "If Jiao Jiao comes back, I will too." Lord Gu thought, "That girl will never come back." Gu Jinyu came over to bring herbal soup to Madame Yao and accidentally overheard their conversation outside the door. A young maid was also present. The young maidservant, who served Gu Jinyu closely, had already learned about her and Gu Jiao's family backgrounds. The maidservant, feeling unfair, said, "Why did the eldest lady return to the capital, but only the husband and wife came back? Isn't the second young lady the daughter of the lady?" Over the years, the second young lady has been filial in front of the lady, but the lady is too biased. Gu Jinyu held the herbal soup on her tray without speaking. The maidservant, feeling wronged, said, "In this hot weather, the second young lady even went to the kitchen herself to make herbal soup for the lady, burning her hands. What did the eldest young lady do? She caused the lady to be so biased."
"Stop talking."
"She is my sister. She has suffered a lot, and it's only right that mother cares for her," Gu Jinyu said softly, then turned away with a sad expression. For several days, no one in the household mentioned returning to the capital. The villa seemed peaceful and calm again. It wasn't until the end of the month when a carriage and horses arrived at the villa that the quiet was broken. Lord Gu, dressed in official robes, tidied his appearance, and personally went to the villa's gate to welcome the visitors. Dozens of guards lined up, and from a carriage pulled by 4 horses, a young boy dressed in white slowly stepped out. The boy's white clothes were as pure as snow, noble and outstanding. Lord Gu quickly shook out his wide sleeve, stepped forward and bowed. "Your servant, greet Prince N." The boy, called Prince N, slightly raised his hand and politely said, "Dingen Marquis, no need for formalities. My sister and I have been traveling around. We are just passing through and returning to the capital. Sorry for the unexpected visit." Lord Gu smiled and said, "Prince N, you are too kind. It is an honor to have Prince N and Miss Ling here. It's hot today. Why don't you and Miss Zhuang come inside the villa to talk?" Prince N nodded, slightly turned his head, and said to the carriage behind him, "Hurry up and get down." The curtain was pulled aside, and a lively little girl peeked her head out, her eyes spinning around curiously. Then, with the help of her attendants, she jumped down. She ran to Prince N and asked, "Big brother, is this the villa with the hot springs?" "Greetings, Dingen Marquis," Prince N said to his sister. The little girl pouted and bowed politely to Lord Gu. Lord Gu's noble title was below that of Prince N. Although she was his sister, she had no rank. According to the rules, she should bow to Lord Gu. Apart from manners, the young girl's status was truly noble. Although she bowed out of respect to her brother's authority, her attitude did not seem very respectful. Lord Gu smiled and acted as if he hadn't noticed, kindly leading the brother and sister into the manor. Inside the estate, Mrs. Yao and Gu Jinyu received the news. As women, they couldn't go out to greet guests, so they waited in the flower pavilion of the Listening to the Waves pavilion for the Duke of An's arrival. Mrs. Yao had been away from the capital for many years and was indifferent to the city's affairs. She had never heard of the Duke of An. Gu Jinyu patiently explained his legendary life story. He is the eldest grandson of the Grand Tutor of the estate and is only 18 years old. 18 and already made a prince? Mrs. Yao was surprised. Even princes and kings were rarely granted titles so early. Gu Jinyu shook her head. He wasn't made a prince at 18. He was granted the title of Marquis at 8. However, this title was not a sign of good fortune but rather misfortune. 10 years ago, the kingdom of Zhao fought a war with the kingdom of Qin. Zhao lost, and Qin demanded the Zhao crown prince be sent as a hostage. The emperor was reluctant to give his son, and the officials all opposed. At this time, the grand tutor of the estate stepped forward, offering his most outstanding grandson to go as a hostage for the crown prince. Most other officials' children would not have been accepted by Qin, but the Gu family was related to the Empress Dowager's maternal clan. The grand tutor was the Empress Dowager's brother, and his grandson was her nephew. Everyone knew that the Empress Dowager had held power for many years, controlling the court more than the emperor himself. Sending her nephew as a hostage was almost as good as sending the crown prince. The emperor then granted the grand tutor's grandson the title of Duke of An and sent him to Qin as a hostage. It wasn't until over 3 years ago, when the two kingdoms fought again and Qin was defeated, that the Duke of An finally returned to Zhao. In the capital, many stories about the Duke of An circulated. Gu Jinyu had heard of them but had never seen him in person. She was curious inside but remained respectful and polite on the outside, not showing any hint of overstepping. When Lord Gua and his group finally arrived at the flower pavilion, Mrs. Yao and Gu Jinyu bowed to the Duke of, and Mrs. Yao kept her head lowered throughout, and Gu Jinyu, being young, maintained proper manners but couldn't help stealing a quick glance at him out of curiosity. Suddenly, she was stunned. How could there be such a handsome and refined man in the world? He was noble and unpretentious, elegant and profound, with every gesture exuding nobility and a faint aura of otherworldly grace. "This is Madame Yao, and this is my daughter," Lord Gua introduced. The Duke of An nodded slightly. "Madame Gu, Miss Gu." Miss Zhuang stepped forward. "Are you Gu Jinyu? I know you." Gu Jinyu was slightly surprised. Mrs. Yao and Lord Gu also looked at Miss Zhuang in shock. Miss Zhuang raised her eyebrows. "My uncle Fourth praised your calligraphy. Among people my age, yours is the best." Miss Zhuang's uncle Fourth is the governor of Pingcheng, Lord Zhuang Xianji. Miss Zhuang gave a cold smile. "Ha, bring the brush. I want to compare with you." This was quite awkward. Gu Jinyu's handwriting was famous in the capital for being excellent. Although Miss Zhuang was the niece of Lord Zhuang, she would probably lose badly to Gu Jinyu. Miss Zhuang didn't seem very generous. If she lost badly, she might make things difficult for Gu Jinyu. Lord Gu looked at Prince An for help, hoping he could stop his sister. But Prince An didn't seem willing to speak. Lord Gu secretly sweat, silently signaling Gu Jinyu to intentionally lose to Miss Zhuang. Mrs. Yao saw Gu Jinyu being teased and thought of Gu Jiao. Gu Jinyu, the only daughter raised in the Lord's residence, also faced teasing. If Gu Jiao, who grew up in the countryside, returned to the capital, wouldn't she face the same? They entered the flower hall. Servants brought brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. "Miss Zhuang, how do you want to compare?" Gu Jinyu asked calmly. Miss Zhuang raised her eyebrows. "Each of you writes a poem. My brother and Lord Gu will judge whose calligraphy is better." "Same poem?" Gu Jinyu asked. Miss Zhuang snorted. "Of course. How else can we tell good from bad?" That was amateur talk. Gu Jinyu saw through it, but didn't say anything. "Please, Miss Zhuang, give us your poem." Miss Zhuang thought for a moment, then waved her hand and wrote a poem by Prince An. This poem was written in the second year of Prince An's arrival in the state of Qin. He was under 10 years old then, but had already written a 7-character quatrain full of homesickness. His talent amazed the state of Qin. The ruler of Qin admired his talent and didn't kill him after losing the country to vent his anger. Gu Jinyu read the beginning and knew which poem it was. The poem was very popular in the state of Zhao. She admired Prince An's talent and finished the poem smoothly, even faster than Miss Zhuang. After they put down their brushes, the servants took their works to Prince An and Lord Gu for judgment. Lord Gu originally planned to firmly claim that Miss Zhuang was better in any case. However, after seeing their handwriting, he lost the courage to even pretend he was lying. Is this really handwriting from a person? Miss Zhuang is the granddaughter of the Duke of Zhuang, and her uncle is the famous literary master, Minister Zhuang. The entire Zhuang family is full of scholars, none of whom are bad. How did Miss Zhuang end up with such poor handwriting? Lord Gu broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, daughter, I told you to be nice to Miss Zhuang, didn't I? Forget it. Since her handwriting is so bad, there's no way to compare. Miss Zhuang clapped her hands proudly and asked, So?
Who won?
Princeton smiled softly. That's obvious. Of course you won. Lord Gu was stunned. Could her ability to lie so convincingly be that high? Jin Yu was also surprised. So Princeton is also someone who bends the truth? Miss Zhuang smiled proudly and was about to mock Jin Yu, but then Princeton spoke again. When it comes to making a fool of yourself, who can compare to you? Miss Zhuang was stunned. Lord Gu and Jin Yu were also confused. He really doesn't show any respect to his own sister. After being shocked, Miss Zhuang crossed her arms and stomped her foot. Brother, how can you say that to me? Princeton said calmly, even a 3-year-old's handwriting is better than yours. If you can't see that, it's not your handwriting that's bad, it's your brain. Miss Zhuang blushed and turned red in embarrassment. Princeton added, if you want to keep embarrassing yourself, then do it again. This time, are you going to compete in poetry or in songs and verses? You'll have to lose to someone in turn. Miss Zhuang was so angry she didn't want to talk to him anymore. She swung her sleeve and stomped off angrily. Lord Gu awkwardly said, Prince An's way of teaching his sister is truly unique. Princeton replied calmly, she's the youngest girl in the family. The family spoils her. Please don't mind, Lord Gu. Lord Gu chuckled awkwardly. How could that be?
How could that be?
Miss Zhuang is lively and charming, quite adorable indeed. Princeton nodded slightly. It's getting late. I'll go rest now. See you tomorrow. Lord Gu, Madame Yao, and Jin Yu all bowed to him and saw him off. Looking at his figure disappearing into the night, Gu Jinyu murmured, This Duke of An is different from other princes. Gu Jinyu often visits the palace to accompany consort Shu and has met many princes and nobles. None of them are as outstanding as Duke of An, whether in appearance, talent, or personality. Such a man, truly, no woman in the world could match him. Duke of An and Miss Zhuang were placed in the most elegant part of the mountain villa. After returning to her room, Miss Zhuang locked herself inside. Her maids wanted to comfort her, but were all driven out. There was a knock on the door. Go away. No one is allowed in, she shouted. It's me, said the Duke of An brother. Miss Zhuang stood up excitedly, but then sat down again, feeling sad and embarrassed about the difficult situation her brother had put her in. I came in, said the Duke of An. After waiting a moment, he pushed the door open and entered. Miss Zhuang turned her back to him and flicked her hair back. The Duke of An softly said, It was you who wanted to travel with me. I told you I wouldn't spoil you like our parents do, and you agreed. Miss Zhuang choked, not expecting her brother to be so firm. She thought he would be like their parents, saying he wouldn't spoil her, but actually indulging her without limits. She sniffled. I'm your sister, yet you help outsiders bully me. The Duke of An didn't argue much. He stepped forward and handed her a small box about the size of a palm. What is it? Miss Zhuang asked indifferently. Open it and you'll see, said the Duke of An. She looked at the box in her brother's hand. His hand was very beautiful, delicate like carved jade. Even if the jade was top quality, it couldn't compare to the color of his hand. Miss Zhuang sighed and took the box. When she opened it, she found a luminous pearl that glowed in the dark. She loved these delicate, fun things, and her attention was immediately drawn. The Duke of An said, A multicolored luminous pearl, a treasure of King Chen. I traded 2 poems for it. Hearing it was a treasure from King Chen, Miss Zhuang loved it even more. Her brother still cared for her. She was happy, but thinking about how she had quickly compromised made her feel a bit embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said seriously, From now on, you are not allowed to help outsiders bully me. After comforting his sister, the Duke of An returned to his own room. A man in black stepped out from behind a screen and bowed politely. Prince of the county. Princeton asked, Have your people arrived? The man in black replied, Yes, they are all here, hiding outside the manor, ready to listen for your orders at any time. Princeton said, "There's no need for them to hide in the dark. Just dress up as commoners." The man in black hesitated and asked, "Are you sure we're in Qingchuan town, Your Highness?" Princeton paused for a moment and said, "Earlier, the Emperor's people lost news of the Empress Dowager in Qingchuan town. That means she indeed came here. But where she has gone exactly still needs careful searching." The man in black looked uncertain and asked, "Did the Empress Dowager really get leprosy?" Princeton confirmed, "Yes, she did." The man in black frowned and said, "But the Emperor's people have searched the town thoroughly, even the nearby villages, and found no suspicious people. Could it be that the Empress Dowager is in danger?" Prince N's eyes grew deep and serious. "Alive, we must see her. Dead, we must see her body. No matter what, search again." Everyone thought this prince was naive and weak, only good at writing and arts. But if he was truly as timid as he appeared, how could he have survived so many years as a hostage in the state of Chun? No one knew how much hardship the prince had endured in Chun. He never told his own parents. But the man in black had been with him and witnessed those dark, sunless years. He understood the prince's methods better than anyone. Whatever the prince decided to do, he would see it through to the end. Miss Zhuang felt ashamed after losing the contest to Gu Jinyu and decided not to pay any more attention to him. But instead of looking for him, he came to her. "Why are you here?" Early the next morning, Miss Zhuang looked coldly at Gu Jinyu, who suddenly appeared in her yard, and asked sharply. Gu Jinyu smiled and said, "I came to give you a calligraphy copy." Miss Zhuang's face changed. "You dare mention the calligraphy? Are you here just to humiliate me?" Gu Jinyu shook his head gently and said kindly, "Miss Zhuang, you misunderstand. I would never humiliate you. I saw your handwriting yesterday and noticed the problem isn't with you." Gu Jinyu smoothly said, "Miss Zhuang's calligraphy is grand and powerful. Ordinary women's style is too delicate and not suitable for Miss Zhuang's strength. If Miss Zhuang tries a different style, she could develop a majestic aura. Everyone loves to hear praise, and Miss Zhuang was no exception. She immediately showed some resistance. You're somewhat perceptive. I've always felt that style wasn't quite right. No matter how I practice, it doesn't feel natural. Why not try this one?" Gu Jinyu took out a calligraphy copybook and placed it on the stone table. "Whose writing is this?" Miss Zhuang asked. "Young Marquis of Zhaodu's masterpiece," Gu Jinyu replied. Miss Zhuang immediately bristled. "Are you asking me to copy a man's writing?" Gu Jinyu smiled and shook her head. "Writing isn't divided by gender. Women have less strength, so their style is easier to learn. But honestly, the best writing belongs to the young Marquis of Zhaodu." That was true. Gu Jinyu had practiced in private too. Although she hadn't mastered the essence, her writing was much better than the delicate style. This copybook was hard to get. She had begged the concubine Shu for it, who had in turn persuaded the emperor. It was very precious. She had made a big decision to take it out. Gu Jinyu softly said, "Miss Zhuang, why not give it a try? Start by copying." Miss Zhuang thought the writing was truly beautiful, much better than the calligraphy collections her family had gathered. Gu Jinyu's gentle encouragement gave her a big step forward. She ordered someone to bring brushes, ink, paper, and a stone. After copying a few characters and comparing them to her previous work, she saw clear improvement. Gu Jinyu praised, "Miss Zhuang is truly talented. When I first practiced, I couldn't match your skill. With diligent effort, you'll surpass me in no time." Miss Zhuang felt proud. Of course. Meanwhile, Xiao Luleng and Feng Lin went to the provincial capital for exams. During lunch, Gu Xiaoshun brought Gu Yan and little Jinkong to eat. Among the three, Gu Yan was the oldest but had the least life experience, truly the baby of the family. Gu Baby was also picky about food. "I don't want to eat noodles today." Gu Baby pouted. "But today is the day for noodles," little Jinkong said, shrugging. Little Jinkong was a planned person, organizing daily meals carefully. Xiao Luleng didn't mind what he ate and went along with him. Gu Xiaoshun didn't care either. Once, Gu Yan thought it was his brother-in-law's idea and politely went along with it. But after discovering that it was Xiao Jinkong's plan, he started to oppose it. "I don't care, I just won't eat noodles." Gu Yan looked up at the sky. Gu Xiaoshen saw Xiao Jingong with a serious face and Gu Yan looking uncooperative, and he felt overwhelmed. He really misses his brother-in-law. How did he manage to control these two? Before Gu Yan appeared, Xiao Luleng and Xiao Jingong were always fighting. After Gu Yan came, he shifted the conflict internally. If Xiao Jingong hadn't been such a big threat, Gu Yan and Xiao Luleng would still be at odds. In simple terms, the two brothers fought each other, and Xiao Luleng, the fisherman, benefited. When Gu Xiaoshen was feeling helpless and unsure what to do, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. His eyes lit up. Sister. The two who had been about to argue immediately quieted down and turned their heads toward her. Gu Jiao carried a small basket and arrived at the school gate, looking at the three of them. Why haven't you gone to eat yet? It's because Gu Yan didn't follow the plan and refused to eat. Xiao Jingong said seriously with a serious face. Gu Yan snorted. All day long, just complaining and making trouble. Xiao Jingong crossed his arms. This isn't complaining. It's stating facts. Also, my complaint isn't black. It's colorful. What kind of black? It's so ugly. Gu Yan scoffed. I've only heard of rainbow praise, not rainbow complaints. Besides, it's your plan, and I haven't agreed to it. Xiao Jingong argued logically. We used to eat like this before. Xiao Jingong had a bit of a perfectionist streak. He wanted to change the plan only if he could be convinced logically, but obviously, most people couldn't argue with him. Gu Jiao asked Xiao Jingong, "What are we eating today?" Xiao Jingong said, "Spring noodles." Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yan. "What do you want to eat?" Gu Yan stared at Xiao Jingong and said, "Rice and fish." Gu Jiao nodded. "Perfect, I brought some food. I have fish and we can find a noodle shop to order a bowl of noodles." Neither of them objected to this plan. Gu Yan was curious. "How do you know I want fish? What if I just said I wanted meat?" Gu Jiao smiled gently, "Because I really want to eat fish today." The twin siblings are just that magical. A few people had lunch at the noodle shop. Gu Xiaoshen didn't need anyone to send him. He went back to the academy on his own. Gu Jiao took Gu Yan and Xiao Jingong to their private school. Afterwards, she went to Huachuntang and sold the herbs she picked from the mountain to them. It was still early, so she planned to visit the iron shop to check on the progress of the farming tools. She thought she could just catch Gu Yan and the others after school. 12 days had passed since Gu Jiao left her drawings. The piston bellows designed by Gu Jiao took 3 days for the carpenter to make. During the remaining 9 days, the iron shop indeed finished, making over 1,000 iron tools used for mining. The blacksmiths were all stunned. Could such magical treasures really exist in the world? "Old Wang, this thing is much better than the water pipes used by the court," said a young blacksmith. The old blacksmith nodded in shock. "Yeah, not to mention the court's water pipes. I doubt even Liang's water pipes are as powerful as this. In craftsmanship and small inventions, Liang country is the best among the 6 nations." Liang's water pipe technology had already reached perfection. Originally, Zhao country exchanged 3 mines to learn this technology. But even so, Liang only taught Zhao the very basic water pipe techniques. Who is that girl really?
What kind of person is she?
The young blacksmith wondered, eyes wide with shock. Could she be a spy from Liang? The old blacksmith slapped him on the head. "Are you stupid? Do you think Liang's spies would casually share such advanced technology with us?" "That makes sense." The young man finally realized how hard his head was and glared at the old blacksmith with resentment. "Do you have any idea how heavy a blacksmith's hands are? If you hit them 2 more times, I might turn into a piece of iron myself." The old blacksmith chuckled. The young blacksmith then asked, "What about that girl?" The old blacksmith said, "What do you mean?" "Oh, you mean the farming tools? Since she really managed to have over 1,000 iron tools made within 10 days, I will keep my promise. I won't take a single coin for her farming tools." Moreover, the old blacksmith hoped to thank that girl in person. Unfortunately, he waited all afternoon but never saw Gu Jiao. Face-slapping scene, second update. Gu Jiao originally planned to visit the iron shop, but she encountered a little trouble. When she first arrived in town, she had already noticed that there were many more officials in the town. She was confused and asked the owner of a bun shop about it. The owner of the bun shop is a kind-hearted person who doesn't ignore her just because she doesn't buy buns. She said, "Miss, you don't know yet? I heard that a prince from Beijing has come to our town, and those officials are here to protect him."